Oh, yes, you're right. I think I gotta cancel this month. I'm not paying for that stuff anymore. I'm tired. Hello, my peoples. Come outside. I was like, let me come and say Merry Christmas to y'all. Ooh, y'all. Come outside. Hey, Destiny. What's up? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Oh my gosh, you guys. Yesterday was so exhausting. Yesterday was so. Yesterday was so exhausting. Lord. I'm not really a big fan of holidays because they require too much out of me. I don't have time for this. I do not have time for this. I don't have time for this. I am exhausted. The kids had to wake up. We had to open presents over here. And then, hey, Merry Christmas. And then they had to go to Jimmy's parents' house. Then they came back. Then we had to go to my parents' house. I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay. So it's like we were not done. We were not done with this whole Christmas stuff until like we got back to the house like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Crazy. Okay. Hey, Joyeux Noël. No, you're trying to mix like French and Spanish. Feliz Navidad. We say Joyeux Noël. Hey, Sigrid. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Yeah. Hey, Erica. What's up? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, y'all. It's a lot. Like, we just have too much family. We have too much family. Like, this is crazy. It is a lot. But thank God it's over. Now I get to sleep. It's so stressful. It's so stressful. The kids were so tired. I'm like, wow. You got to go to this house and then that house. Woo! There's a lot. Joyeux Noël. Okay, you're almost there, but an X. It's with an X, not an S. Like that. And then the Spanish people say, Feliz Navidad. Cucuana. Yeah, it's with an X. Oh, it's a lot. It's the details. It's the little details for me, home. But yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody. I was going to come outside yesterday, but it was too much. I was tired. I was exhausted. I was really, really exhausted. But I slept. I woke up not too long ago. I was like, okay, let me come outside and wish my people Merry Christmas, okay? Hope you had fun. Hope you didn't spend too much money. But, when you have big families, though, you have a choice, okay? Then I'm out here corrupting the youth because I'm buying everybody's kids skincare for Christmas. Yo, I love skincare. They have this little brand for kids called Bubble. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's called Bubble. It's super, super cute. Like, the kids love it. They love it. Oh, thank you, Bubble. Thanks. I will be doing my skincare videos pretty soon. I've been buying so much skincare. It's looking ignorant, okay? They have this cute little brand. Let me see if I can show it to y'all. This cute little brand called Bubble. Tell me why. People are like, oh, Marlene, do you think they're going to ban TikTok? Do you think they're going to ban TikTok? I'm like, I don't see it. Child, if they close TikTok, a lot of people going to show up to vote. And a lot of people will be removed out of Congress, okay? Because do not take TikTok away from these people. But this cute little brand, it's called Bubble. Like, when I tell you the kids love it, I bought it for Stefan. Bought it for Lacey's daughter. I'm trying to get it for more people. All my young people. I'm trying to start all my little people on skincare. I love it. It's so cute, you guys. It is so cute. Such a cute little brand. The kids love it. They truly, truly love it. It's a cute little brand. I give so much money to Ulta. I gave so much money to Ulta. The thing is, guys, I haven't shopped at Sephora in such a long time. Like, I haven't been at Sephora in such a long time. Because Ulta gets me every time. Because Ulta, they send you coupons. They send you a lot of coupons. They have coupons. They have cash back, So I find myself going to Ulta way more than going to Sephora. I can't even think the last time I went to Sephora. Yes, you need to take care of your skin. You got to take care of your hair. I had my hair blow dried. Okay. Cute. It's growing. Then I bought this cream because I've been seeing it all over Instagram. Do y'all see this? Okay, so it's the Curl Smith Curl Conditioning Oil and Cream. Okay, so I bought this recently. Smells good. Smells good. It's a bit heavy. I mean, it's nice. I just wish they had made it for low porosity hair, because some of the stuff in here, like shea butter, coconut oil, things like that, it's a lot better for these are a lot better for high porosity hair. Right? Like, if you have high porosity, I think your hair's gonna love this. So it's $27. I'm like, $27? They're crazy. Like, yeah, $27. $27. Woo! But I had a coupon, 20% off from Ulta. So it came down like $21.50. And I'm like, yeesh, my Lord. Okay. All right. Okay. So I mixed it with this. Pretty good. I just wish that they had another version for like low porosity hair, because it does feel a bit it does feel a little heavy. It does a bit heavy, but yeah, take care of your skin, take care of your hair. Okay, you need your hair to grow. And also, if you haven't already, I was going to show y'all this one video. That's right. I forgot to come outside. I sure did. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, right, here's going. That's good. Okay. And if you visit my hair channel, because y'all do know I have a hair channel, right? Hey, for me, Merry Christmas. Yeah, I heard about that one. I've seen it online. I've seen it on Instagram. They have this one, like, they have a twist cream. I might try it. Hey, butterfly, Merry Christmas. For me, Merry Christmas, right? So I do have my hair channel in case you're interested, right? I finally posted all my reels for my hair. This is my hair journey in 2024. You guys, we've come a long way. From this, I thought my hair was pretty. I was like, oh, my hair's so beautiful, child. I didn't know much about it, child. I was like, okay, I have hair on my head. No, we've come from this, the start of the year, to this, okay? To this. So, that's crazy. That's really crazy. I look forward. Hey, Jenny, Merry Christmas. I look forward to seeing what 2025 has in store for me. Yeah, I've seen their stuff on Instagram. They have this one cream. Let me show you. Hold on. They have this one twist cream. Like I said, I need a coupon. Okay. Yes, this is the cream right here that I saw. Like, I wish they would stop putting castor oil on everything. That's the part that just kills me. This one right here. I saw this cream on TikTok. No, sorry, on Instagram. Yeah, I wish they would stop putting castor oil in everything. Like, or if you're gonna come out with these creams, you should have a cream for low porosity, and you should have a cream for high porosity. Are you high porosity? Is that what it is? Right? Because, child, low porosity here. It's like this is heavy. This is really, really heavy. But I've seen it on Instagram. But I'm like, I wish these brands would just really like prioritize having like two of everything, like low porosity version, and then you would have a high porosity version. Because we don't all have the same hair textures, like, you know? We don't have the same porosity. Yo, you gotta be careful, huh? Yeah, be careful, Miss Butterfly. Be careful, because rosemary is an essential oil, right? So be careful. Just don't put it on your scalp also. Do not put that on your scalp directly. You guys, I'm telling you, if you go to this website, where am I? Hold on. If you go to this website here, this website right here, okay? She has a lot of great oils, and she has like lots of great butters. I kid you not. Okay. Because this rosemary hype, okay. This one, she's out of stock. Oh, yeah. She's out of stock. But this Mafura butter, really amazing. It's this one. You can see same color, right? When I tell you, it makes your hair like super shiny. Hold on. And soft. Oh, don't worry. Get a new camera. Right? So this is the Mafura butter, but she's out of stock. So, hey, sugar, what's up? Merry Christmas. So she has this one. She has mango butter. She has this one. Okay? Like, if you have low porosity hair, you want to start using that on your hair. Mafura is amazing. Mango butter, Murmuru butter right here. This one also is really, really good. So I'm like, I wish that some of these, brands like would make low porosity product and then high porosity products, because, you know, coconut oil, it can be heavy. Oh, hey, Queen, Merry Christmas. Coconut oil can be heavy. Okay. For low porosity hair. If you have low porosity and then you have low density, like you have fine hair, coconut oil can be a lot. Shea butter can be a lot. It can weigh the hair down because the hair is just way too light, you know? But if you have high porosity hair and you use like coconut oil, you use like shea butter, you're not gonna have a problem, like, because you have high porosity hair. But my hair, it's low porosity, and then I have like fine hair. I don't have like lots of hair on my head. So, you know, but I'm like, if I ever made like a twist cream, that's what I would do. I would have a low porosity version and I would have a high porosity version. It's just like with Whey. I've noticed that with Whey, the brand, because I've been looking at this stuff recently. Hold on, let me show you. Okay. Oh no, thank you. Okay. See, if you look at Whey, see she has a section for fine hair, right? She has a section for fine hair. And then she has another section for medium hair. And then she has thick hair. I like that. You know? You see? Fine hair shampoo, fine hair conditioner, medium hair shampoo, medium hair conditioner, thick hair shampoo, thick hair conditioner. I like that. I was like, okay, that's really smart. Right? Because what you put in somebody's head that has fine hair is not something that you can put on somebody's head that has thicker hair or medium coarse hair, right? Like, you got to go with lighter products. But hey, Ms. V, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. But I'm like, shea butter can get heavy. So you put shea butter, coconut oil, castor oil. That's a lot. Okay, that's a lot. But like I said, for high porosity hair, that's perfectly fine. But for low porosity, fine hair, oh my gosh, like it's too much. It's too much. So you gotta get into it. But I hope you guys had a great holiday, though. Hope you had a great Christmas. Okay. So hopefully 2025, my hair is going to thrive. That is my goal. But it's been a journey, y'all. I had to cut my hair so many times. Please stop putting braids in your hair, okay? Stop putting the braids in your hair. Now, what have I missed? It is so much going on. It's just so much going on. It is so much going on. Okay. It is so much going on. But I think the main drama, though, is the young football player, Travis Hunter. Okay. He's losing his mind. Hold on. Hold on. Give me- I have this plug-in on my phone. Where have I been? Hold on. Let me see what I've missed. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. It's just been so much going on. Okay.
Have a serious talk.
I
Yes,
see that.
Travis Hunter. Now, Travis, I'm only going to tell you what the real people in your life already told you, or at least hinted to you. But you're so far under the spell of Jezebel, nobody can tell you nothing right now. All I got to say is I'm going to tell you one time, and I ain't going to tell you no more. In my Birdman voice.
I ain't gonna say it no more.
Yeah, see.
Nah, but for real, Travis Hunter is in some serious trouble, and he don't even know it. What I'm about to tell Travis is worth more than any Tesla he can buy, any truck, any shoes,
I
any
don't
house.
know.
And as much as I support Coach Prime,
My issue with Travis is like, does he not feel handsome? Is that what his problem is? Because I'm so confused. Like, I am so confused with this young man. I am really confused with Travis, right? I'm like, is it that he does not feel handsome? Like, he doesn't like his own beauty? So the first white-skinned person that looked at him, he was like, oh my gosh, I've made it, I've arrived. Okay. Because I'm like, you freaking won a Heisman Trophy. Like, hold up, wait a minute. Okay. Like, you're not just anybody. Okay. Like, even if, no, I'm really confused, right? I'm like, I don't know what's going on with this little baby, right? He's confusing me because I'm like, maybe he does not feel beautiful. He does not feel handsome. So the first white-skinned human being with some long hair that looked at him, he done lost his mind, right? But when you're one of the top, hey, Christy, what's up, my love? Merry Christmas. When you're one of the top players in your, I don't want to say the NFL, but the college football, okay? You're winning a Heisman Trophy. Coach Prime is your coach. I don't understand what's the rush. You're going to the NFL. You're going to be a multimillionaire. And yes, you might not feel like you're the most handsome. You might not be like a Reggie Bush because Reggie was cute, okay? Really cute. You might not be a Reggie Bush, but my point is, when you have money, money makes a man look good. We've seen that, okay? We have seen plenty of beautiful women have children with men that are not as conventionally attractive because those men have lots of money. Kevin Hart, 50 Cent, it's a lot of them, okay? You know, like, damn, if 50 didn't have money, there's no way Daphne would have had a baby with 50. Okay? The money make you look attractive. Portia and Simon, hey Ninja, the Merry Christmas. The money make a man look attractive. I've said that all the time. I said a man's beauty is his wallet. Okay? So if you're going to have big pockets, you're going to be handsome to most women because they're going to see the money. Okay? They're going to see the money. Okay? Even Shaquille, I'm like, would Shawnee have dated Shaquille if he was not as rich as he was? Okay. Right? Carl Crawford and Evelyn Lozada. Okay. He looks like a pancake. I'm just saying, Ms. V. I'm just saying, right? But we are not stupid. And Nico Hart, would she have dated Kevin Hart, the dwarf, if he was not a multi-millionaire? Right? So I understand because I think sometimes, like, the thing is, black women are a bit more vocal, like definitely way more vocal than most black men, right? But I do believe that a lot of black boys, especially dark-skinned black boys, also have a lot of insecurities about being dark-skinned, about their features, and this, and that. And I think that is the case with Travis, okay? Hey, Yvette, Merry Christmas. And I don't think that, like, Travis has learned to love his beauty yet. I think he's learning to love himself, right? But my point is, I am really confused because that young lady, not to be offensive, right? But she's not the prettiest. What is she, Mexican? She's not the prettiest Mexican girl I've ever seen. I have seen way more beautiful Mexican girls. If she's not Mexican, I'm sorry. Okay, lo siento. But I've seen way more prettier Latinas than her. Okay? I'm not trying to be funny, but even like regular Latinas who are not celebrities, I have seen way better looking than her. So my thing is, Travis, you're going into the league and you go into the league like in the big way. You might even be like the number one pick. I don't know, but you're going into the league in a major way, in a big way. He just won a Heisman Trophy. So my thing is, what is the rush? Or did her people, what how to call it, Santeria? Did her people do some kind of, black magic on you? ¿Qué pasó? Because we are confused. Exactly, that's my point. Okay? Because we've seen better. Te quiero Taco Bell. We have seen better. We have seen way better. So I don't even understand the hype. Because I'm outside. Like, I've been on Instagram. I've been on TikTok. I've been on YouTube. Hey, Ken. Thank you, my love, right? Okay? Hey, Rachel. Merry Christmas, ladies. Okay? Been around the world. Okay? I've been around these streets, right? She is not the prettiest Mexican. And if it comes to, if she's not Mexican, lo siento, I'm sorry, right? But if Latin American, right? My point is, we have also seen a lot. But hey, Lily, what's up? What's up, my love? Merry Christmas, Lily, right? We have seen prettier Latinas. So, ¿qué es eso? Porque la mujer es tan fea. She's not cute. She is not cute. And my thing is, let me tell you something, y'all. It is one thing to not be cute, but be respectable. Does that make sense? Like, I'm gonna say it. Don't be mad at me, y'all. It is Christmas, so we can go crazy, right? I'm not gonna be mean, but let's say a young lady is a 3. But if she's a 3 and she's polite and she's respectful and she's kind and she's sweet, yeah, you can bump her to a 7 because the beauty of her heart, like her demeanor, makes up for what she doesn't have genetically. Does that make sense? Not trying to be mean, okay? But when you're a 3 and on top of that, you're promiscuous, on top of that, you're a cheater, on top of that, you're rude, you're disrespectful, okay? You got gutter behavior, you got creep squad behavior. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Okay? Because I feel like when you're not the cutest, you can't afford to be a promiscuous, cheating ass, low down, disrespectful heifer. So if you're a 2 or 3, I require you to be nice, to be kind, to be respectful, right? To have a very friendly demeanor. Exactly. Gutter snipe behavior. Yo, this girl's out here twerking on people. I was like, what is going on? They went and found like all kinds of stuff on her. She's twerking on people. She goes to parties. She gets drunk. Travis is waiting for her outside like he's some punk. I'm like, hold up. Wait a minute, Travis. What is going on? Do you not love yourself? Somebody needs to get this boy Iyanla Vanzant, okay? Does he not love himself? What is going on? Can you imagine? You're one of the best football players in the country, like at your collegiate level. You drive this girl to parties and you wait outside while she's getting drunk and she has men grabbing on her and you're waiting outside. I'm like, Travis, have you lost your damn cabeza? Have you lost your mind? Have you lost your mind? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't think he loves himself. I think Travis has a hard time loving himself. Okay, I don't think he loves himself. I don't think he finds himself beautiful. I don't think he knows who he is. So he has this one little white-skinned person look at him. Now he's losing his marbles. Like, child, please. She does a lot. She is a lot. She is a lot. That girl, they did a whole live. They did a whole live. And the girl said he's not my type. And we understood exactly what she meant. Like, he's ugly to her. Right? Because she had him parked. She had the boy parked in her DMs for like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 months. Okay? He was parked in her DMs. And you know who else did that stuff? Do you know who else did that stuff? Steph London. Steph from the UK. Hold on. Let me make sure y'all see her face. Hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. Okay. Where's she at? Oh, Steph London. Okay, whatever her name is. Okay. So y'all know this girl right here, right? Steph London. Okay. Her. Back in the day, you guys. Back in the day, like when Instagram was popping, okay? When Instagram, used to be what TikTok was, okay? Steph London. She came out with a song, right? With French Montana, right? At that time, Steph was dating Burna Boy, okay? But she was hiding the burner. She was hiding the bird, okay? She was hiding the burner. She was hiding the boy. She was hiding the meaning. Like, she's just hiding him, right? And he got tired of it because she was not trying to claim him, right? Okay? Some of y'all might not know who Burna Boy is, okay? But let me remind you quickly who Burna Boy is, okay? Hold on. Oh, I've missed y'all. I forgot how much I missed y'all. Okay, hold on. Here it is, okay? So she was dating Burna on the low, but she didn't want people to know that she was smashing Burna Boy. Okay, so she was like, carrying on like she was a single woman, wumpty wump wump, wump it up, bump it up. Okay, and then one day we were on Instagram minding our business, and Burna Boy took a picture. He had a picture of her and him in the bed, and Burna put it on the Instagram, y'all. He put it on the Instagram. So then the Shade Room posted it. Shade Room reposted it. Then the whole world knew that Burna Boy was her man's. But she didn't want us to know he was her man's, right? And that's before he released African Giant, okay? He had not released African Giant yet. So if you remember, back then, it was Wizkid and it was Davido. Like, it was Wizkid and David. They were the ones, like, representing Nigeria super hard with the Afro beats, right? Burna was, like, 5th place because you also had, like, Techno. You had Techno, but he wasn't. And you had One Day Cole because Escobar was, like, really big, right? But Burna, Burna was outside. I've always loved Burna, but he was not as big as he is now. So back then, he was not that big. He was like 5th place, 6th place, because you had Davido, you had Wizkid, you had One Day Cole, you had Techno, and I want to say, yeah, Burna was like number 5, okay? Number 5. So she was Steph London, okay? I already said her name, okay? She was trying to have it both ways, where she could pretend to be a single woman on the internet, but then in private, she was going to have Timaya, oh yeah, hey JoJo, Merry Christmas. But then in private, she was going to have this relationship with the Burna. And the Burna was like, nah, I'm going to burn this bitch down. So one day he just posted a picture of them in bed. And that's how we knew, right? Then she's like, oh, yes, that's my boyfriend, whatever. And then after that, he released African Giant. When he released African Giant, and that album just went stupid crazy, like stupid platinum, stupid famous, whatever. Then she's like, oh my gosh, I love him so much. Oh my gosh, I love him. I want to marry him. Started wearing like Nigerian clothes, Nigerian videos, Afrobeat music, doing the very most because she didn't know how big he was going to be. Okay. She didn't know how big he was going to be. But now look at her. She cried every 2 days when he moves on. I'm like, girl, bye. There was a point in time you were not trying to claim that boy. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. But I do believe, I will say this, right? I do believe, just like when you hear a lot of dark-skinned black women say, oh, as a dark-skinned black woman, I do believe that a lot of dark-skinned black men also do not love themselves. I really do. So when they have a light-skinned girl, when they have a white-skinned person talk to them, they just lose their minds. They lose their minds, right? Because they don't feel beautiful. That's number one. I mean, the truth is not pretty. We got to say it, right? I think a lot of dark-skinned people do not find themselves beautiful. So when a light-skinned person, I'm like, oh my gosh, my husband's light-skinned, but it's not the same, though. It's not the same. But it's like when a light-skinned person talks to them, they lose their mind. They lose themselves. It's like you are acting bonkers. I'm not saying that a light-skinned person or a white-skinned person cannot genuinely love a dark-skinned person, right? But if the love is genuine, there's not going to be disrespect, right? When you're dark-skinned and your mate is light-skinned or white-skinned and they're being disrespectful, yeah, it's because you're losing your mind. So you're allowed this person to treat you this way, right? I'm dark-skinned Jimmy. I mean, you see Maverick, right? I'm dark-skinned Jimmy's like super light-skinned, but he's never been emotionally abusive towards me, okay? So it's like, I'm like, oh my gosh, let me not be a hypocrite, right? Like, oh, that sounds kind of weird, right? But I've kind of seen that. But I'm like, a lot of black boys who are dark-skinned, they truly struggle with self-love. Tyrese talked about it one time. I don't know, maybe Tay Diggs also went through it. We got to go ask Morris Chestnut if he's ever been through that. But, like that dark-skinned thing, it does a lot to a lot of people. So I'm like, I don't know, right? But it's like, Burna Boy, now that he's big and he's super big, she wants to be his wife. She doesn't want him to date other people. Every time he has a new girlfriend, she loses her mind. I'm like, girl, keep the same energy, right? Keep the same energy, right? Because once upon a time, you were hiding the man. Once upon a time, you were hiding the man. Now that the man is incredibly successful, his name is so big, you want to lose your mind? No. Let it go. Okay, there was this girl in London named Jada something. I forgot her name, like Jada Banks. I don't know. She's like twerks all the time. He was dating her, was sleeping with her. I don't know. She was losing his mind. She was losing her mind. Now he's with Khloe, but like, I guess he's dating Khloe. You're losing your mind. Hey, Miss H, Merry Christmas, my love, right? Like, girl, no, keep the same energy. So when you see it, and that's so crazy. But I'm like, to me, it's like, but when it comes to Travis, I really do not believe that Travis loves himself. I think Travis struggles with his image. Because I'm like, the stuff because she went live. This idiot, she went live. That girl went live. You guys, the stuff she said in that video, she actually made it worse. I'm like, you mean to tell me? Because she was like, oh, he doesn't drink, but I drink. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. It really is a real thing, right? And I think a lot of people too, I think a lot of people as well, they might not want to say this, they might not want to say it, but I think a lot of people who are dark-skinned want to erase themselves through their children. Like, they don't want children who are dark-skinned, okay? Because the kind of hatred they have for themselves, or like, oh, my life was so hard because I was dark-skinned. Nobody loved me because I was dark-skinned, okay? So they want to have light-skinned children. So, hey, Ruva, so that way their children are not going to have to suffer what they suffer. But it's like, listen, your child can be light-skinned and your child can be unattractive. So, hello, I'm just saying, right? You know, look at Gilbert Arenas. Like, Gilbert, he intentionally had kids with, what's that girl's name? Oh, I can't think of her name. What is her name? Forgot her name. What's that girl's name? Okay. You see, Gilbert intentionally had babies with that lady. What is her? Oh, Laura Govan. There you go. Right? See? He had babies with Laura. And I'm like, you cannot tell me that one of the reasons why he had babies with Laura because he didn't want light-skinned kids. But guess what? The babies came out looking just like him. Right? Because one thing I've come to realize too, because I've seen this with James, I've seen this with James, like me and my kids with James, right? I feel like just because your spouse, like the person that you're having a baby with is light-skinned does not mean your baby's going to come out light-skinned. You have to make sure, I mean, it sounds sick to say that, but if you're looking to have light-skinned children, you have to make sure that light-skinned person has enough white in their system. What do I mean by that? If somebody is just like, oh, my parents are light-skinned, therefore I'm light-skinned, the baby might come out dark-skinned, right? But if these people have a lineage where it's a lot of white people that was in their bloodline, then yes, your baby could come out light-skinned. So don't think that, oh, if I'm dark-skinned and she's light-skinned, we have a baby, then automatically my kid's going to be light-skinned. No, it depends. It depends. Because if the person does not have enough white people in their bloodline, the babies are going to come out dark-skinned, like kind of like brownish, right? So like I feel like that's why like Maverick or even Stefan, no, James also, like Trey, for example, or even Maverick, like they're just so white, you know? Because like on Jimmy, like his dad's side, I've told you, like his dad's side, his mother, so Jimmy's paternal grandmother, right? And I'm saying this like, but none of it was playing, right? But when you consider that his paternal side, his grandmother, like, so my father-in-law, his mother, when you consider that she is Creole, like they're from Lafayette, Louisiana, these people, like, they so mixed with French, okay? It's a lot of white people over there, okay? It's a lot of French people. So I can see why when you have a baby with somebody as dark as me, the baby can still come out so freaking light. Because I tell you this, like with James, like when I had James in 2010, right? When Trey came out of me, you guys, it shocked me. I don't know. I can't say I didn't love my baby, but it was just bizarre. I'm like, oh my gosh, like why is he like this? I'm like, oh my gosh, why is he so light like this? Why does he look like this? Oh my gosh. Because in my head, it was like, if we were ever to have a baby, like the baby would be like more like tan-ish, like, you know, not dark skin, not light skin, but like caramel, like in between. But when Trey came out, oh my Lord, I was like, oh my gosh, it is the weirdest thing. And you know, like that experience made me think about Black women on the plantation that were raped by the white plantation owner and that had to keep the pregnancy because imagine, like, first you're raped by a white man, then the baby comes out like super fair with green eyes, okay, or like blue eyes. Like, what the freak is this? It's the devil. Okay, okay. But mine was consensual, but nonetheless, to see it, because you're not having a baby with a white person, right? I'm having a baby with a black person. Does that make sense? Like if you have a baby with a white person and then the baby comes out super fair, and then you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so shocked. Like, why is he so light? Girl, you sound stupid. Okay, the daddy white. Okay. But like to have a baby with a black person, and then your child comes out, and I have to show y'all pictures of this kid, and then the child comes out, and the child is like super like fair with thick brows, slanted eyes. You guys, it was weird. It was weird. I don't want to say like I had a hard time connecting with my son, but it was just like, what the fuck? Who's Peppa? It was just bizarre, And for the longest too, like when I would travel with him, the people would think I was kidnapping somebody's baby. Like, it's the weirdest thing, right? But I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. And then I felt like I had been used. Like I felt like I was a vessel. Like I was like, damn, like this boy just like he just ran through me. He only took my ears. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute, hold on. 9 months, this is all I get? Okay, my ears. That's like, if you look at Trey, that's all he has. My ears. Oh my gosh. Okay, like what the freak? My ears, like really? Okay. So that was kind of weird. Stephon looked a bit more like me. It was okay. Maverick came out. I was like, okay, there you go. Another one. Okay. But it's like, it's really crazy. Like genetics is crazy. So I'm like, so it's like, you can't be like, oh my gosh, like I'm dark skinned, I'm gonna go marry a light skinned person, and then we're gonna have like light skinned kids. No, they might come out dark skinned. So with Gilbert, his kids look just like him. They're beautiful. I mean, I'm like, you see, this is what God's gonna do. This is what God is gonna do. When you struggle to love yourself and you're trying to date a certain way, so you can, hey Jenny, God wish you Merry Christmas. And you're trying to erase yourself, because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to erase your genetics. Like you're trying to erase your phenotype, not genetics. You are trying to erase your phenotype by intentionally procreating with a light-skinned person. Watch God turn around and make your babies dark-skinned. Okay? So now you don't have a choice but to love yourself. That's what I told you. Like years ago, I was like, oh, I want to go get rid of my nose. I wanted to do rhinoplasty. When I was younger, I really wanted rhinoplasty. I wanted to have a smaller nose, right? I really did. But I'm like, oh my gosh, what if you go and get rhinoplasty and now God is going to put a big nose on all your kids, okay? So you can be forced to love your nose. Okay, I was like, you know what? I ain't even going to touch it. Never mind. Thank you. Okay? Because God will make you love yourself. Okay, they look just like him. His daughters look and they're very pretty. I think the oldest looks just like him, right? Gorgeous girl. You would not think that her mother was light-skinned whatsoever. Like, you see this? See this? Because God always has the final say so. Okay? She looks just like her dad. You see? There she is. And she's very pretty. But she looks just like him. So like you see, you're trying to run away from who you are, trying to run away from your genetics, right? And then God's like, oh, okay, do whatever you want to do. But that baby's going to come out and she's going to look just like you. And to me, she's very pretty. Because I think Gilbert is cute. He's just an asshole, right? She's very pretty. But you see, you would never think that her mom was light-skinned. You never would. Oh, Ace, no, we have not. Oh my gosh, that's so sad. The granddam driving drunk, okay? Looks just like her dad. I'm like, God is going to force you to love yourself. Like, go have rhinoplasty. Go do whatever you want. Whatever you're hiding from, whatever you go and cut from your face, God's going to put that on your child. And now you have no choice but to love it, because that feature that you're running from, be it a big nose, your dark skin, whatever you're running from, God will put that on every single one of your children. And now you have no other choice but to love yourself, because your child has it. So I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do the rhinoplasty anymore. I'm going to learn to love my nose. Well, there you go. Okay. You have to learn to love yourself. You cannot hide from this. Like you can't run away from this. I think Karen, I think she was probably leaving her lover's house, because she has a boyfriend. She has a boyfriend. Okay. I think she has a boyfriend because the Black Bill Gates, the Black Bill Gates is a lot older, and the Black Bill Gates probably, can't have sex, whatever. So I think Grand Dame has a boyfriend, but the thing was like to keep it respectful because Maya has been trying to expose her, right? She's done a good job hiding it, okay? But I think she has a boyfriend on the side, which I think is shameful behavior. I think it's shameful behavior. You know, I think no matter what, human beings, they're always sitting here trying to find ways to go around God's will or to redefine what marriage is. You have to fear God. You have to fear God. When you get married, it's for better or for worse. So if your husband has an erectile dysfunction, then he has erectile dysfunction. Maybe he can use his kneecap. I don't know, right? But you shouldn't do that to your husband because Miss Karen, what if you had a problem? Like what if you had a breast cancer and you had a double mastectomy and now you have a whole torso like a man and your husband says, well, I'm no longer attracted to you, so I need to have a girlfriend that actually has titties. How would that make you feel? You understand what I'm saying? If you had a whole torso, like I'm saying, like a swimmer, like you out here looking like Michael Phelps, okay? How'd that make you feel? Okay? So I'm like, that's what it is, right? But I think it's really disrespectful. Like I don't see myself, like let's say like my husband had erectile dysfunction due to aging. And I'm like, oh, you know what? Since Jimmy can't get it up, I'm gonna go find me a younger boyfriend. Like that's sick to me. That's really sick. No, it's sick. It's really sick. Because you can't help it. You know, sometimes with the prostate stuff, like stuff happens, right? But people can't help that. It's part of aging. Right? But I'm like, is sex that important to you? Now look at you. You see, now here are the consequences. Had she been home with her husband with the erectile dysfunction, she would not be out here driving drunk, crashing, and she crashed a whole Maserati. That's a 6-figure car, okay? Cameras everywhere, footage everywhere, going to court, getting arrested, getting convicted. You see this? Because you pay for everything. You pay for everything. So when you're a wife and you call yourself a grand dame, you have to be an honorable woman. And part of that is making hard choices. But I don't think it's that hard though. Your husband just can't raise he can't raise it anymore. It's life. Nene did the same thing. And look what happened to her career also. You have to fear God. No, I'm not. I love Uncle Ray. I don't have a problem with him. But it could be the way I felt as though. It's like I feel like he's like Uncle Greg. Because once Uncle Greg got sick with the cancer, the medication of the cancer, the chemo of the cancer, Uncle Greg got to a point where he had erectile dysfunction. Okay, it is a real thing. It happens. I'm like, we just got to be able to talk about it. It happens. Just like breast cancer happens. And women have to go cut off their boobs. Sometimes it's one boob and sometimes it's a double mastectomy. But is she less attractive because she lost her boobs? No, it happens. It happens. But I'm like, your love can't just be sexual, right? But y'all can learn to do. I feel like people can be creative enough. If sex matters that much to you, I think y'all can be creative enough to do other things. But I don't see how a married woman can be like, oh, well, since you can no longer have an erection, I need you to say that it's okay for me to sleep with other men. Like, girl, you're crazy. You are really, really crazy. And you don't fear God. So all of this, to me, when it comes to Karen Huger, I'm like, all of this is her divine punishment. And it's funny how her lover did not come outside. Once again, it's your husband with the erectile dysfunction who came out for you, right? So the Black Bill Gates, he came outside. He protected her because she was drunk and he was trying to make sure that she wasn't saying too much. Where was your lover? You see, and that's the thing about these lovers. Like, people think it's such a flex to say, oh, I have this man I can sleep with and I can smash. Yeah, sure. Because he's not responsible for you. Everybody's going to love you when I don't have to pay your bills. I ain't got to pay your mortgage. I don't have to do this and that. All I have to do is sleep with you and send you back to your husband. Right? Or it's the same thing. A mistress. All she has to do is sleep with you and send you back to your wife. So, of course, you'll have a great relationship. Right? But when stuff actually hits the fan, who comes out to take care of you? Your husband. And this is why, if you have a good husband, even if he has erectile dysfunction, you should still be loyal and respectful to your good husband. Because why doesn't your lover come and get you? And my thing is, why would your lover even let you drive in that state? So you see, he doesn't even love you. There are consequences for doing stuff like this. It's the same thing. Nene was seeing other people. Like, the rumor was out here, like she was seeing other people in DC, right? She was seeing other people in DC. I think that's where she also met Yoni in DC, whatever. But like, look at her life. Like, there are consequences for stuff like this, right? Especially if you know that your husband has cancer, he doesn't have much to live. You really can't wait 2, 3, 4 years until he dies. Like, sex is that important to you? Girl, you look crazy. And that's why her life is a hot ass mess. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, to me, Marlene, I truly believe that there are spiritual consequences for defiling your marriage. Like, I really do. Because you have to fear God. You got to fear God. And marriage is a very sacred institution. You might not feel like God cares, but God definitely cares because it never ends well. Whether it's a woman doing it, whether it's a man doing it, it never ends well. It never does. But it does. I'm like, but even that though, Cassie, it is sick as hell, Cassie. It is sick as hell. And it's insensitive as F. It is so cruel. Like somebody has cancer. They're fighting for their life. And here you are worried about your sexual drive. Are you sick as hell? I don't know. I don't wish that on myself. I don't wish that on James. Like, I don't wish that on anybody. But I don't see myself like, if Jimmy's in bed, knocking wood, like fighting for cancer, I truly don't see how I'm going to burden a person with my sexual needs. Like, what the freak? It is not that serious. I can breathe, right? I'm just saying. Like, sex is not like oxygen. Like, you're doing too damn much. Right? Your husband is dying. You are really going to go to a dead person. So, okay, is it okay if I sleep with another person? You really want them to think about that right before they die? Are you serious? Like, you're an awful human being. You are an awful human being. I'm like, you're so cruel. Like, I'm like, that is the last thing on my mind. Like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to go to a person that is dying and say, oh, you know, I have sexual needs or I need to sleep with somebody. The person is dying. Hello, Kim. Okay, there are people dying in the world. You cannot be that type of selfish. That is sick to me. You're a sociopath. Okay? But I'm like, Uncle Greg was so sick. He was so sick. So you really, in all of this sickness, you really had the time to talk to him about, oh, I need to be able to sleep with somebody else. You are a fucking witch. You're evil. You're seriously evil. Because what if the roles were reversed and she was in a hospital bed fighting for her life and this man came in there and said, you know what? I need to be able to sleep with somebody. Like, what? My Lord. Like, that's just so evil to me. You're an evil person. That's the last thing you should be talking about with someone that you've been married to that is fighting for their life. Like, the person is fighting to stay alive. And your main concern is who's going to eat your vagina? Like, seriously? Girl, go play with your shower thing. Make it make sense. Your shower head. Make it make sense. Like, you are insane. You are insane. You are insane. And this is why Nini's out here struggling. No job, no career, nothing going on. Because you have to fear God. And when you see somebody dying, you should say to yourself, if this was me, how would I want to be treated? What kind of conversations would I want to have if I was about to die? Okay? And I'm not trying to talk about that stuff. Exactly. Like, it's really sick. It's so sick. Right? You see? And my thing is, if you're the type of person to bring divorce papers to a person who is dying, I feel bad for you because you have no idea what kind of curse you have unlocked over your life. But like I said, a lot of people truly don't know that God is real. I really think that's where we have the biggest issues, that a lot of people do not realize that God is real. Like, God is seriously real. It is not a joke. It's real. I'm not saying you have to believe in Jesus. I'm not saying that. I am saying there is a God. There truly is a God. There is a God. And even like in nature, like karma, like this stuff is real. This stuff is so real. It is so real. So my thing is, if somebody is dying, if your wife or your husband is dying of cancer and they're fighting for their life, and you bring divorce papers to a person who is dying, I feel worse. I feel worse for you because you have no idea the kind of curse you have unleashed over your life. Because you see, the person who's dying of cancer, they might die of the cancer. They're almost out of here, right? But you're going to stay behind, and only God knows how many more years, if not decades, that you have to live. And you have no idea what you have now released over your life. And I'm like, I feel bad for you. I truly feel bad for you because curses are real. And the thing about curses, because sometimes it's like, It's like a delay, like there's like a delayed timing to curses. So you do all this wicked stuff and it doesn't happen the next day, doesn't happen the following week, right? It sometimes might even take like 2-3 years, right? Before the curse actually kicks in. So you think you got away with being so diabolical towards another person that was dying. But I'll tell you this though, you're not going to be laughing for long. Because you have no idea the kind of life you're going to live and you have no idea how you're going to die. And because we're all going to die one day, this is why when people are dying, we should be really nice to dying people because we have no idea how we're going to die. But I just don't see how somebody could know that somebody is going through cancer and then you bring someone divorce papers like you're crazy. Why are you in a rush anyways? The person might die. And even if they don't die, you can't wait for a recovery before you say, oh, I want to divorce somebody. Make it make sense, right? But I'm like, so Karen Huger, I feel like that's her punishment. But I'm like, because she was drunk. So where could she have been? She was not with the girls, so she had to be with her lover. So she exposed herself. Now your daughter's gonna have to see it. Your son's gonna have to see this, right? And I'm like, you see, you guys, I don't know how to explain this. Like, you never get away with hiding things. Whatever you're hiding, I told y'all this. It always comes to light. That's why I always say, don't waste your time going through somebody's phone, somebody's computer, somebody's iCloud, wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump wump. Don't even waste your time with that because whatever a person is hiding, it will always come to light. It will always come to light. They're just dumb enough to not realize this, right? You can't hide anything. Everything always comes out. I don't care how long it takes. Everything always comes out. And so this is why you have no reason to concern yourself about acting like somebody's parole officer or detective. Oh, I'm gonna go through your phone. I'm gonna go through your iCloud. I'm gonna go through this. Girl, it's a waste of time. Put your trust in the Lord. And I'll tell you this, everything that is done in the dark always comes to light. Anything that is done against you always comes to light. You have nothing to worry about. You have nothing to worry about because whatever people are hiding, they always get exposed one way or another. Right? And people think this whole, oh, don't cheat. I'm like, don't even cheat because you love your wife. Do not love your husband. I said, don't even cheat because you love yourself. Right? Because when this cheating scandal comes out, you're going to suffer. It's going to be your career, your money, your reputation, right? Everything you've worked hard for, it's going to affect you. You know what I'm saying? The wife might cry for a little bit. The husband might cry for a little bit. But you're going to have to bear the consequences of your infidelity for the rest of your life. So when you love yourself, you abstain yourself from infidelity because it never ends well. And the cost to pay for that is just too much. Like, it's just way too much. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. Don't do it. But you don't have to listen to me. You know what I mean? Like, she's crazy. She's really, really crazy. You know, Maya, another one. Maya also, with her little cheating in front of her husband, it's not going to end well. Even though I do believe that her husband, that's also his karma, because once upon a time, he was also married. He chose to have an affair with Maya. Hey, babe, what's up, my love, right? Merry Christmas, baby. Okay, he chose to have an affair with Maya. He barely knew Maya. He met Maya in Miami. I think the same night they were having sex on the beach. I'm like, girl, what? Okay, barely knew Maya. Met her, had sex with her, divorced his wife because of Maya, right? But I'm like, you also had to know, G, the reason why she married you, because of your money. Because it's not normal for a young lady to meet a man on the first day and then sleep with the man the same night. That makes no sense, right? The way Maya conducted herself, you should have known, right? So he leaves his first wife for Maya. And I also feel like right now, I think G also has like erectile dysfunction. I think he's also sick. So therefore, she wants to go sleep with this young man, right? And I'm like, he's not even cute, but whatever. But I'm like, you, Maya, this is not going to end well for you as well. Okay? Because think about this. What kind of respectable man will be comfortable not just sleeping with somebody's wife, but even being around the husband, knowing that you are sleeping with the man's wife? You're sick. You're asking to. I feel like some people just want to die. Okay? Whether it's the guy that Maya is messing with or the guy that Remy is messing with, I don't understand how men can willingly sleep with somebody else's wife, talk about it, brag about it, come outside and talk about it. I'm like, you must want to die. Right? Like the guy that Remy is sleeping with, I'm like, you must want Papoose to end your life. Because this doesn't make no sense to me. Right? Because that also was quite crazy. That was really crazy. I'm like, Remy, you are crazy. You are really, really crazy. But to see her lover come outside as I guess, a man and be proud that, oh yeah, I've been sleeping with her and Papoose knew, he's been known, wumpty wump. I'm like, you have no shame about yourself. It's like you are truly asking to get killed, right? But I'm sure Papoose got too much to lose. But anybody else, I don't think you would still be out here breathing. But how can a man sleep with another man's wife and then go live, go on Instagram live and brag about it? I'm like, we are living in such depraved times. This is crazy to me. You have no code. You have no moral code, right? And I'm like, you, Remy to me, that girl, she's a sociopath, been a sociopath. I don't care what nobody says. There's something incredibly off with this lady. No, I think this is who she is. I think she's a low down, gutter, envious, jealous person. And I think the thing with Remy, I think the problem with Remy is, number one, I think she's extremely jealous of Papoose because people have a lot of love for Papoose, right? People love him a lot. So I think she feels as though it's like she's required to always be indebted to Papoose. Like, oh, people expect me to love him. People expect me to be grateful to him. People think he's such an angel. It's like the same stuff that Monique Samuels pulled when she went on Dear Future Wifey, because people love Chris Samuels. And I told you, you have wives who are in competition with their husbands, especially when you have a wife who needs so much public validation, right? Also, I do believe that Papoose is a better rapper than Remy. Okay, I think Pap is a better rapper than Remy. And also when he came to her, like her little diss record towards Nicki, I think he wrote that for her. I really do. Okay. I think he wrote that for her, right? But I'm like, Remy, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something real quick, sis. When you went to prison, it was the love that Papoose had for you that kept you relevant. Because honestly, if you had a man out here waiting for you, girl, you would have came outside. Nobody would have cared. The fact that Papoose cared about you like this, he loved you for 7 years behind jail. Like, we had never heard this before. We have never heard of this before, right? We were like, whoa, something must be special about this lady, because to see a man wait 7 years for a woman, because it's usually like the roles are usually reversed. It's usually a woman who waits for the man, especially a black man, right? But to see a black man wait for a black woman in prison, child, we had never seen this. Okay, we have never seen this. Even when we were sitting here watching Empire, okay? We were sitting here watching Empire, okay? With Cookie, okay? All right? Okay, even Lucius did not wait for Cookie, okay? He went on, got remarried, started a record label, okay? He moved on. So for us to see that Pap is actually waiting for you, it was like, I don't know, maybe it's happened before, but as far as I'm concerned, right, it was never heard of. So that right there, the love he had for you, it gave you a certain mystique. Like, wow, there must be something special about her. So the love that Pap had for you, it kept your name outside. Like, it kept you relevant. So yes, you do owe him a lot, because nobody asked you to go shoot somebody in a car at close range over $10,000 with your small ass mind itself. Okay, 10 grand. Like, hey, Lacey, what is $10,000 to somebody that would eventually be able to charge 50 grand, 100,000 for a club appearance? Okay, but she's so damn stupid. Okay, so I feel like that's the thing. I think she's jealous of him because he has too much attention. He has a really positive image because he never been to jail. He didn't kill nobody. He didn't shoot nobody. He has a positive image. Her, she does not have a positive image. And she went to jail. He's a better rapper. He's a better lyricist. He writes way better than her. She don't know how to write. Okay, she raps like she's a straight up man. I'm like, I don't know. Me, Marlene, growing up, I always thought that Remy was a stud. I don't know. I always thought like she was a stud. And if you remember back in the day, we were a lot younger. Nicki was going around saying that she was Remy's girlfriend. You remember that? Because Nicki had a phase where she was telling people she was a lesbian. Okay, do y'all remember that? Like, I'm talking like mixtape Nicki Minaj. You know what I'm saying? Like, before she signed to Young Money, when she was trying to make it before she moved to Atlanta, there was a phase. Nicki had a phase where she was a lesbian. Okay, she had a phase where she was a lesbian, and she was telling people that Remy was her girlfriend. I will never forget that. I'm like, okay, I can kind of see that. Okay, because hold on. Let me find a video. Okay. Let me see. Cause you see, look at her. I don't have no issue, y'all, but okay, here she is. Where's she at again? Hold on. Okay, y'all see her? Y'all see her real quick? Where's her part? Okay, you see, right? So it's like, to me, she always gave stud. Like, she always gave stud. I thought she was a lesbian. Okay. I always thought Remy was a lesbian. I don't know. Okay, cool. So when Nicki used to go around saying that she was Remy's girlfriend, especially when Remy was locked up, right? I was like, okay, cool, whatever, right? So now she has a man, whatever, black love. He's waiting for her, whoop-de-wump-wump. But I'm like, yeah, he kept your name relevant, and you do owe him, okay? Because I'm sure on plenty of occasion, Papoose was your ghostwriter, okay? So if you had to pay him, how much would you pay for that? But he did help with your public image, because you come out of prison after you shot your friend at close range, okay? You could have killed that girl, but thank God you didn't kill the girl, okay? But you come outside, you have a man waiting for you, he's in love with you, y'all end up going on a TV show. I think he took care of your son, I don't know. You know, then y'all have a baby and things like that. So, like, it gave you a love story, like this whole black love stuff, like, it helped you to stay relevant. Otherwise, you would have been struggling financially, because you were gone for 7 years. The rap scene that you left and the rap scene that you came to find was not the same, right? Hey, Val, Merry Christmas, love, Merry Christmas, right? And so, yeah, it had you triggered. The fact that someone like Nicki was under you, and then when you come out of prison, she's all the way above you, like she's in a whole different class, okay? A whole different universe. You can't touch her. Yeah, it affected you. It really did. But guess what, Remy? You did that to yourself. And now it's like she has all this hatred in her heart. Hey, V, you got all this hatred in your heart trying to punish other people for the poor choices that you made. Because if your friend stole your money, Remy, call the police. You don't have to shoot this bitch. You never have to pull a gun on this heifer. Like, just call the police. If you can't get your money back, then so be it. I'm like, press charges. Get her ass locked up. Right? But I'm like, she's an incredibly selfish individual. She's not a good person. But we'll get to her. But to me, she's not a good person. Because to not even, and I'm like, even though Nicki said it as a diss, but it's kind of true though, right? Because if you have a son, are you really going to compromise your freedom and your ability to raise your child because this girl stole 10 grand from you? Like, not saying it's not money, but I'm like, it's really not that, it's not that deep. Like, it's not that much money. $10,000 is not worth going to jail for 7 years, okay? It's not worth going to prison for 7 years, especially when you have a #1 song in the country, though, with like, what's it called? Lean Back, okay? Lean Back was such a major hit. Whatever that girl stole, you were going to make that money 100, if not 1,000 times over. It is never that deep, okay? She stole from you. Yeah, it's messed up. Call the police on her, get her locked up, and never deal with that ratchet-ass individual. But you have a son, right? But I'm like, the way this lady moves, I'm like, to me, she's incredibly selfish. She's incredibly selfish. And she has shown multiple times over that she is incredibly selfish. I'm not saying Papoose is a saint or whatever, but at the same time, right? I'm like, for what he did for you, though, and how that helped your brand, yeah, you do owe this man. So I feel like she's resentful. Another thing is also, I don't think that Remy feels beautiful, okay? I don't think this lady sees herself as beautiful. I don't think she does. Always the fake hair, the fake lashes, the plastic surgery, wumpty-wump-wump. Another classic case of a dark-skinned girl who hates herself, right? She does not feel beautiful. So I think in her sick-ass mind, she needs men to fight over her to the point of them trying to kill each other for her to feel like she's special enough. That's how much she's incredibly damaged. And this is why, exactly, like Lean Back was such a major hit. They could have gone to clubs in all over America, all over Europe, all over Africa. Do you know how much money Remy would have made off that song? And that's why Fat Joe stopped talking to her, because she messed everybody's bag up, because she's incredibly selfish, because she's an idiot. She's an idiot, and not just that, she's freaking illiterate. That's the number one problem over here too, huh? She's illiterate. Like what? I really think she's a functioning illiterate. Did she even finish high school? Okay. But my point remains, right? When you have jealous people like Remy around you, they will create situations for you to just F up your life so that you can end up in the same predicament. Because I'm like, it feels to me that you want Pap to go to jail. It's like she wants Pap to have a record. You understand? It's like she wants him to have a role. You know what? I went to prison. He also needs to go to prison too, because she's a hateful ass person. When she came out of jail, y'all, this girl right here, when she came out of prison, right? She was kiki with Nicki Minaj, because if I'm not mistaken, because she even went on the Breakfast Club. Okay, I remember that, because when she first came out, I think like within a week or a month or so, her and Nicki were talking on the phone, and it came off to me. It came off to me as if she was expecting Nicki to do a collaboration with her. Okay. And I'm like, and y'all know this very, very well. And this is where Marlene, this is where I ride with Onika. Onika can be crazy sometimes, stupid sometimes, reckless sometimes, because she's also crazy. It could be the drugs. But from what I have noticed about Nicki, right? Onika, she's a businesswoman, right? Which is something that a lot of Black people, especially Black women in the industry, like those female rappers, the Black female rappers, this is where they really struggle with Nicki Minaj, because they think, oh, I'm Black, you Black, I support you, I gave you a shout out, so boom, 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 you owe me a collaboration. Wait a damn minute, okay? It don't work like that. But the problem is, from what you see, that's why I said, like, this election cycle between Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, right? It truly opened my eyes to truly understand not just Black people in America, but Black people across the diaspora. And one thing I have come to realize is that across the diaspora, whether it's Black America, Black Africa, Black Latin America, it doesn't matter. The majority of Black people identify with socialism. It's a real thing. The majority of Black people identify with socialism, okay? The majority of Black people, I don't even think they realize it. Not only do they identify with socialism, the majority of Black people identify with communism, because they think, oh, we all Black, so let's work together, let's make the same money, wumpty-wump. Hold on, wait a minute. Just because we're Black does not mean we want the same outcome. Just because we're Black does not mean we all need to get paid the same. Right. And so they take offense to that. But my thing is, like, when you study Nicki don't play about money. Right. Like, you see, look at her situation with what's her name? With Trina. Right. She didn't have a problem doing collaboration with Trina, because I do believe for Nicki, like, yeah, Trina is my friend. Trina is my sister girl. No problem. I will do the song for you. And I don't think she charged her for the 16. Like, she didn't charge her for those 16 bars. But then Trina says, let's do a music video. Nicki says, where is the budget? Trina don't have the budget. So now Trina's upset, but she's not telling Nicki that she's upset. She goes and tells her cousin, she tells her manager, right? Which is why Bobby felt so comfortable coming outside and talking all kinds of crazy about Nicki, right? You understand? Right? Because how she felt, she didn't tell Nicki directly. She told her people. But my thing is, hold up, wait a minute, Trina. Once upon a time, you were bigger than Nicki Minaj. Were you not? This is why sometimes I struggle with Black women. I really do. Because once upon a time, you were bigger than Nicki. Matter of fact, nobody even knew that one day a girl named Onika was going to be like a huge female rapper. Okay, because you had Miami on lockdown. You had this whole Southern rap thing on lockdown. You were like that, that little princess from the Southern rap scene, whatever. Hey, Fat Merry Christmas, right? That was you. And my thing is, Trina, you made so much money, but instead you wasted your money on clothes. You wasted your money on shoes. You wasted your money on your hair. You wasted your money. Because where I struggle, y'all, oh my gosh, this is why sometimes it can be so hard to have conversations with Black people, right? Because it's like accountability, we don't like it, okay? But my thing is, money is power. Money really is power, y'all. Even a dollar is power. Even a penny is power. Money is power. But Black people are always so quick to depart with their money. Like, look at our behavior. We are always so quick to depart with the money. Oh yeah, here my money. Take my money. Give me a bag. Take my money. Give me weave. Take my money. Give me some wigs. Take my money. Give me fake nails. Take my money. We're always so quick to give our money away to other people for some weird ass trinkets or for some weird ass services, right? We give our money away. And even the people that she dated, Trina was able to date men with lots of money who also gave her money. Trina, where is the money? Where is the money? Right? And my thing is also, why don't you find a way to marry one of them people? So multiple times over, you see Trina squandering her money. She squandered her beauty, and she also squandered her time. Don't come for me, okay? Do not come for me. Right? So now here we are. Nikki does the song for free. She collabs with you for free. But you're saying to Nikki, oh my gosh, like, Nikki, let's do a video. She said, okay, where's the budget? Now, because you wasted all your money, you Sakata, okay? You luxury Sakata. Now you're expecting Nikki because, oh, she's worth 100 million, so it's nothing to her to spend the money on the video. No, Trina, this is why you're broke. Okay? This is why you're broke. And that's why I said, instead of getting mad at Nikki for not wanting to put money in in the music video, because let's be honest, Trina, it's your song, right? It is your song. It goes on your album. Like, it benefits you more than it benefits her. So my thing was, you first and foremost, when Nikki does the bar, like when Nikki does her, when she gives you the 16 bars, whatever, off the strength of that alone, the fact that you didn't pay for that, like, you know what, sis, you've done way too much. Now, if you want to do a music video, if you don't have the money, instead of expecting Nikki to just volunteer the money, just say, hey, sis, you know what? I want to do a music video. I don't have the money. Can you give me a loan? There you go. Because it's business, right? Because she already did enough for you. Ask her for a loan. This time I'm going to pay you back. Or guess what? Go in your closet. Yes. You go in your closet and you sell all this luxury foolishness. Okay? As I like to call them, white people trinkets. Okay? You sell all this foolishness until you make enough money to pay for your music video. We have to start acting like adults. Okay? Because I'm sure this lady right here, her closet alone is probably $1 million worth of clothing. Sell all this bullshit. If you care about your career, you have to sell the bullshit. Right? Because, like, what happened to your money? What happened to your money? Because you cannot tell anybody that Trina did, like, in her bank account. Me, Marlene, I cannot believe that Trina, throughout her entire career, especially when she was mega hot, I don't believe that she didn't have over $5 million go through her bank account. Where the freak is the money? Where is the money? Okay? Where is the money? Right? And it's like these ladies don't like it when you hold them financially accountable. You have to care about your money. Because you can't expect later on that your friends are going to bail you out financially, or that your friends are going to front you the money and just give you money. Nikki does not just give people money. She's a businesswoman. She's not going to do that because she also has to make money. It's a business. And I think a lot of Black people who go into music, they're like, oh, I'm gifted, I'm talented, I know how to rap, I know how to sing. That's cute and all. But the music industry is a business. It's not just about performing arts. You have to care about the business side of the music industry. And I think, like, too many Black people, too many Black artists, especially Black women, they only care about the artistry, right? Oh, the way I sing, the way I rap, and also like the visual, like, oh, my artistry and then my looks. That's all they care about. No, you got to care about the money side of the business. It's a business, right? And that's why, for example, like, if you notice, Nicki Minaj has really low budget music videos. She has low budget music videos, okay? Because she's not trying to borrow too much money from the record label. If you also notice carefully, Beyonce usually has low budget music videos, unless it's Disney that's paying for it. When Disney pays for the music videos, then Beyonce goes crazy. If it's just Beyonce paying for the music video herself, it's usually low budget. She'll do her own hair, she'll do her own makeup, because she's trying to save money. because it is still a business. It might be entertaining to us, the consumers, but when you are an artist, you have to care about the business side of the music industry, right? So I'm like, you cannot be mad at Nicki. She doesn't owe you anything. Same thing with Lil' Kim. Oh, Nicki did this to me. Da-da-da. When I was younger, I was like crazy, like Lil' Kim. I love Lil' Kim, okay? Forever, okay? Forever. But my thing is, I got to a point also where I got kind of tired of Kim always complaining about Nicki did this to me, Nicki took this from me, Nicki this. I'm like, no, Kim, you also need to start being a little bit more honest with yourself, okay? Because you also squandered your money. Where is your money? Where is your money? How can Lil' Kim, of all people, you out here and they're foreclosing your house, a $4 million house is being foreclosed upon? You mean to tell me, Marlene, that you Kim, you never had enough money to pay that house outright? Yes, she did. But what did she do? Clothes, shoes, makeup, hair, clothes, shoes, makeup, and hair, right? And so now you get to a point when you're not as irrelevant as you used to be, and you squandered all your money. You can't afford these features anymore. You can't afford to have this music director anymore. You can't afford this, and that, because you squandered your money, right? You have to respect money. You truly, truly have to respect money. You have to respect your money. Because once you squander all your money, you can expect other people to come in and bail you out. That is not how it works. And I think these girls, they always get mad at Nicki because Nicki is a numbers person, right? Does it benefit me to be on your song, right? So Remy comes out of prison. She talks with Nicki. Like they had, I guess, like a little friendly kiki, whatever. But I really feel as though she felt as though Nicki owed her a collaboration. And I'm like, no, she never told you to shoot anybody. Okay? She never told you to shoot anybody. If she had told you to shoot this girl and then you went to prison, I could see why you would feel entitled to her giving you something. No, you were at the top of the game. You squandered your position because you had to shoot somebody over some money. And it's not even like it's significant money also, okay? So you go to jail. You go to prison. You come outside, and Nicki, who's been grinding hard, you feel as though, oh, what you worked hard for, let me have some of that, okay? Get on a song with me, do a collab with me, and then we're going to blow up. No, okay? I do believe, I'm going to tell you all this also, okay? I do believe, like, everybody has to be able to bring something to the table, right? If you're saying, hey, Nicki, I want to do a collab with you, okay, what is she getting in return? Because otherwise, you're a leech. Otherwise, you are taking advantage of the person. And it takes a lot of maturity to see it like this, right? It takes a lot of maturity. But you should not sit there and feel like, I don't know, that people owe you stuff, right? Because, a decade ago, you were coming to my ciphers. A decade ago, I was sleeping with you. A decade, girl, that was a decade ago, okay? In the words of Nene, don't tell me what's then, tell me what's now. Like, okay, it's been a decade. People can't owe you forever. At some point, you have to move on. But my thing is, Nicki does not owe you a collaboration. And if you want Nicki to collab with you, you got to have something to offer up. What does she stand to gain in return? And I wish that sometimes, especially like amongst Black women, especially people want stuff, I wish a lot of people would know to talk like that. Like, it is business, right? Business is business. Friendship is friendship. But sometimes, like, oh no, but you're my friend, so this, and that. Your friend could want to do it, but it's at her discretion. If she doesn't do it, you cannot be upset because you should know, hey, you know what? My friend, one thing she don't play about is her money. One thing she don't play about is her business. So don't mess with people. So I think that made her bitter because she was expecting a Nicki collaboration and she didn't get that. And I'm like, no, because she doesn't owe you that. You came out of prison. She picked up the phone. She talked to you. So that's it. What more you want? Okay. Right. So then a couple years go by. Right. And then she meets Meek Mill at I think it was like some all-star game somewhere. And allegedly Meek told her like a lot of, grimy information about Nicki. She runs to the studio to make a whole diss record. Like, you see this? Because you have an awful heart. You are jealous. Like, she's a jealous human being. I'm like, you are a jealous human being. Like, you're extremely ugly on the inside, right? Because no matter what Meek said to you, did you have to run to make a record about it? You couldn't wait to make a record dissing this girl, right? Because you're jealous, because you're a hater, because you're hateful, because you're envious, and because you lack self-awareness. Because if you had some real self-awareness about yourself, you would say to yourself, you know what? I was at the top of the food chain. I was at the top of this female rap game, whatever. I was going to be the biggest star, and I threw it all away because I couldn't control my anger, right? Because I didn't know how to sort this out and through legal means, right? You threw everything away. So you can't be mad that once you get locked up and there's a void that Nicki took, like she came and she filled that void for the people. And also, Nicki, like you could have gone to prison and Nicki also could have not have been successful. But if she became successful, right? If Nicki became successful, you also have to give her credit. It's not just because it was a void, but the way she presented herself, the way she introduced herself, right? It resonated with people, right? These multiple people in her head, these multiple voices in her head, like people like that from Monica. Like they like that stuff from her. So give her credit, right? But it's like too many girls are just too busy being jealous that they don't even have the self-awareness to say, you know what? There's something special about her, right? Like it or not, there is something special about Nicki Minaj. You don't get to be that famous just because you're light-skinned, okay? There is something special about her, and people like that. And unlike you, Nicki knows how to get messy without ever putting her hands on people or without even getting arrested. Your problem is you don't know how to separate that thug persona from Remy the artist, right? Because there came a time you had to separate yourself from being a thug and actually being an artist and also being a businesswoman. But you chose to act like a thug while you were becoming the #1 rap artist in the country. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? So when you squander your life, you can't expect other people, just because you're black, you can't expect other black people to hold your hand, to give you free stuff, to accommodate you. No, because everybody out here is trying to make it. You had a great opportunity, right? You had everything, like it was your moment. And you were like, no, I have to shoot this girl. I got to shoot this girl. Okay. You behaved like a thug, so you got locked up like a thug. Okay. You got to take that L. You have to. But I'm like, the music industry it's a business. It truly, truly is a business. And too many black girls go into it thinking that, oh, it's all about, oh, how well you rap or your clothes or this, that, or how sexy you are. No, it is a business. At the end of the day, every decision you make has to be profitable. It all has. Everything has to be profitable. Otherwise, get the fuck out. Go have a free SoundCloud account and go do your art over there, right? But the music industry is a for-profit business. It's not a non-for-profit business. It is not I don't know. No, okay? These people want to make money. It's like that one girl who's always complaining. What's her name? She's also a lesbian. What's her name, y'all? She's like really big. What's that girl's name, you guys? Where is she? You guys, what's her name? She's dark skinned like this. She's overweight. She's always complaining. Oh, she's going to stop music. Hold on. Where is that girl? Oh, her right here, right here. This one. What's her name? What's this girl's name? Chica. There you go. This one, right? This one right here. She's always complaining like, oh my gosh, I'm not light skinned. Oh my gosh, I'm not light skinned. I'm not light skinned. Oh, shut up, okay? You shut the hell up. Shut the hell up, okay? She gets on my nerves. Like, she gets on my nerves. Like, she gets on my... This girl right here, she gets on my nerves. Because I'm like, Chica, let me tell you something, right? If you want to be a pure artist, your art, girl, go on SoundCloud, okay? Go on SoundCloud. At the end of the day, I repeat, you guys, and I need a lot of dark-skinned people to increase their gangster. Like, I am so tired of the woo is me, I'm dark-skinned, people hate me because I'm dark-skinned, and this girl, she's only winning because she's light-skinned. Oh, shut the hell up, okay? Shut the hell up, okay? Shut up, okay? It is a business. The music industry, it's a business. And not just that, it's not even how well you rap, because y'all know a lot of people can't rap and they famous, okay? Ice Spice, okay? A lot of people cannot rap. But the thing about the thing about the music industry, the entertainment industry, y'all, it's the packaging. Okay, it's the packaging. You have to have appealing packaging. Okay, not trying to be mean, but it's like you have to make money. I don't know what is so hard about this. It is for profit. The music industry is about making a profit. These people don't want to go broke. Okay? But because, once again, I'm going to say it, because so many Black people identify with socialism, they think you should do things, for the sake of it, or because it's the right thing to do. No, it is a business. If it was the church, I get it, right? But I think sometimes Black people put their churchly expectations on worldly, secular things. No. And one of my biggest grip with her is like, Chica, you do nothing. Even though you're queer or you're a lesbian, whatever, but you can still be like an attractive lesbian. You can be an attractive stud, right? It's like you intentionally present yourself in a way that you don't want people to even be attracted to you, right? Like there's no swag, there's no finesse, there's no brand, like there's no sex appeal. Like Young Ma is a lesbian, right? But even though I'm not like a stud, I'm not into that kind of stuff, but I can see how girls who are into that kind of stuff could find Young Ma attractive, right? Because she tries a bit. Like, it's not just the rap, it's the whole package. Chica, she's so focused on, I'm a great lyricist, I'm a great writer. Yes, but that is not enough to make money, right? And I've told y'all this too, right? I'm like, listen, I've had brands before. I've had a brand before. And one thing I have come to recognize, you guys, it's not even how great your product is. You could have the best product and no sales. You understand? And then somebody could have a horrible product and have amazing sales. Like, look at this whole Patrick Ta beauty thing, right? Patrick Ta, to me, if you ask me Patrick Ta makeup, right? I think his makeup is BS. Even Makeup by Mario, right? Even Makeup by Mario. I think their makeup is utter BS. But the thing is, people don't care. Because you think people who are buying Patrick Ta makeup are really buying it because this is the best blush ever. No, they're buying into the brand. There's Vietnamese, like white-skinned Vietnamese dude who does makeup on all these like supermodels who happen to mostly be white people, right? Does that make sense? So that's what these girls are buying into. You mean to tell me, like, if you take Patrick Ta blush and you compare his blush to NARS, that Patrick Ta eats NARS? Never that. It never gave, right? But what people want status. Right? Even that Black girl who started breaking up his makeup and just breaking up the makeup, you really think she's upset because she didn't get paid? Right? If you're destroying $3,000, $4,000 worth of makeup, you really think this girl is destroying this makeup because she didn't get paid? You think it's really a money issue? No, she don't care about the money. She wanted his recognition, right? That's why she was going so hard, because she wants him to make her feel like, yeah, you're like these girls. Because let's say the majority of the people on his page, right? Not saying that that's what I believe, okay? But my point is, let's say that you could say, okay, the majority of people that he does makeup, like, where he does their makeup, right? That these girls are like, oh, these girls are like a 10 or they're like a 9, right? You understand? Right? Because these are considered to be some of the most beautiful women in the world. They're incredibly successful. Wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump wump. So the issue with her is not that she didn't get paid by Patrick Ta. Come on, if you truly needed money, you would have taken all his makeup, you would have put the makeup on the Poshmark, and you would have sold this makeup and got your money, girl. Right? But what she wanted from Patrick Ta was recognition. She wanted him to acknowledge her. That's really what she wanted. And since she didn't get that, she starts acting all deranged on social media, right? Because these girls want status. These girls want to feel like, oh, I'm just as beautiful as a white woman. I am just as comparable as a white woman. Because a lot of these white girls live rent-free in their heads, okay? They don't feel beautiful or worthy until they can compare themselves to a white woman, all right? Because a lot of people out here struggle with self-love. Makes sense, right? So this is the thing with Patrick Ta. It's the people that he works for. Like Patrick Ta, if he was doing makeup on regular people, they would not be going crazy to buy his makeup. Right? And another thing I've also noticed with like Black psychology is that the more you exclude Black people, the more they want your acceptance. Okay? So if you have a brand and then you intentionally do not cater to Black people, then they want it super bad. Right? If you have a brand and you cater to Black people, it's whatever. Okay. It doesn't feel that special. Black people want to be excluded. When you exclude Black people, it makes them want your product even more. And this is why, for the majority of the time, Black-owned brands, whether it's Black-owned beauty brands, Black-owned hair care brands, they don't do well because the problem is they focus on Black people, right? So the moment you say to yourself, I'm going to have a hair care brand for Black women, you've already lost because they don't want something just for them. Because for them, and they need to compete with white people to feel special. If you say this brand is just for Black women, it's like, well, like, there's nothing, there's no stakes here, right? You have to have a brand for white people. And then there's like, now the stakes are higher because now these girls want to fight to be included because they need to be next to white people to feel beautiful. Like it's a real thing. It's a real thing. It's the same thing. Like if you have a brand that's made for bigger people, like if you have a brand for plus size women, it's not special to them because even plus size women do not want to be next to plus size people. Because she doesn't want to be reminded that she's plus size. She wants a skinny people brand to make a size for her. So psychologically, it makes her feel as though, oh, I'm skinny too. I can wear whatever the skinny girls are wearing. Da, da, da. This is the human brain is just weird. It's all sickness. It's all mental illness, right? It's all mental illness. It really, really is. But I've come to recognize them. Like if you're Black, don't ever say to yourself, I'm going to make a brand that's just for Black people. You're going to lose. You don't understand. You're not going to make that much money. And you will have a lot of problems because you should make a brand that's for all people. And the more white people you have, the more Black people will seek your brand. It is a sick thing, but it's the truth though. I ain't lying. Okay. You got to be honest with yourself to admit that to yourself, right? For example, let me show you something else. Let me show you something else. Okay. Look at this brand, Way. Okay, the Way, whatever. Here's the brand, right? Look at this brand. You barely see any Black people on this brand. Like you barely see any Black people on her page. Okay, you barely see any Black people on her page, right? But look at how people go above and beyond. Do you know how many Black girls are obsessed with the Way? Do you know how many videos I see like Get Ready With Me, Reset Sundays, Wumpty Wump Wump, because y'all know I am outside, right? But I'm like, do you know how many people, how many Black girls are obsessed with the Way? Right? No, I don't know how to explain. I just feel like wherever there is white people, wherever you have an abundance of white people, to a lot of Black people, it signals quality, it signals success, it signals status, it signals this and that. They're going to tell you, oh, no, that's not true, Marlene. I love myself. No, you know, there's what people say. And then there's what people do, right? Because on the outside, a lot of Black people want you to believe that they're so confident, they love themselves, they don't have no issues, they don't care about white people. No, when they see a lot of white people in their head, it signals status, it signals quality, it signals success, etc., etc. Yeah, me, Marlene, I'm okay with that, right? I don't know why people struggle with the truth though. But like I said, a lot of people don't do shadow work. But like you see the behavior, right? Right? This obsession that so many Black people have with Louis Vuitton, it is so bizarre. I'm like, why are you obsessed with this, right? And they come to find out that the whole Louis Vuitton print comes from the man's kitchen. Okay? These are actually his kitchen tiles that he turned into the moniker for the brand, right? But you see, hold on. But you see how crazy Black people go for Louis Vuitton because it's for white people. It was made by white people. So anything that white people have, Black people want because it makes them feel special, right? And this is why I also understand, like, you really have to sit here and you got to think about stuff, right? I'm like, you see, this is why I understand also why you have so many Black men who want to date white women. It is not so much that the Black man does not like the Black women. No, it's that he's also trying to be like, he's trying to feel like he's somebody too. Because when you're told for so long that you can't marry a white woman, you can't be with a white woman, there are laws against you. You know, I feel like part of your, like part of you, I don't know, how can I say this? Like part of your manifesto as a Black man is to say, yes, I'm able to sleep with a white woman. Right? And I think like that's the part that a lot of Black women don't don't understand psychologically. But I'm like, if we look at the raw psychology of human beings, especially Black people, it makes a lot of sense to me. Because are you really a man if another man can tell you who you can and cannot date? Are you really a man if another man can tell you who you can and who you cannot marry? Right? Because when you compare a Black man to a white man, okay, both can have money, both can have education, da, da, da. But if you say you can have everything but the white woman, I can see why for a lot of Black men, the white woman is like the Mount Rushmore of my full manifestation as a freed human being, right? Because that's that one thing that the white man has always had that the Black man could not also have. So now it's like, okay, yes, I can have money. So now it doesn't really mean nothing to me. Yes, I can have a fancy car. Yes, I can have this. Yes, I can have that. But that white woman, right? She represents that. She represents the fact that now you are on the same parity as a white man, right? And I'm like, oh, wow, I can kind of see that. I can kind of see it. I kind of get it. So you pursue the white woman, not because you think she's the most beautiful, but in terms of manhood, from the white manhood to the Black manhood, the white woman, if you're a Black man and you're able to have a white woman, it does mean that now you're equal to the white man. You're as much of a man as the white man is a man. Because especially when you consider, especially in America, when you consider that for so long, no matter what your age was, as a Black man, you were called a boy, right? You would have grandpas, you would have granddads be called to be referred to as boys in this nation. You understand? So what is the one thing that was always guarded, protected, shielded, even by law, right? Prevented Black men from having access? It's the white woman. So it's like if you're thinking in terms of like the Infinity Stone, right? If you think in terms of the Infinity Stone, right? It's like she's like the last ring, okay? She's like the last ring, and then boom, 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 like, I'm a man, right? So I can see that, right? Because it's like you make the white woman so rare, like you make her so inaccessible, you make her so rare, and you do that for centuries, yeah. People are going to be obsessed with that, right? It's like buying a Mercedes. Like when you see these cars all over the place. You see these rappers with these cars. They're like a Rolls Royce. Like when you keep seeing things over and over and over, and they're always out of reach, you say to yourself, the day I make it, I'm buying that car. The day I make it, I'm buying that bag. The day that I make it, I'm going to marry this woman. The day that I make money, I'm going to have sex with this woman, right? Because the more you make things inaccessible to people, the more they want it. That's the human brain, right? The more you tell somebody don't do something, the more they want to do it. Oh, there you go. Okay. So sometimes you do have to use reverse psychology on people, right? But it's like you have to notice that, and it's a weakness for a lot of Black people. But it's like when you're Black and you lie to yourself. When you're Black and you lie to yourself that you somehow are not seeking white validation, this is how you're going to hurt yourself, because you are in denial. You are in extreme denial, right? But notice how even a lot of Black girls, when they talk about luxury, it's always things made by white people, right? Because in their mind, if it's made by white people, then it's luxury. And that's why they buy a lot of overpriced trinkets. Because luxury should be the quality of the material, right? The hours that were spent making it, the detail that went into making it, right? The ingredients, But notice the majority of Black girls in quote unquote Black girl luxury, all they care about is the price tag. So if it's expensive, therefore it's luxury. Is it really? Right? But because these girls are also broken people who need status. They need status. So when you need status, you buy as much white people shit to feel like you're somebody important, right? Otherwise, to me, I feel like if anything that is made by hand, especially like if it took over 50 hours, 100 hours to make by hand, I think that's luxury, right? But for them, if it does not have if it don't have a white man's name on it, it's not luxury. Why is that? Why is that? Think about that part. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's a thing. You understand? I'm like, so I get it. Because I'm like, human psychology is a real thing. It is a real thing. And if you don't take your time to understand what motivates people, you're not going to have success with people. And you're going to keep being frustrated with people. The sooner you understand what motivates people, the better you can place yourself, the better you can handle people. And the better your relationships are going to be with people. Because the brain is really powerful. Psychology is real. I'll play another video for y'all. But I came across this video recently, like 2 days ago, and I was like, damn, this is so true, right? But the more you tell people they can't have something, the more they want it, right? But when something is readily available to people, they don't want it. So if you compare the way, and I even noticed, I'm like, listen, look at this whole drama between like with Mielle Organics, right? Oh, Mielle got sold to Procter & Gamble, so therefore the formula has changed. Wumpty wump 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 the wump. You know what I'm saying? Sure, whatever. Okay, but come to find out, right? Come to find out, wait, she also sold her brand to Procter & Gamble. I'm like, so why is she not facing the same backlash? Why is she not being accused of changing her ingredients? Because it's the same dynamic. Mielle got bought by Procter & Gamble. The Wear got bought by Procter & Gamble. It's even on the website. They're not even hiding it. Okay, it's on their website. Forgot. Yeah, you see? It's right there. It's right here. Okay? It says it right here. Click to read Procter & Gamble. Okay? Right there. Right? So the wet also got bought by Procter & Gamble. But notice how she's not facing the same backlash. She's not being accused of changing her ingredients. She's not going through. No, I'm not saying it's not impossible, right? I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying that can't. It is possible that there is damage because she put way too many essential oils in that oil. It's just nothing but essential oils. And ask me personally, I don't think anybody has any business putting oil on their scalp. Who told you to put oil on your scalp? I'm like, what the heck? We're saying because our hair is kinky coily, it is harder for the sebum to travel down the hair shaft. So if anything, the oil has to go on the hair, not on the scalp. The scalp doesn't have a problem unless you have a severe scalp condition. But even that, oils are not going to fix it. But if you look at her ingredient list, it's like 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 essential oils, right? But I'm speaking to the Procter & Gamble situation, right? I'm speaking to the Procter & Gamble situation. I'm like, Way also sold her stuff to the Procter & Gamble, right? But one thing I have noticed is that when a lot of white people are using something, or when it's a lot of white faces, there's a stake now. There is something now for Black people to fight for to be included. Does that make sense? But when there are no white people, I do believe that Black people get bored. They're not interested, right? They're not interested. Because I'm like, this energy that you have to sit here to crawl with Patrick talk. Why don't you give that same energy to Danessa Myricks? But the problem is, Danessa Myricks is quote unquote for Black people. There's just way too many Black people. If Danessa Myricks catered more to white people, if she had like more white celebrities, which is something that Pat McGrath did, because Pat McGrath, you look at who she was doing makeup for, okay, her entire career, supermodels, most of them is white people, okay? So you see, Pat McGrath, because she's done decades of doing makeup for the predominantly white supermodels, predominantly white models, right? It gave her a certain aura of luxury. So she comes out the gate with a palette for like $150, $200. Nobody's complaining. Same thing with Natasha Denona, right? Her palette was like $275, almost $300. But it's okay because it's a white woman, right? And it's like, these are things that even me, I had to learn that. Right? I was like, Marlene, like you can have an amazing product, but the problem is you're Black, sis. Like you're Black. So people will never look at you and think luxury. They never will. It's like, it's fucked up, but it's the truth though. People never will. Even people who look like you will not believe that you are capable of creating luxury. Because even Black people, the majority of Black people do not believe that Black people can create luxury. They think it's only a white people thing. Right? And I'm like, and it's like, it's so ingrained. Like, it's so crazy. It is so ingrained in their heads, right? You like, at some point, like, I gotta leave it alone. But I'm like, if you take what you did and you let a white woman release the same product, it would have a different
it will be received differently, because when a white person does something, and that's for all black people, black women, black men, they're all the same. If a white person holds a thing, shows a thing, comes out with a thing, and for everybody, it signals success, status, quality, luxury, wumpty wump wump, wump the wump. Okay? I've noticed that. And I'm like, my next brand, I know it sounds crazy to say here, but I'm like, even my next brand, if I ever have like another brand, I promise you, I'm gonna put a white person as a CEO. I'm not gonna lie to you, because it's just psychology. And you cannot undo 200, 300, 400, 500 years of programming. You just can't. You just have to go with the flow. You just gotta go with the flow, right? Gotta go with the flow. Like, there's this one girl, I saw her, she was also like kind of famous, okay? Okay, I'm all over the place, but it's okay, right? So this Asian girl, right, Chriselle, I mean, she could be Korean, right? Her name is Chriselle Lim. Now, Chriselle, she was out here doing like the whole fashion blogging, like luxury fashion, whatever. She allegedly has this one brand. She has this one brand. It's a perfume brand. They didn't even know much about it, but it's called Fleur, right? So allegedly, she didn't start the brand. But she was hired to like bring the brand back to life, right? So now they're making all kinds of money. And she's charging like $38 for vanilla. So she has one perfume that has like a strong vanilla scent. Like, it's just vanilla. How many times have people bought a perfume that has vanilla scent to it, right? Okay. This lady comes out with a new vanilla perfume. The people are going crazy. I think she sold like over 100,000 units on TikTok, right? Selling vanilla to people. You see, it's $99. Here it is, right? $99. Okay, right? Here it is. But when you consider who is selling it, I can see why people don't have an issue giving her $99 for this vanilla perfume. I can see it. You know what I'm saying? Because her skin is white. She's Korean. You see, all of that says status, luxury, this, and that. So when she comes out with a $99 set, whatever, like, oh yeah, have my money, right? Because in people's heads, because there's a lot of black people who buy her stuff too, right? It's like, yeah, it gives luxury. You'll buy from a Korean, right? And I'm like, that's life. Okay. And this is why some people who win look a certain way. I'm like, your color, I've come to recognize this. Your color, your complexion will limit how much you can charge, or like it dictates how much you can charge people, right? The darker you are, you have to charge less amount of money, okay? The lighter and the whiter you get, you can charge as much as possible. Yeah, I'm sure it smells good, right? I'm sure it smells good. But I don't believe that it's so like, oh my gosh, I've never smelled this before in my life. Oh my God. And she even said, she was like, it was kind of crazy because they were just solely selling online. People did not have the opportunity to go in the store and actually test the fragrance. So what gave people that security? Like, you know what? I trust it to be a good product. What was it? Her skin. The fact that she's Asian. Right? But I'm like, I would love to see somebody do an experiment where a black person sells perfume that people have never smelled, but there's nothing special about her branding. There's nothing like that. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, you can, if you have it, you'll start to justify why you're paying $99, right? There's nothing special about her packaging. I am really sorry, right? I'm not trying to be funny, but you have seen packaging like this at TJ Maxx. Okay, like this component right here, I don't even think it's more than $2. I don't think her component is more than $2. Even the font is not special. Like, it's a basic font. There is nothing. Nobody. Oh my gosh, Marlene, this packaging. No, it's glass. You can go to TJ Maxx and you can see packaging like this. Okay, but when you need to justify why you've done this, oh, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but it's like modernized as a way of saying cheap as fuck. Right? There is nothing special about this bottle. There is, like, if you're somebody that's bought perfume, if you have a long history of buying perfume, this bottle is basic as fuck. It's basic as fuck. If you didn't know who she was, you're like, what the fuck? Why is she charging $99? You have seen this packaging at Ross. You have seen this packaging at TJ Maxx. You have seen this packaging at Target. I would even argue that Victoria's Secret, their perfume line, has better packaging. Okay, I think Victoria's Secret has better packaging than this, right? This is basic as fuck. So this whole minimalist thing is a way of scamming people, right? So if you didn't know who the person was, you're like, what the fuck? $99 for vanilla? Bitch, get the fuck out of here, right? But then once you see the person, you say, oh, yes, oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, yes, this is so amazing. Because now you're like, oh, wow, it's her. So now because it's her, you have to find all these compliments to justify why this basic shit is worth $99. But it's incredibly basic, right? It's basic. And the fact that nobody ever smelled it and that people bought it without even smelling it because they assume she's a rich Korean and rich Korean people smell good. Exactly. Like, we're not stupid. Right? We're not stupid. And I think sometimes, I really do believe that sometimes if we were really out here comparing scents, like you don't know the person, you don't see the bottle, you just spray the scent and you just let people smell it, people would probably go for even more affordable scents because, oh, this smells really good. But once you see the packaging, once you see the bottle, once you see the owner, the founder, the CEO, you have a different reaction to, oh, yeah, this is luxury. Like, oh, hell no. Right? That makes sense? It's psychology. And this is why I always say people could get offended. And this is why I always say when it comes to your cultural image, you can't play about your cultural image. Right? But one thing we have recognized, and like that's across the diaspora, Black people don't go to war behind their cultural image. We allow anything to slide with the Black cultural image. And then we wonder why. We wonder why things unfold the way that they unfold. Right? But there are certain things you will never see Koreans do. Not because they don't do it, but they don't want that ish to be their cultural image because they want to make money. There are certain things that you will never see certain white people do or even Jewish people do, right? Because they want to make money. So they're not going to let you play with their cultural image. Right? But over here, oh, anything goes, right? You can pay a Black person any kind of money and they'll play the dumbest role, the stupidest role, the gangster role for cheap ass money because people don't care about their cultural image. People have bastardized, I'm being honest, people have bastardized the Black image. So today, it's like, it's worthless. It's worthless. You see, because when you don't take care of your cultural image, this is what happens. So most Koreans, when you see most Koreans, it's always like luxury, it's Korean drama, it's K-pop, it's this, and that. So it's like, yeah, it's not hard to associate Koreans with luxury, right? So a Korean can get off with using a $2 component, pouring all kinds of vanilla in there and selling it for $99. And when it's all said and done, she probably makes like $80 profit, just raw profit on her perfume because she's able to leverage her cultural image. Right? You know what I'm saying? There you go. You know? It's a real thing. It's a real thing. You know what I mean? It's a real thing. But it's like over here, people don't care about the Black cultural image. I was watching yesterday because there's this like beef going on with Fat Joe because Fat Joe likes to use the N-word. Like he likes that stuff, right? He's always used the word. I mean, nobody ever corrected him. So now that people are trying to correct him, like you can't use that word, he's losing his mind because he doesn't understand. How dare you take the privilege away from me? Okay, so he's going at it with Tariq Nasheed. He's going at it with Jason. Like he's just going back and forth with these people. But I'm like, I was telling Jimmy, right? Because Jimmy even said, he was like, New York, first of all, Fat Joe is from New York. New York, to me, they have a stupid, goofy ass culture anyway. So I don't know. You know, that's the thing. But I was like, people have allowed Fat Joe to get away with using the N-word because all he had to do was pay this rapper $10,000, 15, whatever, like a little bit of money, right? And these are like, yeah. If you pay me some money, I will co-sign the fact that you can use that word. You take Eminem, right? There's a lot of stuff that Dr. Dre co-signed for Eminem that he was able to get away with, right? But I'm like, you see, for a little bit of money, there is always a Negro that will say, hey, you know what? If you pay me a little bit of money, I will co-sign the fact that you can do this, and that. You can say this, and that. So here we are. So I can see why Fat Joe in his head, he is so confused. Like, why are you checking me now? You know, I can see it because it's like to him, you're trying to take a certain privilege away from him. And for so long, Fat Joe was able to say nigga, 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 and make all kinds of money. And if he can't say nigga, 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 how is he going to make money? How is he going to make money? Because that's part of his image. That's part of his music. That's part of his lyrics, right? So now you say, oh, you can't say this. So what is he going to say now? What are you going to say? And also, how is he going to make money? Right? But you look at Fat Joe, there's a reason why Fat Joe, hey Bridget, right? There's a reason why Fat Joe feels comfortable to the point of like he's even upset that you're trying to tell him after all these decades that he can't use this word. Like, you crazy. Right? Because over here, anything goes. Anything goes to the point that when you tell somebody you can't use the word anymore, they get mad. Because they are so accustomed to talking any kind of way, saying anything, anyhow to anybody. So now you're saying you can't talk like this no more. He's confused. Like, what you mean? You see? Because I'm like, that's privilege. And I'm looking at Fat Joe. I don't even think he realizes that. It's privilege. But for so long, he's been able to pay for that privilege. You put Fab on the record. You put Ashanti on the record. You put Remy on the record, right? You pay these people 10 grand, 20 grand, and then you're able to say whatever you want to say, right? But Cardi, it's the same thing. It's money because she pays for that. And then also she's married to Offset, right? So like, well, my husband is Black American, so I guess I got to say that too. Ooh. Okay, but it's money. But my point is, when it comes to the Black cultural image, no, people don't care. People don't care. Anything goes. Like, it's like anything goes. And then when later on it becomes a problem for business, like, oh, I don't know why people don't want to buy from me. I don't know why I can't sell my stuff at a higher price. I wonder why. Okay. When it comes to marriage, oh, I wonder why nobody wants to marry a Black woman. You're not serious, right? Do you not see the cultural image in the media? Right? And that's what we're saying. You got to bring a certain level of shame back because people have to treat the Black brand with respect. But like right now, right? It's like if blackpeople.com was a domain, like on a website, like if you were to go to GoDaddy and say like blackpeople.com, right? How much money do you think you can get for that? Right? If you type koreanpeople.com, blackpeople.com, indianpeople.com, anglo-saxon.com, jewishpeople.com, right? Which domain do you think will bring the most money? And then which domain do you think will bring the less amount of money? Right? And this is why I say, like, you cannot let people play with your cultural image. When I say it causes so much prejudice, like it causes so much prejudice. It causes so much prejudice. Like, oh, let people do whatever they want to do. Let people live. No, we cannot let people do whatever they want to do because we're all in this thing together. Okay? We're all in this boat of Blackness together. Like what you do over there, it affects all of us. It affects all of us. That's why you give, oh no, whatever somebody wants to do, that's their business. Whatever you do in your house, that's your business. No, it's not. Because once it becomes public and it leaks onto the streets, it will affect all of us. That's where stereotypes come from, right? A few people do goofy shit, and then ultimately it becomes everybody's punishment. Why? How's that fair? It's not fair, but that's the way the world goes. So that's why you got to be really mindful. But one of my biggest grip with Black people is that nobody truly cares about the Black brand. People don't really care. But oh, Black power, Black this, oh, shut up. Nobody really cares about the Black brand. And if you want to make activism the Black brand, oh, hell no. Because activism also, it cheapens everything. You don't want to fight all the time or be mad all the time. That is not a good brand. And it's not a good brand for business. It's not a good brand for business. I'm like, no, I don't want to be an activist. Okay. I don't want to be an activist. Most people should not want to be an activist. But if the Black brand is either activism or whatever this is right here, we have a problem. And the past 5 to 6 years alone, like even 8 years, right? It's not a decade yet, but the past decade alone, but especially the last 6 years or so, look at what's been happening to the Black brand. Look at it. It is so bad. It is so bad. And once upon a time, it was only consuming Black men. Black men used to have a bad rap, not because they're bad, but because of the mainstream cultural image, right? But today, it's even consuming young Black women, young Black girls. Like, everybody's being consumed by this BS. I'm like, this is crazy. This is so crazy. But in the past 6 years alone, you guys, like, look at what's been done to the Black woman's image in like 5 to 6 years. And I'm like, if people don't take a stand against this is going to go like straight up nosedive. Like, nothing good's going to come out of this, right? It's like she's either this crazy, angry activist or she's like this loose, promiscuous person. It's like there's no in between. This is crazy. This is so crazy. But you know what? That's going to be for another video, right? But my point was to say, like, cultural image, it really matters because it's a brand. Everything out here, I've come to recognize, like, everything out here is a brand. Everything is a brand. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, so for me, I feel like when you look at the Black brand today, it's in trouble. It's like we really have to hire like PR people to come and rescue the Black brand so you can like you can make the brand be worth a lot more than what it is. Because if this brand was a .com, if this brand was a domain, I don't think it'd be worth more than $500. You know what I'm saying? But brand, it matters a lot. It matters a lot. And it's like most people, I think most other people, they have crazy stuff in their community, their culture, whatever, but they usually hide it. Right over here, it's like the bad stuff takes the forefront. And then the good people are completely ignored. And I'm like, that truly needs to change. That truly needs to change. Right? So it's like, it's sad. But I'm like, it makes perfect sense to me. Right? And I'm like, and this is why sometimes it gets to be so difficult for Black women, Black men to make the money they feel like they should be making. I hear what you're saying, but our brand does not demand that kind of money. Right? It sucks. It really sucks. And it's like, because people don't want to realize that, yo, we're all in this together. Like, we are really all in this together. You have to care about the brand. You really have to care about the brand. But a lot of people are incredibly selfish. Like, I don't care. I represent this. I represent that. And not even taking into account, like, okay, you're going to go out there like this and have this image with billions and billions of impressions, right? You don't care how that makes other people look. They don't care. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't care. People really do not care. Like, why are you doing this? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and that's what, like, no. That's why I mark them like, nah, I don't claim everybody. Like, nope, I don't want to, because this right here, it's going to be harmful to my brand. I don't want to be associated with that. You are insane. Like, you are truly insane. You are crazy. You are really crazy. But when I came across her story, I'm like, yeah, it makes perfect sense to me why she's able to sell vanilla in like a $2, at most $5 component for $99. Look at the packaging. She's the packaging. Right? She's the packaging. You know what I'm saying? And this is where, like, I'm going to say this, because she's also in the perfume thing. This is where I would hope that Jackie, for example, would learn to just be quiet. Right? Because even going back and forth with those ladies, the super fives, for me, honestly, I'm like, I don't see how this helps your brand. I really don't get it. Because if you consider Forever Mood also, I'm like, you should do what she's doing. Do what she's doing. Stay quiet, Jackie. Sell the perfume, right? I told you this. Sell the perfume, get dressed, spray perfume on, right? Go on these panels, talk about women empowerment, talk about women in business. You know, like, do what you have to do to win these awards. Like, that's the focus on that, right? But if you have a perfume brand, because perfume to some extent is giving like soft life, you know, it does give soft life, it does give luxury, whatever. If you decide to go this whole like perfume thing, body care stuff, whatever, you can't have a body care brand and you're out here arguing with these little girls on the internet, on the TikTok. It diminishes the brand. You know what I'm saying? It diminishes the brand. No, I will not. I'm not buying her perfume. I don't like her, so why would I buy it? I'm not fake, okay? I won't go out of my way to destroy what she gave me, but I'm not going to buy it. No. You know what I'm saying? No. I will not be buying it. But I do believe, just because I don't like your ass, does not mean I don't think you should win, right? No, I'm not being serious. I don't care for her. I really do not care for her. But I do feel as though if you have a chance to make it, you should really make it. Like, go all in. Stop being distracted. But the problem is, I think that person, like, she's so into her activism mode. She has to clap back at everything, like always missing the forest for the trees. But this whole back and forth with the Super 5 ladies, I truly don't see how that furthers the goals of Forever Mood. I don't get that. I don't get that. All that energy that was put into doing the video, doing your makeup, trying to be passive aggressive, that's the same energy that Jackie could spend going to like perfume houses, right? Looking at new scents and new fragrances, like maybe like even on her TikTok, right? Instead of doing all this black girl luxury bullshit that I don't think people really care like that, but that what do I know? But I think it'll be probably better if you took your TikTok and turn your TikTok into like a sensory experience. Like, okay, how do you make the fragrances? How do you pick the scents? How do you pick the undertones? You know what I'm saying? Like traveling to places, like show people how the stuff is made, show people how like these flowers are harvested, how they're turned into like fragrances. I'm like, to me, I think that would be more beneficial to her and to her audience, right? It could even, it could even like open you up to more people, right? Because people love to know what's in the bottle. People love to know how things are made, right? Like that's what I would do, okay? Because I'm not about to go over here, over there with these young girls that honestly, like, these are like little sisters. I'm not doing that. Like, that's crazy. And also, I'm the type to believe, this is where black girl luxury really comes in. I'm the type to believe that when you have money, you shouldn't have haters, right? Because if one of the young ladies came out and said, oh, she thinks your bottle, like the packaging it's not giving luxury, I think part of being luxury also is knowing how to take feedback, right? Like with a luxury person, like somebody who really lives a life of luxury, is that person really going to clap back at everything? No, it's giving ratchet. It's giving low class. So you're either high class or you're not. You're either luxe or you're not. So if you are a luxury woman and a young lady says, like a little baby says, you know what, I think the bottle is like, it's not giving luxury. I think the bottle giving Target or TJ Maxx, right? Which honestly, she's not lying. But I would say, you know what? Okay, thank you, baby. Like, I hear what you're saying. We're going to work with designers. So instead of being mad, the way I would clap back is I would actually go out of my way to hire a bottle designer. And then my next TikTok would be me like working with like the top bottle designer in the world and us conversing about the upgrade to the bottles of Forever Mood. You know, there's a way, like you have to learn how to clap back in a sophisticated way. But at the same time, I do believe like if you're not sophisticated, it could be hard to also pretend to be sophisticated. Okay. But you see, to me, that's a very classy clapback. If somebody says, oh, Marlene, I think your bottles are not up to par. Okay. She has the right to say that. And honestly, like I said, the bottle, it does give a Temu version of Angel by Thierry Mugler. So it's like, it's not something we've never seen before. Right? She's not lying. And plus it's at Sephora. Like, when you sell at Sephora, we expect your packaging to look a certain way. But you take offense. Now you want to be petty and you want to clap back. It's giving ratchet. It's giving ghetto. Okay? And that's what these girls don't get. They think because they buy things or they live in big houses that somehow you're luxury. No, luxury is not just a way of life. It's like it's a mindset. But my point is, if the young lady says that the bottle is giving cheap, your clapback should be, you go find one of the best bottle designers in the world, right? And then y'all record a TikTok. And then you talk about the upgrade, the new vision, or the next collection, like the new capsule collection for Forever Mood and what those bottles are going to look like. But oh shit, you don't trigger her now. This is how you clap back when you are a luxury woman. Okay, that's how you clap back. That's it. And also send her more perfume. Matter of fact, send her a Chanel bag, right? You have to learn to quiet people gracefully, okay? It's like you really have to learn to quiet people gracefully. But it's like too many Black women are always stuck in this. I'm like, it is ghetto, it is ratchet. This is why people always put you at a lower, in a lower box, in a lower category, right? Because you don't know how to clap back on a classy plateau. You have to learn to be classy, right? I'm not saying don't clap back, but clap back with money. There you go, right? Because these little girls, they're younger. Younger people are going to be better for the most part at reading your old ass. Okay, because you live in a bubble. These young girls, they are really outside. They make TikToks every day. They talk to people every day. They answer comments every day. So young people are more up to par when it comes to how to clock an auntie. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You live in a very protected bubble, so you can't go back and forth with the little girls. You ain't gonna win. Right? So where you win is by going somewhere where they can't go. And that's a place where money resides. Hello. Okay. So my thing is, you go find a great designer to design the bottle. Right? And then you show them that Forever Mood is going to come out with a capsule collection. And these bottles, honey, they're going to eat. They're going to eat. That's what you do. Right? Like waking up, doing whatever she does all day, every day. It's like, girl, it's getting boring. Your content is stale. Okay. But my thing is, you take your TikTok and then you turn the TikTok into a sensory experience. I'm talking like you actually get on a plane with Dennis. Okay. You get on a plane with Dennis. And then you actually go places where the fragrances are made. You show people where these flowers are harvested. Like you show people what really goes into a bottle of Forever Mood. To me, that is more beneficial than to sit here, put your makeup on and be like, oh, I don't know her name, but she looks like Taraji P. Henson. So you don't know her name, but you know enough to know that she looks like Taraji P. Henson. Girl, go ahead with that. Girl, just carry on. Move. Okay? Be quiet. You know damn well what that girl's name is. Don't play these stupid games. Okay? But I'm like, once again, how does that serve the brand? How? You know what I'm saying? How? And that's the problem. And that's one of my issues with fire signs, huh? What's it called? Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius, right? Always being so gung-ho about the minutia. This is trivial as fuck. Trivial as fuck. It's fuck. Okay? But my thing is, would people rather see you do your makeup and be passive aggressive to like some 20-year-olds when you're like almost 35, pushing 40? Okay? Auntie? Okay? Or is it better for you to take your money, take your platform, hire people who know how to film, hire some editors, right? And then turn your entire TikTok into a sensory experience where you show people what goes into making all these scents for Forever Mood, right? Okay, then they can learn. They can see the flowers. They can see how they're being harvested. They can see how you take these flowers and you take the petals and how you turn these petals into an actual like an oil. Like, you know, like, wow, I didn't even know that. Oh, wow. How you pick a bottle. Like, you know, to me, I'm like, that would be an amazing series on TikTok. And then at the end of the series, you launch a new product with the new bottles. Bum, 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 bum. This is how you clap back. And these young ladies who had so much to say, when the stuff is ready, you actually reach out to them. And then you send them the perfume. And I might even put a Chanel bag in there. Okay? Okay? And after that, she will never talk about you again. This is how you silence people. Okay? Y'all just always being so damn emotional. Like, yeah, I'm like, people act like they don't have money. Let me tell you something. The whole purpose of having money is to pay people off. When you have money, anybody that says anything about you, you pay them to shut the fuck up. Okay? That's what money's for. I don't know why you have money and you have people giving you bad press and then you are engaging with the bad press. Like, you are remedial as fuck. Okay? Like, you're so remedial. Like, make it make sense. I'm like, this does not help the brain. Because in my head, once you know that someone like Chriselle is making this much money selling perfume, girl, you need to model yourself after Chriselle. Is Chriselle going to sit on TikTok and go back and forth with people? No, she's not. No, she's not. She'll be like, oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so sorry. We're going to do better. Okay? We also, like, I think as Black women, we have to learn to put down the sassy, strong Black women. No, you want to be as rich as possible. Okay? So, oh my gosh, you guys, I didn't know. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, it's going to do better. Right? But if people are complaining about the packaging, you cannot get upset about that. They are the consumers. They have the right to say, hey, you know what? This is not what I had in mind. Okay. Why are you upset? Why are you upset? I'm like, why are you mad? They have the right to say, this is not what I had in mind for this packaging. Because the perfume sector, like, it's extremely competitive because people have pretty bottles. People have seriously pretty bottles. Okay, you go to any department store. When you go to the perfume section, like, it's beautiful. Like, it's very, very, very pretty. from the bottles to the packaging of the bottles. It's like, wow, this is gorgeous. So the way you release Forever Mood, it didn't hit. It didn't hit. And it's okay. It's your first time doing it. Don't be mad. Right? But it's like, I don't understand how people have time to buy Birkins, but people can't spend the money hiring people to help them with their business. And that's also a thing I have noticed with a lot of Black women who have businesses is that they are incredibly cheap. They are incredibly cheap. But my thing is, if you can put money into a $20,000, $30,000 Birkin, then you can spend $30,000, $40,000 on somebody designing a bottle for you. You have the money. And that's a great investment, right? Make it make sense, right? That's it. And it's like Michelle, I can see why Michelle can get away with the minimalist packaging because she doesn't do too much. Like, oh, even though she wears expensive things, it's not like she doesn't brag about it. You, on the contrary, you are very braggadocious. So your bottle has to have this va-va-voom. The bottle has to have a je ne sais quoi, right? Exactly. The bottle has to have a va-va-voom to it. Hold on. Right? You see? But this bottle, you see, this bottle right here, this bottle, it gives cheap. It does. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like, if you didn't know who made this perfume, you wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, this is the prettiest bottle I've ever seen. No. It gives cheap. Not trying to be mean, but it's not like, wow, I ain't never seen this before in my life. No, it's not impressive. So when you look at somebody and you look at the lifestyle of somebody, right, and who wants you to know I have money, because she definitely wants you to know I have money. And then you see this bottle, it leaves a lot to be desired. It doesn't match the person's lifestyle. So when the young lady says, I was not impressed by the bottle, you got to have enough self-awareness to understand why she's saying that she's not impressed by the bottle. Because the bottle, honestly, this is something I expect to see at Target. This is something that I expect to see at TJ Maxx, Marshalls, right? I expect this to be a discounted fragrance. Not trying to be offensive, right? Not trying to be offensive. If I think about, hold on. Okay, yeah, you see? Right? When you look, like, we go into like the yellow theme, whatever. When you look at Daisy from Marc Jacob, for example, right? You look at Daisy from Marc Jacob, like, you see, it's simple, but it's so freaking cute. I love this bottle. It is so cute. But this is a custom mold. Like, it's, you know, they spend a lot of money, especially for the cap. So you can even keep the bottle simple, but you can add the drama when it comes to the cap of the bottle. Like, that's where the drama can go, right? But I'm like, yeah. You know, but it's like, you look at this and it's like, is this really worth $79 though? Right? And not to be offensive, like the 4 and the R, that right there, it gives like old school, like 90s, like Fat Farm, Baby Fat, FUBU, right? I don't like the font. It's giving Thug Life. I don't like it, right? Forever Mood, I think the font could also be better, right? Hard to get. You see, like, even the spacing of it right here, like, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. It would have been better for her to just have a logo, like have a beautiful logo in gold. Like, I'm like plated gold. Let me see if I can show you. Hold on. Let me see if I can show you what I mean. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I guess this will be close enough. Hold on. But smaller. Oh, yeah, like this. Maybe this. Yeah. See? Instead of doing all the little stuff, it will be better to have a logo that represents all of that. And you just put that gold, like gold plated and embossed. So it's like you have a bit more texture coming out the bottle, right? That to me would look so much better on the bottle than to have all of this. I'm like, because this is ratchet. Like, I'm trying to be mean, you guys, but this is ratchet. This is not classy. This is not, there's nothing about this font, like this font, or this font. There's nothing about these fonts that give luxury. Even the logo, I don't like the logo. I think it could be something else. Right? But you gotta think about it though. I don't know what it would be, but you gotta think about that. But I'm like, there's a better way. So when the young lady said that she didn't like the package, I'm like, yeah, I can kind of see it. Like I'm saying, it's $79, right? But I'm like, okay. And even the box, I don't know what the box looks like. Let me see if I can see the box. What does the box actually look like? I don't even know. Let me see what the paper box looks like. Okay. So here's one of the boxes, right? You see? But I'm like, even that box too, I'm like, even this. Yeah, like this, I'm telling you, you can find something better at Victoria's Secret. It really is. So I'm like, the girl was not being mean. I'm like, you released this and you thought, oh yeah, this is so beautiful. Like, yeah, anybody who says anything is against me. Like seriously, like you're not serious, right? You are seriously not serious. Like, come on. You can even go to Victoria's Secret and you can find something way more appealing or alluring than this. Let me show you. Hold on. Victoria's Secret perfumes. I'm like, she's not being mean. Right? But you see, and these are fragrances by Victoria's Secret. But I'm like, the packaging looks a lot better. See if I can find some pretty images though. This one is cute, right? You see? This is what I mean. This is exactly what I meant. There you go. You see, I knew I wasn't crazy. Look right here. Hold on. You see how they put everything on that little square, right? It's a lot more pleasing to the eye than to have these weird fonts going on, like 3 different fonts. How can you have 3? I'm like, this is crazy. Okay. How can you have 3? This is a font. It's another font. It's another font, right? How can you have 3 different fonts on the face of one product? 3 different fonts. That makes no sense to me. Okay. That's a lot, right? It's better to have a main logo and then put down everything, and it's more seamless. It's more pleasing to the eye. Okay. But you really have to invest in people who know how to design, because sometimes you just don't have everything. You can't have everything. Okay. It's not always easy to have it all. But my thing is, I think it would make more sense though to hire people who know how to design packaging. There are people like that, right? So if you're rich, or as rich as you claim to be, you should take some of that money and invest into hiring a proper perfume designer. Like you would hire someone just to design the bottle, just the bottle alone. Like you would hire someone to just design the bottle. Then you would hire someone to just design the actual packaging of the bottle, because it's not always the same person, right? You know what I mean? Because you got to go for somebody who knows how to design for packaging. And then you got to go for somebody who knows how to like pick paper, because paper is extremely complicated. It seems easy, but it's not that easy, right? That's what you want. But you have to hire people who are extremely good at one thing. Like you're extremely good at designing perfume bottles. So therefore, how much you charge? Pay the person their money. And then you hire someone who's extremely good at designing packaging. You hire that person. Then you go and find the company that can actually make your packaging and who can make your bottles, right? And you make everything as beautiful as possible, right? There's no rush. Make everything as beautiful as possible, because I'm like, to me, I do feel like once you are very successful in the fragrance section, you can do a lot. You can do like body scrubs, you can do lotion, you can do body gels. Like you can do a lot. You can do a lot. But you have to ace. Like you gotta, everything you release, you have to ace it. And when you have money, or you claim to have money, I don't see why that would be a problem. Okay. You have to ace it. But that's what I would have done. Okay. I'm just saying, like, that's what I would have done. And I just feel like when it comes to your TikTok, transform the TikTok into a sensory experience for people. Right. And if let's say like this, I don't know, this ingredient is made like somewhere in China, like fly out to China and actually record it. Like people can see how what it's made like. If you have another thing that's made in the Maldives, like you actually go to the Maldives and you show people where the stuff is coming out of, right? If another plane is made in Argentina somewhere, you go to Argentina somewhere, okay? And let that be what's on the TikTok. right? So that way more and more and more people can be like, wow, this is so beautiful. Like, not because I really do believe that people love to know how things are made, and people love knowing what's inside a product, because then they feel more connected to the product. And one thing I have come to realize is that when people have a deep emotional connection to a brand, it doesn't matter how much you charge, they'll pay for it. Because that emotional connection is so strong. Like, it's just so strong. So they got to have a deep emotional connection to the brand. But if people don't see the background of how something is made, especially this day and age, and then you just release the product like that, sometimes it can be really hard for people to connect with the product, because it's like, okay, vanilla is vanilla. Okay. Or like, this is that, this is this. Because they don't see how much work goes into making a fragrance. Right. So I'm like, that really matters. We've had Jeffrey do it here with his palette, right, on YouTube. But I'm like, I don't think we've had anybody do it on Instagram, on TikTok, right? But I think a TikTok series on the whole fragrance and how the stuff is made and how it's sourced and how the bottles are designed and how the packaging is designed, like everything that goes into creating these products. I think if that was a YouTube series, a TikTok series, sorry, I think it would do really well. I really do. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm like, you know, because you do want to be successful, because you're already in there, you know, you're already in there. So why not? But I can see why, because I'm like, if you compare perfumes that are around that price, like $80 price point, you know, the bottles do look a lot nicer. They do. But I'm like, you should want to be, sorry. You should want to be like this girl. You know? You should want to be like her, because I'm like, they sold 100,000, like 110,000 bottles plus on TikTok Shop. I'm like, on TikTok Shop alone, oh my gosh, right? So you should want to clap back at people, or like directly, right? Oh my gosh, there is a way. Oh my goodness, there is a way. There is a fancy bougie way to clap back at people, right? And like I said, when anybody talks bad about you, if you have money, send them some product. Okay, send them some products and put a Chanel bag in there. Put something that they can't afford in that bag. Okay, just to let them know. Okay, okay, all right, that's it. I remember I had this one person. I used to give advice to this one person, right? Another crazy person. And so that person at one point got in like some kind of, I don't know, kerfuffle, is that how you say it? With some executives, right? And she was like, oh, Marlene, I remember the one thing you told me was like, you should always finesse. I'm like, yes, okay. Because if you have money, I don't know why you're arguing with people. I really don't get it. If you have money, I don't know why you're going back and forth with people. I really don't get it. If you have money, you pay people to shut up. Okay. There you go. And I always say, send them a Chanel bag. So guess what she did? She sent the people a Chanel bag. Okay. And they're like, oh my gosh, I love you so much. I love you so much. Like, you see, isn't it easier to send somebody a gift than to have to go back and forth with the person? Okay. Which one is easier? Because, you know, the thing is, when somebody takes a gift from you, it's going to be really hard for them to talk bad about you, especially if it's an amazing gift. They're like, oh, wow. If she did this once, what else can she do for me? There you go. Right. But I've come to recognize, like, a lot of people just don't know how to finesse. So I'm going to argue. I'm going to go back and forth with her. It is a waste of your time. Let your money do the talking. Okay. Right. Anytime, if you have lots of money, you don't have a reason to have people not like you. Everybody has a price. You find out what the person price is and you pay the price. Okay. And then they'll shut up. That's how it goes. Okay. Then you carry on and you have your nice little brand and you keep making more money. Okay. And every time you encounter someone who's against your brand, you're nice to the person. Okay. You give them little gifts. Okay. Then you keep pushing. And they'll turn around and say, oh my gosh, I love Marlene so much. I love her brand so much. I love what she does so much. There you go. Because money makes people shut the hell up. Okay? Money makes people shut the hell up. I was thinking about this one brand. Okay? And I was like, it would be nice. Exactly. Right? I was like, it would be nice for this one brand if, You know how like Sephora has the squad? I'm like, it would be nice if this one brand had a squad program. Like it would really be really, really nice. Right? It would make a lot of sense. Like you should have a squad. Because allegedly, from what I'm understanding, is like the Sephora squad, once you make the squad, like you are guaranteed an annual contract. And I'm like, how much do you want to bet that in that contract, once you sign that contract and you take that money, probably for the rest of your life, you can never talk bad about Sephora ever, ever, ever again? Okay? Y'all crazy. Okay? How much you want to bet? So I'm like, when you see that you have some people who talk bad about you, you need to find a way to pay them and then make them sign an NDA. Okay? And then go about your business. Go about your business. I know I don't have time for that. I have to raise Maverick. Okay? But I mean, like, it to me, like, I could really see that be extremely beautiful, especially on TikTok, because it's so different. It is so different. Like, we have to get away from drama all the time, clap back all the time, blocking people all the time. Like, it's extremely tacky. It's extremely ratchet. Like, it's so ghetto to me, right? It doesn't give luxury. Because Chriselle, she wouldn't do something like that. The majority of these girls who are in the perfume space would not be behaving like this, right? Who even takes time out of their day to put makeup on to talk about people who are quote unquote not even on your level? Like, are you bored? Are you bored in the house? Bored in the house? Are you bored? Right? But I just feel like if you're at Sephora, if you have the grace or the grace, the blessing, the favor to be inside of Sephora, I think you should really focus on how you can be one of the biggest fragrances at Sephora. Okay? That should be your goal. You should try this. How can I become one of the biggest fragrances at Sephora? Because I'm like, if Sephora takes you around the world, like, because they have so many, like, they have so many stores, okay? But I'm like, if Sephora takes you around the world, like, do you have any idea how much money you could really make? Like, seriously, you guys, I mean, look at Huda Beauty. Like, do you have any idea? Seriously, do you have any idea how much money you could really make? Right? So I'm like, once again, and I have another friend, I have to tell that. I'm like, is it like a black thing? Why do you people always miss like the forest for the trees? Like, I don't get that part, right? These little goofy ass clapbacks you're doing, these whatever. I'm like, all of that. You don't know if an investor's looking at you. You don't know if like a buyer is looking at you. You have no idea. The goal should be, how do we become like the top selling fragrance brand at Sephora? Because if Sephora takes you across the world, like everywhere they have a Sephora store, they take you there. Oh my gosh, like you can sell this company for maybe $1 billion. Okay? You can sell this brand for over $1 billion. Just that thought alone, I'm not fighting anybody. Y'all don't understand. Like me, I would delete all my videos, okay? All right? Just that thought alone. I would not be clapping back at no one. I am not doing that. I am not doing it. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. Because if you could really sell your brand for $1 billion, like, is all of this worth it? Like all this back and forth with people, all this clap back with people, like, is it really worth it though? If you could sell your brand for $1 billion, what would you do? And what would you not do? Okay. So I'm like, move as if you can, and one day will sell your brand for $1 billion. Right. So I'm like, find a classy way to clap back at people. Right. And anybody, yeah, she did. She had to. Because we all used to love doing that goofy stuff, right? But if you could really, like, if you could truly sell your brand, like, even if it's not $1 billion, but even if it's like 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, why are you wasting your time with these people? It's just not worth it to me. That's me. Okay? Just not worth it to me. Look at the big picture. You know what I mean? No, I think Kayali, like the thing with Mona, people love Mona. Like they like her because she's sweet. I mean, and plus she's Huda's sister. So I feel like once you're already successful, people just want to be into the brand so bad because you represent success, right? Like, oh, I want to buy it, whatever. But even Kayali too, I'm not a fan of their bottles. I don't like their bottle. I don't like the font. The font is so big that they have to break the word apart. Like it's like 2 stacks, like 2 rows to spell the word Kayali because it's like the font is just so big, right? But I'm like, you really got to think about that kind of stuff, right? But you should be really mindful. Because I'm like, with fragrances, you can do a lot. Because way, like now she has the shampoo stuff. She has body care stuff. She has like all this kind of stuff, right? Maybe she also has candles. So I'm like, Yeah, I wonder how much she sold wear for to Procter & Gamble. But it's a lot of money. And you will never, ever have to work again. Your kids will never, ever have to work again. Your grandkids will never, ever, ever have to work again. Okay? So you got to take that stuff seriously. You really do. You have to. But I'm like, Crissle, she's making a lot of money. And when I saw that, I'm like, Jackie, this girl right here, she should be your blueprint. Crissle should be your blueprint. Okay? Stop clapping back at people. Stop blocking people. Stop being mean to people, right? And actually, like, you know, be sweet, be gracious, be about the brand, move like a CEO, and do this and that. It's so funny because I'm like, I feel as though the stuff she used to criticize other CEOs for doing or not doing is exactly what she's doing. And it's like, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because you have a chance to like do well. But I'm like, wow, I didn't know that. I think Lacey sent me this. I'm like, what the heck? Okay, 100,000 bottles on TikTok Shop at $99. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. But she's not clapping back at people. You know? But anyways, let's go back to Travis Hunter, y'all. I have so many topics. It's crazy.
What I'm about to tell Travis is even more important than any gameplay. You see, what would it matter if you won trophies, if you're the best college football player, if you got drafted to the NFL for millions and became an 8 or 9 figure earner, if at the end of the day, you're only going to be left broke and destitute? Yeah, you already know where I'm going with this. And I'm not about to sugarcoat nothing.
Ooh.
Travis, that girl you're with is going to cost you everything. Yeah, if you don't make the right moves right now, that heifer gonna cost you everything you work for. And your mama and daddy should be on your head right now, especially your mama, because she already know what's up. That girl is a problem, and I'm about to get into it. But I talked about Oklahoma State versus Colorado already. It was like Oklahoma didn't even show up. The score was 52-0. But what everybody's talking about is a drama surrounding the game instead of the game itself. First, everybody was joking about how Coach Prime walked out his sons, Shedeur and Shiloh, as the seniors were celebrated on senior day. Their mom, Pilar, another washed up thought bucket, she wanted to get some of that shine. As soon as she walked up on the field, she greeted them and Coach Prime went the other way. You had some folks saying, no, he wasn't running from Pilar. He had to go walk out Jimmy Horn Jr. And I already explained to you that's not really what happened. If you want the truth on that, make sure you watch the video after this one. The link is below. But obviously, Travis Hunter got a young 2024 Pilar right now, and he don't even know it. Travis Hunter and his fiance made it into the social media streets when this clip went around right here.
Lynn, you got the best man in football, girl. Give that man some keys. Why is she upset?
After the game, of course, Travis Hunter is a star, so as always, he had a bunch of cameras in his face. He went to hug and kiss his fiance, and this is what everybody saw. She was obviously unhappy about something. Now, rumors started swirling around that she was mad at him because during the game, the Oklahoma cheerleaders on the sideline had some sort of non-verbal, non-physical interaction with Travis. This right here.
I get shifted with a young fella. Oh, now that boy go right to the cheerleaders. Oh, nah, it looks like he's looking at them. He's probably not looking at them. Oh, nah, he look like he getting rizzy, but he probably not.
But this
his life ain't going like that.
This is what I'm not understanding, Travis. I'm like, Travis, you're so young. Like, why do you need such a serious relationship like this? This is
it's
crazy.
Really nothing but word is. That's what his fiance was mad about. Sports fans started responding to this, telling Travis he better get a prenup. They told him his fiance was a problem and basically warned him about what we've all witnessed over and over between these athletes and the bummy Jezebel leeches around them. So instead of enjoying their big win, Travis was running his own PR campaign on IG. He dumped all these pictures and videos of them. And in the caption, he wrote, "Queen with a crown." Then his fiance, she responded with a heart. Of course, people kept coming for him in the comments. That's when Travis told fans, stop being so invested. She good. Then this right here didn't make it any better.
No, baby. The real rules. Since y'all think we fucking beef at a fucking game. Baby, you go. Rule number 1.
Rule number 1.
What's rules we have in a relationship?
Rule number 1. Always talk in private if we have a problem with something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's not. That is not your only rule. I'm taking off my makeup. No, that's not our only rule. Second rule is we don't hug people of the opposite gender.
And we don't greet people with the opposite gender.
No, it's not that.
And you know, and it's funny that because now that I'm hearing her say that after seeing what I've seen, where she's like twerking with other dudes and they're grabbing her butt and this and that. So it's like he can't hug people of the opposite gender because she can hug whoever she wants to hug, right? And I'm like, you can't hug people of the opposite gender. Like, girl, what? Like, who are you again? He could be a little slow. He really could be a little slow. I really think his main issue is he doesn't find himself beautiful because he doesn't have conventional beauty. Okay. I don't think this boy thinks he's handsome because I feel like if he was like a Reggie Bush, because remember, Reggie also won the Heisman, right? If I'm not mistaken. Okay. Yeah, he did. Yeah, there you go. Right. So remember Reggie Bush? Okay. Kim K's first love. Okay. So I think like if he was like Reggie Bush winning a Heisman, I think he would have more confidence about himself. But because he's not cute like a Reggie Bush, I think it does affect his self-esteem. Okay. I don't think he finds himself beautiful. So therefore he's acting out. Like he's self-sabotaging. Because I'm like, this is crazy. Okay. This is crazy. Right? So she has rules for him, but these rules don't apply to her.
If it's like say for instance a waiter that's a female, Liana talks to them. But if it's a dude, if it's a male that's a waiter,
He talks to them. That is true.
Yeah.
But it's only if like they're rude.
Yeah.
It's not like so like if a woman were to come up to Travis and only speak to Travis and ignore me, then it's like disrespectful. Yeah. If they come and they speak to him first and then they speak to me, like it's fine. But like we don't play that, okay, I'm only talking to him, I'm not talking to her. Vice versa. Oh, he's only talking to me, he's not talking to him. That's a rule in our relationship. You can go next, baby. No, that was yours or mine?
Okay. Rule number 3, no B word.
Well, don't call each other out our name, period.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't call each other out of our name.
It's a rule.
Yeah, it's a rule.
Okay.
My turn. The third, are we at third or fourth?
Okay.
The fourth rule is we don't.
I don't agree because when he was in high school, I believe like he was also one of the top football players in high school. He just wake up one day and become like a Heisman Trophy worthy. Like I think he was really, really good in high school. Which is why they were saying like that's why she took him out of her DMs because she had him parked in her DMs. Like she had him parked in her DMs because she didn't know who he was. But if I'm not mistaken, even in high school, he was incredibly powerful. Like he was an incredibly good athlete. The boy's been good. So I feel like that could be why she moved him into her apartment. And honestly, she's a predator because he was underage. Because they're 3 years apart. She's 3 years older. So if he was 16 or 17 and she moved him into her apartments, right? I'm like, yeah, that's predatory behavior, right? Because if he's 17, then you were 20. Why? Why is a 20-year-old woman running behind some 17-year-old boy? And he's not homeless. He has a family. But she convinced the boy to move in with her because most likely she wanted to brainwash the boy. Right? And I'm like I said, to me, I do think he's insecure because I don't think he finds himself beautiful. So, and he had a girlfriend. She said he had a girlfriend when he met her. So maybe she was black or whatever. But the fact that this girl has white skin, it did something to him. But I am not going to act as if I don't believe that this young lady realized the potential of this young man. Like, you know what? Let me secure this young man before he actually makes it big. But she wasn't providing anything incredible because he's not homeless. He was never homeless. Yeah, he was never homeless. Like, he has parents. He just chose to move in with her. But then we got to say, why does a 20-year-old woman want a 17-year-old boy to live with her? For what purpose? Because she knows how incredible of a football player he is. So she has to like brainwash this kid. Because what respectable young woman would even have a young boy move into her house? Did she talk to his family? Did his parents approve of him, like of their son moving in with her? No, she was raised by wolves.
Okay, she was raised by wolves. This girl has no home training whatsoever. Because what kind of woman, what kind of respectable young woman would move a 17-year-old boy into her apartment? For what? He's 17. You're 20 years old. And he's also not your type. So how does your type end up living in your house? Because she realized who he was. Because he's been that boy since he was born. I don't know when he started playing football, but in high school, he was also like amazing. Not in college, it's like, I guess the skills just get better. But he won a Heisman Trophy. He's not some bum. Like the Heisman Trophy goes to the best football player in college. So, like, if he's Heisman Trophy material, that boy was always good. He was always incredible. Yeah, but she's predatory. She's a predator. She's a predator. Right? Because you're preying on this young man. Because you say he's not your type. And he's still not your type. Like, she just went and posted on Anthony Davis, like, calling him all kinds of daddy, whatever. And I'm like, you girl, you're crazy. We're not done with the story, right? He's not her type. He's not who she wants. You're 3 years older. So what do you want with this kid? You're sick as hell. Like, she's a monster. Like, she's sick as hell. Hey, Lena. Yeah, she's sick. She's a wild animal. She's sick as hell, right? Because I don't know if she's Mexican or not. But I'm like, if a black girl did that to a Mexican boy, they lose their mind. All the vatos, the people, the gente, they come outside, right? But she's a predator. She's sick as hell. Yeah, he has low self-esteem, and that's the problem. I don't even know why his mom was even okay with that. Because me, a girl that's 3 years older, running behind my son, when I tell you I would rebuke her every single way, but the way that leads to heaven, I don't know what to tell you. You're sick as hell. You're a monster. And I'm also calling the police. I'm calling the police. Like, if I was Travis' mother, I would have called the police on her. They're going to arrest you. I'm not playing with that. You're not about to violate my son. He's a minor. You are an adult. I am calling the police. You're going to go to prison. I'm going to press charges. Like his mama, she plays too much. Me, Marlene, I would have called the police. He is 17 years old. Why is he not home? Why is he at your house? Kidnapping. Okay. Kidnapping. You know, he really has low self-esteem.
We don't be alone with nobody of the opposite gender.
Like,
I learned this from my pastor a long time ago. My pastor was married, and he always said, even if he had like a girl, stop making that face. If he like would have a female in the church or didn't like, or anything, like needed a prayer or something, he'd pray with the door. He'd pray with the door open, or like he doesn't subject himself to being alone with a female. So we don't subject ourselves to being alone with anybody of the opposite sex.
So these are rules that she has for him because she doesn't want another girl to take the money because he's the money man. Because you'll see when I play the other videos, it's like these rules don't apply to her. These rules only apply to him. No, he's a little challenged because this is weird. Because I'm like, for me, I don't understand a young man that has all these great prospects for his life. Like, he's going to go to the NFL. He's going to make a shitload of money. So I'm like, I don't understand what the rush is. Like, why are you like, why? Like, what's the rush? Like, and also, she's not the prettiest thing I've ever seen. Like, come on, like, you can do better than this, okay? And when you go in the lead, you'll see even prettier girls. Like, so I'm like, so what exactly is the rush? What is the rush? Exactly. And let's not pretend like a lot of these Latinas don't have these plans of grooming these black boys early on so they can be wife material, right? Because they know a lot of these black boys have low self-esteem. They do. They know. A lot of these Latinas or some of these girls from them poor European countries, they know that these black boys have low self-esteem issues. And they know that many of these black boys want to have biracial children. You know, and I'm like, it's like, you know, and one thing I like, you know, where I will say, where I respect the hustle with these girls is that they understand the client. They understand the client. They know who the client is. They understand the client, and they also understand the psychology of the client. So therefore, they market to the client accordingly. I think more black women need to start understanding the psychology of the client and start marketing accordingly. Does that make sense? Because if you know that the majority of these players are dark skinned, low self-esteem, want to have biracial children, want to have a light skin or white woman on their arm to feel successful, right? Well, you got to make a product that fits that need, right? Got to create the product. And so they turn themselves into a product that fits that need. I think that's the part where Black women are not learning that part yet, right? Relationships ain't no different than business. It's no different than selling a product. You know, it's a bit crass to put it that way, but you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right? But they understand, right? It's marketing. It's all marketing. I think Black women need to work on their marketing a lot better because these people right here, they understand the marketing. Here is the customer, you know, like here's the customer profile. He's Black, he's dark skinned, he's insecure. He seeks a white something to feel like he's successful. He wants to have biracial children to feel successful, and he wants to erase his phenotype, right? Like that's what he wants. He's looking for that. So she's like, okay, let me mold myself where I look like the answers to his problem. I don't know if Maverick's gonna go for white girls though, because sometimes I've come to recognize like when people are light skinned, they like dark skinned people. When people are dark skinned, they like light skinned people. So he might go for somebody that's dark skinned. You never know. Okay. But we'll see when we get there. But my point is, your child is 17, a girl is 20 years old. Call the damn police. Okay. You're so crazy. Call the damn police. Call the police. But that's what they do. Hey, Sonia. Vanessa Bryant did the same thing. Her and mama did the same thing. And then they flipped the script on Kobe and said, well, if you don't marry her, we're going to call the police and say that you were raping her. That's why his parents had an issue with Vanessa and her mom. People are like, oh, people act as if the people just woke up one day, right? Mr. Joseph and his wife, Miss Pam, just woke up one day and started disliking Vanessa out the blue. No, something happened. Nobody just wakes up and starts to dislike somebody, right? Something happened. And so they felt like their son was being coerced. Oh, my Lord. Okay. Okay. So that's that. But I'm like, this young man, I'm like, to me, Marlene, I think he's extremely insecure because he does not feel like he's beautiful. Right? If you remember when it came down to Reggie Bush, right? When it came down to Reggie Bush and Kim Kardashian, right? If you remember, it was Reggie who left Kim. Right? And if you remember who dumped who, right? Reggie had more power in that relationship because Reggie is the one who dumped Kim. Kim did not dump Reggie. She ended up his ass, right? Reggie dumped her ass because his mama didn't like her, right? But Reggie could do that because he looks good. He's cute. He's attractive. And he won the Heisman Trophy. And he had a great football career. So he was not insecure, right? So he dumped Kim. You think someone like Travis would dump a Kim Kardashian? No. 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 Mm-mm.
So that's a rule. He doesn't be alone with any female in any room unless like the door's open or something. And I vice versa. I don't subject myself to being alone with a male. Okay, my next rule. We have each other's passwords, everything. We don't like hide. Even if we don't like get on it, we know each other's passwords. Like to literally everything. You're lying. You have it in your phone.
I don't know if you caught it, but at one point it slipped out. She said, my next rule.
Okay, my next rule.
Travis didn't make any of this up. This girl made it up, then came to the internet like it's their rules. Nah, these are her rules. When I saw this, I was like, this girl groomed him. And now she's complete.
Who's giving? I'm sorry, Queen, I missed that. Who's giving jealousy? I'm sorry. Who's giving jealousy? Jealousy of who? Of what? Where's there to be jealous? Y'all love that word jealousy. Like, who's jealous? Me or Pink Lesson Book? Jealous of what? He's an adult and he's perfectly aware of what he's doing. No, he's not. He's not perfectly aware. If we said the same thing about Cassie, you would have an issue with that, right? We could also say Cassie was an adult. Cassie was perfectly aware, right? I'm just saying, like, we could say the same thing about Cassie, right? That Cassie was an adult. That Cassie was an adult when she entered that relationship with Diddy. Cassie was an adult, right? So why turn around and start to sue the man, right? But just because you are an adult does not mean that you are not in a relationship with an adult that's way more strategic than you, right? Like if Travis was like 40 years old, or if Travis was like 60 or 70, okay, you've lived enough decades on this earth to know better. But a kid that's like 21, 22 years old, like we expect this man to just sit here like, oh yeah, he should know everything because he's an adult. No. He has a lot to learn. We all have a lot to learn. You can be an adult and you can still have blind spots, especially if you're insecure. But it doesn't take away from the fact that this young lady over here is preying on this young man. You know? And we've seen, and it's not even just Travis. Like, we have seen people who know, whether it's a man or whether it's a woman, we have seen people who know, like, hey, maybe this person is not the one for me, or the person does not love me the way I should be loved. And the person still tries to make it work. It happens with men, and it also happens with women. I saw a live recently, the girl who does the dating show on TikTok, the black girl with the big glasses, right? This young black girl got on there and she was crying, like she was drinking, crying, like it was so sad. But it's like to me, from what I gathered, it's like she wants to be, no, it's not a fair exchange at all. No, it's not. It's not. But it's like, from what I gather, it's like she wanted to be in a relationship with a man who only wants to have sex with her, you know? Because some people do believe, like, oh, if I love them more, if I have more sex with them, if I buy them more gifts, if I have 3 sons, then one day the person will see that, you know, I'm really the one, right? Even though you're an adult, but insecurities can cause you to do things that bring self-harm. You can't self-harm, right? Because insecurities are real. They are seriously real. If you feel like, oh my gosh, I really want this person to love me. That feeling right there, if you need this person's validation, okay, can cause you to do things that are honestly going to cause you self-harm. They're not good for you. But you believe that if you do all these things, the person will eventually love you. And it's like, no, they don't want to love you. They will never love you. And you have to accept that. Why are you drinking for this fool? He doesn't love you. He wouldn't be with a woman that looks like him. Of course not. Why would you want to, like, I don't understand your point, Nash. Why would you want to be with somebody that reminds you of what you hate about yourself? That makes no sense. Right? Why does influencer culture work? Because people want to escape their reality, right? Why do people indulge with these crazy restock videos on TikTok that truly serve no purpose, right? Why do people consume content of things they can never afford, or they probably will never be able to afford? Because people are looking to escape their own reality. The majority of people don't want to deal with their reality. Right? Nobody wants to be around people who looks like them. Nobody wants to be around people who live the life that they live. And this is why today, the majority of women be like, oh no, I don't want to settle. I need to marry a man that's this, and that. Because all these women want to believe that they're so exceptional, when in reality, most of us over here are average. Right? You have a lot of ladies who are average people who believe they're a 9, they're a 10, they're an 8, they're this and that, because the majority of people don't want to be connected with their reality, right? A person who's average does not want to be told they're average. Right? One time we sat here, we watched the Pop the Balloon episode, right? And this guy was very geeky. The girl came out, she was a school teacher. Elena was there. And we're like, yo, this girl is more your vibe. Like, you're a geek, you're a nerd. Like, you barely go outside, okay? She's a school teacher. You two have, like, you match. But he didn't want that because he wants a baddie. Because in his head, he does not want to accept the fact that he's a nerd. You are a nerd. She's more your speed. But I've come to recognize that people don't want what's good for them. People want a fantasy. And this is why there's so much money to be made with influencer culture, because people don't want what's real, right? People want something else. Even if it's never going to happen, they just want to believe that, yes, I can have it. When you see a bunch of grown-ass women walking around saying, oh, I deserve it all, I can have it all. How can you have it all? How? Are you God? Like, what person do you know that has it all? But there's something in people that makes people want to believe that they are so special. I am so special. I'm so unique. I am so this. I am so this. I bring so much to the table. It's like, girl, you bring what everybody else brings to the table. But today, telling people they're average is comparable to telling somebody they're worth, they ain't worth shit. But once upon a time, nobody had issues with being average. But today, it's such an insult to tell someone you're a regular person, you're an average person, date an average woman or date an average man. It's like the biggest insult on the planet, because nobody wants their reality. Nobody really wants to be friends with people who mirror their reality. That's why a lot of girls are involved in friendship aesthetic, right? These girls have nothing in common besides, hey, you have this, you wear this, so if we walk together, we resemble luxury. It's like, yeah, sure, if you believe so, right? But everybody has this sickness. It is not just Travis. A lot of people have the sickness. You have a lot of people who are size 22, 24, and they really believe that they're small. Like, you're not small, you're big, right? And a lot of people do. It's not just him. But I'm like, in this day, 2024, a lot of people have this disease. It's not just Travis. Travis, his disease is this girl. For some people, it's like status. Oh, I need to make people believe I'm so successful. I'm so successful. And people go into debt. They go into debt, like drowning debt, just to make other people believe that they're so successful. Like, I'm so, like, you know, how many people on social media do all these reviews of all these expensive things only to turn around and return it back to the store because they ain't got the money? So I'm like, we're all sick with this. Like, the majority of people today are sick. Like, the majority of people have this infirmity, right? Because nobody wants what's actually true to them. Like, nobody wants to be around people that mirror who they are. Nobody wants to date who they deserve. Nobody wants to be with a man that actually makes the money that makes sense for who they are. Like, oh no, I saw this one girl yesterday on TikTok. Believe me or not. Okay, she's like, oh, as a high earner. And the thing about it is, she puts her whole name on her TikTok, right? So I'm like, okay, I looked her up. She's a lawyer. She's talking all this high earning stuff. I'm a high earner. And as a black woman, it is so hard to date a high earner. I'm like, okay. I Googled her ass, right? Come to find out, she works at a law firm, but she's only an associate. And I'm like, girl, you're not even a high earner yourself like that. You're not even a partner at the law firm. You're not even a junior partner at a law firm, right? You are simply an associate. Come to find out, she went to school in Florida. She graduated cum laude. That's a 3.5. She went to law school at Georgetown. She also graduated cum laude. I'm okay. So you're a solid in your grades. You're a solid B+, right? You are an associate at a law firm in DC. You make what, like 120, 130,000. When you consider all your taxes, your student loans, and everything else, right? How much money do you really have, right? But it's like she sits on TikTok, and the way she's talking about dating as a black woman, as a high earner black woman, you would think this heifer was like the partner at the law firm. She's not. And I'm like, girl, bye. There's a lot of people in DC that make lots of money. There are a lot of people, not even just black men. There's a lot of men out here in DC out here. They got money out here. Okay, there's a lot of black men out here in DC that make lots of money. So this whole, oh, because I'm a high earner, it is so hard for me today. Girl, you are an associate at your law firm. Shut the hell up, right? But it's that delusion. People have to talk about themselves in a way where they feel as though I am so much bigger than what I really am. And it's like, girl, calm down. You make $120,000. After taxes, it's probably a good $60,000 to $70,000. You're not making crazy money. You're not making life-changing money. If you're having a hard time dating, most likely when you go on dates, you're an ass. So maybe there's something about you that people don't like. Maybe you're not friendly. That's it. That's that. But I'm like, to sit here and act as if like you're out here making millions of dollars in DC and it's so hard for you as a high earner, girl, 100,000, 120,000 after taxes is really not that much money. And when you're single, you pay way more taxes. So calm down. Okay. So it's like everybody, like, I'm like, I've started to notice that a lot of people have this mental illness. Well, like, I think it's social media. Like, it makes people crazy. Okay, it makes people crazy. So he's not the only one. We're just talking about his illness because, you know, obviously, like, you know, he's famous, so we talk about it. But I'm like, Travis is not the only one. A lot of people want a fantasy. A lot of people don't want reality. And my thing is, if you don't love yourself, how can you find beauty in another Black woman who looks just like you? It's hard. You can't give something to people that you don't have for yourself. If you don't love yourself, how can you love somebody that looks just like you? How? It's not possible. Now, when you love yourself, then you can love somebody who looks like you, whether you're a man or a woman. If you love yourself, you love your skin, you love your feature, you love your hair, you love everything about you, then it's so much easier to love people who look like you. If you're someone you're still struggling with self-love, you are never going to be able to love somebody who reminds you of yourself because you hate yourself. And you're doing everything in your power to run away from who you are and what you look like and who you could be because you don't like yourself. And a lot of people don't love themselves. They don't. You know, I'm doing this one video for my other channel. And the girls were saying, like, you know, it was about the wigs, right? Like some girls just can't stop wearing wigs anymore because they love the way they look with the wig versus without the wig. So one girl was like, it's the same thing for me when it comes to filters. She's like, she can't see herself without a filter. She doesn't like the way she looks without a filter. So if there's no filter, she's not going to post a picture. She's not going to post a video because she has to have a filter on. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay. What has social media done to people? But I'm like, more and more and more and more, you start to see that a lot of people truly are suffering with like having to love themselves. People don't want to love themselves. So they want to be around other people that look like success, that look like beauty, that look like this, look like that. And oh, wow, like if I'm connected to you, then that means like I must be pretty because a man like you looked at me or wump it up and up. But I'm like, a lot of people are struggling with self-love. And it's really sad. It's really, really sad. People don't want to love themselves. People are really running away from loving themselves. Like
Completely controlling him like a remote control. She's making up rules for him and got him thinking that he was involved too. And this is why I say 21-year-old rich athletes should not be getting married or getting women pregnant. It's all robbery. He's paying for everything, but he's still not the leader of his relationship. She's the one bossing him around, and this is a whole no-no. I'm not with all this fluid stuff. It don't work. And I don't want to hear nothing about it's 2024, blah, blah. Nah, this crap they're doing, it don't work for nobody but her. And it's going to lead to one epic destruction of this young man's life down the road. You had some people saying, well, they're high school sweethearts. Lies. He met this girl on social media when he was in high school. She was in college. He was a star high school athlete. They didn't go to high school together. Yeah, she was dating him while he was in high school. So that's not a high school sweetheart. Mm-hmm. And get this, she only dated him after friend zoning him because she said that he wasn't her type.
How do we meet, babe, for real?
What you mean, how do we meet?
How do we meet, for real?
I shot my son on Instagram and she dubbed me.
And I just didn't respond to him. He wasn't my type.
He wasn't her type until somebody told her that he was a top recruit and he could be worth millions in a few years.
So then I left him.
I wasn't her type.
I left him in my DMs for like 2 months. And then finally I answered him. But I didn't want to like be nothing. I just wanted to just be friends. Like we could be friends. And then after I finally answered him on Instagram, then we texted for like
a long time.
Like another 2 months. And then he was friend zoned because I didn't like. He was like, "Am I friend zoned?" I was like, "Yes." I was not into him. And then finally, I had to go to a friend's birthday dinner, and I didn't want to go by myself. So he was like, "Oh, I'll go with you." And then he went with me, and then we was in love.
Yeah, we was in love ever since then. Like we hung out the next weekend.
Yeah.
No, that was during the week.
It was a Top Golf. That was our first day, Top Golf.
Yeah,
and then
I was still in high school.
Yeah.
And I had school the next day.
The next day, cause we went on a Sunday, facts.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we went.
Sunday?
And you had school on Monday. I had school the next
we
day.
did.
And then I had to drive him home. And I think it was past his curfew.
I had no curfew.
I dropped him. Well, should we say, like, we were so close since the moment we
Yeah.
met. Like, we were
When I
friends
got in the
leading
car,
up
she was
into
trying
that.
to fight me and all, but I ain't even meet her yet. How you gonna fight me and ain't even meet you yet?
But as soon as we, like, met in person, we just, like, instantly, like, chemistry.
Yeah.
And then we hung out. And then after the birthday party, I was at Topgolf. Then we went to Waffle House after.
Mhm.
And we talked.
Had a good conversation.
Yeah, and then we finally dropped him off at home. And mind you, he lived an hour from me, so it was far as heck.
But yeah, I used to hate driving that hour
Yeah,
away.
and then we just seen each other every
So he's 17. He doesn't have a car. He can't drive. So what the hell, girl? What?
single weekend after that, and then he just moved in with me.
After a while.
His last month of high school,
Yeah.
he just moved in with me because at that point he was at my house every day, so there's no point in him leaving.
She said it over and over. He wasn't her type. And then she had no problem dating a minor, which is statutory. If this was the other way around, y'all be calling Travis a PDF file. But she groomed him and even moved him into her apartment his last few months of high school because he was, quote, already at her house all the time anyway. This girl is an insecure, immature, jealous, controlling narcissist. She's obviously playing Travis. She groomed him, and now she's controlling him to finesse him out of all his money. This is why she rushed him to propose to her, and he's about to marry her. A lot of folks are saying Travis get a prenup. Nah, I'll take it further. Travis, don't marry this girl and don't have any children with her either. I still don't understand why these young guys are so eager to throw it all away. If you have kids while you're on the road every day, you won't even be around your kids enough because you're too busy working. Meanwhile, she's plotting on you, the kids, the house, the bank account. Then one day you look up and she filed for divorce citing irreconcilable differences. She's going to tell everybody it's because you cheated or come up with another silly reason. The next thing you know, you're being clowned on the shade room by everybody and scolded as the worst man ever because whatever excuse she made up to rob you. Then not long after she's able to run away with everything, your career will be about over and you won't be able to make any more money. That's after the city girl will run away with about 80% of everything anyway and alienate you from your kids so they won't like you either. I'm sorry, Travis is too young to navigate the situation. He don't know what he's doing, and this girl about to take him for everything he's got while the other city girls cheer her on. Listen, Travis Hunter is a star, period. He's made history at Colorado by playing virtually every snap on offense and defense. On top of that, he's got a 4.0 GPA. He's never in any trouble, for the most part, at school and football. So Travis Hunter is him, but obviously he don't know who he is. And I'll say this for the record too, because you have a lot of girls trying to run with this. That girl did not make Travis. Travis had parents that made him. And God blessed him with talent. He also had coaches along the way that helped him win and sharpen his skills. This girl don't have nothing to do with any of it. And then that's another thing. I don't like how she's trying to get credit for him or him feeling like he's got to give her credit and shine to help out with her own self-esteem. This is crazy, but I know all y'all hard-headed. You want to learn the hard way. Travis will more than likely take home the Heisman this year. He's talented, he's smart. But when it comes to dealing with these 304s, a lot of these athletes are dumb as a doorknob. Everybody can see the writing on the wall except for them. Let's go ahead and get the conversation.
It's really sad. So this was the first one, right? Okay, hold on. Then she did this one. This girl's a lot. She's a lot. Then there's this one.
Get in myself too. I was online because I'm tired emotionally and mentally of seeing people try to make me out to be a person that I am not.
Already off top, won't take any accountability. Up here acting like people are too stupid to see what we saw. And now you see how she's basically trying to blame everybody else for seeing it? No, ma'am. You're the problem. And you're finally being called out on your beat.
Elena, I don't think Travis thinks I don't think he thinks he's beautiful. I think he suffers from the dark skin pathology. Like, I don't think he thinks he's beautiful because I don't think that if he thought he was beautiful, if he was okay, if he had made peace with his beauty the way God designed him, I don't think he would be doing this because this is crazy. Because honestly, why? What is the rush? Like, you're first of all, he got the Heisman now, but I'm like, going to the league, like the girls you're going to see with like what you could actually pick out of. Oh, it's about to be so different. So this girl is like, this girl right here, this Nia, I'm like, what does she bring to the table? Like, seriously, what does she bring to the table? How's she even good for his brand? No, but they are. I think a lot, but she's not lying though. A lot of girls are evil. A lot of girls are evil. You might not be, but lots of girls are evil. You know what I mean?
A lot of girls are evil, and we have to say that. Some girls are just like you have evil men. A lot of girls are evil. A lot of girls are evil, and they have to be called out. And I do think it's a good thing when you have women who called out evil women, because it shows that a lot of us still have integrity, and we will call out women who don't act right because we don't want to be lumped in with those people. But you have a lot of girls who are evil. It's real. Like recently, this girl came out saying that she lied about these boys graping her, and they never graped her. But I'm like, how can you do such a thing? How can you lie like this? If you were never raped, why do you come outside and say that people raped you? People could have gone to prison. So we do have to call out women who lie. And yes, and it could be repetitive, because I'm like, and I think for her, the thing about Pink Lesson book is like, maybe because there's so much praising of women. So when you hear somebody criticizing women, it's like, oh my gosh, that's all she does. But somebody could also say, when you look at the major landscape of social media, men are always getting criticized. You would think all men are demons. Right? But you do have a lot of ladies who are unfortunately very evil. They are seriously evil, and they do a lot of bad things, and they need to be called out. They really do. So that other men can know, hey, when we see a woman who's misbehaving, trust, we will call her out, because we also don't stand for that. Right? But I'm like, I think every time she calls somebody out, every time she calls out a woman, from what I've seen, I think is well-deserved. You know, like if it's her, this girl over here, if it's Tiffany, the mayor, and Dalton, whoever else she called out, Portia, not wanting to move out of Simon's house, I think for the most part, when she calls out people, she's usually right. Now, the wording can be a bit, the wording can be a little extra sometimes, but I do think for the most part, she's right. But this lady here, she's taking advantage. She's really taking advantage. And the videos get worse and worse. Like, I'm like, you are crazy.
Yes, because Travis so simple as yourself. He can read his way to a high GPA, but don't know his right foot from his left when it comes to reading you. Yeah, he can read and analyze everything else, school, football, but he obviously missed a lesson on how to spot a wild hyena. That's why we got to do this. We got to get Travis some intervention. So no, ma'am, you're already messing up. I guess she's giving a real life example of how to avoid accountability one-on-one. Look at her.
But what's a testimony without a test of faith? So I'm going to start from the very beginning with this my type thing. I got permission from Travis to say these things because these are previously things I didn't want online.
Well, why you want it online now? If you're about to say something that you didn't want revealed online before, please tell us. Why are you revealing it now? Travis, you better watch out, because in the future, when she feels like her feelings are hurt or she's being ruffled emotionally, this is what she's going to do. Start saying things she previously didn't want to be said. She's going to share information that she previously said she wouldn't share. And guess who's going to be the scapegoat? You. And she's up here capping about this, quote, permission. We already know Travis don't wear the pants in the house. You're the one running him with your manipulative, sneaky, conniving ways. You didn't get no permission to do nothing. We already know how you roll. Remember, you already exposed yourself. You said it's always your way or no way. So cut it out. That's the chameleon in this chick right here showing herself. But I'm telling you, girl, you're not.
Look at this one from even Lovely T got on her head. This girl, she's too much.
It went viral all over the NBA blogs.
Okay, you see? So this is Anthony Edwards, right? She went on his page and started leaving all these crazy emojis like heart eyes and then like the money tongue. I'm like, girl, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Right? Let me make sure y'all can see it, right? And the thing about Anthony is cute though. He's like a young Michael Jordan. Hold on. So here he is. Okay. He's really good, you guys. This little boy can play. He is good. Okay, but he don't take life seriously, unfortunately. Okay. So she went on his page. What's up, boy? So she went on his page and started leaving all these little nasty ass little emojis. It's like, girl, what? Girl, what? What are we doing again? And I'm like, you better be careful because Anthony, he got a baby mom. She gonna whoop your ass.
And it says Travis Hunter's fiance commenting on Anthony Edwards' IG post. And you see it here, heart eyes, and then the emoji with the $ tongue. I mean, so interpret that how you will, but a lot of people were really, really upset. And so much so that even Bow Wow came out to talk about the situation. So we're going to go ahead and watch what Bow Wow had to say as well.
It's coming from your boy Bow Weezy, right? I never met you, don't know you, know nothing. But I will say this, because I've been watching from afar. I'm not the type of nigga that jump in people's business, but I was once young, about to make a lot of money, and I know how this shit go. So I need you to hear me out. Number one, I don't want you feeling as though everybody jumping down your back or cats is hating. That's that young nigga mentality. I want you to look at this like niggas care about you. And especially in our community and in this industry, not a lot of brothers get the opportunity like you about to get. You know what I mean? You about to get the biggest check in your life. You about to go to the NFL. And all we are doing is waking you up, young brother. Because if you don't see what the fuck is going on, gang, if we didn't give a fuck, we'll let you crash out. But from one player to the next, hey, my nigga, I ain't gonna tell you what to do, but I want you to open up your eyes, man. There's no reason why she commenting on another nigga page, an NBA nigga with heart eyes and the motherfucking money tongue.
And the problem, and my issue with this girl is like, she's doing it on social media. It's not like she was DMing Anthony and it got leaked, right? No, the girl is so, like, she's just so brazen. She's all, you know, knowing that people know who you are. Your picture is right next to your name on Instagram, right? Anthony is like mad famous. She's like, oh, she don't care. I'm like, wow, this girl is brazen. Like, the girl is so bold. Like, she's just so bold. So you guys know right now, Travis Hunter, he deleted his Instagram. Oh, y'all, it got real. The boy deleted his Instagram. He deleted the Instagram. Okay, the Instagram is gone. All right? But I'm like, this girl is insane. Wait until you see everything that came out about this girl. I'm like, this girl is insane.
Out. That's your fiance. Wake up, young brother. Fiancés don't move like that.
I can't disagree with Bow Wow. I'm very okay, Bow Wow. 10 points for maturing and being mature and trying to give this young brother some advice. You know, there's no excuse for this. Like I said, I try to give her grace in the last video. Like, okay, well, maybe we're, you know, misinterpreting things. You know, the optics may look kind of strange, but, you know, they're human.
So see, even Lovely T tried to give her grace. But she's like, hold on, wait a minute. Okay. So I think when it came to like Pink Lesson Book, off the bat, she didn't like that girl. Off the bat, she didn't like her. Okay. Now, when it came to Lovely T, it seems as though Lovely T tried to see like, okay, maybe it's not what people are trying to say. Maybe it's not like that. But even now, Lovely's like, you know, I can't do this no more. Like, you're crazy. I'm like the audacity, like the unmitigated gall to do this on Instagram, knowing how many followers you have, knowing that a lot of people know your handle, your picture is right next to your handle, right? Anthony is incredibly successful, you guys. He's like a baby Michael Jordan. Seriously. They have a show on Netflix. I told y'all this is like The Five. It's like Netflix follows these 5 players around. LeBron is in there. Anthony's in there, right? And I'm like, he is good. Like, the boy is amazing. I'm like, he's like a baby Michael Jordan. I just feel like with Anthony, he needs more structure in his life. I think if he has more structure, he'll have way more success. Okay. But I'm like, he's not just anybody. So when you're doing stuff like this, you know that people are going to see it. You know that people are going to take the screenshots. You know that the Shade Room going to repost it. Jasmine Brand might repost it. Only the Lock might repost it. Like, the blogs are going to repost it. So we're like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Like, why? No, you're crazy.
When they're young, but there's no reason, especially when she knows she's under scrutiny. Everybody's watching everything that she does. Yeah. Why is she continuing to embarrass this young man?
Yeah.
She's constantly embarrassing him. This is insane. When Bow Wow is the voice of reason, you know something's up, okay?
They had one of my motherfucking girls ever lay next to me in the same crib as me under another nigga page, leaving heart eyes with the money tongue out. Total violation. That bitch would have been packing up her shit and getting the fuck out of my crib that day. I don't play that shit. You out. And it's like.
But my thing is, even if that is the girl that has the phenotype that the black man have told them this is what you want, you can have that phenotype and still not have a woman who shames you, right? It's not mutually exclusive. Just because you pursue a woman for her phenotype does not mean that it has to come it has to have a consequence where you are being disrespected and you're being shamed for that, right? No, it doesn't. You can have a both. You can have the phenotype that you desire, and you can also have a woman who's not going to mess you up. Like Reggie Bush. When Reggie broke up with Kim, he went and married somebody that looks just like Kim. He just didn't want to have Kim's lifestyle. He didn't want to marry somebody with Kim's lifestyle and Kim's past, etc., etc., etc. So he went and married somebody that looks just like Kim Kardashian. If you ever see Reggie Bush's wife, she looks just like Kim. I'm like, oh, damn, that's crazy, right? That's it. Michael Jordan also has a white wife now. Like, I don't know, his old ass. Okay, he's out here changing diapers, right? Michael Jordan now has a white wife, but the white woman is not out here actively embarrassing, embarrassing Michael Jordan, right? It's even his son, Marcus, right? Marcus can go for a white woman if he wants to do that. You know, it's America. Hey, you're a free person, but does it have to be, what's her name? What's Larsa? It doesn't have to be Larsa. You can find Larsa's phenotype without having Larsa. You don't need to be with Larsa Pippen, right? The fact that she was your dad's ex-co-worker's wife, it ain't got to be that, right? The fact that Larsa was out here smashing Future while she was still married to Scotty, you don't have to be with Larsa. You can find a Larsa. There are plenty of Armenian, Kazakistan, however you call them people, okay? There are plenty of girls that look like that. In Miami, you can find plenty of girls that look like that. You can have a girl that looks like Larsa, that is younger than Larsa, that don't have kids like Larsa, that has better vagina management than Larsa, and also that was not married to your dad's ex-coworker. This is bizarre, right? But Marcus did all this foolishness only for her to dump his ass because she realized, like, first and foremost, he will never be the daddy. Right? So I personally, I can't tell somebody, oh, don't date a white woman. No, it's like telling a black woman not to wear a wig. She ain't gonna do it. Because you got to get to a point where you understand that a lot of black people struggle with self-love and self-acceptance. Right? You can go crazy telling a black girl not to get a BBL. If that's what she wants to do, she gonna do it. Just say, okay, just make sure you do it safely. Because the majority of black people are hurting. It's like they look at their blackness like it's a curse or it's like it's a punishment. I don't know, like whatever. It's crazy at this point, right? It is what it is. But I've come to recognize that there is a huge faction of black people who don't want to be black. And they self-harm in different ways. They self-harm through dating white or dating ambiguous or getting extremely dangerous plastic surgery or these crazy-ass wigs, these crazy-ass weave with the texture that looks nothing like black hair. A lot of people don't like being black. And the sooner we accept that, I think it's like, it's probably going to be a lot easier for us to help people out. Well, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, people, I'm like, right? But do you have to do it in a way that it also, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can find the phenotype that you want without getting all the disrespect, especially when you are one of the best player in collegiate football. And you might be one of the best player in the NFL. So get the phenotype and also get the respect. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can do that. But just because you want a particular phenotype does not mean that automatically you have to accept disrespect to have that phenotype. No, because people don't love themselves, boo. Like, people just don't love themselves. What do you want me to say? People don't love themselves. People don't love, a lot of people like suffer with self-love. Like, I've come to recognize like this whole self-love thing is not obvious. Like, it doesn't just happen. Like, you really have to work hard on yourself to learn to love yourself. A lot of people do not love themselves. They really do not love themselves. The extent to which people go to be somebody else or it's a lot. It really is a lot. It's a lot. Like, damn, this is crazy. This is really crazy because a lot of people don't love themselves. So I'm like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you doing this to yourself? Why? Do you know what I mean? I'm like, wow, you're going to hurt yourself. But it's like people think that's how they're going to be and feel more beautiful is that they go and self-harm, whatever. You know, people don't love themselves. It's sad. Look at Jackie O. She's dead for what? Why is she dead? Because she had to have a BBL. Why do you have to have a BBL? I don't get it. Why? You didn't have a BBL before. Did it stop you from finding love? No. You didn't have a BBL before. Did it stop you from building your own following? No. You didn't have a BBL before. Did it stop you from having kids? No. So it's like, now why are you acting like you gotta have this BBL? I gotta have this BBL. I must have this BBL. Why? Why? Jackie left a 7-month-old baby to go inflate her butt in Miami. And now she's gone. She's gone over a piece of ass. Why? You understand? So it's like you start to see that a lot of people, men and women, a lot of people don't love themselves. Yeah. You know what I mean? They don't love themselves. Because why? Why? Like, seriously, why? And now you're gone. You left 3 kids behind. Why? When your kids get older and they're going to start asking, oh, why? Why did mommy die? Oh, mommy went to have plastic surgery. Like, oh, what? Even Kanye's mom. Why is Miss Donda dead? Because Miss Donda woke up in her 60s and felt like she had to have a boob job. Like, girl, what? Like, girl, what are we even talking about? Buy better bras. Just buy a better bra. Okay? She went and did all her tests before the plastic surgery. They told her, like, she really can't because she has high blood pressure. She didn't listen. Because, like, I'm like, how do you wake up you've lived 6 decades on this earth, right? Okay, sometimes, yes, Kanye gets on my nerves, but ultimately, you are the mother of Kanye West. You were able to achieve all of this without ever having to do your boobs. Now she wakes up at 60. Miss Donda says, oh, I got to have a boob job. Miss Donda, why? She goes to the doctor to have all her exams done. They told her, given your age and given the fact that you have high blood pressure, we don't recommend that you do the boob job because you're going to have to go under anesthesia. All of that is not necessary. She's not listening. She has to go have a boob job. She has the boob job, gets out the hospital. When she goes to the aftercare home, that's where she passed away because the people did not give her proper treatment, given that she had high blood pressure. Then boom, boom, Miss Donda is dead for a boob job. And like, why are you dead? Like, seriously, why are you dead? Why are you dead? Right? But you recognize, like, self-love is not so easy. Look at Beyonce's mom. How many surgeries has Miss Tina had to her face? Okay? So it's not like, yeah, let's be so for reals, right? Like, let's, what is this? Right? Look at Miss Tina. Like, how many surgeries has she done to her face? Okay? This was her before. She didn't like that. Because she probably felt like it was just too average. It was not giving biracial enough. It was not giving Creole enough. It was not giving sexy enough. So ever since then, Miss Tina's been playing with her face. She's been playing with her face and playing with her face and playing with her face. But you would say, hey, she's light-skinned. She's Creole. She has a lot of mulatto, métis in her, whatever. Why doesn't she love herself? But you see, even Miss Tina struggles with her own body. It's like, it's a lot of people. It is a lot of people. It's dark-skinned men, it's dark-skinned women, it's light-skinned men, it's light-skinned women. It's a lot of people who struggle with self-love. It is a real thing. But I'm like, Miss Tina changed herself so much. She won't stop messing with her face. And she's a grown woman. She's a grandmother. So it's like, for Travis to be 21 and struggle with self-love, it's okay, he's still a baby. She's like almost 70. Okay? And she doesn't love herself. She's always touching her face. She's always touching. This is her. This is the real her. But you see, it doesn't give like Creole fantasy enough, right? Because like what? That's like a bus. She's like what? A bus driver. You know what I mean? It's not giving the mother of a celebrity, right? So she didn't like that. She had to go tweak herself to make it seem like she has all this European phenotype when honestly, she's just light-skinned. That's about it. Like, you know what I mean? But it's not giving biracial enough. So Miss Tina goes and she plays with her face. Because she has to make you believe that she is way more exotic than what she truly is. Man, please. Okay? Here she is again. But you see, this image here is just too basic for her, right? It doesn't give the mother of Beyonce, right? So she does this to her face, does this to her face, does this to her face, does this to her face. Now she's doing this to her face. You see this? See this? That's crazy. That is really, really crazy. Exactly. That is my point. That's why I say, like, people have a hard time loving themselves. It is a real thing, y'all. It is a real thing. I've made peace with that. Okay? I made peace with that. Miss Tina has a hard time loving herself. Right? So her nose had to be straighter. Her nostrils had to be smaller. But these are grandmothers doing such an excessive amount of plastic surgery. And this is a light-skinned woman. This is a Creole woman. But she doesn't like it. So what can we say? So like he's not the only one. A lot of people suffer. Like a lot of people suffer in their flesh, irrespective of gender. A lot of people suffer in their flesh to love themselves. They don't love themselves. And like I think when Snapchat and Instagram released all these filters and people started to see what their faces could look like with filters on, people started yearning for that like 24/7. I need to look like I have a filter on my face. And it's like, girl, you have to learn to love yourself. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is really, really crazy. Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. But I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You know? So it's a lot of us. I'm sure even myself at some point, I didn't love myself also, right? I'm sure. You know? But it's like, oh my gosh. You know? I'll see like videos on like Instagram or TikTok, you guys, like the ladies, like they put on the wigs with the glue, you guys. It gets to a point that the glue like eats the skin, like it just consumes the skin, and they actually have open wounds. I'm like, and they keep putting the glue on. I'm like, you need to let your skin breathe. Like, is it like, I don't know, is it that bad to have coarse hair? Is it that bad to quote unquote have African hair? That you are willing to let the glue just eat your skin because you have to have sleek hair coming out your head? Right? Because a lot of people don't want to have that coarse, kinky hair because it is a testament, like, you know, that you do have African ancestry, right? And people don't want to be connected to the continent, okay? People don't want that shit, right? Because people think anything African is ugly, like they really do. So make my hair straight, make my nose straight, because anything that reminds me of, like, even having a droplet of African blood, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, right? Like you'll even have some people who will sit here and deny the fact that Creole people, like Louisiana Creole people, right, have African ancestry. Oh, we don't have any African in us. Like we only have Indian. I'm like, what are you even talking about? You sound hella stupid, right? But it's self-hate, right? I'm like, you really think if you only had French and Native American that you would have survived, okay? You have African in you. There is legitimately a place in New Orleans, like even before any of us were born, that is called Congo Square because those people knew they were from the Congo, right? How can you be Creole without African ancestry? Like, make it make sense, right? But just the idea that you could have a droplet of African blood, like it just triggers psychosis in people. Okay, it just triggers psychosis in people. So I'm like, this old black hair is so hard to take care of. 4C hair is so hard to take care of. No, because it reminds you, or it lets you know that you do have African ancestry in you. And that thought alone drives people batshit crazy. They will do anything in their power to not have anything on their bodies that remind them of anything related to the continent of Africa. Okay? That's it. They would rather go wear Chinese people's hair. They would rather go wear the Malaysian people's hair, the Indian people's hair, than anything that could possibly, potentially remind them that they have a droplet of African blood in them. Like, oh, that's a no to the no. Okay? It's real. But there's no way that wearing your own hair in public causes you such adverse reaction. This is insanity. Okay, I'm like, there is no way that wearing your own hair causes such adverse reaction. There's no way you have such a visceral fear of people seeing you in your natural hair because you don't want people to associate you with the continent of Africa. That is a real thing. Yeah, that's the thing. So I'm like, and the hair really shows that you are from Africa. Like you have African ancestry, right? And a lot of people don't want that. They do not want to be connected to Africa. They don't want anything to do with that place, right? I'm Indian, I'm this and that or whatever. But people do not want that. And I'm like, because like with the other channel, that's really what I've come to realize, right? It's like this hair reminds me of Africa. It reminds me of African people. And I don't want to be connected to those people. So I will do everything in my power to not be connected to those people, whether it's a wig, whether it's a texturizer, whether it's a henna, whether it's a relaxer. Like you have Black women who do not want to believe or don't want to see that they have a droplet of African anything in them, right? So that's why as soon as they see that kinky hair, like anything that, you know, a little coil, a little curl, ooh, they go crazy. They go crazy, right? Because it's something you can't deny. So if I can't deny it, I'd rather hide it, right? You understand, right? That's it. But if they felt like, oh, I'm from Europe or I'm from Asia, they would not treat their 4C hair the way that they do. But when you think that 4C hair is from the continent of Africa, is from African people, and African people are less than you, they're beneath you, or they're primitive, or you think that, you know, and a lot of people think that African people are ugly, right? Like I'll see some comments from these girls, they're like, oh, no offense, but we don't look like y'all. And I'm like, how do you know what African people look like, right? It's a whole continent with 1 billion people, from all the way from Algeria, all the way down to South Africa, right? Even Madagascar, or even Mauritius, right? Do you think an entire continent looks the same? You know what I mean? It's like people are so ignorant. People are incredibly ignorant, right? And so when you are ignorant, you will continue to suffer in your flesh. Have you ever been to Tanzania? Do you know what Tanzanians look like, right? Right? Even like Senegalese people can be really dark skinned, but Senegalese people can be dark skinned. Ghanaians can be dark skinned, right? But you compare a dark skinned Senegalese, you compare a dark skinned Ghanaian to a dark-skinned Sudanese. They don't have the same complexion, right? Like Sudanese, like they're like dark blue. It's like their darkness is like a dark blue, like it's a black blue, you know, because they're really black, right? Like Ghanaians will be dark-skinned, but it's warmer. It has like a terracotta base to it, right? It has an orange base to it. Senegalese people also, but you put all, like for me, for example, if you put a Senegalese person, a Ghanaian person, and a Sudanese person, they're all dark skinned, I can tell who's Senegalese, I can tell who's Ghanaian, I can tell who's Sudanese, right? But to some people, they have this one image, right, of what an African person is. And they think as big as the continent is, every African person looks the same, because people are so ignorant. People are so ignorant. And when you are ignorant, you will suffer in your flesh. Right? You're going to suffer. You are truly going to suffer. Like me, for example, like with my nose, this is what you would classify me as a Bantu, huh? You have Bantu Africans. You have Linotic Africans. There are different types of Africans. And all these people have different phenotypes. We're all from the same continent, but we have different phenotypes. You can go to Morocco. You can go to Algeria. You can go to Tunisia. You can go to Libya, right? You can even go to Ethiopia. They will look a certain way. You come to West Africa. West Africa, you'll find more Bantu people, so they'll look a certain way. You go to Eastern Africa, they look different. You go to Central Africa, they look different. You go like not quite the south, but like right after Central Africa, like Namibia and things like that, right? These Africans too, they look their own way. Then you have South Africa, like you have South Africa, you have Lesotho, they look a certain way. Then you go to Mauritius and you go to Madagascar, they also look a different way, right? All African people don't look the same. But then you'll have girls that say, oh, no offense, but we just don't look like you. I'm like, what does that even mean? You have African Americans who look straight out of Africa, right? Like, for example, Uncle Shay Shay. Me, Uncle Shay Shay, I always thought he was Ashanti. But come to find out, he's like 90% Nigerian. No problem, right? But I'm like, not every African American also has this biracial look or like this mixed look. You have some African Americans who look phenotypically 100% West African. They look 100% Bantu, right? But yet they've never been to the continent, but it just shows how strong genetics are. Then you have some people who look mixed, right? Because they're mixed, but there's not one specific look to an African American. They look different. Just like in Africa, the African people also will look different. People look different. Travis looks Yoruba, okay? He looks excessively Yoruba. So that's that. Even Mayor Eric Adams, if you know the president, let me show y'all. What's his name, right? Hold on. I always said, like, what's his name? Mayor Eric Adams. Okay. So this is one of the former presidents of Nigeria, right? His name is Obasanjo, right? But I'm like, this man right here, he's Yoruba, right? This man, to me, I think Mayor Eric Adams looks like him. I'm like, this man, Eric Adams favors this man. Like their head, like everything is like, it's like it's built the same. I'm like, my gosh, you favor this man, right? Right? Now look at Eric Adams. Look at him. They look the same. I'm like, there's no way Mayor Eric Adams is not Yoruba. I'm like, that is this right here. This is the bloodline. That's the bloodline. You know, I'm like, they look just alike. This is bizarre. It's just that Mayor Eric Adams, like, he's just slightly, like, he's a bit more light-skinned, right? But I'm like, he looks like President Obasanjo. This is crazy. And also, the funny thing is, hold on. What's happening over here? Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Right? And the funny thing is, President Obasanjo, right? He's also a soldier. Like, he's in the military. He's a soldier. So he was part of Nigeria's military. The majority of Nigeria's presidents are former military. They're former soldiers, right? And it's funny how Mayor Eric also was in the police force. I'm like, it's the bloodline. I'm sure these two people took a DNA test. They could be related. I'm like, this is bizarre. So he was in law enforcement. You're also in law enforcement. I'm like, their head shape, their nose, their lips. I'm like, oh my gosh. Every time I see him, I'm like, yo, Merrick Adams, there is no way this man is not Yoruba. There is no way. And even like his personality, like the way he conducts himself, I don't know. If you are familiar with Yoruba people, if you are familiar with Yoruba men, he behaves like a Yoruba man because the people said, oh, he has to step down. He has to step down. I said, this man right here, he's not going to step down. The Yoruba in him, he is not going to step down. The way Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Garland were weaponizing the FBI to come after this man, I said he's not going to step down. Yoruba people, the way their pride is set up, good luck to you. Okay, I'm like, he's not going to step down. They're putting pressure on him. The governor, what's her name, Herco, Catherine, whatever her name is, she was putting pressure on him to step down. I'm like, this Yoruba man, he is not going to step down. Like, some of y'all probably know this, but if you are familiar with President Obasanjo, when he was the president of Nigeria, this man, he's something else. This man does not get bullied. He will bully you before you bully him. Okay? And when he was president also, West Africa was very quiet. Okay, I remember there was this one guy. I forgot what country it was. There was this one African president. He had left the country on a business trip. And so when he left the country, the soldiers behind him did a coup d'etat. So they told him not to come back because they took over the presidential palace. When I tell you, President Obasanjo picked up the phone. He told that soldier, by the time my plane lands in your country, if you don't get the F out that office, you gonna see. When I tell you, he grabbed the man, the president dude, like he grabbed his hand. He took him back to his country. He's like, here you go. When they got back to the country, the people were gone. Like President Obasanjo, he's not the one. He's not the one. He's not the two. He's not the three. This man, like they said, like his head is really strong. He is crazy. Like he's a typical Yoruba person. Like he's a typical Yoruba man. And I'm like, Eric Adams, y'all not gonna get rid of this man. So they told them to step down. They went after everybody because the FBI, like they were serving indictment on everybody that was around him. People started dropping like flies. Like they started quitting, resigning, bumped it up. The man didn't budge. He's like, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. He played this game with these people until Trump won. Now that Trump is going to be president, he has nothing to worry about. He's like, oh, well, there you go. And I was like, I knew he was not going to leave. And I'm like, I knew they were not going to kick this man out of office. I'm like, he's Yoruba. He's built different. These people are built different. But every time I look at him, I'm like, oh my gosh, this man looks like President Obasanjo. Like they have to meet. Like they need to meet and take a picture. I don't know. But I'm like, his real name would be like Oluwatemi, Oluwase, Oluwa. Like this, I'm like, this is it's the bloodline. Like it really is the bloodline. And people act a certain way, don't even realize it. Because I'm like, it's your bloodline. It is your bloodline. But Yoruba people are extremely proud. Like it's not a people that you bully easily. Because I'm like, before the Europeans come and take over these people, it was like a big nation. Like Yoruba land is actually like, it's like a whole nation. Like it's a lot of people. Even to this day, and like I think like in present day Nigeria, like there are 44 million people in all of Nigeria who identify as Yoruba, right? It's 44 million. Nigeria is like 205 million, right? So it's like a fifth of the population is Yoruba, right? So the majority of the people who were stolen out of West Africa, the majority of those people are Yoruba people, right? Because they have the bigger population. So like the majority of all people of the African, it's like people in America, it's like the majority of Black people in the Americas and the Antilles and things like that, they are people of Yoruba descent. And this is why, like, if you go to Latin America, there is such a strong worship of the Orishas, like Oshun, Yemoja, blah, 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 because these are Yoruba people. A lot of these Black Brazilians, many of them are Yoruba people. Most people in Haiti also are, Yoruba people. But it's like, it's a lot of their people who were sold into the slave trade. So I'm like, when people start to behave a certain way, it's like you see the behavior, like, yo, this person is not going to budge. So even with Uncle Shay Shay, his behavior also makes a lot of sense. But for me, when I first saw him, I thought he looked more Ashanti. I was like, he looks Ashanti, like that dark skin he has, like, and it's like, unlike a Sudanese person, like West African dark skin, like it's more like, it's warmer. We have a warmer dark skin. Like Sudanese people, like East Africa, they're East African, like Sudanese people, their dark skin is more like, it's black blue. It has a bluish tint to it because they're like really, really black, But for us, it's like, it's warmer. So they're all dark skinned, but one is warmer and then like one is more bluish. Yeah, Uncle Shay Shay looks Ashanti, but he said he took the test. He said he took the test, and his test is like he's 90%. He's 90%. I think he's like 90% Nigerian, right? And it goes to show you, like, when those people were sold, like, because he's that part of Georgia where he's from. It goes to show you, like, when those people were sold there, they pretty much never left, right? They pretty much never left. And most likely they kept marrying and having babies with each other. That's why his DNA is so strong. Like, I'm like 90% Nigerian now. That is crazy. Consider like this, like it's almost over 100 years, right? And then like that part of Georgia, like their DNA is still strong. It's strong Nigerian like that. Even Clarence Thomas. When you look at Clarence Thomas also, you can tell that this man also, he's Nigerian. Like, you can tell that Clarence Thomas is also Yoruba. Like, you can definitely tell. This is, no. What? No. Okay. Right? You look at Clarence Thomas, that is the face of a West African man. I'm like, this right here, this right here, this is us. Okay? This is the face of a West African man. And I'm like, Clarence Thomas too, I'm sure you go take his DNA stuff, it's gonna come out crazy Nigerian. I'm like, there's no way this man is also not of Yoruba ancestry. Like, I'm like, no, there's no way. Like, the way this man is stubborn like this, the way this man is so stubborn, he is so stubborn. It's a stubborn people. He's so stubborn. I'm like, no. Oh my gosh, the day he takes this thing, I would love to see it. Steve Harvey also has to be Bantu though. Because it's like, it's the pronounced nose and the pronounced like lips and stuff. These are Bantu features. But then you have what we call Linotic, right? Which are the people. Hold on.
Let me see. Am I spelling it correctly? Hold on. Okay. You see, you have so the Nilotic. There you go. Okay. You see? So it's like people have different features. Let me see if I can show you all the features. Hold on. But they usually like, see, just like you see like him right here, you see? So even though he's like dark skinned, but I'm like him right here, he's probably Eastern African, right? And maybe because they're close to the Arab people, I don't know. But we have different features, right? But he's dark skinned, but you'll see he have like a smaller lips. You have a straighter nose, right? Like he's not going to have full lips like me and things like that. Like he's not going to have that. And sometimes they're dark skinned and sometimes they're light skinned, right? But this is who they are. They have very small features. Small nose, small lips, small, like everything is like super, super small. Their hands are like super thin and super long. Okay. Like it's a real thing. Some like people say, oh, like we don't look like him. Like, what does that even mean? Like, what do you even mean by that? Right. But they usually have, it's like everything on them is like super, super small. And they can be very tall, very, very thin. Like, you know, you see this guy too? Look, you see this? A very small nose, but you know, high cheekbones, and they can be super dark, you know, but they can be really light skinned, right? But like you have Bantu features and then you'll have Nilotic features, right? So yeah, they can be very thin, like just thin and super, super long. Whereas like West African people, they might not be as tall, but like they'll be like physically strong. Like if you ever see like Senegalese like wrestlers, like their legs are thick, their thighs are thick. You know, everything is like super, super thick, right? So, and I can see why also like West Africans Bantu people would have made for better slaves, right? Because they're built like an oxen, like, you know, they're built like oxen. Whereas like Nilotic people, it's more like, they're more like giraffes. Like they're super tall, super slender. I don't even know how you would put them on a slave ship. I don't even know how you would, you know, accommodate those people on a slave ship because they're super tall. And they're super thin. So like, can they really work that hard? I don't know. You know what I mean? But like West African people are like, they have that, you know? Oh, I really think he is. Oh my gosh. Clarence Thomas, I'm like, no, there is no way. This man is stubborn. Woo! Somebody else think it's Igbo though. But I'm like, we shall see. But I would really love for this man to take his, I would love for him to take a DNA test. Like, I would love to know, like, what his stuff looks like. I really would. But you know he's West African. They're like, what? You throw this man in Ghana, you throw this man in Nigeria, you throw this man on Ivory Coast, he's going to fit right in. You would never think, oh, that's an American. Right? Not to say it's impossible, but if he does not open his mouth and you just see this man walking around, you would think, oh, yeah, he's one of us. Like, you would think he's West African. Right? Because I'm like, the genetics are just so strong. They're just so strong. Right? Yeah. Michael Jordan does look Nilotic. He really does. He really does. He really does. He really does. But you know, also though, I guess also it would fit with also with like being Fulani, because he could also be Fulani. Because many Fulanis also have those like Nilotic features, like, you know, but he could be from Niger. I could see him being from like Niger. I could see him being from like Mali, Senegal, you know, like the northern part of stuff. Like I could see him being from there. I could see him having that in his blood. I would not be surprised if he was like from Niger. I could see Niger in him. I could see like the top part of Nigeria. Like he could be an Hausa, right? He could be Hausa also. This thing is real. Look at that. Right? But he could be, I'm like Mali. I see Mali in him. I see Senegal in him. I see Niger in Michael. And I also see like the top part of Nigeria. He could be Hausa. Because that's what they look like, you know. But I'm like,
You can see it. It's like this stuff is like, I'm like, these genes don't lie. Like the fact that they stole people out of West Africa and brought these people here, yeah, you can see it. Like you can really see it. And it's not a joke. Like you can truly, truly see it. But for me, Uncle Shay Shay, I really thought, I'm like, he gave Ashanti. Because I'm like, this man, if you dressed him up in the kente cloth, like it would fit on him so beautifully. Like, you know, it would fit on him beautifully. Because per the culture, and I think that's what's so sad sometimes, right? Because when you kidnap people and you bring them to a different place, right? I can see how some people probably won't feel beautiful because this is not like, you know, it's not, you're not really like in your element. Like you're not really in the presence of your people. But I'm like in West Africa, for example, like whether it's Ghana or whether it's the Ivory Coast, like Uncle Shay Shay, he would be considered handsome because that's what most people look like. You know what I'm saying? Like, because to the culture, that's what makes you beautiful. Like looking the way he does in the culture, it makes him beautiful. But when you live in a place like America with all this mixture and things like that, you know, you can start to hate yourself because here you're not what's considered to be mainstream beautiful, right? But if you go to a different place where everybody looks like you're considered to be beautiful. But oh my gosh, like look at his complexion, look at his muscle, look at his face. Like for those people, they love those features. It's just like in West Africa too. When you have a gap, when a woman has a gap, like in between, you know what I'm saying? Like in West African culture, it is considered to be a sign of beauty, right? Here, it's not because it's not the thing. I don't know who worked the funniest. I don't know, right? But I'm like, that's the sad part. Even Jay-Z, sometimes I do pick on Jay-Z, but I'm like, Jay-Z also, to me, he could be from Guinea or he could be from Mali. But I'm like, in Guinea, for example, because I always said, I'm like, Jay-Z, Sean Carter, okay? Sean Carter, where is he? Okay, bring Sean Carter to the front, right? You like, look at his nose. Like, if you have ever seen people from Guinea, people from Mali, right? I'm like, Jay-Z right here. I would not be surprised if he was either from Mali or if he was from Guinea, because he could really be a Keita. Okay, if you know, that's a really big, powerful family. Okay, these West African Fulani people, like a Keita. Like I'm like, this dude right here, you could see Jay-Z being like an Abubakar Keita. What else? What kind of Keita? Okay, Aziz Keita. Okay, I'm like, this dude looks so West African. No, he's not from, no, they don't look like that. Jay-Z does not look Igbo. Jay-Z looks like he's from Guinea. Have you ever seen Guinean people? They look just like that. They look just, I'm like, he could be a Keita. I'm like, every time we see him, like, oh, this dude right here, he could be a Keita so bad. Abu Keita, Abubakar Keita, Aziz Keita. Okay. And you know another thing about this man, another reason why I know Jay-Z's Fulani, the way they love money. Woo, these people, the way they love money, and the way they love business. Woo! Okay. And you know what? And this is why I feel like you got him over the place, but whatever, it's alive. Who cares, right? But this is why I feel like him and Beyonce, besides the whole money thing, show business, whatever, I feel like spiritually, this is why him and Beyonce got married. Because Beyonce, I truly believe that part of her Creole roots, like on her African side, I think Beyonce is also Fulani. Okay? I can't prove it, but unless she takes her DNA thing. But if she does, then I'm probably be right. But I do believe that Beyonce is Fulani. I think she's like from Guinea or Mali somewhere, which is why that music always appeals to her. I'm like, why is this girl so obsessed with like Malian music like that? Like she loves to put Umu Sangahe in all her songs. It's like, it's really bizarre. But I'm like, then again, is it really bizarre? Right? Because it's the bloodline. It's genetics. Like sometimes you gravitate towards things because it's in your blood. It's in your blood. Right? And I'm like, so like I said, Jay-Z, I could see Jay-Z coming from Mali, or I can see Jay-Z come from Guinea. And because, you know, these West African people have this, like from Mali, Guinea, they have that griot culture, the people who sing, like, they don't have history books. They have singers, right? But I could see these two having that common ancestry, like both from that place in West Africa and both having ancestors who were involved in this kind of artistry. So that the people that get older, I mean, they're born now. And like, yes, you think you're connecting because, I like you, you like me, and we can be successful together. But I think also it's like, it's the bloodline. And sometimes your bloodline will have you attracted to people you don't even know why. But it's because y'all share a common bloodline. So you come together because you share a common bloodline. This thing is not random. I really do believe that this life over here is not, yeah, Notori also does. She does look West African. Okay. I truly believe that this bloodline thing is not who you marry and who you're attracted to sometimes. I don't think it's random. No, Eric Adams is African American. I never said he was not. Eric Adams is African American. Okay. He's from here. He was born here. Okay. Like, I think he's FBA. What I'm saying is, I said, Eric Adams, to me, he looks Yoruba. That's what I said. Because he reminds me of President Obasanjo. So I was like, when I first saw him, I was like, oh my gosh, this man looks like President Obasanjo. So I was like, I do believe that Eric Adams could be Yoruba. And when I see his behavior, when I see the way he conducts himself, when I see the way he acts, I'm like, yes, he reminds me of a Yoruba man. So I was like, I would love to see him take his DNA test, his ancestry test, so we could see like where in Africa like he's connected to. But I would not be surprised that he was not. I would not be surprised if it came out that he was Nigerian, and I would not be surprised that he was of Yoruba ancestry. I wouldn't be. I would not be. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't be. Now, Uncle Shay Shay, I thought he was Ghanaian. Like, to me, he looked Ghanaian. Like, he looks Ashanti to me. Like, his complexion, his muscles, like his features. I'm like, yo, like, this man looks Ashanti. Like, them strong Ashanti kings. I'm like, that's exactly what they look like. But when he said he took the test, it came out that he's 90%. Like, he's like 90%, like 92% Nigerian. I'm like, oh my gosh, that is a lot. After all these centuries, like, you are still 90% Nigerian? That is crazy. Even Quad took her ancestry exam or ancestry test, and for Quad, it came out like she was like 75% West Africa. I'm like, 75%? How's that possible? But Quad, she's also from Memphis, right? But I'm like, it kind of makes sense though, because everywhere you have like the Mississippi River, you have strong pockets of African ancestry because people were sold along the banks of the river, right? But for Quad, it was like 75% West African. I'm like, that is a lot. So it's like, it shows that the people, once they were sold there, they never left. They never left. They just stayed, and they kept marrying each other. So that's why their DNA does not change so much. Like, it just stays like so West African like that. I'm like, that is crazy. But if you're African American and you were born like in the 60s, or you were born like, 60s, like 60s, 70s, and then you do your DNA test and you're like 90% Nigerian, like, that is a lot. That is a lot. So that means like in your bloodline, people didn't change. People didn't mix that much. They were so there. And they just stayed there. And then they just kept marrying other people who had the same background as them. But when Quad did her test, it was like 75%. And I'm like, that is a lot. That is a lot. 75%? Woo, that's a lot. Right? But I'm like, Jay-Z and Beyonce, I would love for them to take their ancestry exam, because I do feel like they could have common ancestry. And I think like their love for music, the way she loves music, the way he loves music, I do feel like their love for music also could be tied to their ancestry, because a lot of things that you do, things that you like, your career, things that you aspire to become and things like that, many of those things sometimes it's genetics. It's in your blood. It really, really is in your blood. And you think, oh, I just love music. I just love performing. Come to find out, there's a lot of people in your bloodline who were probably performers. There are a lot of people in your bloodline who are probably used to be singers, right? So I was like, But I was like, this is weird because this girl, she is incredible. Beyonce is incredibly attracted to million things. And I'm like, who showed her this? Like, it is so bizarre. It is so bizarre. It's very bizarre. You know? And I don't even think she does it for, you know? I don't even think she's doing it for money. Or like, oh, I'm trying to like, you know, act like I'm black or like act like I'm African, whatever. I don't think Beyonce does it for money, you know? But I'm like, she has this natural like attraction to like West African culture all the time. I don't think it's random. I really don't think it's random. But I'm like, I could see this lady, and you know, I do believe in reincarnation. I really do. But I'm like, I could see this lady like hundreds of years ago, like, you know, whether it was her coming back or somebody in her bloodline being part of those griot people from either Guinea or Mali or even Niger, right? Then it's like, and all of a sudden she goes and finds Oshun somewhere. I'm like, she could also have Yoruba in her. Because I'm like, this is not random. Like, I've come to realize that the stuff people do, it's just not random. Oh, I want to be an artist. Oh, I want to be a painter. Oh, I want to be a doctor. Oh, I want to be this and that. You're going to look at your whole family tree, come to find out you had a lot of people who enjoy singing. You had a lot of people who enjoy performing. You had a lot of people who were involved in healing in some type of way, right? Maybe your great-great-grandmother used to heal people with planes, right? And that's how you got the gift of healing. But so like today, oh, I want to be a doctor. But meanwhile, in your whole bloodline, you've had people in your bloodline who used to heal people, right? Does that make sense, you guys? Right? I really don't believe that things are random. I don't. And I also believe in reincarnation. So it could be that once upon a time in a far, far, far away place somewhere in West Africa somewhere, you know, Beyonce could have been a griot. People who come outside and sing and they sing for, because griots, they're only for rich people, y'all. It's not for the poor, y'all. It is not for the poor, okay? Griot people are not for the poor, okay? They're not for the poor. Okay? They're not for the poor. Okay? They're for wealthy people. They're for wealthy people. So the wealthy people will commission the griot people, and they come outside, like when somebody's getting married, things like that, right? They come outside and they start singing, and they sing the entire family tree and everything that's happened, every war that was fought, and like, you know, it's luxury. It's luxury. They're not regular singers, okay? Honey, it's luxury. So if you're broke, you're not gonna have a griot. But they come out for nobility and they come out for kings and queens. So I'm like, it could be that hundreds of years ago, right? Beyonce was a griot, or somebody in her bloodline was a griot. So now this young lady is born. She's like, oh, I want to sing. I want to be a singer. But it's like, it's not random, right? She was always going to be that person because it's in her blood. Do that make sense? Do that make sense? So that's why I think sometimes it's a waste of time for people to be jealous of people, to hate on people, or to want somebody's life, because many things are predestined by genetics. Some people, this is the life they were always going to have because that is their bloodline. In their bloodline, this is what people do, right? So, yes. Then you have this man also who loves music. And I'm like, most likely also he's somehow related to that, right? So that he like, now you're born here in America, and it's like, okay, you married this girl who loves to sing, and she sings to you because maybe once upon a time, like hundreds of years ago, when you were way back somewhere in West Africa somewhere, you were a king and she used to sing to you. Because I believe, like, you know, like this whole like twin flame thing, I believe in that twin flame, this twin flame, and what's the other one? Sister, something like, it's twin flame and it's something else, right? Soulmate, twin flame. I really do believe in those things. I really do. And I really think that sometimes people who've had like great love stories, or people who are not able to complete the love story, I believe that throughout the ages, they pursue each other. And then it's like there's this one lifetime where they find each other. Maybe I should make a movie out of that, right? But I do believe that. Does that make sense, y'all? Because maybe in one lifetime they couldn't make it happen because so many things were so complicated. And then 200 years go by or whatever, because they're like chasing each other throughout the universe. They're like chasing, I'm chasing you, you're chasing me throughout the universe. right? And then there's this one time where they're both born and then they get to make it happen. But this could be a love story that's actually 300 years old because, be so for real, there is a lot of things we don't know. There's a lot of things we don't know. But we're like, oh no, because this person worked hard. I mean, of course you have to work hard, but I do believe that sometimes a lot of things don't make sense. A lot of things don't make sense. A lot of things don't make sense, but they make sense when you think about these things this way. Because it's not, I refuse to believe that this is just a random, like, oh my gosh, like it's just random. No. Two parents who love to sing or like two parents who are artistic. No. Don't believe that. No, he's not. Just from here. But no, James could be, because the thing with Jimmy, his mom, my mother-in-law, she took her. You see, that's what I'm trying to say. That's why I say I don't think this stuff is random. Because James's mom, she took her DNA test, right? And in her DNA test, she's 25% Ivorian. 25%. I'm like, oh damn, that's a lot. 25%. And his dad took his test, right? Jimmy's dad took his test, and his test, he had Congo in there. He had the DRC, which makes sense. And I think the Congolese part of James's dad, I think it comes from his mom. Because his mom is from Louisiana. And there were a lot of Congolese people who were sold in Louisiana. That's why I told you they have a place called Congo Square. So I'm like, there's like, for me, where James's dad get his Congolese side from, like all this Congolese genetics, right? It has to be from these Louisiana people. Right now, Jimmy's mom, she's 25% Ivorian. Like when she did her whole genetic stuff, she's 25%. I'm like, that is a lot. But before she took the test, this life, I'm telling y'all, I don't think stuff is random. But I really don't. Before she took the test, I think when James was like 10 years old, whatever, he had to do a presentation on a country, and then his mom just randomly said, "Do the Ivory Coast." Like what the heck? So when he was 10, he did a whole presentation about the Ivory Coast. Right? You fast forward, like he's what, 25, 20, no, he's 26 when we met, right? 25 or 26 when we met. Then you meet a woman from the Ivory Coast. That is like, y'all, no. Marlene, I don't believe in coincidence. I don't care. I do not believe in things being, I really don't. No. No. Spiritually, there's a lot of stuff we just don't know. And because we don't know, we're like, okay, just leave it alone. But it's like, no, you have to keep investigating the stuff, right? So you meet somebody, you marry the person, and then like his mom, she took her test, like, I won't say recently, but she took the test like after we got married, which is when she found out that she was 25% Ivorian. And then his dad, I forgot what the percentage was, but he has a good percentage from the DRC, like from Congo. I'm like, it makes sense because they stole a lot of Congolese people, and many Congolese people were sold in Louisiana. Right? So much so that they named the place Congo Square because they recognized that they were from the Congo. And mind you, the Congo of yesteryears had Angola in there. It was like, it's the DRC, it's the other Congo Brazzaville, and it's also Angola, right? But all of that used to be the Congo, right? I'm like, yeah, makes perfect sense, okay? But Marlene, I don't believe things are random. I do not. Because I'm like, how do you explain the stuff that Beyonce does sometimes? It doesn't make sense. But then it does make sense because it's in her blood. And she can't even herself, she can't explain it. But I'm like, every time you listen to her, she always put this lady, hold on. Okay. She always puts this lady in her songs. And her name is Oumou Sangaré. Oumou Sangaré, she's like an icon. Like, when it comes to Mandinga music, like, griot music in West Africa, she's like the GOAT. Like, she's like the icon, right? But it's like she put her in her song, she put Moïse Kanté in her song. Like, I don't know what it is with her, but she is drawn to that sound. Like, she likes their voice, she likes the instruments. Like Beyonce just likes that stuff. I'm like, it makes sense because a lot of these people also were sold in Louisiana. So I'm like, it's in her blood. It's in her blood, right? And even for her to be attracted to someone like Jay-Z also, like I said, it makes sense because it's in her blood. It's in her blood. Because you throw this man in Mali, you throw this man in Guinea, they will be like, Mokta Keita, some Keita. But I'm like, he looks like a Keita. right? And I'm like, and that family, the Keita family, like if you study the people, like the Keita family before, it's a powerful family. Like, in terms of like business warrior, they have a really famous one. His name was like Sundiata Keita. He fought the Europeans. He fought the French. Okay. He's like, no, you're not going to subjugate me. Okay. Like, no. You know, but I'm like, it's a family. They love business. They love war. They're not afraid, but they love money. They love money. They were some of the people in West Africa that had like the African palaces, I guess, right? They have a certain type of art in Mali and Guinea. Like they're just, it's a extremely wealthy family. They were always a real, like the way you have what's called the Medici family in Italy, like that was like the patrons of the art. The Keita family for Mandinga people are like the patrons of the art. Yeah, he looks like him. He looks like a Keita. I'm like, if you dress Sean Carter in a traditional Malian Guinean outfit, the people are gonna be like, oh, okay. They're gonna start talking to him, Baba. I need to come on, okay? Because it's like he looks like those people. He looks like them. It's not even a joke. I'm like, for me, like he has to be a Keita. Like this dude, if I could look at his bloodline, I'm like, he has to be a Keita because this is who they are. They love business. They love making money. They love to be successful. They love having slaves. Let's also be honest, okay? They love owning people, okay? They love nice things. And because like when you were really successful, like when you're a Keita, like when you're part of the Keita family, you guys, these people are wealthy. They were wealthy AF. Like they were so wealthy. But you have these griot, some are women and some are men. But you have these beautiful ladies who come and they just sing to you. Okay? They have these beautiful voices. They come outside, they start singing. So I'm like, when I look at his relationship with Beyonce, I'm like, yeah, it gives that to me. It just does. It makes a lot of sense. I'm like, these people, it makes sense while they're together. It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Even when, like, you know how she's like obsessed with Oshun, okay? Let me tell you something. You know how she's like obsessed with Oshun. Even when you study Oshun also, Oshun's husband was crazy, okay? Because Oshun had a husband. Her husband's name is Shango. Shango, he's like, he deals with like metal and things like that. It does kind of give Sagittarius. I ain't gonna lie. Okay. Shango, when you look at Shango, Shango also gives power. Like you look at Shango and then you look at Jay-Z, like, okay, I can see it. So if you're also a woman where you are so obsessed with Oshun all the time like this, which means for a very long time, Oshun had Beyonce's head. Okay, we're not gonna get into that, but whatever. But it makes sense why a woman who's so obsessed with Oshun would end up with a man like Jay-Z. Because like I said, if you look at Shango, where is he at? Hold on. This stuff is real. Okay? It makes sense. I'm like, right? But it's like iron. It is fire. Which the husband is what? He's a Sagittarius. I'm like, you see, it makes a whole lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. And this when you start to recognize that there are things out here in this world that are not random. It's just that I believe that God hides a lot from people. Okay? He hides a lot from the people. But then you have people like me who are incredibly nosy. But I just feel like a lot of things are not random. When you look at people, how successful they are or how successful they're not, who they marry, what they're attracted to, what they like, I do feel like a lot of it is preconditioned by your DNA. It's like it's your genetics. So this is why sometimes it really makes no sense on like being chill somebody. Oh, I want her life. I want this. It's like, it's not in your bloodline. So I don't see how that's going to happen. Right. But some people were predisposed to become X, Y, and Z. And so they became that because it's in the bloodline. Right. Some people are going to be predisposed to be doctors because most likely if you look at the lineage, there's a lot of people who used to treat or heal other people. So it's in their bloodline. So they easily become doctors because that's the bloodline. Okay. Somebody in there was a healer somewhere. Okay. And maybe that person passed it on to you. So like now it's like, okay, I'm going to be a doctor. It's not random. And then the person becomes successful being a doctor and things like that because there's somebody in that lineage that had a gift of healing. Now you have it. Or it could be that you were just reincarnated. Okay. But anyways, let's go back to Travis Hunter. Yeah. Jay-Z looks Guinean. I don't care what nobody says. I'm like, he needs to take his DNA test. Okay. But my point was, a lot of people truly do not want to be connected with the continent of Africa. A lot of people don't want to feel like they have anything related to Africa, which is fine. Whatever. Like I said, given the media, whatever was done as far as like the PR, like the branding around Africa, right? If you don't want to educate yourself about it, I could see why you would not want to be connected to the continent. Marlene, I don't take it personally. It doesn't bother me at all because I recognize that a lot of people are ignorant. It could be a lot easier to educate yourself, right? And the more you educate yourself, the more love you could have for the place. But then again, everybody has a choice. You have a choice to remain ignorant, right? It will be better to heal yourself because once you learn to love the place, it might be easier to love yourself, right? But some people do not want to be reminded that they have anything in connection with the continent of Africa. I personally do not care. Okay. Me, I'm West African and I love it. I don't care. Right. I don't care. But I just feel like when you don't make the time to learn something and you see it as negatively or as negatively as the West wants you to see it, it's more likely that you will self-harm. I don't take it personally. Okay. Me, I'm West African. I know who I am. And I love it. Okay. I think Africa is pretty awesome. I think it's pretty cool. What other continent can you see giraffes and lions and rhinos and, and zebras? I'm like, it's crazy. It's a beautiful place, right? People could do better, but it definitely is a beautiful place. You can have everything. You can have the desert. You can have snow. You can have mountains. You can have beaches. Like we have it all. It's a beautiful place with beautiful people. Unfortunately, a lot of people did not handle the continent accordingly. So it is where it is today, right? But it's beautiful. It's a beautiful place with beautiful people who look very, very different, right? So it doesn't bother me. But once again, you have to get to a place of self-love and self-acceptance to not be bothered. But anybody who rejects the continent or like features from the continent or like traits or hair texture, I know that it has nothing to do with me. Okay. It has everything to do with you and all the things that you don't know about the continent of Africa because it's a beautiful place with beautiful stories. And I hope that one day I get to make like movies or maybe like children animation movies about that. I think it's beautiful. But that's that, right? But yeah, a lot of people suffer. And I pray that a lot of people, men and women, I pray that they suffer less because real freedom is knowing, is learning and knowing how to love yourself and accepting who you are and the way God made you. And it is what it is. Okay? Because what else can you do? Right? You don't have a choice but to love yourself. Right? But and I wish that sometimes instead of just always looking at like the exterior, like the phenotype or the hair texture, I wish people sometimes will look at the resilience of what it means to have African genetics in you, right? As far as like how well your body fights diseases, how well your body fights against sun damage, how well your body does X, Y, and Z, because it does come with powerful genetics, right? The more African blood you have in you, the better you'll be to fight diseases. Okay, because it's beautiful genetics. It is beautiful, beautiful genetics. And this is why millions of people were stolen out of the continent because they could be resilient because they had incredible genetics. And many of these women, when they came to America, for example, they were forced to breastfeed, right? European children in order to pass their antibodies to those babies. And the breast milk from these African mothers saved a lot of white babies from dying, right? Because we have incredible genetics, right? So, maybe it would be nice to have mainstream beauty standards. I don't know. But when it comes down to it, as they say, health is wealth. So when you have incredible genetics, when you have resilient genetics, right? You won. See, I was able to push a baby at 39, right? Genetics. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Because I'm like, yeah, you have powerful genetics. And people will pay all kinds of money for that. Right? My grandma, my dad's mom, she was over 100. And she chose to die because she was tired of living. Okay? But that's the power of genetics. My dad's people have incredible genetics. Right? So yeah, the wet nurse says. So I'm like, because the first form of vaccine, right, is breast milk. Through the breast milk, you pass antibodies. And a lot of these white babies who were born in America at that time did not have the proper antibodies to survive being born in America. They didn't have it. So it was these African mothers who were breastfeeding the babies, not Native Americans, right? We saw what the flu did to Native Americans. They were decimated because of influenza. Have you ever heard that African slaves were decimated because of the flu? No, you have not. I wonder why. Okay, you understand? So even if you have Native Americans who were able to mate and procreate with African people, but the reason why those people remain because of those African genes, not because of the Native American genes. African genes are more resilient than Native American genes, right? Because we saw what influenza did to Native Americans. We saw what cholera did to Native Americans. They were encountering these Europeans was devastating to so many Native Americans. White Anglo-Saxons, whether it be the French, the French or the Anglo-Saxons, they didn't win wars like that against Native Americans. They just made them sick. Millions of people died because of illnesses, not because of warfare, because they were not that good at fighting wars. Let's be so for real. But they were good at making people sick. Now, some of it was intentional, and also some of it was not intentional, because human beings carry cholera. So you can come from Great Britain with your body full of cholera. If you pee somewhere, you poo somewhere, like it just goes into like the atmosphere. It goes into the environment. It pollutes the waters, right? Because it's a pathogen that you can carry. They have the same issue in Haiti. When the UN, like after the earthquake, like the UN declared an emergency in Haiti, and they brought the UN military to Haiti. But many of those people were from Bangladesh, right? And those people also had cholera in their system. So when they got to Haiti, you know, you pee, you poop, you sweat. Next thing you know, you have introduced cholera to the island. So a lot of Haitian people started to get sick because they don't have cholera on the island. But the people from Bangladesh brought cholera to Haiti, and it killed a lot of people. Right. So like you look at the history of this nation, right? Whether it was the Anglo-Saxons or the French, they didn't get all this land because they were out here. They were so good at warfare, and they had all this incredible weaponry that they were just out here just like pew, 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 just slaughtering these Native Americans. No, the people got sick. They got really, really sick. Well, thank you, bro. They got sick. The biggest loss of Native American lives was not to warfare, but it was sickness. It was sickness. African people are really resilient to living with white people. They don't get it sick because it's the genetics. We have great genetics. So we can survive cholera. We can survive chickenpox. We can survive a lot of things, right? Because we have great genetics. But believe, they enslaved Native Americans. They were dying like flies. They couldn't do it. They don't have the genetics for it. And when you look at their body type, right, they're very slender people. They're very slim people. They're not like boom, like they're not buff. Like if you see, you know, they're not like West African people. They're very slender. They're very slim. You know, so what these Europeans had in mind, their bodies couldn't take it. So they kept dying. They put West Africans through the same treatment, and those West Africans were not dying because we have incredible genetics. Right? So you might not like my phenotype, but I promise you'll pay a whole lot of money for my genetics. So I win. Yeah, they brought us sicknesses. You know? And also, and the thing also, if you recognize too, one thing about African cuisine, especially West African cuisine, is that we eat a lot of pepper. Native Americans don't eat spicy like we do. They don't. We eat a lot of peppers. Peppers are an antioxidant. And this is why we don't get sick like that, because we consume a lot of peppers. That's a West African feature. Like part of West African cuisine is a whole lot of pepper. The people will eat pepper so much their nose is running. They're like this, like that nose is running and stuff like that, because it's pepper kills a lot of foolishness, right? But it's like we eat a lot of pepper. We consume a lot of pepper because pepper is an antioxidant. We even purge ourselves with pepper. So it's like they know how to get rid of diseases because they consume a lot of peppers. We use a lot of peppers. You know, when you're a baby, you eat a lot of spicy food as a baby. It is a normal thing. If you ever see like Senegalese women, when they cook, they'll put like 20 peppers in a stew. Like, oh my gosh. And it's normal. It's so normal. It's like, okay, what's the big deal? Right? White people don't eat that much pepper. You know, Native Americans also don't eat that much. Like, we eat a lot of peppers. Now, I think after us is Latinos. But Latinos also, once again, it's a lot of African influence in a lot of Latino stuff. So, but it's like we eat lots of peppers. So when you eat a lot of peppers like that, it's hard to get sick. And then they purge themselves. Like African people will grind, like West African people, they'll grind the pepper, they'll mix it with water, and then they'll purge themselves in the butt, and then they'll poop. Like they love pepper. Like everything, they treat everything with pepper. So when you do that, like I think like disease, they just stay away from you. Peppers and more peppers. Everything is hot. Everything is super hot. Super, super, super hot. It's extremely spicy food. And as a consequence of that, like people don't get it sick. They don't get it sick. And then this is how they were able to sustain the European and their diseases, because they have, like, they have great genetics. And which is another reason why a lot of Black people are extremely athletic. It's the genetics. It's great genetics. And that's why a lot of the whole like pharmaceutical stuff, it always leans on Black people for testing because they have great genetics. It's a lot of peppers. It's a lot of peppers. And I was watching, I was watching this one documentary that spoke on Madagascar, because Madagascar at one point was attached to Africa. So was India, because India was attached to, hold on. Right? So they were saying like once upon a time that Madagascar was attached to Africa, right? And India was also attached to Africa. So India was attached to Madagascar. So I'm assuming they were all, both those two places, like Madagascar and India, at some point were attached to the continent of Africa. So I'm like, okay, I can see why you have these dark-skinned Indians like that. Because I'm like, this is crazy. Why are you so dark like that? Right? I can see that. But it's like they use a lot of spices too, because it keeps diseases away. Like pepper will keep you sane. Like it's an antioxidant. Right? So I'm like, yeah, might not have the looks that you want, but we have incredible genetics. We have incredible genetics. Right? So it's like, and if you notice, not to be offensive, right? But if you notice like carefully, yeah, like if you have someone like Miss Tina, right? For example, right? Yeah. When you're young and stuff like that, when you're young, you can take pride in the fact that, oh, I mixed with French, or I mixed whatever kind of European you want, right? When you're young, it's cute. But as you get older, those European genetics, they start to act a fool. And then the aging, it happens really, really fast, right? And that's the thing about taking pride in like being mixed or being biracial or having like French ancestry, whatever. Like, yeah, when you're young, it's cute, but you're going to ultimately age like a white person. Right? That's the truth though. So when you're young, it's cute. Like being biracial when you're young is cute. Wait until you age. Right? Then it's like, damn, you're going to wish that you had a bit more melanin in you, right? Then you start running to your doctor because you will age like a white person. Right? Like, right? But when you look at, what is her name? Oh my gosh, she passed away. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. Yeah, her name came to mind, right? Miss Cicely Tyson, for example, right? You see her? First of all, Miss Cicely, to me, honestly, there is no way that Miss Cicely Tyson was not Ghanaian. This girl, there is this right here. There is no way that this lady right here was not Ghanaian. This lady looks as Ashanti could be, okay? But you see, you look at Miss Cicely Tyson from the time that she was young until the time that God called her back, she was beautiful through and through. And that's the power of those West African genes. Like, I'm just being so for real. Okay. Right? Because I'm sure back in the day, you had people who were probably lighter than her, probably had more roles and this and that. Because yes, for a season, you're white. Like the fact that you're half white, it does help you out. But wait until you age. Wait a minute, right? Be patient, right? But see, Miss Cicely Tyson, her beauty, I feel like her beauty got even better with time. Right? But did she ever need the surgery, the this and that? No. Right? Because that is the beauty. That is the beauty of those West African genes. Okay? You will age beautifully. And that's the gift of the ancestors. You will age beautifully. Like that's the beauty of having dark skin. Yeah, palm trees using palm oil also. That's the beauty of having dark skin, is that it doesn't age because the way it handles the sun. You see, and that's, you see, I told you this. When you take a step back and you really think about God's design for Black people, especially dark skinned people, you realize how much He loved you. Then you're gonna stop saying, "Oh my gosh, I'm dark skinned." Okay, we don't absorb light. We repel light. Dark skin doesn't absorb light. That's why we don't get you can get sunburn, but it's not as bad as like other people. But white people, biracial people, like the lighter you are, you absorb the light. So it's affected, like it damages your skin, it damages your cells, right? Because everything that comes to the surface was at one point inside of you, right? Like this current skin that I have, at one point it was inside of me, right? So when you're always absorbing light like that, you're always absorbing sunlight, you're also damaging your cells on the inside because the light is penetrating through all of that. When you're dark skinned, when you're darker skinned, when you have these West African genetics like I do, okay, you don't absorb sunlight as much as other people do. So you're not aging. You age slowly. Because the sun burns everything. The sun damage, like sun causes aging. Right? But you don't have to worry about that when you have a darker complexion. So you age slower than most people. Here you are upset because your skin is dark. You better thank the Lord. Okay? Like a little vampire. Your skin is not going to age as fast because you're dark skinned. Because you have incredible genetics. Right? And I think and as you get older, like in your 60s, your 70s, your 80s, your 90s, you'll really see how beautiful you are because you'll look at your peers and you're like, damn, what happened to your skin? Well, it's these European genetics, huh? Okay, right? And it's the same thing with our hair. I said, when you stop and you think about 4C hair, why God gave us West African people 4C hair, it makes a lot of sense. It's hot. So if you are from if you're from a dry place or a hot place, why would God give you hair that is constantly releasing moisture? That makes no sense. You have to trap the moisture. So you have the perfect hair for you. It's actually beautiful. It's actually really smart. This is what the people are paying AI to do. You have AI in your hair. Okay? You have incredibly intelligent hair. It understands what needs to be done. It understands the assignment. So that's the way it looks, the way that it does. You have no reason to be upset. If anything, you ought to be grateful. Oh, you know what? You're preserving the moisture. Makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense for West African people to have hair that has closed cuticles because it's hot. It's hot. Why would your hair be releasing moisture when you are in a place that is constantly dry? It has to retain the moisture. Smart. Really, really smart. Okay. Then you look at your complexion. It's like, I don't consume sun as much as other people. I repel sun. You are absorbing sunlight. I repel sunlight. And do you see how much of a superpower that is? Because most people just absorb the sunlight. Your skin says, no, I'm not going to absorb sunlight. You're not going to damage my skin, right? And so you don't age like other people age. Everybody's getting older, and then it feels like you're getting younger because you're dark skin. It's a beautiful skin. It's an amazing skin. It's beautiful. And because it's so beautiful, that's why they had to go and demonize it. Okay? Don't let the people play you out your spot. Miss Cicely Tyson is gorgeous. This lady, once again, if she was alive, we should go and do her DNA testing because I really think she's Ghanaian. I really, really do. I really do believe that this one right here, I think she's Ghanaian. I really do. There's a certain look to these girls. They are really pretty. Ghanaian girls are really pretty. I know, but there's no way she's not. Like, there's no way she doesn't have some type of Ghanaian in her blood. Very pretty. Very, very pretty. So pretty. You see? Right? I'm like, there's no way. Yep. Right? And when you're young, you're like, oh, I wish I was lighter. I wish that I girl by. You don't know how well you're going to age because you have this complexion. You have no idea. Shh. Okay? You don't know how well you're going to age because you have this complexion. It's a beautiful complexion. Extremely beautiful. It's an incredibly smart complexion. Right? And so you could be 70, 80, 90, God willing, right? And you'll look at your dark skin and it's still even. Everything is even. Like your whole skin, like everything on you is even. A beautiful complexion, right? So it's like, that's why I say, the more you educate yourself, the more you educate yourself, you can only love yourself. Because you're like, wow, this makes so much sense. Like, this makes a lot of sense. It does. It does, right? And while people over here aging, spending all kinds of money on skincare, doing the very most, you're like, wow, that's crazy. Yes, because you have a beautiful skin, you have a beautiful complexion, right? It's a blessing to be built with like sun protection in your skin. Okay, all right. So you have to learn to love yourself. And I'm like, and the more you know about yourself, the more you know about the people like that you come out of, right? You're going to be really proud of yourself. And once you're proud of yourself, it's really easy to not be troubled by whatever society or whatever wants you to believe about yourself. Oh, you're not pretty enough. You're not this enough. No, I'm fine. Thank you. I'll see y'all when we get to 70. I will see y'all when we get to 80. Okay. And 90. Okay. No, you're fine. You are just fine. Right? Love yourself at all times.
It's like you so caught up in being in love with this motherfucker, bro. I don't even think this woman really loved you like that, bro. You gotta watch the signs, man. That woman said you wasn't even her type. If a woman tell me she not my type but end up with me, then what's keeping you here?
Money.
What's keeping you here then?
I know.
If I'm not your type, that means you going off looks. So what the fuck is keeping you here? You gotta ask, but you young though. But you gotta ask yourself some questions. We not coming down on you, brother. We trying to wake you up. You know what I'm saying? Before this motherfucker end up. Last but not least, young brother, I want you to live your life, man. You young, man. I don't even think you're 24 yet. Do you know how much women are about to be thrown your way? Boy, you the Heisman Trophy Award winner. Can't no nigga give you no advice better than me because I was young with the bag and I'm still here doing it, navigating through this whole shit. A nigga can't, I'm telling you from firsthand experience, brother, it's about to be so many women about to throw that thing your way, you ain't gonna be able to turn it down. So all it's gonna do is just lead to frustration and all type of bullshit in your household anyway. Young brother, snatch that ring back, get focused on what's important. Nigga, it's hard to build your shit when you got a broad with you. Bro, you in the media more for the broad than you is for the winning the Heisman. I don't like that. You know what I mean? So I don't give a look. Coach Prime got my number. You know how to hit me. I'm telling you, my nigga, I ain't coming down on you. I ain't trying to hate on your situation. But my nigga, wake up.
Bow Wow said some real stuff. And like I said, I'm surprised. It just shows his maturity. I don't think he's hating at all. I think people are seeing it for what it is. And again, of course, it's not Black women's business. We're going to sit here and sip tea, okay? That's between him and his spicy Latina. But I'm definitely going to sit here and give my commentary on this situation. The one. So now you have, another football player from the Cowboys speaking up, trying to let Travis Hunter know. But unfortunately, Travis Hunter doesn't want to listen to Bow Wow or Dez. He ended up doing a live stream yesterday. And once again, he's getting defensive and he's going off. So we're going to go ahead and check out his live stream right now.
They don't want me to be in a relationship. So I found that out. And I'm not gonna lie, the comments, the people, you know, the comments and the people, you know, the hatred that I'm getting, it's draining. It's draining for sure.
Travis, who's hating on you? You are crazy. You don't know what hate looks like. You call that hate. These people are so delusional.
But I don't even care. A lot of people, it's just draining. I didn't even want to spark up training it because I know it's gonna be a lot of people in trolling. So like it's draining. I'm definitely not gonna be myself for a minute. There's a lot of people just talking and hating it. Like every time I get on my phone, it's something new that they're lying about. Like every time it's something new somebody's lying about, and we are just a topic right now. It's draining.
That he would wait outside for her.
And I'm Hispanic, so I have tequila like in my veins. So I drink. I don't drink a lot, but I drink, and I used to party and stuff. And he would literally drive me, sit outside for hours while I'm inside like partying, and then take us home. Like he never tried to be like, oh, just because I drink, you can't drink, or you can't hang out with your friends, or you can't, you know, drink. He doesn't drink. And I'm Hispanic, so I have.
She's literally making him out to just be a simp. Like, why even tell this story? So your man is dropping you off to go to parties, to shake your ass, have fun, while he just sits outside because he's not a drinker, he's not a smoker. He's basically focused on his health and focused on football. So again, the way she's telling the story is constantly like put him down or make him seem weak. So as you guys see, this is the picture here that's gone viral. This young man posted it after the video went viral. She has a boyfriend, okay, who dropped her off at the party, and yet and still he has a handful of her ass. That makes no sense. They've been together for 5 years. This is not old. This is not a high school picture. This is during their college years. So this is the video here. As you guys can see her outfit. And the guy is wearing an old LeBron jersey from when LeBron was in high school, and he is grinding on her. So it's obviously a Halloween party. We're going to watch the video here. Play some music, so I don't want to make it too loud.
I don't want to put the music also. But yeah, so this is what she was doing while he was outside, I guess. I don't know.
Super embarrassing. So after that went viral, of course, people were clowning him even more, going in on him. So at that point, Travis decided to just delete his entire social media page altogether. So as you guys see, that is his page. It's, been deleted. He removed all the pictures and everything else. Now, Shador Sanders did come out and leave a comment. So I'm going to go ahead and read to you guys what Shador had to say as well. Okay, so Shador says this.
This is crazy. Hold on, let's go back.
Nobody. You already showed your true colors when you thought nobody was looking.
But I'm going to tell y'all the full story just so y'all know. So Travis, when he first ever DM'd me, when we first met, I said I left him in my DM for 2 months, and people said, oh, she left him in his DM until she figured out who he was. That is not true at all. The real reason Travis sat in my DM for 2 months is because he DM'd me when he had a girlfriend, and her name was in his bio. So I instantly knew he had a partner. So I exited the message, and he sat there until he was single. I don't do home wrecking. I'm not a side piece. I don't stand for any of those things. I support women. So I would never do that to another woman because I would never want it done to me.
If he wasn't your type because you saw him as contacting you when he already had a girlfriend is cheating, then why do you try to talk to him 2 months later? Yeah, if he wasn't your type and he was out here creeping, then how all of a sudden would a man you're describing as a cheater overnight become your type? Like, cut it out. You realized he was a star high school football player, and you being close to 3 years older than him had no other future millionaire sucking up to you. So you found out who he was, you saw his potential, you did your calculation, and that's how you summed him up to now being your type. This one right here is a manipulator, a chameleon, and a feminist. Up here talking about partners. He ain't have no partner. Let me tell you, it's called a girlfriend, maybe a fiance or a wife, not a partner. He's not with a man. He's with a woman. I just can't. If y'all don't get this fake equality, gender neutral BS out of here.
So I ignored him until he was single. That's the real reason he sat in my DM. Then the second thing, when I said he wasn't my type, I did not mean attractiveness. I don't have a physical type, period. No two men that I previously dated look the same.
Translation, not only is she a mutt herself, but she's an equal opportunity mutt, meaning she could possibly be for any and every man as long as he's about to be a multimillionaire. Just like it doesn't matter that Travis was allegedly trying to cheat on his ex-girlfriend with her, according to her, from her own perspective, but she was willing to lift that morality clause when she realized she was dealing with a future top NFL prospect. And let me tell you, you better believe she's already got that as her excuse to try to rob him of all his money when she's tired of pretending that he's, quote, her type now.
No, hold on. Look at this one. Hold on. Oh no. Hold on.
Put the marriage on. Are you out of your mind, Travis Hunter? No disrespect to the young brother. I'm a fan. But bruh, slow this down. Put the marriage on ice. I need him to put that marriage on ice for about 2 or 3 years and don't have any children out of wedlock while that marriage is on ice. My fear, Art, is he's going to run into the queen of his dreams and it's going to be too late. It's going to be too late. So I just think the brother moving too fast. So many of our black athletes, they run into these non-black women in college, and they just think that that's what their life is all about. She's the best thing since sliced bread. Not to demean any woman of any culture, but we should be with our own women. And one thing I appreciate about Deion Sanders, although I'm still not happy with the move he made to Colorado, making all that money for a predominantly white college that does nothing for black people. But nonetheless, one thing I do respect about Coach Prime, you don't see his sons doing that. Are you out of your mind, Travis Hunter? No disrespect.
Period. No two men that I previously dated look the same. My first one was a white cowboy. Second one was a Mexican soccer player. Then I dated a black man who's a SoundCloud rapper. And then Travis.
Translation, Brad was her first choice. Miguel was her second choice. They didn't make her feel like a princess, so she went to a black guy to help build up her self-esteem, but he was a SoundCloud rapper and wasn't getting no motion. She realized he wasn't about to be the next Yachty, Uzi Vert, or Playboy Cardi, so she lost interest, and then she found Travis, who was willing to dump his real high school sweetheart for an older girl plotting on him.
So I have never dated the same type physically. I don't care about what people look like or what they can give me. I date people for who they are as a person, how they honor God, and how they treat the people around them. And Travis does all the above. So when I said he wasn't my type, I meant because he was younger than me. I had never dated no one younger than me. And he had cheated on his girlfriend. I don't know if your type is cheaters, but mine isn't. So no, he wasn't my type at first off of those two things.
The baby bot bimbo babble is killing me. Did she just hear what she said? You say he wasn't your type because he cheated on his girlfriend, and cheaters aren't your type. So again, what all of a sudden made this, quote, cheater your type? We all know what made him become her type. That fame and money is what came in play. And that's how he really became your type. Like, girl, who you think you talking to? I'm sorry, but I'm not doing it. I am not about to sit up here and play dumb with her.
But that didn't discredit the fact that I was attracted to him. That's obviously why I gave him a chance. And then I learned he truly is a phenomenal and wonderful human being. And that's why we're together. And that's why we're still together to this day. So that's that. Okay, the next clip was at the game after they just won like their last game. People thought I was upset with him celebrating with cheerleaders. I don't know where that came from because he never celebrated with cheerleaders. So that I don't know where that started, but that's not what I said. But what y'all didn't see before the clip, me and him were talking. We had already interacted. I had already said congratulations. I had already kissed him over the fence that we couldn't get through. So the real reason why I was mad is because the security, and you can ask any of the family members who was actually there, they didn't want no one to storm the field. So they had
to me. My thing is one thing I ain't gonna lie. One thing I do love about this, because one thing I have noticed, right, is that a lot of girls from certain cultures, like from certain communities, I'm not so much white, but Latinas,
Asians, you know. I feel like because they don't have men in their culture that can be really successful in sports and entertainment, they usually come to the black section. Okay? They come to the black section to get black men, to give them a lifestyle that a lot of the men in their community cannot give them. You understand? And for a long time, they've been able to get away with that poaching behavior. Because I'm like, to me, she's a poacher. Okay, if she's Mexican, she's a Mexican poacher. If she's from Honduras, she's a Honduran poacher. Okay, that poaching behavior. So a lot of these girls have gotten away with that for a long time, right? And it's like now because of social media, black people can be more vocal about the crap. Like, girl, we see you. We know why you're here. Okay, we know you're here to poach. So Marlene, I love the fact that so many black people are applying pressure on this girl and shaming her. And I think it's going to send a great warning call to all these other people, all these other girls from her community to say, we are no longer the people to F with. Okay? Because we're going to expose you for the gold digging Mexican that you are. Okay? Yeah. So I loved it. I wish we could have done it with other people back in the day, but unfortunately, you know what I'm saying? So they were able to get successful. Like, they got away with it. Okay? But I'm like, this poaching behavior, it needs to stop. All right. And it's usually from the non-European people with the white skin. It's usually them. It's a lot of them. Okay. So yeah, I'm enjoying it. I love that so many people, if Travis doesn't care, I love that a lot of black people care for him. They care about him and they are speaking up on it and letting this girl know. So that way, whoever's out there thinking that she's going to plot another black player, she's going to know why black people are looking at your ass. And if you're poaching and we feel like you're out here poaching, we're going to make videos about you. We're going to talk about you. This girl, she felt so attacked. She came outside and did a live. Because most likely it was affecting Travis. Because he probably started to see things that he had not seen before. There you go. Because he said, oh, people always talking and they're hating on me and it drains me. Yeah, because you were in a bubble, Travis. But now that everybody's talking about your little novia, okay, right? You're like, oh, wow, like, I didn't see this, I didn't see that. And the people are digging up all her dirt. I'm like, good. It's like the African elephants. You have to protect them from poachers. It's like the African gorillas. You got to protect them from poachers. There are a lot of poachers out here. There are a lot of people who have white skin in this country who look at black people as a stepping stool to get rich, who look at black people as a stepping stool to make all kinds of money, to live a fancy life, a rich life, right? No, it needs to stop. It is going to stop. And then when the black man dies, they take all the money and they send all the money to Mexico. Okay? Or the black man is alive and it's like it's the Mexican family that eats and the black family is starving. No, this is poaching behavior. No, he might be my thing is Travis is 21 years old. He's a baby to me. I'm not going to hold a 21-year-old to the same standard I would do for a 40-year-old. He's a baby. He's a little kid. He's a little baby with an incredible gift. You know, and so if you have all those gifts and then you have self-esteem and this girl prays on you, she tells you she loves you, she calls you baby, she cooks arroz con pollo para tú and tu familia, okay? I can see how you can be deceived because you're too young to know what real love is. At one point, we were all 21 years old. You know, I had a boyfriend when I was 21. I thought I was going to marry the fool, right? Now I'm older. I'm like, oh, hell no, right? When you're 21, what the fuck do you really know? So I will extend mercy on Travis. And I even feel like God loves Travis a lot, which is why a lot of people are applying pressure on this heifer because God is watching over this boy. He's incredibly gifted. And what we're not about to do is have some Mexican wake up tomorrow and say, oh, he touched me, he assaulted me, he raped me, and she gonna ruin this black boy's life. It's not gonna happen. No, like never. It is never gonna. She's not 21. She's 3 years older, so she's 24. He's 21. Where have you been? Okay, she's like, no, he's 21. She's like 24 or 25. She's 3 years older. She's 3 years older. Okay. And if you were alive to see what happened with Kobe and Vanessa's mother, you will understand why. That people are like, no, you're not coming over here to poach. You're not, go find you a Mexican that plays football. Go find you a Mexican that rap. Okay? Go over there. But don't come here with that basura. We don't want your bullshit. We don't want your bullshit. So like me, Marlene, I love it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I love it. Apply pressure. You know what I'm saying? Expose this fool and let her people know, okay? Todos mujeres en la comunidad, all the women in her community, let them know, okay? We're done with this foolishness. Because there are too many people who come to America and think that a black person is an easy lick. Those days are over. Adios, mami. Adios. Go find your Mexican, okay? And then do that over there. But most likely, they're going to break up. Most likely, they're going to break up. And that's what we want, okay? Go somewhere, okay? But we're tired of the poachers. This is poaching behavior. No, it's poaching behavior. Because these people, they have white skin, they come to America, and they look at black people as a stepping stool to get ahead, to get rich, to have fancy lives, to wear fur, to do this, to do that. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Those days are gone. Adios. Adios, mommy. Okay. So, yes, go tell your people. Go tell your people. Black people now, we use our phones, we use social media. We're going to expose you. Okay? Because we see right through you. If tu mama, she put you up to it, tu papa put you up to it, tu tío, tu tía, tu abuelita, todos tu familia. Okay? If you people esperando, eat this man, comer this man's dollars, we outside. Okay? This is poaching behavior. This is poaching behavior. And you're not going to do it. We are not going to sit here and watch you destroy a young black man that has a Heisman Trophy. You out your damn mind. Go find somebody from MS-13. Go find somebody from the, I don't know, what's it called? MS-13, Trente de Agua. What's all the other gangs out there? I forgot. All them little gangs, okay? Them Latino gangs. Go find you somebody from over there, okay? And go mess up their lives, okay? Okay. Go find tu gente. Buscando tu gente, okay? Yeah, go find somebody. Hey, Cake, what's up? Okay. Hey, Mark, what's up? Why you locked out your account? What'd you do, Mark? What happened? Chat, Mark, what happened to your account, right? This is poaching behavior. Go find somebody from MS-13, Trente de Agua, okay? Whatever, them little Latino gangs out there. Go find them people. Buscando tu gente. O los gangs and los narcotráficos, okay? O los diablos, okay? Buscando tu gente. Buscando tu muchachos para su país, okay? And then go do tu stupidity over there, okay? But over here, if you come in here to poach a black man, especially a black man with a Heisman Trophy, we're not about to sit here and watch you ruin this young man's life. You out your mind. You out your mind. She's out her mind. Tu cabeza está en la basura. Your head is in the trash. Girl, you are crazy. You are crazy. Está loca. You are crazy. It's not about to happen. Okay? It's about to happen. So Marlene, I love it. When I tell you all these black, when I tell you all these black people are outside behind Travis, beautiful. Beautiful. And now whether you're Mexican, Bolivian, Argentinian, from Honduras, from El Salvador, from Venezuela, from Colombia, no están problemas. I don't care where you're from. But if you think that because your skin is white, that you're going to come over here and use black people as a stepping stool to live a luxury life, and then later you're going to look down on black people, make fun of black people, not even feed the black family, not even feed the black mother of the black player, those days are gone. Oh, yes, Mark, we will protect our beautiful gorillas. We're going to protect our beautiful elephants and our rhinos, okay? Because this is poaching behavior, okay? We are tired. Okay, we are tired. Okay, we are tired. So good. Okay, and then the more she tries to justify herself, the more she sounds stupid, right? Because we know what you're about. Yes, we know what you're about. Yes, y'all. Poaching behavior. Okay, and watch. They're all, and I promise you, all these little Latinas, whatever they happen to be, who are dating these black athletes now, after this whole Travis Hunter situation, all these girls are going to start moving differently. They're going to start showing respect to the culture. Yes. I might not be able to stop the snow bunny invasion, but one thing we're going to do, is teach the people how to respect the culture. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay? Okay. No.
1,000 security people holding everyone back. But the people in the field were like, let the family down. Like, the family can come down. So everyone was going back and forth. I was arguing with the security guard because he wouldn't let no family through. But they let the cheerleaders on the opposing team get through the fences. So I was like,
yeah, you was like, what?
Poacher.
See, the way she brought up those cheerleaders just now and cut her eyes is given she's mad the cheerleaders got through, but she wasn't able to. So yeah, this reason you're giving is still related to cheerleaders.
So when I finally got down to the field, that's why I told Travis, like, he had already seen it. I already congratulated him. We had already spoke, got on the field. And then I was upset because I had just finished arguing with somebody. And then what y'all don't see after 5-second clip is right after that, I let it go. I was like, you know what, like, celebrate. We took pictures. We were with our families. And then we went to his meet and greet, had another wonderful event there. That's all that happened in that. That was literally that. Nothing. It was not deeper than anyone made it out to be.
Girl, just stop. You had no reason to be stumping around, being mad at anybody. And even if it all went down that way, that did not give you the license to be rude and embarrass Travis in front of those cameras. This wasn't about you. And that's really why you got mad. Nobody was at the game for you. You didn't.
I'm not trying to be funny, but I feel like all these, like, I'm not even trying to be funny. Hey, look who's here. Look who's here. Oh, it's the big man. Just in time. Just in time to wish your people Merry Christmas. Huh? It's the big man. It's the big man. Woo-hoo. Show your outfit. Show your outfit. Show your outfit. Show your outfit. Okay? Show your outfit, baby. Show your outfit. Yes. It's the big man. Okay? Show your outfit. Because I bought this outfit for him. It's 18 months. Baby, welcome back. Huh? Mommy hasn't seen you in a hot minute. I know. I know. Okay? Go. Okay, I get it. Welcome back. Everybody saying Merry Christmas to you. You okay? All right, good. Right? Yeah, he's grown a lot. No, I'm like, whether it's Fat Joe, right? Yes, my baby, yes. A lot of these white-skinned Latinos are going to get checked. Okay? A lot of these light-skinned, for too long, we have allowed white-skinned Latinos to get away with bloody murder. Yes, Maverick. Yes, we have. Okay? So she's over here trying to defend herself. Fat Joe over there trying to defend himself. It's like, no. Black people are no longer putting up with the stuff. It's over. Bunch of poachers. Okay? Fat Joe's like, I don't understand why y'all don't want me to use the N-word because people don't want you to use it. Shut up. Okay? Make it make sense. Like, opening it up. No. A lot of light-skinned Latinos they've gotten away with bloody murder when it comes to Black people, y'all. They have taken so much advantage of Black people. Okay? So it's like, no. It's enough. It's enough of the poaching. It's enough of using Black people as a stepping stool for you to get ahead, for you to get richer, for you to make money, for you to get famous. And it's like, no mas. We're not doing this anymore. No, we're not. It's over.
Run up and down the field. So at the end of the day, you're still out of order. And yes, you did get mad at those cheerleaders too, from your own admission.
Exactly. It's like it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
Next clip, the Adidas pop-up shop this past weekend. People are saying that I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Just sit here? That's not what I said. First of all, I said, baby, do you want me to sit here or do you want me to go with the family or do you want me to come with you? Because what y'all don't know, again, off of a 7-second clip, is those weren't fans, by the way. He had already finished that part. He had finished meeting with the fans. I was there the entire time, taking pictures, talking to them, everything. The girls that were there, they were the Adidas. They worked for Adidas. So we were taking pictures for social posts. That's who those people were. I wasn't annoyed with no fans at all. I never annoyed with fans.
So his fans didn't annoy you. It's the folks who worked at Adidas who annoyed you. And then the way she said she's not annoyed with fans, as if they're not his fans, or at least she didn't want to acknowledge that. The way she's saying it, it's like they're her fans too, or they're just some random person's fans. No, the people who came to the store to take pictures with him at the event, those are Travis Hunter fans. Say it with me. And who said the folks at Adidas are not also fans? And it really didn't matter their role. He was there for business. I hope you don't think it's okay to act snobby around people if you think they're workers. See, y'all, her true colors are oozing out. She can't even control herself.
So that's what that was. And then Travis was getting ready to leave. He had to be at a rehearsal for the Heisman ceremony. They had to do walkthroughs and stuff like that. So I was asking him, I was like, do you want me just to sit here? Do you want me to go back to the hotel? Like, do you want me to wait for our family? Because his family was in there shopping. Because Adidas let them go pick out stuff in the store. It's like a 4-story Adidas. So they're all doing that. And I was like, what do you want me to do? Like, do you guys stay here? Do I come with you? Like, what? And he was like, you can do what you want. Like, you could sit there. You can go shop. You can come to the hotel. You can walk around. That's what he was saying to me. I don't know. Like I said, the things that I see people make up is truly crazy.
No, this funny.
And I'm telling you, like, it got to them. It's like she realized, like, yo, like, black people really do have power because it's affecting Travis. So now Travis is starting to see things. I promise you, this boy, you know how sometimes, probably don't know, but you know how sometimes you can be in a relationship and certain things don't feel right to you, but you just, you know, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm tripping, da, 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 da. Right? But the fact that people are bringing certain things up over and over and over again, it is forcing Travis to see the things he's been trying not to see. So it's affecting him, which is why she felt as though she had to come outside, go live, and try to give us all kinds of like basura, right? But it's like, no, we're not consuming this because it's basura. We're not going to eat this. We know you're full of it, right? We know that you're full of it. But my thing is, there was a point in time where you never would have seen a Mexican girl who's dating a prominent black boy in sport even justify herself, right? So I'm like, I'm loving the fact that she now sees like, yo, like black people matter and they need to approve our relationship before we can move forward. I wish this had happened years ago for a lot of players, but unfortunately we are here. So it is what it is, right? But I'm like, I love it because it shows that the pressure is working. So now she has to come outside and try to appease black people into seeing her in a positive light. Whereas before, a lot of these Latinas would date a prominent black man and have no regards for black people. They had no regards. It's a lot of them, right? They had no regards. But in this new day and age, these Latinas will have to understand that black people, we can speak over your relationship and we can make the man take the ring back. Yes, we can. Okay. And I love it because we see right through you. And I repeat, one thing we're not about to do is let this Latino come over here and ruin a Heisman Trophy winner. Like a black boy with a Heisman Trophy, she's not going to ruin that for any of us. She can go find somebody that's MS-13, Trente de Agua, I don't know, all these little crazy ass gangs, the Latino gangs, go find them people and ruin their lives. Okay. But this young black man, y'all, he has a Heisman Trophy. That's what you call black history in the making. She's not ruining this for any of us. We're not about to sit here and hear, oh, she said that Travis Hunter put his hands on her. Oh, Travis Hunter beat me up. Oh, Travis Hunter. No, because we see her for who she is. She's not going to ruin this moment for us. That's the point. Okay, she's not doing it. Young man is 21 years old. And yes, he could do better. And I think he's going to do better, right? We have to forgive him for that. Extend the grace, extend the mercy. Like I said, he's only 21. I used to be stupid also at 21. But one thing she's not about to do is in our presence, as the people who are older, more mature than Travis, because he's like little nephew, right? We're not about to sit here and watch this lady right here, this bruja, this witch, come over here and ruin our nephew and ruin his legacy because he's worked incredibly hard to be where she is. And sometimes, unfortunately, just like most women, before you meet the husband, you'll meet a crazy man before you meet the Boaz, right? I think sometimes before you meet the woman for you also, you'll meet a witch in between. Okay? But we're not going to let this girl come over here and ruin his life because she's a witch. She's a witch. She's not raised right. She's not trained right. I don't even know what kind of dumpster, what kind of alleyway where he picked up the stray cat. I don't know where he picked her up at. Okay. But she's not raised right. This is not a good lady. This is not a good young lady. She goes to parties. She gets all kinds of wasted. She twerks on anybody. Anybody can grab her butt. Okay. No self-respect. Where the freak is her daddy? I don't know. Okay. But no, we're not doing that. Exactly. And this is what they do. The same thing with Jeannie Mai. Jeannie Mai had no problem being outside with Jeezy. Thug life, gangster this, gangster that, crip walking, driving around LA, okay, in them Lolos, okay, being around the bikes with the Jeezy, doing all kinds of gang sign, whatever, right? She had no problem with that. The moment she could no longer control Jeezy, oh, he's a thug, oh, he's this, oh, he's a gangster, oh, he walks around the house with an AK-47, oh, he does this, and that. Girl, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Okay? She agrees, she signs a prenup. Now she don't like the prenup no more. She wants to fight the prenup. She wants to make all this money. We are getting sick and tired of these white-skinned, non-European people who think that Black people are a stepping stool for them to have more money, to have biracial kids, to have this, and that. We are tired of the poaching behavior. She definitely was outside, right? J-Lo did the same thing. She was all about the little thug life of Diddy, right? Until it became a real thuggery. Right? That she ran for her life. Okay, Janie from the block. I'm Janie from the block. The block is hot. Okay, right? But when it was good for her to be out here with Sean Combs, right? She didn't mind being Jenny from the block and him being the little crazy ass Diddy, right? But once it got too real, she ran for her life and got herself with a white man named Ben Affleck. Okay? No. It has to stop. Okay? Because once again, Black people are not your stepping stool for you to have this successful life, this prominent life, or say, oh my gosh, he hit me, and then you become a what's it called, domestic violence survivor, and you start having all these brand deals, and then the Black man, his life is completely ruined. No. We actually rebuke you. We actually rebuke you. Exactly. Then she'll be like, oh, he hit me. Oh, he put his hands on me. And then one day we'll wake up, Travis Hunter's in handcuffs somewhere, getting arrested somewhere, a whole Heisman Trophy winner in the jailhouse. No. She needs to go find somebody from MS-13 and do that over there. Okay? Because she looks like she dates gang members anyway. So it's on brand for her ass. Okay, yeah. Why does a young lady, she's like 24, 25. Why does she have an entire sleeve? Like, why do you have a sleeve on your arm? Like, you're 25 years old. Like, you've been to prison before. Okay. I get like a little cute little tattoo. No, this girl she has an entire sleeve. Like, an entire sleeve. For what purpose? So it's like, if you don't know this girl, you look at her. Yeah, she looks like she dates drug dealers. Like, she looks like she dates gang members. Like, she looks like she's like, her boyfriend is part of MS-13. Okay. Trente de Agua, whatever they're called. Okay. Whatever, these little Latino gangs, but she does look like she's out there in the barrio dating those vatos. So yeah, go over there. But she doesn't even look like a girl who dates a man who has a Heisman Trophy. Like, girl, like, this is crazy. No. So, yep, I love this.
What you're doing right now is truly crazy. The attitude you had was given, I'm tired of being around here, watching you take pictures with people, and you had an air of frustration around you.
Because it's not what happened. And I just think people are just finding every single little thing and trying to make it something it's not. And then bird brain individuals are just accepting what they see online.
I know this bimbo not up here calling people bird brains. Not the pot calling the kettle black.
And ultimately, Amanda, we don't want you as a sister-in-law. Okay? We don't want you as a sister-in-law. We don't want you as a daughter-in-law. We just don't want you. The culture does not want you. Like, we don't want you. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, because he's stupid. He's really stupid. He's really stupid. He's 21 and dumb. He's an idiot. Okay, he's really an idiot. And I think sometimes also, I really do think sometimes when it comes to girls like that, I think the way they really wrap these little boys around their fingers is through sex. I think they're like really nasty when it comes to sex. I think they're really nasty when it comes to like BJs. You know what I'm saying? I think these girls do like extremely nasty stuff to little boys, right? And because little boys love sex, like, oh yeah, that's the best sex I ever had. I really think that's what it comes down to, right? You know how like they used to have that little song, I do anything for the D, I'll travel for the D, I go to jail for the D, right? I think sex just makes young people do stupid things. Like, you know, you should have better, but it's like the sex is so good, you stay in there as if you'll never have sex together with anybody else, right? Because from what I've heard, okay, I can't testify, but from what I've heard, toxic people have great sex. So because of sex, a lot of people act stupid, okay? Look at Samson in the Bible. He threw away everything for a prostitute named Delilah. Okay. And on top of that, he's like, yeah, my power is in my hair. Why would you tell her that? Why would you tell her that? Right. But look at what happened to Samson. Right. King Solomon also, it was a bunch of women who became his Achilles heel eventually. But it's like, I do believe like when it comes to sex, it makes a lot of young men stupid. You know, sex it really is a weakness for men. It really, really is. I think sex and food, huh? I think sex and food is a real weakness for men. For men, I think greed, like I don't know, like materialism. I think like materialism and the love of compliments is a real weakness for women. Right? If you're a man and you put lots of flashy stuff on a woman's face, she'll have sex with you. She'll say, "Oh my God, I love him so much." Do you love him, or do you love the fact that he's buying you all the stuff? Okay, right? So we all have our weaknesses. Like based on our gender, we all have our weaknesses. I think for men, sex is a real weakness. And what else I said? I forgot what else I said. It's sex. Oh, sex and food. Yes. Okay, you can really poison a man behind some food. Right? You saw that little girl cooking with Kaya, right? Kaya got all these little boys watching her content because she cooking almost half naked. Right? But I'm like, sex and food, it's a real Achilles heel for men. I've come to accept it. I come to realize that. When it comes to women, I think like materialism, right? If you just give her all kinds of gifts, you never say no to her because women are incredibly greedy. That's crazy. Well, I think women are more greedy than men, right? And you give her like nonstop compliments. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Because a woman, if she hears the right things, it don't matter if it don't look right. Like you can have all the wrong actions, but if you keep saying the right things to a woman, she'll sleep with you. She ain't gonna leave you because women are addicted to somebody lying to them. Women love to be lied to. Men love people to have sex with. The ladies, they love people to lie to them. I've come to realize that. Cooking with Kaya, right? I've come to realize that. It's a weakness. You know, it's a real thing. And I'm like, and the sooner you have self-awareness about it, the more you can protect yourself. But a lot of people don't practice self-awareness. So when you don't practice self-awareness, it's easy to get got. Right? Because I'm sure this young lady, and also if you also notice a lot of young boys, I know some people don't care for boys, but you know, I love boys. So, but my thing is, if you notice carefully, a lot of young boys lose their virginity to women that are much older. Sometimes it's giving grape, right? But older women, they usually know more when it comes to sex than younger women. That's why I say when it came to so-called Cheyenne Bryant, aka the doctor, right? But you see how she goes for like 27-year-old men, 26-year-old men, and she's like 41 years old. Yeah, because she's probably better in bed than if a young man is 27. If he wants to date a girl that's like 23, 24, how much you want to bet that Cheyenne Bryant is way better in bed than a 22, 23-year-old, right? And this is usually how a lot of older women are able to like, you know, like dig their claws into young men because they're better at sex than a woman his age or a woman that's younger than him. Right? That's how it goes. So if you're a young lady and an older woman is after the guy that you want, most likely you're not gonna win. Right? Because she probably has way more money than you because she's older. So she'll be like, oh, don't pay for me. I pay for myself. I'll pay for you, because she should be at a place in her life where financially she has more money, right? When it comes to sex, she probably knows way more when it comes to sex than you do, right? She probably knows way more about the body of a man than you do, right? So if you're a young lady and you are competing with a cougar for a young man, odds are you're going to lose that young man to the old lady, right? That's how it goes. That's how it goes. But to be like 20 something and to go after a 17-year-old and you have that little 17-year-old living in your house, yeah, so you're having sex all the time, right? You're doing stuff to that little boy that a young girl his age can't do, because most likely she has a dad. Most likely she also has to go to school. She can't be in the house all day having sex with him, right? So a lot of it is sex. A lot of it is sex. A lot of the charm that these girls have over these boys is really sex. It's all about the sex, because they're not at an age where they're trying to have deep conversations. No, these are young men. They're extremely athletic. They have loads of energy. They want to have sex. And these girls are extremely freaky. That's what it is. They are extremely freaky. Okay? So we're not stupid. It's not stupid. It's hard. It's hard when you are sleeping with somebody and you actually enjoy having sex with the person. It's hard to then say, you know what? You're not healthy for me, because you get addicted to it, right? Because sex feels good. It really feels good. Somebody can be extremely toxic, but you're like, you know what? I do enjoy having sex with this person. I know you're toxic, but when we have sex, it feels really good. And when something feels good, it's hard to say, I know it feels good. I know it feels good, but I'm going to put it down, right? It's like drugs. People know it's toxic. People are not stupid. People know that cocaine is toxic. They know that crack is toxic. Yeah. But they're not going to stop doing it because it feels good. It's toxic, but it feels good. And it's sad. Eric, what you up to?
Okay, now the last thing, this actual Heisman ceremony. This is making me so mad, because anyone who knows me knows I support Travis in every win, everything he does, because I truly, truly love that man. He is perfect in my eyes. So when his name was called, I instantly was going to, if you watch the video, you can see me like, but his mom didn't get up. So I was like, oh, maybe I don't get up. Maybe I just sit here with her. So I sat there, and then y'all said Coach Prime had to tell me to get up. No, he didn't. He said, go get him. Go get your man. Like, and once Travis stood up, but he didn't have to do that because I was going to do that anyways. As soon as I seen Travis get up, then I thought it was appropriate to stand up, greet him, congratulate him. But then there was a camera right in front of Coach Prime, and I knew they were going to film that moment. And because of how people are online, I was like, I don't want to be in that shot, so I'm going to sit down. So I try to sit down so I'm not in the camera while I'm crying. People are gonna be, oh, why is she crying? Like, you know, stuff like that. And so I got out of the camera purposefully so they can have their moment. That's all it was. No one told me to stand up. No one had to tell me to celebrate with him.
Yes, he did. Not only did we see it, but you also just admitted that Coach Prime had to tell you to stand up to go get your man. And then now she's trying to make her voice crack, because if all else fails, you know, she can just cry, and that should make everything go her way, right? Red flag number 12. 12 for Travis Hunter. And I'm telling you right now, these are the same tears she's going to use when it's time for her to come for Travis. Yeah, she's going to pull them out in front of that judge, in front of social media, like right now, in front of mainstream media, in front of the world. These same tears. Yeah, her last not so secret weapon that will destroy Travis.
I was just sitting there crying. I wanted to take it in myself too. I was super excited for him. But I wanted the moment to be about him and his family.
And now the black cat in the background wants some attention too. But the way my superstition set up, you know what? Girl, just go ahead and keep talking. I'll come right back.
And that's another thing. People are like, why did he sit next to her? Why was his mom? We had assigned seats. I didn't have a choice where I sat. They are obviously going to put someone and their partner together.
The partner.
Okay, hold on. Y'all, let's look at this real quick. Hold on. Here it is. Hold on. Let's look at this.
Heisman Award goes to Travis Hunter.
I saw the video of Travis Hunter's girlfriend about how she was explaining what was really going on, because we have been misinterpreting her behavior and what she's saying on these videos. It was like, I guess, 4 different videos of her really expressing herself and saying how much she loves this guy, how much she cares about her, and she's not this person that you think she is. And I just have to respond again and saying, hey, I appreciate you doing that and explaining yourself. I appreciate that. That's really cool of you to do that. You know, I saw the video of Travis Hunter's girlfriend about how she was explaining what was really going on, because we have been misinterpreting her behavior and what she's saying on these videos. It was like, I guess, 4 different videos of her really expressing herself and saying how much she loves this guy, how much she cares about her, and she's not this person that you think she is. And I just have to respond again and saying, hey, I appreciate you doing that and explaining yourself. I appreciate that. That's really cool of you to do that. You know, all I saw was, you know, what I saw. And that's the problem with social media, is that context is very important. But a lot of times we get little pieces of what we want and we comment on it. You know, this is what social media is. Social media is Dungeons and Dragons.
Heisman Award.
Okay, so Coach Prime got up first, then his mom got up, and then she's still sitting down. Okay, look at that. His mother. Hold on. What? Hey, what was it? Hold on.
The real one, the big one, not the little one. Him, not Jim.
Oh, you go damn stupid.
Travis Hunter girlfriend Leanna is shaking. And she's been shaking for the past couple of days. I know this young lady is over it. And we have a lot to do with it. The media, I'm not going to lie. Well, this young girl has come out and she said her piece about how she feels about how everybody has been portraying her for the past couple of days. And now she's ready to tell her story. There's a lot to the story. Let's talk about it. So first off, everybody's been coming out and saying that the Leanna LaNegra is white. And that's not true. She has a black mother. To me, you come out of a black woman who comes out of another black woman. I'm sorry, to me, you're a black woman. I don't care if you're fair skinned. And you're going to marry a man who has African features and is also a black man. So that's every single cousin I got. A mixed lady with a black man is every single cousin in my mama.
You'll have to stop saying that. Her mom could be black, but the girl is obviously mixed. And also her phenotype does not get black. We have to stop trying to make everything black. Because at this point, you're going to wake up one day and even white people are going to say, yeah, I'm black too. Like, this is getting ridiculous, okay? Her mother's black. Good for her, okay? You look at her phenotype, it does not give black. Like I said, to me, I thought she was Mexican. It gives Latina. And she even said, I'm Hispanic. When she speaks, she said, I'm Hispanic. She didn't say, oh, I'm Afro-Latina, I'm this and that. She said, no, she's Hispanic. Right? So I'm like, stop doing that. Stop forcing everybody to identify as black. Her mother's black. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Okay. Hermosa. My point is, you look at her phenotype. If I saw this girl down the mall, the first thing coming through my mind is not, oh, she black. Her phenotype, her hair texture, nothing about this young lady says, oh, that's a black woman or her mama black. It says she looks Latina and she identifies as Hispanic. No problem. Okay. Now, like you said, Travis does have African features. Oh, well, there you go. Okay. So no. Exactly. But I'm like, the young lady looks Latina. And she said, oh, I'm Hispanic.
Family, no joke. Shout out to us. But so to me, I consider those people black, you know? And with that, she had to come out and defend herself, defend her heritage. Her dad is a Latino man. They've been divorced since she was a baby child. She was like, I'm half Latino, half black, mama black, granny black, daddy Latino as it gets. I ain't white, is what she came out and said. Because a lot of people were saying if he was dealing with a sister, a real black girl, he wouldn't be going through these trials and tribulations. And he is dealing with a real black girl. And he's going through said trials.
A black woman can produce any color baby. But I think it's important also for us to talk about phenotype. Because at this rate, you can also have a white, a child, like, for example, Tamir Mowry, right? Her son is blonde. So are we going to say, oh, that's a black man also? Have you seen Tamir, have you seen her son? The young baby, he's blonde. Right? So you can have a black mother and not identify as black. That's okay. Just because your mama black doesn't make you black right away. Because also I think your phenotype matters. What do you actually look like? If we're calling this young lady a black woman, then I'm like, at this point, that's erasure. Because now I'm getting offended. Because like, that's erasure. Like you are, like if you want her, if you are including her as what it is to be a black woman, then you are erasing other people. Because what the heck? Because then blonde people can start saying they're black too because their mother black. So like Meghan Markle and her kids with Prince Harry, are we going to consider those kids to be black children also? Like, hold on, wait a minute, right? It's like, it's okay. You can have a black mother, you could have a biracial mother, and you're like, yeah, you have black ancestry, but your phenotype gives Latina. And she says she's Hispanic. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. It's okay. Right? But if you saw this young lady, it will never hit you. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. I can see how her mom is black. Where? How? Show me. And that's okay. It really is okay. It truly is. Because at this point, it's like, when does it stop? Exactly. I'm like, when does it stop? You know? Because like your phenotype matters. What do you actually look like? But if you come out looking straight up Hispanic, because you have strong Hispanic genetics also, like you're Latina. And maybe her mom also could be Latina also. Her mom could be Afro-Latina. So her mom also has all that Latino stuff in her, like the Arawak, all these people, she got all that in her also. You know what I mean? So we're not saying she doesn't have a black mother, but I'm like, your phenotype does not say black woman. You know, say you're mixed. Oh no, she's a black woman. Like, no, her mother's black. Good for her. She has black heritage somehow. Good for her. But her phenotype does not give black. Because if you keep doing this, one day we're going to wake up and you're going to have blonde people, white people with blonde hair and blue eyes say, oh, well, I'm a black woman because my mother's black. Or like, well, hold up, wait a minute, calm down. And also, after we're done with the phenotype, we also got to talk about your culture. Like, how were you raised? Yes, your mama could be black, but your mama could have raised you to be a Mexican. Because culture also matters. Complexion is not enough to make you black. Like, not the black skin, like, you know, like black, like the psyche thing, right? Like, as far as like culture, like, were you also raised in black culture? Or were you raised in like Mexican culture, like El Salvadorian culture? Because your mama could have black skin, but your mama could raise you to see yourself as a Mexican person. You know what I mean? So to me, like, it's a very complex. So like, to me, it's way more than saying, oh, my mom is black. Okay. You can have a black mother and your mama can raise you to be somebody else of a different culture. Your mom could be black. Your daddy could be white. You come out super fair. Your mom could raise you like a white person. Well, you know nothing about black culture because you weren't raised to be black. So yeah, you might be born black or you might be born half black, but were you even raised to be black? What do you even know about black culture? What part of your behavior could ever let anybody know that you were raised around black people? Right? So that's like, I've come like, because I've even saw that with Kamala Harris. I'm like, okay, let's even assume she black. Was she raised to be black? Can an Indian woman raise a black person? If your mama's Indian and all you eat is like you grew up on curry food, all you know is Indian stuff, Indian religion, Indian faith, Indian food, Indian this, Indian that. Okay, even if your daddy black, were you raised to be black? Or you just happen to have a black daddy? right? So to me, it's like it's not enough to be born black or to have one parent who's black. Were you also raised to be black, or were you raised to be Indian? And so for me, I'm like, even if Kamala Harris was black, she was raised to be Indian. So I trust that she'll see herself more as an Indian than she'll see herself as a Jamaican. And you can see her entire, like every time she's running for stuff, she's getting stuff, she only brings up her Indian family. She only recognizes her Indian family because those Indian people mean more to her than her Jamaican side, because she was raised by an Indian mama, because her mama raised her to be Indian. Right? So that's a real thing.
Relations. Now, Travis has come out and tried to defend the situation. I didn't really like his speech and the things that he said, because he's like, people are mixed. They're pretty mixed kids. Why do you got to be with black and black, and why you got to be white, Korean with Korean, whatever. And I'm like, Travis, baby, I was better off hearing from her than hearing from him. You just keep getting that money, keep winning them trophies, take us all the way to the top, Travis, but shut that mouth, baby. I can already tell you're not gonna do good in interviews. You're giving me Beyonce vibes. Just perform. But Leanna came out and she spoke her truth. And let me just give you the gist of what she said. She's like, a lot of the things, the clips that you guys are seeing are taken.
She mixed? Yeah, she's mixed. She's black and Mexican, bro. She's Mexican.
Just because she got some light complexion, nigga, that doesn't mean she's black, right? Your turn.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. She's not a snow bunny. Why do everybody think she's white? She's not white, bro. She's black and Mexican.
Even if she is white, why the fuck does it matter?
It don't matter, but then again, it's like, bro, if y'all actually pay attention, we said this multiple times. She's mixed. How many times you want me to tell y'all she's not white? Do we gotta go there again, chat? Do I need to show another picture of her and her parents?
You ain't got to. You ain't got to. Bro, look at my soul.
And chat, it don't matter. Even if she was to just be white, why does that matter? Skin tone shouldn't matter. We in 2024. Why are we still having a race? We still putting a racism card. Black don't gotta be with black. White don't have to be with white. And Mexican don't have to be with Mexican. Race don't have to be just race. There's beautiful kids out here that's different race. Beautiful kids that's mixed race. Why we care about just being black on black? Like, bro, it's in 2024. Like, bro, that shouldn't even matter no more. People with no job, no women, no life, worrying about somebody else's job, girl, in life. It's crazy.
Okay. Mwah. Mwah. And you see, this is how you realize that Travis, he really is a child. He is a child. Okay. It's like Travis really is a child, because when he says, "Oh, it doesn't matter. We are in 2025. We are in 2024." What is this 2024? Like, it doesn't matter if you're white, black. Technically, I get what he's saying, right? When it comes to love, it should not matter what a person's color is. Like, you should love who you love, and we should all celebrate that, right? However, even if you marry somebody of a different culture or different skin color, right? And you love who you love, nonetheless, everybody should have respect and deference for everybody's culture and ethnicity. Because when you do have children, you guys are going to have to learn how to balance how you're going to raise those kids. So it will matter, right? And also, Travis, my baby, because you're young and you're quite silly, right? Another reason why also we care about the person's complexion is because of money. But the problem is, I think a lot of black men, a lot of black players, a lot of wealthy black men, they don't realize that you guys are wealthy people. So if you were to die, where is your money going to go? Because marriage is not just about, oh, I love you and you love me too. Okay? Marriage can make people wealthy. It can make a lot of women wealthy. Right? So we realize that, therefore, it's not such a simple equation. Oh, it doesn't matter what complexion you are. When a lot of money is involved, yeah, it kind of does. Because if something was to happen to you, Travis, and you died, is your money going to Mexico or is your money going to the black community? right? So it does matter. It does matter because everything has. There's no marriage without politics, right? There's no marriage without politics. There's a lot of politics in marriage. There's a lot of politics with it. It sucks, but that's the way it is, right? You're not a regular person looking for a wife. You're a soon-to-be extremely rich Black athlete. So who you decide to marry is not so easy. Okay? There's a lot of factors to consider. But if something was to happen to you, where is your money going to go? Where is your wealth going to go? We have to be concerned about that. So she could be Mexican, but we have to make sure that she's a Mexican who has respect for Black culture and Black people. So that when you do, if you were to die, she's not going to think, oh, well, all this money belongs to me, and leave your mother to die in squalor, or leave your mother to have to sell stuff from your freaking storage space somewhere so she can feed herself. Right? Because we see how Vanessa Bryant treats her in-laws. Meanwhile, what did her family invest in making Kobe Bryant Kobe Bryant? Okay. So we have to care. Because in too many instances, Black boys like you will say, oh, it doesn't matter, that's who I love. But yet, when y'all date these Latinas, to them it does matter. Because the only people they have around them is their family members. The only people they have around them is their fellow Mexicanos, the Chicanos and the Chicanas. And I'm like, that's not fair. So you say, oh, it doesn't matter what she is. But when we look at how they move, they only roll with La Familia. They only roll with their people. So it does matter. So my thing is, if these other people are not willing to be as open-minded as you are, then ain't nobody should be open-minded. That's it. That's that. Okay. That's that. Because it's not that easy. So that's why we care. Does this person that you want to marry, does that person care about Black people? Does she love Black people? Does she love your family? Not because they're your family, but does she even love Black people? And when I say love Black people, I don't mean, oh, does she love rap music? Does she go around using the N-word? Because some of y'all, you think love is like, you call disrespect love, right? Loving rap music or twerk music or loving Beyonce does not mean that you love Black people. Okay? All right. If you appreciate ratchet culture, it doesn't mean that you love Black people. Does she actually care about the issues that affect Black people at large? Like that to me, it's like, that's when you say you love Black people, right? But outside of that, if she listens to rap music, ratchet music, she's out here twerking, that does not mean that she loves Black people. Okay? She loves that type of entertainment. You can love the entertainment without actually loving the people who make the entertainment, right? You absolutely do. Because how can you marry a person if you don't love his background, like if you don't love his culture? Right? Because he's not just one person. Right? He's the product of his family, his culture, his history, his lineage, all that kind of stuff, right? He's all of that. A person represents a lot of things. So how can you say, I love this man, but what makes you you? I can't stand it. Right? Is she also open to learning your tradition, learning your culture, right? Going to quote unquote your village and learning to love your grandparents, learning to love your family, right? Or, oh, you gonna marry this girl and then you are consumed by her Mexican life, but then you turn your back on your own people, right? Because like make it make sense. Because even me, I don't understand. Like Vanessa, I'll take Vanessa Bryant, right? No matter what. Even if Kobe has issues with his mama, you should encourage Kobe to make peace with his mother, right? Like, you know what? Yeah, things could have played out differently, but your mama, she's old. Like, do you really want to be with your mom? Like, it's not a big deal, right? If Kobe is buying your mom a $2-3 million house, but he gives his mother nothing, how do you sleep at night? Right? Because I think a lot of light-skinned Mexican people don't even see Black people as human beings. Because if it was your family, would you be okay with this? Right? Would you be okay with this? Right? Because I think like in America, for example, you have people who will never be fully considered white. So in order to feel white, or in order to feel like they're like Anglo-Saxons, or to feel like they're French, they have to put down Black people to feel more white. Right? Because like that's the way that I feel white now because black people look up to me. Black people like are kissing my ass. You know, I can mistreat black people. So now it makes you feel whiter. Right? Because you're not French and because you're not Anglo-Saxon. You have white skin, but you're not French, you're not Anglo-Saxon. So you come to America and it's like one way for you to feel like you're part of the white circle is by mistreating black people. And it's like, no, it's enough. What do you want? Want some food? You're like, you're so tired. Right? Because white people are not checking for these people. Right? They're not. Because white people are not going to see Mexicans as white people. They're not. Because they're not Europeans. They're Latin Americans. Right? So it's like, okay, who can I impress with my white skin? Oh, the black ones. And it's like, no, that has to stop. So for him, getting married is not as easy. Oh, but it shouldn't matter. Like, I hear what you're saying. But unfortunately, this is not a fairy tale. Hey, my skin. You want to food? Right? Because if something was to happen to him, he needs to make sure that she would take care of his family. Right? That she would donate maybe to an African American museum, right? That she would donate to some school program for, you know, to increase the literacy of black children, right? You marry a woman from a different culture, she has to also love your people. Because if you can't love your people, then why are you gonna marry this person? Right? But today, $600 million that Kobe Bryant left, how much of that money is going to black people? Right? Even this whole the little basketball program, the Mamba Academy, whatever, it's in freaking Malibu. It's for rich people. I'm like, these people are already rich. These kids already have rich parents. Right? But do you see Vanessa out here trying to give money to poor black children, start basketball camps for poor black children? No. Because Kobe did not require this for me and to truly have love for black people. But that's what marriage is, though, told you. And that's what marriage is to black people. That's why culture matters. Right? We're not like white people. No, but that because you say that because you're white. That is your culture. Right? White people are all about the individual. Like, oh, I marry, I do what I want. It's my life. It's me and my wife. That is a white mindset because you are a white person. Black people are not like that. And that's what I'm telling. That's why culture matters. And that's why we can't just say, oh, love who you love. No, culture matters. Because for black people, when you marry, you don't just marry one person. You marry the whole family. Because black people are more community minded. It's not an individualistic person. It's not an individualistic person. Black people are more community minded. So when you marry a one black person, you marry pretty much everybody. Because it's a family thing. But for Europeans, it's very different. Europeans are, okay, it's me and my wife, my kids, that's it. That's not black culture. It's not black culture. Black culture is like the entire family. Because most black people, they don't even have like outside friends. Most black people, their cousins are their friends. This is how black people are raised. And that's why you can't be so easy to say, oh, I love you, I love that, because you don't even know what, like, it takes time to really get to know the love of a person. Like, it takes time. But if you love somebody, you also have to love their family, and you also have to love their culture, because all of that is that person. That's why black people are big on like family reunion, my cousins, my cousin, this cousin, my third cousin, my first cousin, my second cousin, right? Because family is a really big deal for black people. You don't just turn your back on being blackness. Like, you just don't do that. Like, that's black culture. But if you marry a white woman, she might be overwhelmed. Like, damn, all them people, like, yeah, that's my family. Ah! Yes, it is. But it's like, it makes sense to us. Right? And that's like, and you see, and that's why I say like culture matters. But I can see like for a white person, it could be overwhelming. Like, all these people are your cousins, like, all these people are your aunties, all these people are your uncles. Like, how much family do you have? Right? Because white people grow up extremely isolated. And I think not to be offensive, like, you know, I love you, right? Not to be offensive, but I think that's why like white people are more prone for like depression. White people are more suicidal, you know what I'm saying? Right? Because it's like, it's a people that's extremely isolated, right? You compare suicidal rates from blacks to whites, you'll see that more white people unalive themselves. Okay? Yeah. More white people have depression than black people, right? Black people got too much family for depression. There's always somebody in your business. Like it's too much. It's too many people. Okay, it's just too many people. Now, when it comes to building wealth, it makes it harder because you got so much family. White people, it's a lot easier for white people to have more money than us, like to build more wealth because they just live for themselves, right? But you notice that white people might be the richest, but they're gonna be more depressed. They're gonna be more suicidal, you know, because they don't live with extended family. It's just you, the person. That's it. Y'all, hold on. Let me play this video. I'll make him some food. I'll be right back, okay? Financially. You know? Financially. Right? Yes. Hold on, Abby. Hold on.
That. Please leave that in 2024. Y'all know I can't stand that. Girl, you are not his partner. You're the fiance now, right? No, you ain't nobody partner. He's a man, you're a woman. I'm telling you, society has really done a number of programming everybody to go along with this. About 10, 15 years ago, the word partner used to be used for LGBT couples, same gender, not a man and a woman.
So I had the seat right next to him because that was my assigned seat. I didn't have a choice. And then the hugging thing. Travis came and hugged me because he just went down the line. I was first in line, then his mom, then Coach Prime. He came straight to me first. I didn't tell him to do that. I didn't have to tell him to do anything. He's a grown man. He can do what he wants.
She said he could do what he wants, then looked off into space. Why? Because that's a lie. We've already seen her in action, clearly showing that she controlled him. And girl, nobody was complaining about you hugging him and the order of hugs. Now you're just making up stuff. Around here making up everything except for the real reason why you've been running around acting a plumb fool.
But yeah, everyone is making this crazy narratives in their head. So I just wanted to clear it up. And that is the truth. That's what happens in all those videos. And I will not be addressing this again. I didn't want to address it, but here we are.
All right, there it is. I played the whole video so she could get all her explaining out. And just like I said before, Travis is in big trouble. But hey, that's on him. The only thing you can do is warn him. It's up to him to move accordingly. We've seen this scenario a million times. And for the most part, we already know the ending to this story for Travis. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Tell me what you think about this below. Special thank you to Elmer. I appreciate you, Elmer, for your support, as well as Charles H. I want to thank Charles and Elmer for your contributions to the channel, helping these videos get out. If you want to show your support for the channel too, you have to use PayPal for now. The link is below. Ladies, fellas, want a balance analysis, want the truth from a woman's.
And I'm scared to make any move because I know that y'all are going to flip it and say he needs to leave me. Now, when she said that he was not her type, when she first met him, he had a girlfriend. So he had to stay in her DMs for 2 months because he was in a relationship. She's like, I'm not a home wrecker. I'm a girl's girl. I wasn't here to take nobody's man. And that man took the lady out of his bio and he was then a free agent. Then I felt comfortable to come in and date him and see what's up with him. I respect that. I'm not no home wrecker either. I've never took a man from no woman. By the time he got to me, he was already free. So I understand exactly where she's coming from, you know, but she also did explain the clips. She said that first one that went viral when they were on the field and she had the attitude in her face. She said that was due to there was a blocking off and dealing with security, that only the cheerleaders from the opposing team could come to a certain level of the field, and the family and the friends of the players and the people on their side were having issues with access. She said even his mom did, and I was telling them about it. It wasn't an attitude that she had about no cheerleaders. She's like, it was literally like, I'm telling him like that situation frustrated me. Babe, what's going on? Then when we go to the other video where Deion Sanders, she calls him coach.
On said topic, whatever that may be. And that includes Travis Hunter, his fiance, everything he has going on, some of the things that we see online, you know, I mean, I don't really care to chime in about it, but everyone else does because now you've put us in your business. Small example, myself, I'm one who doesn't care and always been in that media, so I'm one that overshares when things are going good. So I'm also one when things are going bad, I'm going to continue to overshare because I don't want you to think like, I'm only going to show you the good when things are going fucking beautiful, and all of a sudden when things are bad, I go into hiding. No.
Yeah, you didn't really tell us why you and this lady broke up though. So you're lying because why did you and your fiance break up? Did you cheat again? Okay. Because you didn't really tell us. But anyways, go ahead. Keep talking.
If I live publicly when things are good, I'm gonna live publicly when things are bad. So that's something I'm used to. But as far as Travis is concerned and his fiance, you're young, and the best way to go about things, if you don't like the people in your personal business, then you got to be offline. You got to keep your relationship offline. If that makes sense.
But these are young people, so they're not gonna do that. They love social media. Young people love social media, like because they don't go outside. I think today for young people, going outside is like being on social media because they don't actually go outside, so they live for social media.
I don't like. Ocho, I've been supportive.
Yeah.
But she should never trend in front of Travis. Why you trend?
Oh, okay.
We know you because of Travis.
Wait, say it again.
You're never gonna be. We know her because of Travis.
Okay.
She's not. We knew Giselle before Tom because she was Giselle. She's not a standalone. Right. She's a stand beside.
Okay.
Beyonce is a standalone. We knew Beyonce before her and Jay ever got together.
Hey, can I hold on before you keep going? Hey, can I use that in my next argument? Can I use that? Yeah, I'm gonna use that. I appreciate that.
I don't get, bro. You have to understand. Right. And she's like, these women, these they're Adidas. Do you understand how this works? And I'm because like I said, I don't know the one, and I'm on her side, and I wanted to win
talk, man.
At the end of the day. And if Trav is happy, some things, guys, how many of y'all listen to what the internet say? None of you. But y'all expect this man to listen. Do y'all expect this man to take y'all advice on his relationship? Who advice do you take? Who advice have you ever taken? That being said, young lady, like Adidas, when these people come around, there are going to be times you're going to have to sign. He's going to have to sign footballs. He's going to have to sign helmets. He's going to have to sign jerseys. He's going to have to do He's going to have to take pictures. You know how I know? Because when I go to sponsors, I have to sign footballs. I have to sign helmets. I have to sign photos. I have to sign jerseys. That's a part of it. He understands that. You're about to come into a situation. You're going to have more money at your disposal than you even dreamed of. And why is that? That's a part of it. And for you to say, when he's taking those, talking about how long do I have to stay here all day, you should graciously and willingly stay there a month if that's what it requires. And for you to talk about, well, the reason why I left him and for my inbox, well, he's younger than me and he cheated. You see, now you threw that man on the bus. We didn't need to know that. We did not need to.
So you sound like an idiot. I love you, but sometimes this man sounds like a big old idiot. So she's such a liability for the brand, but you want her to win. No, like I said, she can go find she can go find herself a man from MS-13 and go win over there. Because if there's so much correction to her behavior that has to be had, she can just go. Right? Why would you want her to win when she has no home training? She doesn't understand how branding works. She doesn't understand how to behave around sponsors. She doesn't understand how to behave around brands. Like, she's all kinds of ratchet. So why do you say, oh, I really want you to win? No, she can go win over there with a member of MS-13. She can go over there. Because I'm like, she looks like she hangs out with gang dealers anyway. It's like, I'm not trying to be funny, but she looks like she hangs out with gangbangers. Okay. So it's like, she's a liability. So given that maybe less than 6 months, this boy's going to make it to the league, we don't have time to train this young lady. Her mama should have trained her right. She can go somewhere else. He can find somebody else. He's only 21. Okay? I don't care how much you think he loves her. He doesn't even know what love is. He's 21 years old. You don't know what love is as 21. You probably, maybe you know what love is as like 30 or like in your 40s, right? But at 21, all you know is lust. You're just a lustful, horny little boy. That's it. Love. You don't know what love is. And neither does she. Right? But if she has no media training, she's a liability. She acts a fool. She does all this stuff. Why would you sit here and say, oh, yeah, I really want her to win? Because her skin is white? Is that what it is? Right? Because you also, Uncle Shay Shay, sometimes I do think you don't love yourself. Okay? Do you remember the one time he said he paid for this lady? Like, this lady was going through a divorce and it was taking so long. So he just paid for the divorce because he wanted the lady to date him. Come to find out, the lady was white. So he paid for this white woman to, like, you know, move fast with her divorce. He dated her for a hot minute, but then she left him to go with another black man who plays baseball. Okay? So Uncle Shay Shay, like, which one is it? Because some of you dark-skinned men, I think a lot of y'all don't love yourselves. What's wrong, my person? Okay? Yeah. Because I'm like, this is so bizarre to me. Why? There's all these girls out there who are ready, like they're media trained, they're behavior trained, they're this type of trained. Let this one go. Find you another one. Why do you say you want her to win? Because her skin's white? I don't get it. Why does it gotta be her? You know her personally? Okay, are you her pimp? Why would you say, oh, I want her to win? Like, oh, I really want you to win, but why would you do this? Why do that? Why do this? Well, there's so many things that she's doing wrong. The girl's obviously a liability, so she can go. And he can find somebody else. He's only 21 years old. And would you even recommend that for him? Like, let's even assume she was a good girl, right? Is it even recommended for a young man who's 21 to only commit to one girl so early on? Because he doesn't know who he's going to be at 25. He doesn't know what kind of man he's going to be at 30. He doesn't know what kind of man he's going to be at 35. So why so young make a lifetime commitment when you have no idea the person that you're going to evolve into? Like the girl I was at 21 and the Marlene I was at 25, we were not the same person. Okay? Even now, I'm 39 years old. The girl I was at 21 and the woman I'm now at 39, we're not the same person. So what's the rush? Right? So I'm like, no, Travis, you should take time to find who you are. Because in the next year or so, a lot of things in your life are going to change. Your money's going to change. Your status is going to change. Your team is going to change. A lot of things are going to change. Why don't you experience that for yourself first and see how you really like it or how you don't like it? Why does Travis have to commit now the rest of his life? He's only 21 years old. Okay. Oh no, no, Nicki Minaj should not do a song with Remy. Absolutely not. Okay. Nobody wants to hear Remy's voice. It's like no. You would think this lady just chews Mild and Black. Like, her voice is bizarre. No. No. He's 21. What is the rush? Seriously, what's the rush? Go find yourself. Go find yourself. Go discover yourself and go figure out the man you want to be. Go figure out the kind of football player you want to be. Go figure out the kind of leader you want to be. There is no rush. There's no rush. And if she's really the one for you, she'll be here. If she's not, then she'll be gone. But what is the rush? I'm like, Uncle Shay, like, it's kind of weird. Because I feel like you have a weird bias for lighter skinned people. Okay? And it triggers me.
To know that. Why you put that man business in the street? Are you perfect? That's look, I don't like the part of oversharing in a relationship because it was unnecessary. Why you and Travis got together, did you have to say he wasn't my type? That was for nobody to know. You don't have to share everything, people. You don't. And now it makes me, it's not.
Uncle Shay, you're a bit of a hypocrite. You are the same man who had sex on Instagram Live. So it's like, you know, you don't have to share everything. You were moaning on your IG live. Now, was it real? Was it fake? I don't know. But my thing is, you thought enough to turn on your phone, go to Instagram, turn on Instagram Live, and proceed to moan on the internet. So I don't know how you're going to tell us, how you're going to try and tell us, oh, you don't have to share everything. You shared one of your most intimate moments with the rest of us, Uncle Shay Shay. Make it make sense. Okay? Make it make sense. Who has sex on Instagram Live? Like, who does that? Okay? Who does that? So compared to like what she shared, compared to what you shared on Instagram, you have no room to tell people what to share, what not to share on the internet. Like, that's crazy. Michelle, exactly. Michelle, exactly. Michelle. No, Uncle Shannon, you're fake as hell. Okay, you are fake as hell. He said she gonna get involved with the cartel members.
None of my business, but it paints you in a bad light. Oh, he wasn't your type, but now he is my type. Well, it seems like your type might be George Washington, Ben Franklin, Ulysses S. Grant. It might be some of those types. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then why did you say you want her to win? So you know she attracted to money. But I want you to win. So you want this girl to do what? To win at scamming this little black boy? This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
You, young lady, you don't have to share. That's you and Travis' relationship.
This is crazy.
Guys, I don't know what y'all want Ocho and I to do. Ocho has met Travis once. I've met him once. He has the best mentor that he could possibly have. And that's one Prime. He has the best. Guys, we're just like you. We're on the internet. He's not going to listen to us. Sometimes something has to happen to you. You have to see it for yourself. Somebody can't tell you about it, Ocho. If somebody you didn't know offered you advice on finances, everybody on the chat, who y'all listening to him? If somebody that y'all didn't know tell y'all what y'all should do with y'all money, say, hey, give me your money. Listen, no, you're not.
You're lying.
So
a lot of people listen to people on the internet. That's why the influencer economy is worth billions of dollars. Uncle Shay said, shut up. You're just mediocre. Okay? It's like you want something bad to happen to this boy. Man, like he's not gonna listen. No. You don't listen to people who I can see like, okay, if this person doesn't have credibility, I can see why you wouldn't listen. Right? But there are people around him who do have credibility who are talking to him. And ultimately, if thousands of people are repeating the same thing, they're not all crazy. Okay? They're not all crazy. So how are you going to be famous in life if you don't learn to listen? But the internet is not always wrong. Exactly. And maybe that's why they don't feel like telling Travis, oh, don't be with this girl, because they're all shady anyways, right? Like you said, Chad had an affair on his girlfriend, on his fiance. Uncle Shay Shay was having sex on Instagram Live. So given their background, I can see why he wouldn't listen to y'all, right? But there are people out there who are not as sketchy or shysty or grimy or cheating as you, the both of y'all. And those people he should listen to, right? Because if the advice makes sense, you should apply the advice, because something is bizarre. Because what kind of person who loves you is going to go on live and say, oh, he wasn't my type, right? Nobody told that girl to say that. She said it because she felt comfortable saying it, because she has no respect for him. And she knows no matter what she says, he's going to stay. He's going to stick around. That's why she felt comfortable saying that. Oh, he wasn't my type. Oh, he wasn't my type. I imagine if a man said, oh, yeah, this girl, she wasn't my type, but I'm with her now, people would lose their minds. So it's like, yeah, that's not the right thing to say. But like I said, she felt comfortable saying it, so she said it. So she said it, right? But I'm like, when it comes to you, Uncle Shay Shay, I think anybody that has like a woman has white skin, it has you mesmerized, because I think you also have self-love issues. I really do. Because this is crazy.
Looks at you guys, and I'm sure he appreciates your support, but he's not going to take your advice when it comes to his dating or who he's going to be with. I just have a problem with her sharing. I have a problem with her understanding. And Ocho, she's young. She doesn't understand what comes along with it. But I'm trying to enlighten her. As somebody that's been in that space.
Me and then y'all go and hate on my girl. Like, bro, I feel the same pain that she feel. We're inseparable, bro. We not going. We with each other.
What an idiot.
Got him! Oh, good, everybody. It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again. In that little shindig, but hey, we really don't know what was said, just like we really don't know what happened at the Heisman ceremony. It could have been Miss
You
University.
see, she didn't get up. Oh, she was still sitting down, and then he hugged her. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look at that, y'all. Look at that.
Colorado. In that little shindig, but hey, we really don't know what was said, just like we really don't know what happened at the Heisman ceremony.
You see? So everybody's up. This girl is incredible. So Coach Dion is up. His mother's up. Everybody else is up. And this girl, like, hold on, Maverick. She's sitting there like she's a queen or something. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Ceremony. It could have been a miscommunication, but for Travis Hunter, the red flags were already there. Just early this morning, I saw DJ Academics repost this particular clip.
I was scared to be with him when he went to college. Like, I actually gave him the option to like break up. I was like, go to college, go do your thing. Cause like I was a freshman once, and I
come back whenever you're ready. I'll still be here.
No, I definitely didn't say that.
What you said? You said it.
I said I gave you an option to break. Like I was like, go to college, like go have fun. We don't have to be together.
Yeah, you said if you're gonna cheat on me or do what you said,
or go do anything.
Yeah, you said if you're gonna cheat on me,
Leave me where I'm at.
Just leave me alone right now, because I've been to college once before. I was a freshman and I did everything and I had fun. I was partying and I changed. Like, bro, no, bro.
So that's how you keep. I gave him the option to go do stuff. He didn't want to do it. He stayed with me. So now I hold him to that. Like, you can never backtrack because I gave you the option to leave.
I can jerk.
Oh my God. She's basically telling this guy, listen, you need to go off to college because I was a freshman at Georgia State University and I was getting my cheeks clapped. Not me. No Diddy. I'm talking about as if I'm her. And besides, I didn't go to Georgia State. I went to Sacramento State. She was saying it clear as day. Listen, you need to go do your thing. And he even said, well, yeah, because you said you'll wait for me to get back. And she was like, no, you go do your thing. I'll go do my thing. And he was like, no, you can come to Jackson State with me. What a bad decision. All he had to do was go to Jackson State. He would have found somebody so beautiful and so thick. They would have got or started dating. He could have found a nice African-American chick. When he went to Colorado, Dion would have hooked it up so she could have came to Colorado. And all you would have heard was, booty clapping sounds. All he had to do was give himself a chance because he could have easily. Into that, we want to get some clarity from her because she said, remember, she wasn't a she forgot that to add that she also needed to be single. You see, the thing was, Travis Hunter was being faithful in these relationships, but she wasn't being faithful in the relationships. Remember, that's what she said in the first clip. She's like, I'm going to hold you to that. Yeah, she's going to hold him to that, but he never held her to that. And then we go back to hear that infamous clip about how he used to basically drive her to parties so she can get drunk.
To drink, he doesn't drink. And I'm Hispanic, so I have tequila like in my veins. So I drink. I don't drink a lot, but I drink. And I used to party and stuff. And he would literally drive me, sit outside for hours while I'm inside like partying, and then take us home. Like, he never tried to be like, oh, just because I drink, you can't drink, or you can't hang out with your friends, or you can't, you know.
And now, the most brutal of them all.
5 years, bro. There's no way Travis Hunter's girl is on my DMs, bro.
So the guy shows the DM between Leanna Lene and him. Now, basically, she's all in the inbox like, damn, you look good. What's up with you? You know, I'm trying to wife you up, or I'm trying to be wifey. Damn, this is off an Instagram message. Now, remember with Travis Hunter, she kept him there for 2 or 3 months. But when it came to the dude that she liked, it was all good. And now she's deleted her Instagram. And of course, they're trying to play the blame game. It's somebody else's fault. But no, Travis Hunter, it's not anybody else's fault. Shedeur Sanders is coming out. You know, you got Deion Sanders. He's coming out trying to defend them before the Alamo Bowl. And the reality is, this just can't be defended, man. The girl is shady, all right? You're about to marry a shady girl. And the relationship that you guys have is, you have to be faithful to her. She can do whatever the hell she wants because obvious that she don't respect you. And if you thought that she didn't respect Travis because he was young, well, no, that's not true. It didn't matter that he's young or not. Oh, because she respects him now because he has money? No, she still don't respect him even though he has money. Because see, it's a psychological thing. Because whatever he has is hers right now. Think about it. He's willing to do whatever. He's fighting for her. He's fighting on her behalf, even though she's done all these things to cheat on him. She's even slept with other guys. That's the next video. But yeah, that's just really what it is. And he's defending her against the world, even though she was never going to amount to very much. And this is a lesson to guys. When you're on your path, certain people can't come with you. I mean, it's good to be loyal. I get it. But sometimes you got to leave them where you find them. I had to learn that out the hard way. All right. The worst thing that you want to do is to take somebody with you that wasn't going to be successful at all in life or had no real opportunity to be successful in life, which was her. She was going down the path that clearly it was 304 Central. She was going down a path that was completely dusty. She was going
addressing all the stuff online because I'm tired emotionally and mentally of seeing people try to make me out to be a person that I am not.
Stop the cap.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shane Duke, giving not only just me, but other content creators the gift of cash. And it's not because Travis Hunter is a bad person. His girlfriend seems to be a bad person. Now stop the show. Do I mean that Leanna Lene is a robber or a shooter? No, I don't mean that.
Fun. I was partying. I changed. Like, bro, no, bro.
So that's how you keep. I gave him the option to go do stuff. He didn't want to do it. He stayed with me. So now I hold him to that. Like, you can never backtrack because I gave you the option to leave.
I can jerk.
Now in this clip, you can see that she said, hey, well, since you want to be with me, I'm going to hold you to that. Okay. That's important to note. And then also, I hate to play this again, but here's her reasoning for not being attracted to Travis Hunter.
So when I said he wasn't my type, I meant because he was younger than me. I had never dated no one younger than me. And he had cheated on his girlfriend. I don't know if your type is cheaters, but mine isn't.
Stop the cap.
Because he had a girlfriend. She's not anybody's side piece. Don't look at her as a side piece. She respects women and all of those things. Then we've seen Leanna Lene do all kind of things this week. She's twerking on other guys in the club. We've seen another dude grab her behind. Then we've seen her DMing guys and flirting. Let's stop the show. But have you seen this?
Let me keep letting him play all of
them same tats too.
A eater. Ain't no way.
3 years ago, they've been together for 5 years. That's that same tat. Yeah, my boy in that putting her to work.
Ain't no way.
Now, there was a Twitter space, and the guy that...
Oh my God. But how come he doesn't know all this about her, though? Wow. Wow. You know what? This really is like, what I'm learning from this is like, when somebody doesn't want you, though, do not force the person. If someone does not want to be with you, don't force them. If somebody says you're not my type, don't force them. If someone is not attracted to you, don't force it. Because they didn't want to be with you in that relationship. But because you're forcing it, they're doing it, but they're going to cheat. Because you're not what they want. Yes, my break. Okay. I'm like, Travis. No. You're not what she wants. And even when you were probably going to Jackson State, she wanted you to break up with her because she didn't really want to be with you. You know, you got to respect yourself. What is he in love with? What does he think he's in love with? He's 21 years old, man. What does he know about love? He's an idiot. He's insecure. He's insecure. Okay? She makes him feel insecure. So when he's around her or when she gives him some type of attention, he feels like, wow, look, she finally likes me now. She finally likes me now. Travis is incredibly insecure because he does not find himself beautiful. Okay? He's insecure. He's 21 years old. What do you know about love at 21? 21 years old. Chaba. Okay? Please.
That released all of this information, especially the photo. He basically just came out and said this.
Well, it was like 2021, gang.
Bro, he was in high school in 21.
We started dating in February. So we've only been
My partner said posted because he seen all I was going around with her name after the Heisman with her not standing up at the Heisman.
Y'all waited for the right moment.
Yeah, gang. I said that when I first joined the space. I said
now the whole time Travis Hunter is defending her, saying, well, that this is his girl. We are with each other. That's my girl. If she's hurting, I'm hurting. But the problem is, man, this is a lady while you were in high school, while you were doing everything else. Oh, and stop the show. We haven't even looked at the fact that she was in that music video. Even though they got clear rules in the relationship, he cannot talk to ladies, all right? If he's taking a picture with the fan, his hands must be at his side, all right? But we see where her hands have been. Listen, this lady is sleeping around with dudes, or she did. She's been twerking on guys in the club. And as the guy says, the timeline is, basically, he said he'd been with her for 5 years. So she was doing all of these things while they were together. This is the fact.
Am I like, so because he's black, she treats him like a slave? She has all these rules for him. You can't hold hands. You can't do this. You can't do that. She looks at him. She waves her foot. It was like, wow, because we're black, so he's her slave? Oh, her mama black. Her mama black, and she was raised like this? Shame on her mother. Okay? Her mama told her that was okay behavior. Okay? But I'm like, she's acting like, I'm not trying to be funny, but I do feel like, I think a lot of white-skinned Latinos are racist. I ain't gonna lie. That's how I feel. Right? And I'm like, it's giving like, she thinks she's a slave owner. Like he's her slave or something. No, bro. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. And if she is pregnant, he should do a DNA test. If she's pregnant, he should definitely do a DNA test to confirm paternity. Like, test the baby. Okay? And they can even test the baby inside the womb because you need to make sure that's your child. Because this girl, I wouldn't put it past her to get pregnant by somebody else and then tell Travis that's your kid, knowing damn well he's not the father. Okay? No.
Fact. Even sleeping with guys, cooking and cleaning for guys. That's crazy. And stop the show. Want to know what else is crazy? And here's the most important part. Here you have a guy who had to get the Heisman Trophy and had to be excellent in life to end up getting somebody like her. Whereas the other guys that she was dealing with didn't have to do anything. Yeah. They didn't have to do nothing. And then you have guys like Benzino who are going around saying stupid things like this.
Hey, yo, this message for Travis Hunter, man. Listen, bro, I hope you get this message, man. I think you're an amazing athlete and even a better person, right? You deserve everything that you get and more, my brother. One thing I want to let you know, all these people on the internet, bro, that's your girl, man. I don't give a what she did before she met you, video, all this. Don't let these people, man, you know what I'm saying? Moment up, bro.
Benzino, nobody should listen to you. Even your daughter doesn't talk to you. Like, sir, with your no neck having ass, okay? Because we know who you've been caught sleeping with, okay? We don't want to hear any advice from you, Benzino. Go fix your relationship with your daughter, okay? You are crazy. You are really crazy.
You love her, man, love her. It don't matter what she did in the past.
Yeah.
That don't matter, man.
Yes.
What matters is if it's true love and it's real love, man, you love her, man. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing the matter with that. Don't let this internet throw you off because it's not even real. These people don't mean shit, right? Anybody that's criticizing you about your woman ain't shit. Right, homie? You know what I'm saying? Man, keep shining, bro.
Let me tell you guys something, man. If you're going to be dumb and be like Benzino and then basically say, oh, don't listen to the internet because these guys are haters, that's your girl. Well, unfortunately, all of this information is coming out on the internet and she looks bad. And she looks bad because, you know, hey, what she's doing is terrible. It's a sign of, yeah, you really are not my type. And the guys that are my type, I can be basically a side piece for them. Now, I won't be a side piece for you because you need to commit to me. That's what she said. You have to commit to me. But these other dudes don't have to do that because I like them. And if you want to stay in a relationship with a woman like that, like you don't even have anything. I don't understand why dudes even go for that. Don't get me wrong. You have women out there that have a lot to offer. And that's why he should have waited until he went to Jackson State. He would have went to Colorado. By this time, he would really know what his value is. And he would not be worried about her because she would not be doing well at all. She would be with those same dudes that she really wanted to be with that couldn't give her anything. Those are the facts. But when you're settling for less because you have to work hard to get somebody that doesn't really want you, and they give you all these ultimatums that what you need to do, but clearly they're not giving other people those ultimatums, it's crazy. You have to become a Heisman Trophy Award winner. You still have to abide by all these tough rules. Does she make those other dudes do that she was messing with? No. She was just glad to be over.
Yeah, he could be slow. He could have a learning impediment. He could be slow. He could be on the spectrum. He could be slow because this is really silly. This is really, really silly. This is incredibly silly. And I would love to see, I would love to talk to his mom because I'm like, we need to know how his mom is and how she raised this boy because it's like, it seems as though he likes people who treat him horribly. So it's like, if you're mean to him, he likes you more. He likes abuse. Like you have to abuse him. And then he's like, oh yeah, Maverick, if you're abusing me, then you must love me. Yeah, he has self-esteem issues. And he likes to be abused. He likes it. He likes to be tortured. So this is crazy. Because I'm like, you went to Jackson State, you didn't encounter a single girl. I don't care what color she is. You didn't meet one girl who treats you better, who was nicer to you, was friendlier with you, was kinder to you. You like the way this girl talks to you? You like the fact that you have to drive her to parties, wait in the car as she gets drunk, does whatever she wants. Then she gets back in the car super drunk because allegedly she's Hispanic and she got tequila in her blood. Okay? Like you like that kind of stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy to me. When somebody, I'm like, I was thinking about that yesterday. I was like, when people tell you they don't love you, listen to that. Don't force anybody who doesn't love you to love you or to be in a relationship with you because they will torture you. They don't want you. You know what I'm saying? And if somebody says, I don't want to be with you, you should actually listen to the person because all you're going to do is make the person resentful. What's the matter? All you're going to do is make that person resentful. A man doesn't want you, let him go. A woman doesn't want you, let her go. Yes, ma'am. You're tired. He's fighting sleep. I'm a little drunk. You're so funny. Okay? Don't force the person. Don't force people. Someone doesn't want to be friends with you, let it go. Pretty much go where you're loved. Go where you're loved and go where you're respected. Yes, Maddie. Okay? You're tired, huh? Yeah.
Yes, you're exhausted. I know. I know. You're so sleepy. Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly. They don't want it. They don't want it.
Over there getting clapped up. Booty clapping sounds. That's all that mattered. It didn't matter any other way. And so many dudes go through this just to be with her. Hell no. Somebody who can't give you anything, you're still dealing with guys who have less than you. Like letting her grab on you, sleeping with these guys, cooking with these guys. You're a millionaire and your girl is messing with bums. It can never happen, bro. It can never happen. And to defend that, man, it's just going to get worse for the guy. And I hope things get better for him. I'm praying that it does, but it most likely won't. It's probably going to end up all bad. And I'll be here to cover it, man. And hopefully he can wake up soon enough to know that that lady does not deserve to be there. And this is the one thing I want to tell you guys. Certain ladies that you want to be in your life don't need to be in your life.
It's not just the guys, it's the ladies too. I don't know what happened yesterday. What was I? No, it wasn't yesterday. It was on the 24th, right? It was on Tuesday. I was outside shopping, right? I don't know what I was thinking about. I was like, you know what? When someone doesn't want you, though, you need to take heed. Like, you got to respect it. Like, it could be hard. Like, that's not what you want to hear. But you better take it seriously. Because if you keep forcing someone to be in a relationship with you, not just romantic, but even friendship, you keep forcing people to be in a relationship with you when they've told you in many ways, I don't like you. I don't really care for you. I don't want to be around you. Well, guess what? They're going to make you pay for it. Right? Sometimes it's better to have self-respect. It really is. It's better to have loads of self-respect, right? Respect yourself enough to walk away. You know what I mean? And I think that sometimes when you walk away from people, for as much as it hurts you to do so, they're going to have respect for you for that. Because it shows that you care about yourself, right? If somebody talks to you crazy and you stay, do you not, like, you don't understand what you just done. You've told this person, you know what? I don't think much of myself. Treat me any way you see fit. And that's the worst thing you could ever do to yourself, is to let another person know or to let another person see that you don't love yourself. Because once somebody knows that you don't love yourself and you are so desperate for approval, you're so gung-ho, oh, you have to love me. Oh, be my friend. Oh, this and that. They're going to start abusing you. They're going to start being mean to you. But if somebody treats you poorly and you walk away, even if it's hard, they're going to have so much respect for you. They might not ever tell you that, right? But deep down inside, they're going to respect you because you're the first person that walked away. And that's also part of being an adult. That's why I say he's a baby. He's a child in his head, right? He's only 21 on paper. But his maturity, like, take 5 years off his maturity. But someone doesn't want to be with you. Do not force the person. Don't force the person. Don't force the person. Because it will turn abusive before you can blink your eyes, it's going to turn abusive. That's why I even feel as though, like, honestly, if a black man does not want to be with black women, do not force this man. Do not force this man. Because people going to force this man to be with a black woman to prove his blackness. And next thing you know, he's going to start beating her, cheating on her, or he's going to start being down low, having intercourse with men, making her sick. No, it's okay. Like, it really is okay. Thank you. Don't force anybody who don't want to do anything to do something. Like, don't force anybody into a relationship with anybody. Because if somebody says, I don't want to be with the black woman, do not force this man. Because before you know it, he's going to get physically abusive. Because he doesn't want to be with her. Even when it comes to, like, gay men, don't force gay men to be hetero. Because next thing you know, he's going to start putting his hands on this girl. And that's why I think a lot of guys are out here beating on these women because they wish they were actually with a man. They are being resentful because they're being forced to be with a woman. They don't want to be with a woman. They want to be with a man. So it's like, please have your way. Because like, this doesn't make any sense to me. This doesn't make any sense to me. Why are you putting your hands on this lady? But I'm like, you know what? He could be gay. Maybe he's gay. and he feels like he's being forced to pretend to be straight. And now he's out here torturing this woman because he doesn't want to be with a woman. He wants to be with a man. I'm like, seriously? Like, listen. I'm just saying, you cannot, like, I'm like, I don't know what it was. I don't know where I was at Ulta. And like, I don't know what I was thinking about. And something, like a thought came through my mind that said, when people don't want something, do not force the people. Do not force the people. Don't force the people because you just never know. Don't force people. Don't force people because you keep pushing people. You keep pushing people. Oh, you have to date that person, date that person. You're going to force that person. They're going to go do it begrudgingly. And before you know it, they got their hands flying all over her face. Oh, no, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Go where you want to go. So like for me personally, I will never say to Travis, oh, Travis, you should be with a black woman. It's quite obvious. I don't know, but it's quite obvious, right? That Travis does not love himself. So if he doesn't love himself, I'm assuming he has strong issues with his complexion. So obviously he's not going to want to go with someone who looks like him. And when you are an unhealed person, an unhealed dark-skinned person has no business dating another dark-skinned person. Because if you find a dark-skinned person that has confidence, that loves herself, that is happy with herself, it's going to trigger you. Because you don't understand why does she love herself so much, right? So let sometimes damaged people, unhealed people, child, I don't know, okay? Do what you do, and I pray that one day you find healing. But I, Marlene, personally, I will never recommend any young black girl to date Travis because he has a lot of scars. This boy is deeply wounded, right? Hopefully one day he heals. When he heals, and he loves himself. He loves his face, his complexion. He loves his nose and things like that. Then at that point, yeah, it'd probably be safer for a black woman to date Travis. But right now, would you recommend your black daughter, your black niece, your black anything to go date Travis? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Right? Hold on, you guys. Because no, he doesn't love himself. Hold on. One second. No. Yes, yeah. He needs to pass out. And when he gets tired, he just gets finicky, right? Does that make sense, you guys? Because sometimes, yeah, you want to see the black man and the black woman, but I think also we got to think about safety. Because if you have a black human being that does not love that they're black, they don't love their skin, don't love their nose, don't love their lips, don't love this. When somebody has that many issues about being black, is it really safe for another black person to date a black person that doesn't love being black? Right? Because when they see how confident you are, it's going to trigger something in them. When they see that you love yourself as a black person, your confidence, your self-love, it's going to trigger something in them. Now they have to find ways to make you feel like you're not pretty enough. They're going to start saying things, shading you, backhanded compliments, and things like that. No. You know what I'm saying? Because it takes a lot to love yourself, right? Yeah, they become poisonous because they're triggered. And like when you have something that somebody wished they had and they're not healed, you having it is going to trigger the person. Mavi, what you up to? Well, what are you doing? What happened to you? Hey, little man. Right? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Well, guess what? You're so tired. Here you go. Oh, you're so funny. He's looking to pass out. Look at him. He's always fighting sleep. It's hard, right? Like, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Let me show you this one video that I saw. Hold on.
They can't go where you're trying to go, man. You got to leave them to where you found them at. All right. Some people are just there for your time in life. You know, hey, like some of my buddies and things. And when I lived in the hood and all that kind of stuff, and it was all good when I was kicking it with them, and are people, different people in my certain, sector of life. And then when I had to leave them there, I had to leave them there. It wasn't that I was disloyal to them. It's just that my life was going someplace and they couldn't come with me. God has things for your life that people just can't come with you, man. And you're going to mess your blessing up bringing on people that's not supposed to be there. And every time you do it, you pay a price. Travis Hunter is paying a price.
Is beneath the surface of your spiritual journey. It might feel empowering and enlightening, but where there's light, there's also shadow.
I'm going to play this video for you guys. Y'all, this video had me it had me shook. Like, oh my gosh. Okay. Listen to what this person is saying. Even though I think it's AI, but whatever. Let's just go for it.
Have you ever wondered what lies beneath the surface of your spiritual journey? It might feel empowering and enlightening, but where there's light, there's also shadow. The truth is that the spiritual journey is filled with harsh realities, sometimes so dark that they cause people to give up from spirituality altogether. Everyone will face them at some point, but these can only be navigated properly with introspection and the guidance of inner wisdom. Are you ready to discover the darkest shadows of spirituality? Brace yourself, for these are not for the faint of heart. Only a small % of highly spiritual people in the world know the last of these truths, the reality of isolation. First is the profound loneliness that comes with spiritual awakening. As you grow spiritually, your perspectives and values shift, often leaving you feeling out of sync with the mainstream world. Friends and family might not understand your new path, leading to a sense of isolation. This solitude, however, is not necessarily negative. It provides the space needed for deep reflection and self-discovery, helping you to forge a stronger connection with your inner self and the universe.
And you see, and that's the thing also about people who are unhealed. Unhealed people can't stand being by themselves because they're afraid of doing the work. Okay? Unhealed people can't stand being by themselves. Unhealed people always need some kind of companionship, even if it's toxic, right? I'm like, oh my gosh. You guys, this video had me shook. I'm like, wow.
In the quiet moments of solitude, you may begin to experience a sense of oneness with the universe. This feeling of unity, often described as a state of cosmic consciousness, is a hallmark of advanced spiritual development. It is the realization that you are not separate from the world around you, but an integral part of a vast, interconnected web of existence. This awareness can be both humbling and awe-inspiring, leading to a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. As you navigate this period of loneliness, it is important to remain patient and compassionate with yourself. Understand that this is a natural part of the spiritual journey, a necessary phase of growth and transformation. Embrace this solitude as an opportunity for deep healing and self-discovery, knowing that it is preparing you for a more expansive and enlightened state of being. With time, it'll lead you to grasp an even harsher reality, the universality of suffering. Suffering is common. While the quest for enlightenment often aims to transcend suffering, the process itself requires confronting and embracing pain. Suffering is, in fact, an integral part of the spiritual journey, whether you like it or not. This might come in the form of old wounds resurfacing or facing uncomfortable truths about oneself. Spiritual growth demands honesty and vulnerability, compelling you to face the shadows within. This confrontation is crucial for healing and transformation.
And you see, and I think is my thing on. And I think sometimes what can happen, you can encounter a person, whether it's through friendship or romantic relationships, right? And that person will trigger something in you that makes you feel inadequate. And because of that, you now feel like, oh, I have to prove to this person that I'm up to par. Does that make sense? Right? I'm like, Travis, there's something about this young lady that reminds them of like, there's a part of me that I don't feel like I'm adequate enough, right? So it's like, when it comes to football, he doesn't have to worry about that. When it comes to his grades, he doesn't have to worry about that. But when it comes to like matters of the heart of like loving yourself, or having another girl loving you, that young lady, she triggers something in him that makes him feel as though, oh, I have to conquer that, right? Because she makes him feel inadequate. And I can see how when you are winning at sports and academia, you feel to yourself, oh, like this girl right here, she's another challenge, right? I was able to overcome my challenges in academia. I was able to rise to the top of football. So if I set this girl as a goal, I can eventually conquer her heart. But it's not always the way that it goes, right? Like certain things you are supposed to conquer, but other things you have to learn when to walk away, right? You're not going to conquer everything. You're not going to be successful across every single strata of your life. You'll have great victories in certain areas, and in other places you might have failures, you might have losses, and it's okay, because she's not destiny work. She's distraction business, right? But sometimes you can confuse distraction with destiny, because the person keeps saying, oh, I love you, or the person's calling you baby or whatever. So you think, oh yeah, that's my girl, that's my wife, that's my fiance. No, that is distraction, because she's not part of your destiny. But you having encountered this person, it triggered something in you. It triggered some deep-seated insecurity, some deep-rooted fear, like that you probably had forgotten. But this person rejecting you, or this person not being warm or embracing towards you, or this person making you wait for 2 months, she made you feel inadequate. And now you feel as though the only way that I can like quiet this feeling, or the only way I can overcome this feeling, is by completely winning her over. And I'm like, oh no, that's not how it works. And maybe sometimes when another individual makes you feel that way, Mavi. When another person makes you feel that way, maybe it lets you know that it's time for you to get closer to God. It's time for you to get closer to God. And sometimes, I've made that mistake before too, huh? It's like when God is calling you, Maverick, Mavi, my baby, little baby, what's up? What's up? Right? I don't know what you're referring to, so I can't keep up. I don't know what you're talking about, right? But sometimes I think like when God is calling us for an intimate relationship with him, Mavi, you have to go to sleep about. Yes. You have to. You're tired. Okay. I know. But you're tired. What you gonna do? You're not gonna sleep. You're exhausted. Right now. Gotta sleep. Well, I promise you, nothing bad's gonna happen. You gotta close your eyes. You're beautiful. Okay? You gotta close your eyes and just pass out. How about that? I'm sorry, y'all. This is Maverick and I, right? But I think like sometimes, like when God calls you for a deeper relationship with him, you think it means this is the time to get into a relationship with a human being. When in reality, it's like, no, this is the time for you to get an intimate relationship with God. Okay? Does that make sense, you guys? So because we have a tendency of replacing God's love for human love. And it's like, no, because where you're hurting, you think this girl, if she loves you, somehow you're going to feel better about yourself. Or if this guy loves you, you're going to feel better about yourself. But the kind of love you really need is divine love, not the love of a person. Because where you're hurting, that person's love could never make you whole. Only the love of God. And I'm like, to me, I'm like, yeah, Travis, that's what you're suffering from. You need to get closer to God. Because once you get closer to God, then you'll understand why God made you the way that he did. And then you're not going to hurt so much that you don't look like this, you don't look like that, da, da, da. You're going to love yourself even more because God makes no mistakes. I really do believe that, okay? I really do.
Turning suffering into a powerful catalyst for change. But what most people don't foresee is that a deeper spiritual understanding also brings with it the awareness of the world's suffering. This heightened sensitivity can be overwhelming as you become more attuned to the pain and injustices around you. The suffering of others can weigh heavily on your heart, challenging your sense of compassion and empathy. This awareness is not meant to paralyze you, but to inspire action and service. By recognizing the interconnectedness of all beings, you are motivated to contribute positively to the world, helping to alleviate suffering wherever you can. Highly spiritual people also recognize that enlightenment is not a permanent state of bliss. Instead, it is an ongoing process of growth and understanding, marked by peaks and valleys. Moments of profound insight and connection are often followed by periods of pain and confusion. This cyclical nature can be disheartening, but it is essential to remember that these fluctuations are part of the journey. Each low point offers valuable lessons and opportunities for further growth, pushing you to delve deeper into your spiritual practice. And felt like a stranger staring back at you. Perhaps you've caught glimpses of anger, sadness, or fear in those reflections, parts of you that you don't want to acknowledge or show to the world. These uncomfortable feelings and thoughts are your shadow. What if you could embrace this shadow instead of hiding from it? Imagine the transformation you could undergo in just 30 days. You will become unrecognizable. Understanding the shadow self. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, introduced the concept of the shadow as the hidden aspects of ourselves that we often push away. Imagine a realm within you, a hidden landscape where your unexpressed thoughts, emotions, and desires reside. This is the shadow self. The shadow represents those parts of ourselves that we often hide or deny, our fears, insecurities, and traits we perceive as negative. Jung believed that the shadow is not inherently bad. Instead, it is a vital aspect of our psyche, holding the key to our personal growth and transformation. When we talk about the shadow self, we often think of it as a dark, foreboding entity. However, this perspective can be misleading. The shadow is not just our flaws, but also our potential, our creativity, and the traits we've repressed because they didn't fit societal expectations. It includes our passions, ambitions, and dreams that we may have buried under layers of self-doubt and fear. By embracing our shadow, we can unlock these hidden aspects and lead more authentic lives. Carl Jung identified 4 main archetypes that play crucial roles in our personalities: the persona, the shadow, the anima or animus, and the self. Each archetype serves as a lens through which we understand ourselves and navigate the world. The persona. The persona is like a mask we wear in public. Imagine attending a party and presenting your most charming self, laughing and mingling, while inside you might feel anxious or disconnected. This is the persona at work. It represents the social roles we play and the image we present to others. While the persona helps us fit in and function in society, it can also lead to a disconnect between who we truly are and who we appear to be. Philosopher Martin Heidegger spoke of being and being in the world, suggesting that our existence is intertwined with our social environment. We often mold ourselves to fit the expectations of others, leading to a superficial existence. When we become too attached to our persona, we may neglect our inner selves, resulting in feelings of emptiness or dissatisfaction. Consider The Tale of the Emperor's New Clothes by Hans Christian Andersen.
And you see, and this is why I think a lot of athletes, especially like younger Black athletes, I think this is why many of them have issues. Because I feel like when you're always performing, like, because when you're an athlete, you really are a performer, right? Yes, baby. When you're always performing for crowds, thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, always performing, you always have to score, you always gotta do this, da, da, da. It's like, when do you take time for yourself, though? When do you take time to actually love yourself? When do you actually take time to, like, you know, take care of yourself and love yourself, right? Because you are a performer. You're not just an athlete, Maggie. You're not just an athlete, but you're also a performer. You're also a performer. And I'm like, I even feel like when it comes to even these relationships, like why so many of them feel like they got to have white girls or having like, have to have light-skinned girls, et cetera, et cetera. Because I think it's all part of the performance, right? This little baby. Sorry. Yeah, I think I really think about that. Hold on, y'all. Human child. Get my soul. Huh? What are we doing? You don't want to sleep. You're tired, but you don't want to sleep. Is that what it is? I mean, you are funny. I mean, you are a funny little guy. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I don't know what this is. Guess what? If I was your age and I was able to sleep, I would actually sleep. Because one day you're going to get older. And guess what? You're not going to be able to take naps. Because society is going to require you to have... No, he's a Gemini. Your auntie's asking. He's always fighting sleep. This is crazy. You know? But I'm like, a lot of people, based on what you do, it's like your entire existence is a performance. Like, you are a performer. Yes, Maverick. Yes. And you have all these people expecting something from you. And sometimes you do wonder, it's like, when did these young people even take care of themselves? Right? Because I think a lot of these like professional athletes, many of them are extremely dysfunctional. Look at Cam Newton. Many of them are extremely dysfunctional. Because you're just like your whole life, you're just performing. You're performing. You're performing for people. Yeah. Many of them are extremely dysfunctional. Because like the older I get, the more and more I care about psychology. Like, because I'm like, it's way deeper than like, oh, skin color or gender or whatever. You know, like you really have to sit there and really study people's psychology. Because once you understand people's brains, then a lot of things start making more sense to you. Not saying it's okay though, but it makes a lot more sense. But most athletes are performers, especially like someone like him. It's like you are performing. You know, like you're always performing. And I think like having that white girlfriend or that whatever girlfriend, I think it's all part of the persona, right? It's not what you need, but it's what you think people think someone like you should have. And that's why a lot of people, if you're careful, like a lot of people, they don't even go for what they actually need, right? A lot of people go for what they think other people think they should have. It's like, well, what do you really need? Right? A lot of women, you need a particular type of man, but she's not going to go for that. Not because she doesn't love that man, but what are my girlfriends going to think if I date a man like that? Right? Because people think a lot. Maverick. People think a lot about what are people going to say, you know? If I date this man, or my girlfriend's gonna make fun of me, blah, 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 right? So sometimes it's like there's what you need, but people don't go for what they need. People go for what they think other people want to see them have, right? Cars, another thing, cars, right? A lot of people don't even drive. A lot of people don't even drive that much, right? But they will go and get into debt with some expensive ass cars because they think this is what people want to see me in. right? People expect someone like me to drive a car like that, but it's like, but where are you going? Right? Where are you going? How many miles do you actually drive a week? How many miles do you even drive a month? Do you really need that car? No. You want to signal to other people that you've arrived, like you've made it, right? And that's why a lot of people suffer from lifestyle creep. They make more money, but they find more expenses. They make more money, they find more expenses. They make more money, they go looking for more expenses. It's like, you gotta be careful. You have to be careful.
The emperor, blinded by his desire for social approval, wears an invisible suit crafted by conmen, believing it makes him appear more regal. The persona can be just as deceptive, leading us to wear a facade that masks our true feelings. The shadow. The shadow, as mentioned earlier, is the part of us that contains our repressed thoughts and emotions. Picture a shadow cast by a tree. While it may appear dark and ominous, it also creates a space for growth and reflection. Jung viewed the shadow as a crucial aspect of our psyche, holding both negative and positive elements. Many view it solely as a source of negativity, yet it houses our hidden strengths and gifts. Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche explored the idea of the will to power, suggesting that our darker instincts drive us toward greatness. When we embrace our shadow, we harness this will to power, allowing us to confront our fears and limitations. Embracing the shadow allows us to integrate these aspects into our lives, fostering personal growth and deeper self-awareness. A modern-day example is the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. In this tale, Dr. Jekyll represents the controlled, socially acceptable self, while Mr. Hyde embodies the dark, unrestrained impulses lurking beneath the surface. The struggle between these two identities illustrates the battle many face with their own shadows. By recognizing and integrating our shadow, we can transform what was once a source of shame into a powerful force for good. The anima and animus. The anima.
Like I said, I love Maverick. For a lot of people, their dark skin is a source of shame. For a lot of people, their dark skin is a source of shame. And I'm like, you have to work on that. Like, you have to, okay? You have to work on that. You know?
In men and animus, in women, represent the feminine and masculine qualities within us, regardless of gender. Imagine a balanced yin-yang symbol where both light and dark coexist in harmony. Jung believed that integrating these qualities leads to a balanced and whole self. In many cultures, the anima is associated with nurturing, intuition, and emotion, while the animus embodies strength, logic, and assertiveness. When we reject or ignore these traits, we risk projecting them onto others, leading to conflicts in relationships and a lack of inner harmony. The philosopher Carl Rogers emphasized the importance of self-acceptance and understanding. When we acknowledge and accept our anima and animus, we cultivate empathy and compassion, enhancing our relationships and emotional intelligence. For instance, a man who embraces his anima might find himself more in touch with his emotions, enabling him to connect deeply with others. Conversely, a woman who integrates her animus might discover newfound confidence and assertiveness in pursuing her goals. The self. Lastly, the self is the archetype of wholeness. It symbolizes the unity of the conscious and unconscious mind and represents our true essence. When we integrate the other archetypes, we move closer to realizing the self, embracing all aspects of our being. The philosopher Socrates famously stated, "Know thyself," highlighting the importance of self-awareness in the pursuit of a fulfilling life. The self embodies this understanding as it encourages us to explore our inner landscape. As we acknowledge and integrate the persona, shadow, and anima animus, we journey toward wholeness. The journey of the hero's journey, as outlined by Joseph Campbell, also reflects this archetype. The hero must confront their fears and limitations, often represented by the shadow, to discover their true identity and purpose. This journey leads to transformation, allowing the hero to emerge more complete and enlightened. Now, what if all the struggles you're facing stem from a disconnection with your shadow self? Often, we experience challenges in life that seem insurmountable: self-doubt, fear of failure, relationship issues. These struggles can arise when we ignore or suppress our shadow, creating inner turmoil. By learning to embrace and unleash our shadow self, we can
You need to hear this because it's so true. Why are you scared? Why are you scared? He's right. He's right. Because there's a reason why, like the boy Travis or other people, there is a reason why people gravitate to people who are mean to them. There is a psychological reason why people gravitate towards people who are abusive. There is a reason why people gravitate towards bullies. Like, you know, this person's not nice to you. You know that this person doesn't love you. You know that this person does not care for you, but you keep going back. Right? And that's what he's saying, like, because there's a disconnect between you and your shadow self. And until you deal with the darkest part of your being, you're most likely going to keep going in and out of abusive relationships. Right? Because you don't want to deal with the thing that makes you insecure. So you're looking for outside validation. No, you have to deal with it. Right? And then also, like, dealing with it also might not mean that it might get resolved, but it means that you're going to learn to be okay with it. It's like when Paul asked God to remove, like, the thorn in his side, and the Lord said to Paul, my grace is sufficient. Right? But a lot of people are looking for, oh, if I find this person, then I'm going to be whole. If I find this person, I'm going to be in love. If I find this person, I'm going to heal. It's like, no. The person that you're looking for, sometimes that person is you. That person is you. Do not delegate anybody with your happiness. Okay? Do not make anybody responsible for you loving yourself, because that person is you. Right? And I realized that a while ago, but like now I'm really realizing that. Right? This whole myth about, oh, there's a hero, there's somebody coming to save me. Okay, there's someone coming to love me, or there's somebody. No, there is no other person. You are the person. You are you. And you have to go save, like, you have to save your shadow. And you have to learn to be okay with it. Because only you can cure yourself of your insecurities. Only you can love yourself. Only you can make yourself whole. Only you. Right? Then it's like, then if you meet another person, it's like, it's a bit better. Yes, Mavi. But it's not their job to make you whole. It's not their job to heal you of your childhood trauma. It's not their job. And this is why a lot of people in relationships have unrealistic expectations for a third party. Right? I'm like, you have unrealistic expectations. Oh, if I'm good, I'm going to meet this man and da. No, you are the man that you're looking for. You are the woman that you're looking for. And that's what he's saying, like, inside of us, like, you have this animus and this anima, right? Like, so if you're a man, like, let's say, oh, I'm looking for this girl who's going to love me. It's like, no, what he's saying is, as a man, you also have a feminine side to you. And if you learn to nurture your own feminine side, you will learn to love yourself, right? It's the same thing for a woman. Like, I think so for her, like the animus, right? Does that make sense? I'm like, that's what he's saying. I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. There is no other person. You are that person. Mavi, you don't go in your swing and pass out. I had never seen a baby struggle like this to go to sleep. You feel better? So I was like, wow, I get exactly what you're saying. There is no savior. You are your own savior. But it's like you're running from what scares you about yourself, and then you want to delegate another person to love that part of you. That's not how it works. First, you have to love that part of you. And even that, you have to also understand, like, you might not be able to change it. Because I think sometimes people think, oh, when you heal, it's like healing is like you have to change. No, sometimes healing is accepting things the way they are. This is who I am. Now, maybe like you have more balance about the way you are, but you're like, can you really change yourself? You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes is it really about change? Or is it more about accepting things that you cannot change? Right? You're born dark skinned. It is what it is. So instead of trying to change it or hide from it, embrace it and love it. Then you'll start having more peace about it. But if you, and I'm like, and this is where corporations and marketing come in, because they're like, oh no, you can change it. You can change it. Oh, here's a cream. Oh, here's a wig. Oh, here is this. Oh, here's a BBL. Like, no, no. And because they're making you think you can change it, they're taking all your money. But once you realize that maybe the purpose of life is not to change the things I don't like about myself, but it's to learn to be okay with those things. Guess what? You'll start saving your money. Because a lot of companies make so much money off of people's insecurities. Right? Yes, Bibo. Yes. Yes. It's your big old belly. So I'm like,
Confront these challenges head on. When we begin to acknowledge our shadow, we realize that our struggles are not just obstacles, but opportunities for growth. The fears and insecurities we face can guide us toward deeper understanding and acceptance of ourselves. This is not to say that the process is easy. Facing our shadow requires courage and vulnerability. However, it is through this journey that we find our true selves, transforming our struggles into stepping stones toward empowerment and authenticity. In recognizing the importance of our shadow self, we become more attuned to our desires and motivations. We learn to express our creativity, passion, and individuality without the fear of judgment. This newfound freedom can lead to profound changes in our lives, from improved relationships to a greater sense of purpose. Embracing our shadow doesn't mean we'll be free of difficulties or pain. Life is filled with challenges, but with a deeper understanding of our shadow self, we become more resilient. We learn to face our fears with compassion and curiosity, transforming them into allies rather than adversaries. These hidden aspects of ourselves are not something to be feared or shunned. Instead, they are vital parts of our journey toward wholeness. To truly embark on the journey of shadow work, we must first grasp the intricacies of our mind. Understanding the different aspects of our mind not only sheds light on why we act the way we do, but also how we can engage in meaningful shadow work. The mind isn't just one single entity. It's a complex structure made up of various aspects, each contributing to who we are. It plays a unique role in shaping our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. At its core, the mind can be divided into three primary parts: the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the unconscious mind. Each part has distinct functions and characteristics, influencing how we experience the world and interact with ourselves and others. The conscious, subconscious, and unconscious mind. The conscious mind is our immediate awareness, what we think, feel, and perceive in the present moment. It's like the tip of an iceberg, representing only a small portion of our mental landscape. The conscious mind allows us to reason, make decisions, and respond to our environment. It is here that we formulate intentions and set goals, directing our actions in a deliberate manner. Philosopher René Descartes famously stated, "I think, therefore I am," highlighting the importance of conscious thought in shaping our identity. However, the conscious mind has limitations. It can only hold a limited amount of information at once and is often influenced by biases and emotions. When we engage in shadow work, we often start with the conscious mind, reflecting on our thoughts and behaviors to identify patterns or triggers. Beneath the conscious mind lies the subconscious, a vast reservoir of memories, experiences, and learned behaviors. This part of the mind operates quietly in the background, influencing our actions and feelings without our direct awareness. The subconscious mind stores everything from our childhood experiences to social conditioning, shaping our beliefs about ourselves and the world. Carl Jung likened the subconscious to a treasure chest filled with both valuable insights and hidden fears. While we may not actively recall these memories, they continue to affect us on a deep level. For instance, if someone faced criticism as a child, they might carry feelings of inadequacy into adulthood without realizing the root cause. Engaging in shadow work requires us to delve into this reservoir, uncovering hidden emotions and beliefs that may be holding us back. Philosopher Plato explored the concept of the subconscious in his allegory of the cave, where prisoners are chained and can only see shadows on the wall, representing limited perceptions of reality. Just as the prisoners must break free to see the outside world, we too must confront our subconscious to gain a clearer understanding of ourselves. The deepest layer of the mind is the unconscious, a realm.
And you see, like what he's saying here, like what he said about you have to break free. If as a child, you were made to feel like there was something wrong with your skin, the way that you look, etc., like in your subconscious, like it's still there. So I'm like, I could see how, even though you could be an amazing football player, you're winning Heisman trophies, etc., 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 you know, there's a part in your subconscious that's like, I'm not complete until I can get this person or that type of person to say, I love you, or you're beautiful, da, da, da. Because growing up, you internalize certain things that you never dealt with. So you go through life thinking that you're okay, or that you move on from that. But in your subconscious, there is still a part that says, you're dark skinned, you're not good enough. You're dark skinned, you're not pretty enough. You're dark skinned. You're like, a person like this will never be attracted to you. And you live life, and it's like it's in your subconscious in there, right? So everybody's looking at you like, what is wrong with this kid? Right? You about to go to the NFL, you're about to go pro, you're only 21. There's so much that awaits you. But he doesn't see it the way that we see it, because you don't carry the wounds that he has to carry since he was a child. So now he's attracted to someone that's emotionally abusive towards him because there's something in him that feels inadequate. And so she matches, like the way she treats him and the way she talks to him, she matches the voice that he has in his subconscious about how he truly feels about himself. You understand? Right? It's like, I'll give you a good example. When you have people, like let's say somebody had an abusive mother, and then you're like, okay, now that you're an adult, why wouldn't the person go for a woman who's not abusive? No, they're going to go date somebody that reminds them of their mother, right? Because she mimics the voice that you have in your head. This new girl that you met, the way she treats you, it feels familiar to the way that you talk to yourself or that your mom used to talk to you, right? Oh, me and this baby, yo, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Filled with instinctual drives, repressed memories, and unresolved conflicts. This part of the mind is often inaccessible to our conscious awareness, yet it profoundly influences our thoughts, behaviors, and emotional responses. The unconscious can be likened to a shadowy figure lurking in the corners of our psyche, containing aspects of ourselves that we may be unwilling or unable to confront. Jung believed that the unconscious holds the key to our shadow self. Within its depths lie the fears, desires, and traits that we have pushed away, fearing they are unacceptable or harmful. The unconscious often manifests in dreams, slips of the tongue, or unexpected emotional reactions, providing glimpses into the aspects of ourselves that need attention. Our unconscious drives shape our desires and ambitions. This helps us uncover the motivations that fuel our actions and learn to integrate them into our conscious experience. This integration is essential for effective shadow work, as it enables us to confront and embrace our hidden aspects. The role of emotions. Emotions are another critical component of understanding the mind in relation to shadow work. Often, our emotions serve as signals, alerting us to aspects of ourselves that require attention. When we experience discomfort, anxiety, or anger, these feelings may be rooted in unresolved conflicts within our shadow. For example, consider the emotion of jealousy. It may seem negative, but it can reveal underlying insecurities or unmet needs. Rather than suppressing or ignoring feelings like jealousy, we can use them as a starting point for exploration. By asking ourselves why we feel a certain way, we can trace the emotion back to our shadow and uncover the deeper beliefs or fears that fuel it. In the teachings of Buddhism, there's a concept called mindfulness, which encourages us to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment. By practicing mindfulness, we create a safe space to explore our inner landscape, allowing us to approach our shadow with curiosity.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, my bad. This little baby, he had to pass out because when he's tired, it's like it's a lot. Are you guys still here? Do I still have a channel? Huh? What's up? Y'all still here? Do you hear what he's saying though? Y'all still here? You hear what he's saying? But I'm like he said about the whole jealousy making you feel inadequate. Like you meet a person, you start getting jealous about the person. In reality, it's because you don't feel like you're good enough. And then you feel like, okay, she has this because maybe she's better than me, or she has this better than me. And it's like, no, sometimes a person is just like more consistent, right? Okay, you're here. Okay, good, right? That's all that is. But a lot of people don't want to do the work because it can be scary at times to get to really know yourself. So it's better, I've come to recognize this. It's better to drown how you feel in the noise of like what's trendy, what's cool, what's popular, right? Than to really isolate yourself and to do the work that you have to do on yourself. Because working on yourself and truly healing, like it's really hard and it's really dark. And so some people don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. But you have to do it. You don't have a choice but to do it. Because like I said earlier, because Maverick was crying, but like I said earlier, sometimes you would be under this like illusion like that. Oh, I'm looking for someone to come and love me. I'm looking for somebody to accept me. But you have to learn to love yourself. It is you. It is you. Make me one. Okay. You have to learn to love yourself. But if you're not loving yourself, then you're saying, I expect other people to love me. It's like it's like you're creating an experiment where you intentionally want to fail at the experiment so you can have a reason to be upset. Because how can people love you when you yourself don't even know how to love yourself? Right? If you don't know how to love yourself, I don't think it's fair to expect other people to come in and to love you. What is there to love? A broken person. Right? But once you learn to love yourself, then other people be like, you know what? I love the way that she treats herself. So therefore, I'm also going to love her because they see how you treat yourself. Same thing for a man. Once you know how to love yourself, it becomes a lot easier for other people to know how to love yourself. But when you're broken, which I think a lot of our athletes are extremely broken, right? It becomes a lot easier now to attract people who just, in a superficial way, make you feel like you matter, right? But deep down, like the soul of you, like the actual being of you, like the soul of you, like the shadow of you, their love will never penetrate that deep. Their love for you, their compassion for you, even time they spend with you, it will never penetrate that deep where you're truly hurting. What you're doing is you use somebody that you think represents success and you mask that, like, okay, I'm gonna use you as a band-aid, as opposed to I need to do the work to really know what I need for me, what I need for myself to be a better version of myself, right? And then once you get to that place, then you'll feel more comfortable being in love publicly with who you're supposed to be in love with. But a lot of people don't want to get to know themselves, and therefore they go and date or they pursue people they think other people expect them to be with in order to say, oh, wow, look at him or look at her. She must be successful, or he must be successful if she was able to get a man like that, or if he was able to get a man like that. But the whole time, no, it's a persona, because even that person, the person that you're with, does not even know the real you. because you're hiding the real you. Because you don't want other people to know who you really are. Because even you don't want to know who you really are, right? And I really pray for Travis. I pray he finds himself, right? But I'm like, until you learn to love yourself, you will continue to have people take advantage of you. Until you learn to love yourself, not only will you continue to have people take advantage of you, you're going to be a magnet for abusive people, scamming people, corrupt people. You're going to attract people who are just coming into your life to take advantage. Right? Because you need band-aids. As long as you refuse to do your shadow work, you are going to continue to need band-aids. And one thing I have come to recognize that is a prominent band-aid in today's society is sex. It's sex. A lot of people are replacing sex as a proxy for deep, meaningful intimacy, right? Oh, I feel broken. Let me have sex with somebody. Oh, I feel ignored. Let me have sex with somebody. Oh, I don't feel good enough. Let me go have sex with somebody. Blah, 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 blah. It's like people are using sex as a band-aid to say, okay, if I was able to sleep with him, then I'm good enough. If I was able to have sex with her, then I'm good enough. If I was able to bag this person, then I'm good enough. And it's like, girl, boy, anybody can have sex out of people. But after you're done having sex with this person, are they calling you back? Are they checking on you? Right? Do they ever call you ever again? Do they ever check on you again? No. But today, I think like sex is another thing that it's another vehicle that people are using to avoid having to do deep work on themselves. If I feel lonely, instead of actually like exploring, like, okay, why do you feel lonely? Some people will just rather rush and go have sex. Right? And now what I see is that they're even trying to sell this to young girls. It's like, oh, well, you deserve to have a hoe phase. No, you deserve to have an alone phase. Why do you want to be a hoe? Because the thought of being by yourself and having to go through what you're currently feeling, like, why do I feel this way? Right? And sometimes even having to take accountability because maybe you are where you are because you've been running from doing the hard work. So you keep making horrible decisions back to back to back to back, which is why you're here. But this goofy ass society will say, oh, you know what? Escape it. Once again, find a jail out. What's it called? Find a card out of jail right now. Like, no, go have more sex. Oh my gosh, you're about to make it worse. Right? I wish a lot of people would learn to sit in how you feel and actually like I don't know, I don't say like internalize, but you need to actually process how you feel. You feel lonely. Okay. But once you realize that you're lonely, you should not be trying to run as fast as possible into somebody's bed. You are crazy. You're really crazy. Are you a Pisces? Okay. But you're crazy. You can't do stuff like this. You have to sit there and say, I feel lonely and it's okay. Boom. Ba-bum, ba-bum. And then you might cry. Maybe you should cry. The fuck? Like, maybe you should cry. But I'd rather you cry than I don't want to cry because I want to be some kind of fake gangster. And next thing you know, you're in somebody else's bed. And it's like, he doesn't give two shits about you. Or you in her bed. And she also doesn't give two shits about you, right? So if you're a woman, you can sleep with a man that does not give two flying F's about your black ass, right? If you're a woman, you can also sleep with a man who does not care about you. And when they leave, you're going to feel even more void on the inside because here you are giving something precious to somebody who didn't even ask your first name. What are we doing? What are we doing? Right? And I'm like, so that's why, like, whatever this is, like AI, whatever this voice is, but what this voice was saying, I'm like, yeah, I agree with this. Because too many people are afraid to be alone. And when we're talking about being alone, I'm not saying like you're gonna be alone for a lifetime, but there is a requirement for healthy loneliness for a season where you're not creating false sense of companionship through intercourse, through this, and that, because you will never be satisfied. This world out here is nothing but a lie, okay? It is nothing but a lie. You will never be satisfied because you have to be there for you. That's it. That's that. And it's like, what? Yes. Because I'm like, you have to learn how to be there for yourself. And you have to learn how to love yourself the way that you are. You have to learn how to love yourself. Because that's where the real power is. But when you're sitting here and you're telling other girls or other men to have a whole phase, I'm like, no, you are encouraging broken people who fear loneliness to engage in reckless sexual behavior just so they're not going to feel lonely. But sex can only last but for so long. Okay? You can't have sex with one person for eternity. At some point, you have to, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got to depart from each other, right? So then what happens after that? What happens after that? Right? And I'm like, and even when people are sitting here promoting whole faces to people, I wish that people would promote a walk with God face to people. Why do you need to have a whole face when you have the Almighty God right there willing to talk to you and to help you to understand yourself better? Right? But people were, go have cheap thrills instead of having something meaningful with the God who actually made you. God made you. So if these relationships have led to a point where now you're so broken, you're so empty, you're so confused, well, guess what? These are the consequences of living your life without God at the center of it all. As the Bible says, the word says, right? In all your ways, acknowledge God. And when you live a life where you have not acknowledged God, yes, you will suffer. Yes, you will cry. Yes, you'll be broken, because that's the way it has to be. Because you need to feel the pain. You got to feel the weight. You have to feel the cost, like what it is to live a life where you don't center God. You will pay for that. But the people will say, oh no, don't sit in that feeling. Go find somebody else to lay with. Because once again, they're trying to get you to not have a moment of repentance. You have to repent for what you've done. And I will always say this. I'm like, one thing I have learned also, like being a Christian stuff, one thing I have learned is that it is so important to learn what it means to be a good steward. You have to be a steward of what God has given you, your life, your money, your mind, everything. It does not belong to you. It belongs to God. You have to, you got to be a good steward, because when you're not, you will be broken. Right? And that's why a lot of people have depression, because depression comes from the accumulation of lots of regrets. Like you have a lot of regrets about your life. And those regrets are causing you to feel as though you're not good enough or there's no way you can overcome. Yes, of course, because you've lived a life without having centered God. And when you don't center God, this is exactly what happens to you. Because nobody can hold your hand better, or nobody can walk through like every single part of you than God. Because if God holds your hand, he can have you, he can make you understand yourself better than anybody else could ever have you understand yourself. Right? And that's why I even feel like to some extent they're trying to turn therapy and stuff like therapists into false idols. Like I met somebody yesterday, and then the person told me that, oh, I've been going to therapy. And I was like, okay, but how long you been going to therapy? And the person said, oh, it's been 4 years. I was like, oh my gosh, 4 years. I'm like, so when does it stop? Right? I'm like, when does therapy stop? When do you actually graduate therapy? Right? Because I'm like, if you're not careful, you could get to a point where your therapist becomes your idol. When now it's like my therapist is my oracle. No, I don't think so. Okay. Right? Gotta be very careful. But I do feel like now, like this whole therapist, like going to a therapist, I have a therapist. It's like it's giving, I'm going to see the Wizard of Oz. Okay. I'm going to go see the oracle. I'm going to see the voice of reason. And I'm like, oh, that should be God, not another human being. Okay. Because I think a therapist They should equip you with the tools that you can kind of lead your life by yourself. But why do you have to go to a therapist for 5 years or go to a therapist for 6 years? What is going on? What is going on? Do you not know how to live or think or solve your own issues without relying on another person telling you how to think and how to fix your own life? No, that's crazy to me. That is crazy to me. Everything that starts needs to have an end date. You start therapy this month, you should know about when you should be able to say, you know what? I've done enough therapy. Now I know how to deal with my life. I know how to fix my own problems. I'm good. If it's a year, if it's 2 years, I'm like, why are you going to therapy for 4 years for the same problem? How's that okay? And now I'm acting like, okay, does your therapist even want you to actually heal from this? Just like this whole thing about, oh, I'm on a healing journey. Okay. When does this journey end? Okay. You can't be on a healing journey for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Okay. Now it's getting concerning. What kind of journey is this? Because every journey has to come to an end. Why are you still in a healing journey? When are you actually going to heal? Why are you not healed yet? Hello? This is crazy. Because to some extent, one thing I'm also very cautious of, which I think, probably has something to do with like mental illness, but I'm like, I am very cautious of people who are constantly living in the past. That kind of scares me. Okay? People always talk about the past, the past, the past, the past, the past. Okay? But what about the future? What about the future? When are we also going to prioritize the future? Why are we always talking about the past? Somebody will say to me, oh, but Marlene, like, I had childhood trauma. I hear you. But at some point, even you yourself have to decide to get over your childhood trauma. Because no matter how many times you think about it, or no matter how many times you go to therapy, you will never have all the answers. Like if you really want, you can sit there for 10 years and talk about your childhood trauma. Okay. Or you can talk about your childhood trauma for 2 years and the other 8 years live for your future. Hello. Right? Because part of life also, I'm like, one thing I've come to recognize, part of life and part of having a healed soul, right, is to understand that you will never have all the answers. And the point is not to have all the answers. You don't have to have all the answers to why you had to experience childhood trauma. You can have some answers, right? But ultimately, you must celebrate the fact that you survived your childhood trauma. You have to learn to celebrate the fact that you survived your childhood trauma. You cannot keep talking about this childhood trauma for the next 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 years, because every time you're talking about it, you are re-victimizing yourself. That's the way I feel. Okay, I'm not a professional, but that's the way I feel, right? There comes a time where you have to say, you know what? I probably will never have all the answers to my childhood trauma, but I have to celebrate the fact that I overcame my childhood trauma. Right? Because otherwise, this is really going to affect you negatively. And you might not even realize it, but it's like you're going to relationships or situations with people, and because you think you are so damaged by your childhood trauma, you, off the bat, you disqualify yourself. Or off the bat, you're selling yourself short, or you're like you have like you put a discount on yourself because you think, oh, there's something wrong with me because I had childhood trauma. Mayday, okay. The majority of people have childhood traumas. A lot of people have childhood traumas, right? But if you keep talking about it over and over and over and over and over again, instead of helping you, it's actually going to hurt you. Because now you think, oh, there's something wrong with me because of my childhood trauma. Not really. Not really. It depends. Not really. But ultimately, you should celebrate the fact that you overcame your childhood trauma. I think the role of a therapist also is to help you see the positive in the dark. You didn't have the best childhood, right? And this could have been better. This could have been better. That could have been better. Many, many things could have been better. But somehow they were not better. And yet you made it. So what does that say about you? Because I don't see myself having a client for 4 years talking about the same issue. I'm like, what the heck? Why are you still here? Okay, go live your life. Because in this life, you will never have all the answers. So if you keep coming to me thinking that I'm going to help you find all the answers, oh no, I'm not an oracle. Okay, I'm a person. Okay, but you should live your life. You can't spend 4, 5, 6 years of your life speaking about your childhood trauma. These are years that you should be out there living your life. Live your life. Live your life. Live your life. Like, actually live your life. Enjoy your life. Live your life. And stop thinking about the past. Because sometimes always talk about the past is incredibly crippling. It will cripple you. It will cripple you. It will cripple you. And then it'll make you feel like, it can make you feel like there's something that you're lacking in your life. Like, oh, you didn't have the perfect childhood, or you didn't have this, you didn't have that. So you can really start to feel like there's something lacking in you. I don't know. Really? Why? Everybody's lacking something. Right? But God's grace is sufficient. And you have to know that. And you have to turn the page and you have to live your life. Live your life. If you had 10, 15 years of a horrible childhood, right? If you die at 90, you could have 60 years, 70 years of a wonderful life. Don't let 15 years rob you of a good 60, 70 years of life. Live your life. Live your best life. Right? Amen. Right? But I'm like, I don't think you should go to a therapist for like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years talking about the same issue. Like, if you have a great therapist, they should help you as, like, I won't say as quickly as possible, but they should be quite efficient helping you to realize, like, you know what? You will never have all the answers. Also, we can't change what happened. Like, what happened, happened. But learn to deal with that in a healthy way. And always know and always realize that you have way more to live for than whatever happened in the past. There's way more ahead of you than what's behind you. So sometimes it's like, why are people so obsessed with the past sometimes? Like, to me, it's a bit bizarre. It's a bit bizarre to me, right? I'm like, do not be so obsessed about what happened in the past. But I think it make more sense. Like, I think make more sense. It'll be more productive for you to focus on what you stand to gain with your future. If you go about it in a healthy way, right? You can have 40 years, 50 years, even 60 years of an amazing life. So whatever childhood trauma you had will pale in comparison to the future that you're going to make for yourself. And you have to believe that. You really have to believe my future will be way better, way greater than anything I've known in my childhood. Right? And the only way you can stop yourself is like if you always think and live for the past. But sometimes you got to let things go. Got to let your past go. And the little girl in you, the little boy in you, you have to let that person go. You have to let that person go because you're growing, you're evolving, you're winning. But because that broken child is in you, you don't even know how to enjoy the stuff that you're having because you won't let that person go. And sometimes you have to let the little girl go. You have to let the little boy go. Like, you have to go. We have to say goodbye to each other. Gotta say goodbye, right? The teenage girl that you used to be that's still haunting you, you gotta say goodbye to her. That little teenage boy that you used to be that's still haunting you, you gotta say goodbye to that person. You have to say goodbye. And once you say goodbye, you cannot look back. You cannot look back. Because you can look at the younger version of you. And you can feel so bad for that person that you want to comfort the person. You want to cuddle the person. I'm telling you, it's a trick of the enemy. You have to let that person go. Because that's the, I don't know, to me, I don't know, that's the, so far, that's the only I can think of. But I'm like, to me, it's like, that's the only way for you to survive. You have to let that person go. Because that person does not serve you. And I wish sometimes like people would recognize that you have versions of yourself, right? Like, because we have multiple versions of ourselves, but you have versions of yourselves that no longer serve you. And you have to let those go. Right? You have to let the former version of yourself, like you have to let those versions go. You have to let them go. You absolutely have to let them go. Gotta say goodbye. And I hope that before we get into the new year, like a lot of people learn to say goodbye. Say goodbye to the most broken, unhealed version of yourself. You have to say goodbye. Because sometimes trying to heal your former self is honestly, I think sometimes it can be a distraction. Because do I even need the former version of me to be healed? No. I need my current version to be healed, and whoever I'm going to be in the future, like I need her to be healed. But it's like, I wish I could have saved you back then, but I couldn't. And I have to let you go. Maybe in another life, I'll do better, but in this current life, I have to let you go. So sometimes you got to say goodbye. And it's hard. Like goodbyes, it's hard to say goodbye. But you got to say goodbye. Because otherwise, no matter how successful you are, no matter how good things happen to you, because that young person is still broken, you will never be able to appreciate anything you accomplish. Because she's broken. She's unhealed. And most likely, she'll never be fixed. And most likely, she'll never be healed. So this is why she has to go. So I hope you guys kind of get me, huh? I hope you do. Okay.
Rather than fear. This gentle exploration can lead to profound insights and healing, ultimately enabling us to live more authentically. Now that we understand the different aspects of the mind, we can begin to engage in shadow work effectively. Embracing the hidden within. The first step in unleashing your shadow self is to recognize its presence. This process requires honesty and courage, as it involves facing parts of yourself that may feel uncomfortable or even frightening. Think of the shadow as an entity that lives within you, one that has been shaped by your experiences, societal expectations, and internalized beliefs. Recognizing the shadow means acknowledging that it exists, whether you want it to or not. When you begin to observe your thoughts and feelings, pay attention to moments of resistance. What thoughts do you dismiss or ignore? Are there emotions you habitually push aside? These are often indicators of your shadow self at play. Allow yourself to confront these aspects instead of shying away from them. When you can confront these feelings, you'll discover a wellspring of insight into your motivations, fears, and desires. Once you recognize your shadow, it's important to learn its language. The shadow communicates through various means: our instincts, gut feelings, and reactions to certain situations. Often, it presents itself through our triggers, which are emotional responses to particular events or interactions. For instance, if you find yourself feeling irrationally angry when someone criticizes you, this reaction may reveal an aspect of your shadow that feels inadequate or threatened. By observing these triggers, you can begin to understand what your shadow is trying to tell you. Consider a time when you felt a strong reaction to someone else's behavior. Ask yourself questions such as, what specifically triggered my anger? Does this remind me of a past experience? What part of myself do I feel is being challenged or exposed?
And and this is like when this part came, like when this part was playing on the TV, I was like, you know what? It reminded me how sometimes when people look at other people's dating preferences, they feel as though it's him rejecting me. Like, for example, right? Black guy is attracted to a white girl. He's dating like some light-skinned Latina. You'll have some Black girls who will internalize, oh, that's his preference, or and they have some will pretend to be indifferent, but many times it's like there is boiling anger. Like, oh, I don't care what happens to him. It's like, because you chose this white girl, I want bad things to happen to you because you feel inadequate, right? Like that's what it is. Because my thing is, if you really didn't care, you wouldn't be wishing harm on the person. So you care, right? You are triggered when you see a Black man go with a white woman or a white-skinned woman because it makes you feel like you're not good enough. because you're thinking he's rejecting you, because you're making his choices about you. And it's like, it has nothing to do with you, because even him as a person, he's struggling to love himself. Do I make sense, you guys? Am I making sense, ladies? Like, am I making sense? Right? We have a tendency of looking at other people's choices or their actions and saying, well, if he did this, it's because he doesn't love me. I'm like, girl, you're not even a thought going through his head, because this person is trying to figure out how to love himself. So he's confused. And you're thinking like, oh no, it's about me. It has nothing to do with you. Right? You understand? Because I'm like, you cannot expect somebody who is broken to even know what it like. I don't know. If somebody is broken, you cannot expect a broken person to even know how to pick from a healthy place. It has nothing to do with you. Right? And like when I see the discord on social media, it's like, to me, what I've come to realize that a lot of Black women have internalized not be quote unquote chosen by Black men as if, oh, there's something wrong with you. Like, this has nothing to do with you. This is about him and his own shadow work, because he's trying to learn how to love himself. And one thing I have come to recognize, I think, like, when it comes to matters of the heart, people are constantly struggling between, do I love based on my persona, or do I love based on who I am? Like the private part of me that nobody knows. And I think a lot of people choose who they love or who they want to love based on their persona, and not so much of like, this is what my soul is yearning for. And for that, I would even say, this is why also, to some extent, complexion does not matter, right? Because just because a person, his skin is Black and my skin is Black, does not mean that you are he's what your soul needs, and or you're what his soul needs. Y'all might not even be good for each other, okay? But we're so consumed with complexions, what is what it is, right? But a lot of times, what I've come to recognize is like, this decision from this young man really has nothing to do with me. He's not saying, oh, I don't like you because you're Black. No, he's suffering to even like himself. And I'm like, it's really sad. So now you're pursuing someone because your persona, which is attached to your ego, feel as though this is what I need in order to feel this, and that. But is it truly what you need? Because we live in the world where we are constantly being told that the soul, like matters of the soul, are not that important, because it's not something that you can post on social media, right? We tend to put a lot of effort into things that we can brag about. Like, if I can post it, if I can do a video about it. It's easy to post about your car. It's easy to post who you're dating. It's easy to post your vacations. Like, you know, if you can buy it, it's a lot easier to post. And because the majority of people are vain, like most people are extremely vain, right? Most people don't prioritize the soul. And that's why we don't make people famous who are actually intelligent. We make people famous because they look good, because they twerk good, because they play good, because they dance good. We make dumb people famous because we're vain, right? We don't have a tendency of making intellectuals famous because we get bored. Because the majority of people don't want to have to think. The majority of people want to be entertained, right? People don't want to have to think hard. They want to be entertained. So a lot of people out here just living for the persona. This is what my persona needs. This is what my persona requires. This is what because you're trying to sell an image to other people. Too many people are busy trying to sell another image to people instead of saying like, yo, what do I really need? And that's why a lot of people are not going for what they need, but they're going for what does my persona need? Because they lead with the ego. A lot of people are full of ego, men and women, right? Because sometimes when you recognize, when, like he said, like your shadow work, whatever, when you do the work on self and you recognize what you truly need, it might not be what your girlfriends could respect. It might not be what your girlfriends could love, right? It might not be the kind of compliments you think you're going to get. Because they see this, and that. And the movies, entertainment, commercials have done a great job brainwashing people, especially women, as to what they think they truly need in a man. But I'm like, right? It's all persona work. But who are you really? And once you realize who you really are, you, like you said, you're going to be a little bit lonely because it doesn't fit what society wants you to do. That's why I say when you're someone like Travis, right, you're not just an athlete, you are a performer. So it's like, can you be a person that, can you actually afford to be like, to go on a spiritual journey and to have self-discovery and to have this, and that? No, you have to perform. So in those cases, you're going to most likely make horrible choices. Because even your dating life is a performance, right? Because your entire life belongs to your audience. Your entire life belongs to your fans. And it's like, and across the board, you have to be a performer. I'm like, it has to be incredibly hard, right? It has to be. But this is why a lot of people are suffering today. And I think this is why a lot of people are like, oh, I want to be with this person, but I can't find my person. Like, you know, a lot of people are even single. It's like they're single not because I feel like they think they don't want to be single. I don't want to be myself. It's not a choice. Like, yeah, it kind of is a choice because you don't want what you need. You want what society says is goals. But what society says is goals might be horrendous for you. It might be horrible for you. It might make you so miserable. Right? But if other girls are saying, this is what we want, like, okay, I got to say that too, because if I don't say that, I will be excluded out the sisterhood. What? Maybe it's your time to be excluded out the sisterhood. Right? Because with everything in life, there comes a time for separation. And sometimes you have to be okay with walking by yourself. Right? Because I'm like, I'm not buying this, okay? Not buying this. Because you are still obsessed with what society says you should want. I'm like, I see it in both genders, where people are so obsessed with, I have to date somebody, I have to marry somebody who matches my persona, this public image that I have carved for myself. But it's like, is that what you need though? Because how do you know that one day you're not going to have cancer? Right? And if you have cancer, do you think a person that's out here for persona is going to be out here changing your clothes or giving you a bath or like feeding you or praying for you? No, because that persona person also is incredibly selfish. Right? But you have to find your soul person. Gotta find your person. And that person, I'm like, I really believe that it's a matter of the soul. Like you have to find the person that matches your soul. And to a lot of people, it might not make sense. But to you, it's going to make a lot of sense. And it makes even more sense when you actually work on yourself, the dark parts of yourself, right? That's why I said the other day, some girls might naturally be baddies. Some girls like to cook. If you like cooking, then that's who you are. Some people might like baking. If you enjoy baking, that's who you are, right? That's who you are. Some people like going to fancy restaurants. It might not be you. Doesn't need to be you. Because you were not born to be just like everybody else, okay? You're not born to be a mirror of everybody else. You're born to be you. You have a life, right? You got a life, you got a destiny, and you're here to fulfill that life. And whoever you meet should be somebody who helps you to fulfill that destiny, right? And it's way deeper than whatever, I don't know, whatever kind of prescription the world is out here trying to give you about who you should date and how much they should make. Of course, I don't believe in poverty, but you know, I'm like, sometimes it goes a lot deeper than that. Because life, I feel like the same way it could be really, really long, but life can also be very, very short. And it can be really long. But who you are in your 30s might not be who you are in your 60s. But if you pick somebody based on the soul, I think you're going to be okay. I think your relationship's going to be okay. When you pick somebody based on persona, it means you're picking somebody based on trends. 30 years from now, who knows what the trend is going to be? And then you might realize like, wow, like you're not my person. No, the person was never your person. But you were doing it because they told you, oh, you got to do. I'm like, not really. Right? define what joy is for you, right? Like you got to define what being, like what having joy. I don't say happiness because I'm not a fan of happiness because I'm like, to me, being happy is a fleeting emotion. Okay. I think joy to me is more serious. Okay. But I'm like, you really have to define your life in a way that brings joy to you. Like it's not, it doesn't mean that you're always going to be happy, but when you consider all things, you can say to yourself, you know what? I have joy in my life. It's not an easy life. It's not a whatever life, but you know what? I have joy in my life, right? What would it look like for you to have joy in your life? Not happiness, because happiness is like, that's like faking it for the cameras. But I'm talking like real joy, where you can wake up in the morning and say, I really love my life. Not because of how big your closet is, no, like you really love your life. Like I really have joy in my life, right? What does that look like? Okay, right? Gotta think about that. Gotta think about that.
Engaging with these questions can help you uncover deeper truths about your shadow self. Once you have begun to recognize and understand your shadow self, the next step is embracing its duality. Life is not black and white.
Yeah.
It is a spectrum of experiences, emotions, and identities. Accepting the existence of your shadow does not mean you must act on every impulse or thought it presents. Instead, it means recognizing that these aspects are part of you and can be harnessed for growth. Embracing your shadow means allowing yourself to experience the full range of human emotions. It involves acknowledging your anger, fear, or sadness without judgment. When you accept these feelings, they lose their power over you. Instead of being reactive, you become proactive, allowing these emotions to inform your decisions rather than control them. For example, consider the notion of anger. Anger is often seen as a negative emotion, something to be suppressed. However, it can also be a catalyst for change. When you feel anger rather than burying it, reflect on what it signifies. Is it a call to assert yourself, or does it highlight an injustice you wish to address? By reframing your relationship with anger, you can transform it into a force for empowerment rather than a destructive impulse. Integrating your shadow self involves weaving its lessons.
Like what he said about the destructive impulse, because a lot of people today are allowing anger to cause a lot of destruction. You know, because I'm like, there's a healthier way to go about this. There's a healthier way to go about this. But I'm like, today, a lot of people are they're allowing anger to be an incredibly destructive force in their lives. And before you know it, you turn around and find yourself kind of like Medusa, where nobody wants to mess with you. And then that also is going to drive you even crazier. Because it's like, but I'm a good person. Like, yeah, you could be a good person. You could be a sweetheart. But because you don't know how to control your anger, right? It makes people be like, oh, like, you're a lie, okay? You understand? I told someone that. I'm like, because you happen to be a fire sign, right? Person is an Aries. And I said to the person, because you happen to be a fire sign, you gotta be very careful. Because she was talking about passion. Oh, I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate, right? And once again, that's nothing but emotional babble. But I was listening calmly, right? But this whole you gotta have passion. Like, my child, it's emotional babble. When you are a fire sign, because you are quote unquote likely to be so passionate, right? The purpose is don't burn your flame out as soon as possible, right? You have to sustain your flame. So don't do too much too soon. Don't love people way too hard, way too quickly, because you know who you are, right? Quote unquote, you are so passionate. But that passion can also turn into anger once you realize that the way you love people is not being reciprocated the way you think it should be. Yes, because it's not normal to love people that intently so quickly. Hello, hey, make it make sense. And also, most people are not mind readers. And also, your love language and somebody else's love language, it might not make one. Right? So when you know that you are the type to love people so passionately, so quick, so soon, maturity says, I need to learn to love people in the more like, you know what I mean? Like in the more sustained way. So instead of having like a fiery flame, think about an ambient flame. Does that make sense, you guys? You don't want to be like a raging fire burning through a forest, right? Because what you're going to do is you're going to give way too much too soon. And it's not, and then it's going to turn into anger. Then it's like you're going to start being another type of ravaging type of fire because now you're mad. Because why am I loving you so hard and it's not being reciprocated just as intently? Girl, because you're the only one over here that's a fire sign. Like, we don't know how to do that. That's too much. Okay? This is too much. Okay? But that's maturity. It's like, okay, oh, wow, I see that. And then sometimes you'll have people like that young lady, like you'll have people like her. If you're not careful, you'll blame your ex-lovers. Like, oh, he wasn't good to me, or he didn't know how to love me. No, you did too much too soon. And you have to understand how that can be overwhelming for other people. You might mean well, because to you, it's your nature. Like, if you're a fire sign, I'm assuming all you know how to do is burn. Right? Because that's what you do. That's who you are. You burn, you're fire, right? But other people are not like that. So they need time to kind of keep up with the way that you love. But you do so much so fast, so soon. It's like, oh my gosh, like I'm overwhelmed. So now you become extremely enraged because how dare you don't love me back the way that I love you? But you have to recognize like only you can do that. So a mature version of yourself will say, you know what? I need to subdue my flame. I have to learn to tame my flames and not love so hard, so quick, so soon, because to another person, it's overwhelming. And if you're not careful, to some people, it might even signal insecurity. Because why are you doing so much so quickly, so soon like that? Gotta be careful. Right? And so you recognize, like, is it because they didn't know how to love you, or because you were expecting them to love you like in all the right ways in 3 months? It takes years to get to know a person. It takes years to get to know a person. And so you got to calm down. And you have to learn to be an ambient flame. Okay? You can't be this like fiery furnace. I don't know. See if I can find one. Okay. You see, like maybe this kind of flame, right? Like, right? We're not saying like suppress all of you, but I'm like slowly, like, you know, like ambient kind of thing. Right? But not a ravaging fire, because you want people to fall in love with you so quickly and so fast and so hard. But it's like you're going to give way too much of yourself. And I promise you, it's not going to be reciprocated. And when it's not, you'll get extremely angry. And that fire is going to consume all of us. You will consume everybody, yourself included, because your anger will be uncontrollable. Right? So you shouldn't try to turn all your lovers into ashes. Amen. Okay? So therefore, you should have an ambient flame. Like, you have to know how to subdue your flame and not be so passionate. Because those emotions, like passion also, I gotta be. And if you recognize it, if you pay close attention to, like, most people who are soulmates do not have this crazy passionate love. Like, when people have crazy passionate love, usually they don't last. They break up because it's too intense. It's just way too intense. It is extremely intense. And when something is extremely intense, it is not going to last because it's too much. Okay? Life does not have a tendency of sustaining anything that is intense. You got to have balance, okay? You got to have balance. But people who are more likely to have a steady, long-lasting relationship are people. It's like, you know, it's even like it's kind of chill. It's not too much. Okay, it's like, okay, it's cool. Okay. But when anything is extremely passionate, it's like passion and passion. Oh, I'm so like, they're not gonna last. Not gonna last. Because it's just way too much, way too soon. And it's like these people they didn't give themselves enough time to get to know each other. So it's like it's not gonna end well. It's not gonna last. It's not gonna last. And that's why, if you notice carefully, the relationships you have when you're like a young woman or a young man, like in your early 20s, versus like relationships you have in your 30s, they're a bit more quieter. They're a bit more calmer, right? Because young people do everything with passion because they like wisdom. When you get older, the relationships might not be as passionate, right? But they're way more meaningful. You don't need to have passion for a relationship to be meaningful, right? Because it's like, I'm tired, you're tired, so we ain't got time for all this passion business. But it's definitely more meaningful because it's a bit more quiet. And when things are quieter, people have more time, people have more time or better opportunity to actually get to know each other, read each other, you know, study each other, forgive each other, because it's a bit more quiet, like it's a bit calmer. And when things are calmer, it's usually less pressure. And maybe that's why those relationships are more successful, right? Maturity. It's just like it calms you down. And you recognize that I don't need to have passion to say, oh yeah, that's my soulmate. Most likely it's not. It could be a twin flame, right? But most of the time, twin flames don't stay together for long because it's just too much, okay? It's just a little too much, okay? It's a little too much. Where was I?
And insights into your everyday life. This does not mean that you must express every aspect of your shadow openly. Instead, it's about finding balance. When you integrate your shadow, you allow its power to enrich your personality and experiences without letting it dominate your actions or decisions. For instance, if you have discovered a repressed creative side within your shadow, you might channel that energy into artistic pursuits. Whether it's painting, writing, or dancing, expressing your creativity allows you to honor that part of yourself. Similarly, if you uncover feelings of jealousy or insecurity, consider how they can inform your personal growth. Instead of acting out of jealousy, use it as motivation to strive for your own goals or to appreciate what you have in your life.
Gratitude.
Philosopher and author Rollo May spoke about the importance of integrating the shadow in his book, The Courage to Create. He emphasized that creativity arises from the tension between our conscious intentions and our unconscious impulses. By embracing our shadow, we tap into a deeper well of creativity and insight, allowing us to become more authentic and dynamic individuals. As you learn to unleash and integrate your shadow self, remember that self-compassion is crucial. This journey is not about perfection or eradication of undesirable traits. It's about understanding, accepting, and ultimately embracing the whole of who you are. The more you engage with your shadow, the more you'll come to see that it's not something to be feared, but a vital part of your personal evolution. Everyone has a shadow, and everyone struggles with aspects of themselves they would prefer to hide. When you approach your shadow with kindness and curiosity rather than shame or fear, you create space for growth and healing. Consider the words of the philosopher Lao Tzu. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. In knowing yourself, shadow and light, you will cultivate wisdom that not only enriches your life, but also enhances your relationships with others. This journey into the depths of your being is ultimately a journey toward wholeness, a celebration of all that you are, including the shadow self that seeks to be seen and understood. When you actively engage with your shadow, you begin to tap into potential that has long been buried. Many people go through life feeling unfulfilled or lost, often attributing this discontent to external circumstances. However, as you learn to embrace and integrate your shadow, you start to realize that much of this feeling stems from unrecognized or unexpressed aspects of yourself.
Yep. That part I was like, yep. And a lot of people are too busy blaming other people. And I'm like, no, it starts from within. It starts from within. It starts from within. You should never expect it like, oh, you owe me love. No. You owe me. No. It starts from within. And I feel like once you recognize that and once you honor that for yourself, you will start to see how other people are struggling with loving themselves. And whatever they decide to do with their romantic life, whatever, you start to see like it has nothing to do with you. It's like this person right here is struggling in his or her flesh for self-love. They don't know how to love themselves. And a lot of people, I'm like, well, I've come to see it. You can be great. You can be powerful. You can be muscular. You can be tall. You can have lots of money. I don't care. You can have lots of public success. And internally, you are really struggling to love yourself because you don't know how to love yourself. Like he said, you don't want to do the shadow work. So you are truly, truly refusing to love yourself. So you're looking for band-aid relationship. Oh, if I date this person, it'll seem like I love myself. If I'm seen out with that person, it will give the impression that I love myself. If I have children with this person, it will seem like I love myself. I told you about Gilbert Arenas, right? One of the reasons why he dated Laura Govan, I really do believe because he wanted to have light-skinned kids. But all the babies came out dark-skinned. There you go. Right? Instead of, I'm like, one day he woke up out of the blue one day and he just started attacking Lupita. He started attacking Lupita and attacking her complexion. It was so confusing, right? But I'm like, it makes a lot of sense because when you are not comfortable in your own skin, when you don't like the fact that you're dark skinned, when you see another person who is dark skinned and that person loves themselves, the person is happy with themselves, they don't have an issue with their complexion, it triggers you because you wish you had that level of confidence. But instead of saying like, wow, I wish I could love myself like that, right? Instead, you attack the person, you bully the person, you mock the person because you want her to feel like something is wrong with her skin. And this is why the people say misery loves company because you're miserable, because you haven't learned to love yourself. And I even feel like one thing I've come to recognize is that even people who engage in promiscuity, men and women who engage in like having multiple partners, right? Sexual partners, I think it's a form of self-harm. It's a form of self-harm because you don't believe that you're worth much. So you don't care who you sleep with. I even think some people low-key, high-key, it's like they want to die. I think some people want to have HIV. I think some people want to have AIDS. I really do. Okay. I think some people really want to die because when you don't see much worth about yourself, it's easy to sleep with just anybody because you don't see yourself as special. Right? So you need to have somebody in your bed to make you feel like for 5, 10, 15, 30 minutes that, oh, look at me. The person loves me or the person is claiming to love me or one thing want put up. But it's like, no, it's a drug. Sex is a drug to you because you don't love yourself. So when you don't love yourself, you will have multiple sex partners. And you can lie to yourself and say, oh, I'm just being a real man. No, you're a broken person. You're broken. Right? You can lie to yourself as a woman, say, oh my gosh, I'm just overcoming I'm having a whole phase. No, you're seriously hurt. You are seriously hurt. And most likely your most recent breakup made you feel so worthless that now you've decided that not only am I going to feel worthless, but I'm going to engage in worthless behavior, right? Because you're broken. Because when you love yourself, you can't do that to yourself. When you love yourself, there's certain things you cannot do to yourself. Like oh my gosh, you just can't do that to yourself because you love yourself. But when you don't love yourself, you engage in reckless sexual behavior because you feel lonely and you don't feel good enough and you don't feel adequate and you don't feel like, oh, like, it's probably never going to happen for me. So I might as well just do this because you don't ever believe that somebody could love you. But the problem is, instead of believing that there's somebody out there that is going to love you or who could never love you, my thing is you should believe that you can love yourself. And you should love yourself enough that when the devil says, hey, go sleep with that person, go sleep with that person, you say, oh, get thee behind me, Satan, because I'm worth so much more than that. And there was a point in my life where I allowed you to trick my mind and deceive my mind, and I allow you to trick me into engaging in reckless behavior, but not anymore, right? Not anymore. But it's like you have to learn. Like I'm like, a lot of people need to learn to love themselves. You have to learn to love yourself. You have to learn to love yourself. Love yourself. Not self-care with the skincare and all that, you know what I'm saying? But you really have to learn to like love yourself. This is who I am. There are many things about me maybe you can't change. There's some things you will not change, right? But it's not so much that everything about you has to change. Once again, it's about living harmoniously with yourself. The good and the bad. The strong part of yourself and the weaker part of yourself, right? You got to learn to love yourself. Things that you can't change. You have to learn to be okay with that, right? And once you become okay with that, I think how other people react to you, it's not going to affect you as much because, you know, this has nothing to do with me. And I tell you guys all the time, like, do not internalize whatever somebody else is doing because for the most part, it has nothing to do with you. They are struggling with themselves. Like this person you're seeing, that person right now is on their own path. Like they're walking their own path and they're trying to learn to love themselves. And whatever decisions they make or don't make, it has nothing to do with me because I recognize that you are also like, you're still learning to love yourself. And I hope that one day you learn to love yourself. And I hope that one day you learn to be brave enough to go after what you truly need and not what you think that society wants you to have. Be brave enough to break the mold. Be brave enough to not say, hey, you know what? Even though society wants me to be with this, this, and that, I'm going to go for what I need. And I think the only way that you can really have that courage to go after what you really need is when you honor God in your life. Because I think once you walk with God and once you know that what you're looking for is coming from what God wants for you, it makes it easier to put up with whatever people have to say. Okay? Because when your confirmation comes from the Lord, it doesn't matter what other people have to say because you know, like what I'm doing is what God convinced me to do. And once God has convinced you to do a thing, it doesn't matter what other people say because you know, in due time, they're going to see that you were right. That's the thing about God. Like when God is really in it, if God really told you to do something and you have a lot of people who don't believe in you, it's only a matter of time before everybody realizes that this right here, it was really God who told her to do it. It was really God who told him to do it because God always gives confirmation. So hopefully that makes sense.
The skills, creativity, and insights that reside in your shadow can be unlocked, leading to a newfound sense of purpose and direction. For example, think about someone who has suppressed their artistic abilities due to fear of judgment or criticism. By confronting their fear and exploring the feelings tied to their shadow, they may uncover a passion for painting that brings them immense joy. This passion not only fulfills them, but also enriches their life and the lives of those around them. They become a source of inspiration, showing others the beauty of embracing their hidden talents. Carl Jung believed that the process of confronting and integrating the shadow leads to what he called individuation, a journey towards self-realization and wholeness. This journey involves recognizing and accepting all parts of ourselves, which fosters a deep sense of authenticity. As we become more authentic, we are empowered to make choices that align with our true selves, leading to a life that feels more genuine and fulfilling. Building resilience through acceptance. Engaging with your shadow self is also a path toward building emotional resilience. Life is filled with challenges and setbacks, and it's easy to feel overwhelmed or defeated. However, when you understand that your shadow contains the keys to your strengths, you can navigate life's difficulties with greater ease. When faced with adversity, you can draw upon the wisdom you've gained from your shadow work. The anger you once feared can become a source of strength, propelling you to stand up for yourself and pursue your goals. The vulnerabilities you once tried to hide can transform into compassion and understanding for others facing their own struggles. This resilience allows you to approach life with a sense of empowerment rather than defeat. Consider the metaphor of the phoenix rising from the ashes, a powerful image of transformation and rebirth. Just as the phoenix must embrace the fire to be reborn, so must we confront the discomfort of our shadow to experience renewal and growth. By allowing our shadows to guide us rather than dictate our lives, we can rise stronger and more vibrant than ever before. One of the most significant benefits of shadow work is the positive impact it can have on your relationships. When you understand your shadow, you also become more empathetic toward the shadows of others.
You know what this thing is? Like, you know what it reminds me of? Like, this whole Phoenix thing. I'm like, it's funny how sometimes I think when you're born, like when you're born as a baby, you think, oh, that's the only birth like that you have to go through. But I think like in your lifetime, like you will have to be reborn on multiple occasions. Like there is the birth of like your mother actively pushing you out of a vagina, right? But then in this life, the stuff you go through, like the sadness you go through, breakups, I don't know, setbacks, I don't know, like all the like the quote unquote negativity that you go through in this life. Whew, I think it's meant to orchestrate a rebirth, like a new birth in your life. So I'm like, your mother will give birth to you, but there's gonna be a point in your life where you'll have to give birth to a new person. Right? And I don't think sometimes like we realize that like, okay, I need to be born again. Like, you know, like Jesus even talks about like being born again, right? Because you see it in the Bible. But I do believe like your mother gives you a form of birth. Like she pushes you into like out of her vagina and you have this human birth. Like, so now you're a human being. Okay. So good for you. But there is a spiritual birth that has to occur. And you have to make that happen for yourself. Like you have to give yourself a new birth. Like you have to, like, yeah, you got to give yourself a new birth. Like you have to make a new creation out of you. And once you're successful at making that new creation, I feel like at that point, no one can faze you. Rejection won't do anything to you. Like people not want to be friends with you ain't gonna do nothing to you. Like a lot of things are not gonna faze you because you're born again. You're like, you really are a new creature. And I think a lot of people too, I think sometimes that can cause a lot of anxiety for people. I can see why, because you might have to, if you're gonna be reborn, a lot of things you're gonna have to walk away from. And a lot of people are not ready for that. So they're delaying their rebirth because they don't want to let go of what they know. The friends, the sisterhood, the brotherhood, the this, all that, right? But it's like you kind of have to because you have to give birth to a new person, right? But I'm like, a lot of people are delaying their rebirth because they're not ready to let go. And maybe that's why some people go to therapy. Because therapy is another way of delaying having to let go of stuff and having to be born again. You know, a birth that only you can give to yourself, which is what maybe Jesus was referring to. So, okay, you got to be born again. You have to be a brand new creature. And a lot of people are scared. Like, what does that mean? What about my friends? What about my family? What about my social status? What about my image? What about my person? What about this? What about that? A lot of people don't want to do it. Because wherever you become after that rebirth might not be a person that, you know, that's easily accepted by society because you might be a little different. You know, and most people don't want to live in isolation. Like most people want to belong, like sisterhood, brotherhood, community. Like most people want to be part of something. Most people don't want to be by themselves. You know, so,
You realize that everyone carries their struggles, fears, and insecurities, and this understanding fosters compassion and connection. In relationships, we often project our unresolved issues onto others. For instance, if you struggle with feelings of inadequacy, you might find yourself easily irritated by someone else's confidence. Recognizing this projection allows you to separate your feelings from their actions, paving the way for healthier communication and deeper connections. Moreover, as you embrace your shadow, you become more open to authentic vulnerability. This openness encourages others to do the same, creating an environment where genuine connection can flourish. Relationships built on honesty and understanding are often the most rewarding, as they provide a safe space for growth and transformation. Shadow work is not a one-time event, but rather a continuous journey. As you evolve and grow, new aspects of your shadow may emerge. This is a natural part of life, and it provides ongoing opportunities for self-discovery and integration. Embrace this journey with patience and curiosity, allowing yourself to evolve at your own pace. Think of shadow work as an ever-unfolding narrative, one that reflects your growth, struggles, and triumphs. As you face new challenges and experiences, remember that your shadow is always there, waiting to reveal hidden insights and lessons. Each layer you peel back brings you closer to a more authentic self, one that embodies both light and darkness. Engaging with your shadow self is an invitation to transformation, a call to embrace the fullness of who you are. As you learn to recognize, understand, and integrate your shadow, you unlock the potential for profound change in your life. You cultivate resilience, deepen your relationships, and create a life that reflects your true self. In the words of the philosopher,
I was screaming out here, right? And this is why you realize that to some extent, celebrities in this life cycle are truly living a punishment. Like, think about it. Like, this is when you really realize that this world is really backwards. And that's why you'll see, like, the way God wants you to live and the way the world wants you to live, right? It never aligns. What the world will consider success and what the world calls success and what God calls success, it's never the same thing, right? And so you, like, I don't know if you see, for me, because it's my third time watching this video, but it's like, I'm like, after you watch this video, you really realize that famous people, celebrities and famous people in this life cycle, they're really suffering a punishment. I know it sounds crazy, like, what? They're rich, they have money, they have fame, they got houses, they have cars, they have this. But they have to be stuck in persona mode. They never get to be their true selves. And so if you never get to be your true self, then how can you transform? Like, how can you be born again? When will you have your rebirth? You can't have it, because the moment you do, you'll lose everything. You will lose everything. So you're stuck. These people are stuck. And that's why they have so much money. Because when it comes to like true spiritual wealth, they will never have it. They can't have it. Because the moment you become more spiritual, you're not going to do the music anymore. It's a punishment. Think about it. Like, I know it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. If you understand where I'm trying to go, it'll make a whole lot of sense. They are punished. They're like, this iteration of life for them, it's a punishment. They're trapped. Because you don't have, once you become famous, you no longer have permission to evolve spiritually. You're stuck like this. Like, you always have to be trapped in persona mode. You're always trapped in persona mode. So yes, they give you money to be stuck in persona mode, but can you imagine living a life where you don't get to experience a spiritual rebirth? Like, where you don't get to like really connect with your shadow work. You don't get to connect with God. You don't get to be like born again and like be born the way that you should be born. Right? Because most celebrities are trapped into persona mode. That's how they make money. And this is why you realize how many of them like are suicidal. Many of them have body issues. They're unhappy people. It's like people, but why? You seem to have it all. According to who? Not to God. They have things. They have the abundance of things, right? But after you watch this video, do you think any celebrity will ever be allowed to go through all of this? Get to know your shadow, deal with your shadow, embrace your shadow, give life to your shadow, be transformed, be born again. No, because the moment you do that, you'll lose everything. You will lose everything. So then you start to realize it's all like this whole fame and stuff like that. To some extent, it's a trap. It's a trap. And it might not seem like it, but I'm like, in this life, when God allows you to have a regular life, like a basic life, maybe it's a blessing because you have the freedom to really transform. Like you can change, you can evolve, you can become a new person without having the fear, oh, am I going to lose my livelihood? How am I going to feed myself? Wumpty wump wump, wump it up, right? But most celebrities cannot do that. They can't do that. You're not allowed to evolve. You are like, you're just stuck in persona mode. And you always have to perform. You always have to perform for people. When you're not happy, you have to pretend to be happy. When you don't want to dance, you still have to dance. Okay? You don't want to do this, you have to do it. And this is how the devil distracts people from realizing like what really matters from what doesn't really matter. Because a lot of people want to model their lives after celebrities because, oh my gosh, they have it all. They're so happy. They have it all. Do they really? I don't think they do. But I'm like, to me, I feel like anybody who's a celebrity, like if you are like a celebrity in this life cycle, I think you are. I think the person is living a punishment. I think it's a punishment. So yes, you have money because that's the thing that's easy for the devil to give, right? But do you have real peace though? Can you really be yourself? Are you even being yourself? When you have hundreds of millions of fans, do your fans even know who you really are? They don't. They have a fantasy of who they think you are. And then your entire life now is about feeding that fantasy. Yeah. Like you just keep feeding that fantasy because they don't know who you are. They are in love with who they think you are. And that's what you have to keep sustaining. Like you have to keep sustaining who these people think you are in their heads. Because that's how you get the money. And the moment that these people realize that you're not who they thought you were, they take all their support away. Now you're broke. So most celebrities are prisoners. Prisoners to an image, a sound, a look, a this, a that. But I'm like, these people don't even know who you really are. And you are never allowed to show these people who you really are. Because it's not about what you want. It's about what they want. And they want is like, they need to see you in this light, right? They got to see you in this light. That's what they need. That's what they want. And your job is to give them just that. And I'm like, I can see why so many celebrities are on drugs, depressed, they're sad, they're broken, because this is not sustainable. It's a punishment. It really is a punishment. Imagine being able to buy everything you want, but the only way you can do that is by pretending to be someone you're not. Wow. Oh my gosh. And then you can never reveal to people who you really are, because once the people find out that who you are does not match the fantasy, oh, they're gone. You know? So it's like, it's really sad. It is really, really sad. It's sad. But your entire life is nothing more than an illusion. Because everything you do is not what you want to do. It's what they want you to do. It's like, look at the Kardashians, right? I'm like, especially Kylie. Has Kylie ever had a sincere relationship? No. Every relationship is created by her mom. And the goal of the relationship is not to find somebody who can love Kylie, it's to find someone who can make Kylie relevant. Like, what the freak? She's a human being. She's a person. She's a human being. But her mom treats her like a brand. And I'm like, that's a person. That's a whole human being. So it's really sad.
For Soren Kierkegaard, life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards.
You see, that's what I said.
Embrace the insights of your shadow as you continue to live forward.
You see, that's why I said you can't always sit here and talk about my past, my childhood trauma. At some point, You gotta look ahead.
integrating its wisdom into every aspect of your life. This journey of shadow work may just lead you to a version of yourself that you never imagined possible, one that is authentic, empowered, and profoundly alive. I hope you enjoyed this video.
This is the channel, in case you guys want to see it again. Hold on. Yeah. Here is the channel. It's called the Solace Owl. That's the channel's name. Okay. But it's like they have lots of good videos though.
What if I told you that the key to
Because I was like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. That's the channel. They have good video. I've watched 2 videos so far. And I really like the video. I'm like, wow, this is real. This is real. But I'm like, part of this life also, like this life that we live is like, I feel like there's so many distractions in this life to keep you from actually doing the work that you have to do to become up, to be born again, like for real, like really be born again. I can see why the Bible talks about you have to be born again, because the world wants you a certain way. And because of that, and you will spend your life trying to be what the world requires of you. And all you're going to get pretty much is like, you'll get your ass beat. You'll get beat up. Right. And so after that, it's like, okay, like then I got, okay, now I gotta build myself back. And that looks completely different than the way the world will tell you to build yourself. Right. And it's not easy, but I think it's good work. I think it's good work. And I think it's work that's worth doing. Okay. I think it's work that's worth doing. You really have to learn to learn to love yourself. And sometimes when people go through what they go through and they make the choices that they make, I think you shouldn't internalize that, because that person is also struggling to love themselves. A lot of people are struggling to love themselves because it's not so easy and it's not so obvious. It could seem easy, but it's not so easy, is it? You would think, oh, if you look a certain way, shouldn't you be happy to see other people who look like you? But my thing is, if you don't love yourself, how can you love people who look like you? And maybe that's why it's a lot easier for people who look like other people to harm people who look just like them, because you don't love yourself. And when you don't love yourself, it's a lot easier to harm people who look like you because you don't love yourself. So now you look on the outside, you see someone who looks like you just want to hurt that person. Because that's what you wish you could do to yourself. But because you're not going to do it to yourself, you'll do it to somebody else who looks just like you. Because you don't love yourself. Because once you start loving yourself, it'll become incredibly hard to hurt people who looks just like you. Because then you start to see yourself in that person. Not in a negative way, but you'll start to see yourself in that person in a positive way. Like, oh, wow, I love your skin. Oh, I love your hair. Oh, I love the way you look. I love this, because you love those things about yourself. Right? But if you don't love your hair texture and you see somebody that has the same hair texture as you, it might be hard to give that person a compliment because you resent the fact that you have this hair texture. If you don't like your complexion and you see someone that has your complexion, you're going to resent the fact that that person has your complexion. Now you want to make fun of the person, you pick on the person, like, because you feel horrible. Now you want that person to also feel horrible. I hate myself, so I need you to hate yourself as well. And it's like, that's crazy, but that's human psychology. Okay. That's how people move. If you don't like your height, you might hate people that have your height. You don't like this about you, then, it's like, it's really crazy. It really is crazy. But once you learn to really love yourself, accept what you can and cannot change about yourself, it becomes so much easier to love other people who look just like you. Okay. Or even to have mercy for other people who look just like you. Because, like, you know what? I can see that you're struggling because your behavior makes no sense. And I don't think if you just wake up, the way you live your life, the way you move with your life, if you're just out here engaging in self-harm behavior, like, something is wrong. Something is wrong. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. Where was that video? Hold on, you guys. Let me see. Let me see. Video channel, community. Let me see if I can find it. I posted this a while back. Hold on. Oh, here it is.
So I wasn't really having sex with a lot of people. And so for one summer, I said, I'm going to do whatever I feel in the moment that I feel it. There was this time where I was at this bar having this meeting with this girl, and this bartender was just giving me the eyes and just kept giving me these blueberry mojitos or something. And the bar was kind of empty. So I was like, I'm going to go use the bathroom. And I'm like, there's no toilet paper in the bathroom. There was. So I was like, there's no toilet paper in the bathroom. And so he's like, oh, okay, I got you. And so
this is a good story.
Right. And he come to get me the toilet paper. We end up in the freezer. In the freezer.
I'll cheers to that. Oh, I guess I never had a whole phase there because what in the...
I don't have sex in the freezer if I want to have sex with the freezer. Sometimes. You know what I mean? Now I could get down. I got a sex positive family. Okay. I come from a sex positive mother. I'm one of 7. She got all different daddies. Okay.
Period.
Okay.
Now why your
mama catch a straight line? She know what it is.
I feel like it's totally opposite for me in the sense like I really do agree that women should have a whole phase. Every time I've tried to have a whole phase, I always run into somebody with a very small penis.
Oh
every time.
That's
and it's just
I had a whole phase later on in life because I got married super young, and so it's like it's kind of hard to hoe at 40. You know what I mean? Like it's a little harder to hoe.
I know a lot of hoes.
I'm
all the hoes is 40 and over.
It's just harder. Like the pickings are slimmer. You know.
But I want to hear about your whole phase.
I'm in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Make some noise.
We
gotta support our sister. Come on now.
Hopefully I don't get flagged for this video. But I do want to respond to the video that you just watched. And I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Anytime you hear a woman talk about a hoe phase, replace the word hoe with hurt. She is in her hurt phase. She was.
Nice. Yeah, especially that was my last one before this one, which was really great. A Jamaica whole phase, which was great. I booked a solo trip, but at one point I had gone and got a massage, and I came back to the bar, and then I turn around and there's this like Winston from the house.
Winston.
Like muscular, chocolate, white teeth, everything was working, and I wasted literally no time from the time that we met. It was until the time I was walking with him back to my room. It was maybe 15 minutes. Wow. That to me is hope. That to me says hope.
So whoever they want to be with maybe doesn't want them, but then maybe there is someone who wants them who they don't want. And instead of dealing with all the emotions and the vulnerability.
Man, when I saw this clip, when I saw this clip with all these ladies, like I really felt sad. I truly, especially the one who said she went to Jamaica. She was like, yeah, she went to Jamaica. And then she met this man. I guess she said he looks like Winston, whatever that's supposed to mean. And so within like 15 minutes of having known this man, she slept with the man. Okay. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So then that's how you know a lot of people are just evil. A lot of people are really evil. So all these girls sitting there clapping like, yeah, girl. I'm like, y'all just some witches. Like y'all just evil. But I'm like, anything could have happened to you, right? Because 15 minutes, first, hold on, wait a minute. First and foremost, you're in a foreign country, right? You meet this man. Okay, yeah, you black, and yeah, he might be black, but that's about it, okay? 15 minutes. You have this man walk with you to your hotel room. How do you know he doesn't have people following y'all, okay? He gets in there. You're having sex with him. How do you know he's not gonna have people bust in the room and whoop your behind? Y'all, me and Marty, I am just so scared. Like, oh my gosh, I am just so scared. I'm like really, really scared, right? But I'm like, how do you know that this man, this is not what he does? How do you know that he's not part of some gang in Jamaica and this is what they do to tourists? And then they rob you or they do whatever, because it's a foreign country. Who's gonna lock these people up? Okay, I'm like, it's not like you guys still here, y'all still here. I'm like, it's not like America. It's not like America. You are in a foreign country. What if this is what they do? What if this is what they do? They prey on foreigners at hotel bars, go into their rooms, then they have their boys follow through, and then while you're in there, all of a sudden people walk in the room, beat you up, beat him up, or pretend to beat him up, take your money, take your coins, bind you, etc., etc., etc. I'm like, this is extremely dangerous behavior. It is extremely dangerous behavior because you just never know. And then my thing is like, why would you do that to yourself? Why would you do that to yourself? And third of all, why you letting the world know? These are not good people. Because I even feel like, even if you have shameful moments, right? If you have a real sisterhood, these girls should be like, girl, let's not talk about this. Definitely not in public. Because that was not your best moment, right? If you go and you have sex with a random man in the freezer, does the world need to know that? Do people need to know that? I'm like, why? Why? Why can't you keep certain things to yourself? And my thing is, what kind of sisterhood is this that people get you drunk, give you lots of liquor, put you on a stage, and then ask you about your whole phase, and then have you exposing yourself for the world to see? I'm like, how is that okay? Are y'all still here? Y'all getting quiet. Do I still have a channel? Hopefully I still have a channel. Okay? Let me know if you're still here. I'm like, how does that even make sense though? How does that make sense? You have to be, I'm like, you really have to be careful. You really, and I'm like, I wish a lot of times, like when people are, it's a cry for help. I'm like, this is not funny. This is no, I should tell you, oh yeah, you should do it. And it's funny how the other one, L'Oreal, she stayed really quiet. Because I don't think she talked about her business. Where's she at? Huh? Let me show you. Hold on. Her right there. What?
It's the best part of being a
Hold on. Where is she?
You think it's necessary to have a whole face?
Yeah, this one right here, L'Oreal right here. So she's asking her, she's asking her, she's asking her, she's asking her. But I don't think there was ever a point in time where she talked about herself. So you bring these ladies here, you give these ladies alcohol, and I'm sure they have these ladies drinking behind, okay? They have these ladies drinking behind the scenes. They have these ladies drinking backstage. So I'm like, okay, you get these girls drunk, you get these black girls drunk, you put them on the stage while they're drunk, pretend to be friendly or in a sisterhood. Yeah, the one with the blue hair. She didn't talk about her life. Okay, so she's keeping mum about her life. She's keeping mum about her vagina. But then she has all these other black girls talk about their business while they're drunk. And then the more they talk, the more alcohol she gives these girls. And I'm like, what is this? Like, what is this? Like, seriously, what is this? Make it make sense. I understand, right? I'm not going to sit here and like be a prude. Like, I'm like, I understand that sometimes people don't make the best decision, okay? Especially with a broken heart and lots of liquor. I get that. But my point is, if you have real friends, a real sisterhood, they'll be like, girl, this is never going to leave this room. It got to stay here. Exactly. Exactly. I don't want to say it though, but hello. But she never talked about her business. But then she had all these ladies talk about their business. And I'm like, why? Why? Even if you have a sister who's acting like, oh, she's happy to have a whole phase, wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump wump, we should all know she's not okay. She's really hurt. Somebody hurt her so much that she's like, you know what, I don't care anymore. And I think, like, especially with the first one where she was saying, I think that sometimes, like, with people like that, I think sometimes what happens is that when people say things like, oh, hoes be out here winning, hoes are winning, you know what I'm saying? I think sometimes I can see how you could say to yourself, like, what's the point of being a good girl? Like, what's the point of doing things right? What's the point of following the rules? What's the point of doing this, and that? Because sometimes it does feel like, AKA, hoes are winning, okay? But then I will say, what exactly are they winning? Because sometimes if you really take the time and peel the layers of quote unquote hoes be winning, it's like, what exactly are they winning though? Like, look at Carisha today. Look at Carisha today. Okay. So it's like, what exactly are they winning? But I can see how sometimes you could say to yourself, like, what's the point of doing things right? What's the point of following the rules? What's the point of being a decent human being? What's the point of being a wholesome woman? Because AKA, quote unquote, that hoes be winning. But I'm like, the devil's tricking your mind. Okay? The devil is tricking your mind, and the devil wants your heart to grow restless. So then you'll say to yourself, oh, what's the point? I'll just go do it anyways. Because I've been good for this long, and I have nothing to show for that. I'm like, are you sure? Right? But why would you have, first and foremost, like, why are you having sex in the freezer? I don't even think that's comfortable. But number two, I feel like no matter what, I feel like a man should always court you to some extent. And you shouldn't just sell yourself, like you shouldn't just give yourself away like you're some cheap ass prize somewhere. Like, I honestly never, like, growing up, even to this day, I never understood like people hooking up in like public restrooms and stuff like that. I never understood that. Because I'm like, first and foremost, I deserve a bed. Let's start there. But I'm like, public restrooms to me are just so nasty. They're so disgusting. Like, I'm a germaphobe, okay? But I'm like, humping in a public restroom now, it never turned me on. I was like, oh yeah, that's hot. I'm like, no, it's giving bacteria. Like, I'm a germaphobe. I just can't do this. Public restrooms to me, nasty as hell. Oh, my Lord, yo, I couldn't do it. Okay? So I'm like, I was never that girl, will never be that girl. It's just nasty to me. You'll see those scenes in the movies. I'm like, it does nothing to me. I'm like, you're cheap. I'm like, to me, that is so disrespectful. And you're telling this man that this is all you're good for. Sex in the restroom, though, like humping in the restroom, like he can't even get you a bed somewhere. That is crazy, right? And that's a pretty sister right there. I'm like, you let somebody hump you in the freezer? In the freezer? Like you some butcher meat? I'm like, that's crazy to me. And for L'Oreal, shame on you for getting these girls drunk and having them on your little stupid ass show for these girls to expose themselves like that, because this is not good. And I think part of sisterhood is like, you should cover your sister's shame. She could feel like she wants to tell that story, but everybody should be in consensus. Like, you know what? Don't do it. Because how is this going to better your image? What's the point of this? Like, seriously, what is the point of this? How is that going to better her image? And my thing is, how y'all even protecting this woman? How y'all protecting her? That is crazy. That is crazy. Because something hurtful had to happen to her for her to be in that situation. Somebody broke her heart because she's obviously in pain. You know, this other one, the other one in Jamaica, like I said, for me, this whole Jamaican story to me is crazy. Okay? It's crazy to me because that man could have been anybody. He could have been anybody. Okay? Maybe this is what he does. He could have robbed you in there. He could have had sex with you and robbed you. He could have had other men come up in there. They could have did the whole choo-choo on you and then took all your money. I don't know. I don't know. But you can't go to a foreign country and in less than 15 minutes, meet a random man at the bar and then bring this man into your room. Sis, what if he choked you out? You could have died. But they really want her to believe that she did something so empowering. No, it was incredibly reckless. And we thank God that you're here with us today because it could have gone left, right? Tori also, I mean, I think when it comes to Tori, we know that she's extremely hurt because Kevin left her and he went with Aniko. So she has a lot of pain there too, right? But I'm like, even that, for me, I'm like, even if Kevin Hart left you, the fact that you were a wife, Tori, I don't know why you would have a whole phase. If you were a wife and he chose to divorce you, you should go and have a husband. Why would you demote yourself to a whole phase? You are wife material. You were obviously married, right? He left. Okay, find a new husband. There's no reason for you to have a whole phase. If anything, get a better husband than Kevin. Matter of fact, get a taller husband than Kevin. Okay? You don't need to have a whole phase. Because in my book, when you have a whole phase, the man who left you, he wins. He wins. Because you're showing this man that, yep, you were right. She's not wifey material. She's for the streets. She's for the streets. How can somebody break up with you and they like, okay, you know what? I'm going to go give my coochie out to anybody. So your coochie was never special in the first place. So he was right. He was right. You don't deserve to be in a serious relationship, right? Because that makes no sense. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why? I'm like, why? Why you can't go through a bad breakup and have a Jesus phase, a come to Jesus moment, okay? Or even once you can have like I don't know, go to a therapist. I don't know. There are healthier ways to deal with breakups than to open your legs to random people. I'm like, this is not empowering. Like, this is really, really, really not empowering. And I think, and I'm like, for me, I'm like, you know what? Shame on L'Oreal and whatever this platform is, Madame Noir, right? Because if this is how you think you're empowering Black women, you're sick as hell. You are sick as hell. When you consider how many Black women are dying due to violence, domestic violence, STDs, sexual transmitted diseases, this, and that, we can't sit here and recommend that to Black women. It's a lot of crazy people out here. One time, like recent, I think it was like last week or so, Esther sent me a video or like some video, right, of this Black woman who met a man on a dating app. So she was like, okay, they wanted to date. And she was like, okay, you know what? I'm not interested. Guess what he did, y'all? He set her on fire. And he killed her because she said no. So you meet this man, you randomly have sex with this man. What if he becomes your stalker? What if he becomes your stalker? What if because you gave him sex so easily, now he feels like, okay, do it again. And then do it again. And then do it again. And I'm like, this is not how you empower yourself. And this is not how you recover from a bad breakup. And this is not how you show your ex that, you know what, you made a big mistake leaving me. You don't do stuff like that. You can get hurt. You can get seriously hurt. And I don't know, Marlene, I take strong issue with Black women who encourage other Black sisters to do this. She's hurting. Even if the devil is telling her to do that, we should say, you know what? That's the devil talking to you because you're worth so much more than that. And anybody who wants to get in between your legs has to earn that. Point blank, period. Not like I don't compromise on that. Don't settle, sis, okay? Anybody who wants to sleep with you has to earn the right to have sex with you because it should be a privilege to have sex with you, okay? Nobody should feel like, oh, I can just bang her in the bathroom stall. I can bang her in the freezer. I can have sex with her just after 15 minutes of knowing her. No. It's incredibly disrespectful. And even to you, your humanity as a human being, it is incredibly disrespectful. You're worth so much more than this. You are worth way more than this. Hey, Diana, what's up? How's the baby? Merry Christmas. You are worth so much more than this. Just like when I see a woman, like she has a breakup and then she starts drinking, oh, it triggers me. Why are you drinking? Why are you drinking? There is no reason for you to turn into an alcoholic because some man walked away from you or he walked out on you. Oh, who gives a damn? Okay? Why are you drinking? Why are you acting like, oh my God, this man loved me. I can't breathe no more. Why? When you were born, you know this man? No. When you went to elementary school, did you know this man? No. When you went to middle school, did you know this man? No. You went to college, did you know this man? No. You've lived a vast majority of your existence without knowing this person, okay? Maybe it would have been nice if they stayed, but they chose to go. You don't start to self-harm because somebody walked out of your life. That is not your God. That's a person. He's free to go, okay? And he's not the only one, ain't gonna be the only one. There's way more people out there. Why are you drinking for this person? Why? Why? Because when you do stuff like that, you are proving to him that he's right. Oh, look at her. She's an alcoholic. Look at her. She goes through a bad breakup or she faces adversity and she crumbles. She becomes a drunk. She becomes a hoe. Why? The more people try to hurt you, the more you have to rise to the occasion and show these people that you're not weak. Okay? You're not a weak-minded person. You're not a feeble-minded person. And most importantly, you're not going to turn me into a hoe, and you're not going to turn me into an alcoholic. Why are you drinking? Why are you drinking? Are you the first person that ever got broken up? Are you the first person that lost somebody? Are you the first person that a man said, you know what? I don't want you anymore. No, you're not the first. You're not going to be the last. You have no reason to be starting picking up alcohol. You never drank before this. Why are you drinking now? Why are you drinking now? Why are you giving somebody so much power? Why? Why are you giving somebody so much power? For what purpose? That makes no sense to me. It really doesn't. Oh, that's awesome. It was good. If your heart is broken, give your heart back to the Lord. Give your heart back to the Lord. And matter of fact, you might even want to apologize. Like, you know what, Father God, I got into this relationship without asking you to bless the relationship. I got into this relationship without even making sure that you were okay with this relationship. And now here I am. Weep before God, but don't drown your tears in liquor. That is not going to do anything but make it worse. Somebody left. Okay. There's always better out there. You might not realize that now. I get it. Right? But just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not real. There's somebody better out there. There's somebody way better out there. But imagine that person meets you drunk. First impressions are everything. Why are you drunk? You are like you out here, you're meeting a random person, you're having sex, you go somewhere, you're having sex in the freezer. How do you know that your person is not currently sitting in that restaurant looking at you behaving like a little hoe? How you know? You never know who's looking. I'm like, you know, the older I get, I'm like, yeah, it's real. Like, you never know who's looking at you. Like, you just never know. You go to Jamaica, quote unquote, you meet this Winston, and in like 15 minutes, he's walking up to your hotel room. But how do you know, wherever you met your Winston, how do you know that your future husband was not sitting there looking at you like, girl, that girl is crazy. What is she doing? You never know who's looking at you, right? And if you work so hard to be a decent human being and to have standards about yourself, don't drop your standards now, because maybe the person is right there, but you can't see it because you're so committed to ruining your life. But you never know who's looking at you. You never know who's looking at you. You never know who is looking at you. And I even think these goofy ass panels sometimes, okay, like what's the conversation? What are we talking about? But if people are inviting you on a panel to talk about how you just gave your vagina up to random people in a freezer, is that really where you want to go? Right? There are other parts of you. There are other parts of you. There are other things that you're working on. Why are these people not inviting you to talk about the other parts of you? But they want you to come over here and talk about the day you were broken and you made a poor decision in the freezer. Or like, yeah, let that be what goes viral about you. No, thank you, bitch. You damn demon. Okay? But these are not good people. These are not good people. This Madame Noir platform, all these girls, I'm sure they have good things going on. Why don't we talk about that? Why don't we talk about that? Why are you people so obsessed with attaching Black women to promiscuity and all kinds of foolishness? Okay? Make it make sense. Because I'm sure everybody on that stage has a business. They have something good going on. Why don't you showcase these Black women in a positive light? And the things that they're not so proud of, let's not even talk about it. Because I think, right, even though I don't agree, I don't, okay? But I do think that people can have their shortcomings and it can remain private. We've all made mistakes. And it's okay to keep your mistakes private. Because you don't want to cause prejudice against yourself. You don't want people to put you in a box. You don't want people to typecast you. And you don't want a bunch of random people judging you. and not even giving you an opportunity like to get to know you, because maybe at that time in your life you were just not in a good headspace, and it seems like you didn't have good sisters around you. But why is that the topic of your panel? I'm actually triggered. I'm like, why are you doing this to these women? Like, why? And I get it. A lot of them, they're seeking clout. You know, they're quote unquote influencers. They want views. They want clicks. But I'm telling y'all, sometimes it can really turn into infamy. When you're known for all the wrong reasons, it can really turn into infamy. Because as a woman, you have to protect your image. Right? When I'm saying be perfect, when I'm saying you never make mistakes, but I'm saying as a woman, you have to protect your image. There are things that you've done nobody but God, okay? And I guess the person that you did it with should know about. Everything else, you keep it to yourself. There's a time and place for everything. And if you have to talk about having sex in the freezer to empower other Black women, baby, we have a lot of work to do, huh? There are many and plenty of ways to empower Black women without any of this. Right? Because what exactly are y'all trying to encourage people to do? This is incredibly reckless. The behavior is reckless. Promoting this is reckless. All of this to me is reckless. In this life, you probably will have at least 1 or 2 bad breakups. It will happen, y'all. It will happen. Because love can be risky business, okay? It really can be. But I urge you to continue to act like you have some sense. I'd rather pick a journal, write how you feel. Exercise. Can we also talk about that? Hey, you know what? Maybe if you have a bad breakup, start going to the gym. Start exercising. Start walking. Start running. Don't self-destruct. Don't touch alcohol, because you never know what kind of door that could open for you, and you might never recover. And next thing you know, you're a whole alcoholic. Don't start messing with drugs, because you never know. Your brain might not recover. Next thing you know, you outside begging for money at the gas station. Right? And while you're doing all of this to harm yourself, you think that boy's thinking about you? No, he's not. And it may be him and his ex gonna find your videos, find your pictures, and you're saying all this goofy stuff, and they're gonna start laughing at you. Like, and that's your ex? Oh my God, look at her. She's begging for money. And that's your ex? Oh my gosh, look at her. She's an alcoholic now. Oh my gosh, and that's your ex? Oh my gosh, she's having sex in the freezer. Girl, don't you ever give your ops ammunition to make fun of you, to mock you, degrade you, or like, nah, Have some pride about yourself. No matter how much it hurts, you got to have some pride about yourself. As the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. And you have to believe this. Okay, he broke your heart. Okay, it happens. But I always say, you give your heart something new to love, your heart will learn to love it. I promise you that. Okay? At some point, we all had a person, we thought, oh my God, I'm going to love this person and marry this person. Then you get older, it doesn't work that way because you were foolish then. Like, you were super young, you were incredibly foolish. Right? Now you get older, you're like, damn, I'm glad it didn't work out, huh? There you go. Right? So it's like, no. Your heart can heal, and the heart always heals. And you give your heart something new to love, your heart will learn to love it. You don't have to go into destruction mode because somebody left you or because somebody broke your heart. No. And like I said earlier, maybe it's for the best. Because if someone does not have the capacity to love you the way you should be loved, maybe they should leave. Why drag somebody on? Drag somebody along if you're not going to commit to loving the person the way the person should be loved. It's okay. It really is okay. Sometimes when people leave you, even though sometimes I think they could do it more tactfully, but ultimately, sometimes when people leave you, like, let me tell you, they're doing you a favor. They are doing you a favor. Whether it's peaceful, it's brutal, it's violent, it's abrupt, it's like unpredictable, I don't know. But sometimes, majority of the time, when people walk out of your life, they are doing you a favor. Right now, you probably don't get it. Right now, it probably doesn't make sense because you don't want to be alone, but maybe you should be. Not so you can become a drunk, not so that you could just give your punani to just random people, but because God wants to have a relationship with you. You know, sometimes maybe it's God who made this man walk away. Look at the story of Moses in the Bible, huh? Look at the story of Moses in the Bible. God says to Moses, go tell the Pharaoh, let my people go. But at the same time, God hardens the heart of Pharaoh. So he's like, no, I don't want to do it. And it keeps going like this. Like what? Like 7 plagues, like were hit Egypt or whatever. But I'm like, towards the end, God says to Moses, you know what? Every time Pharaoh told you no, it was me. Like what? Make it make sense. Because he needed Moses to grow in his faith. Because what if Moses had gone and he's like, and the Pharaoh said, oh yeah, okay, that's fine. Right? Sometimes you need a challenge. Sometimes you need resistance. Sometimes you need conflict. And you'll grow in your faith. Right? But it could be that sometimes God is the one saying, like, you know, I know she ain't going to leave, so I'm going to make you leave her. Sometimes it's God. You think it's the person who just like walked away, but why are they leaving me like this? Why are they doing this? This person's so damn evil. Ooh. But how do you know that it's not God who made the person walk out on you? Because God needs you to be by yourself for a season. And I feel like when you do realize stuff like that, it makes it a lot easier to forgive people, right? So there's no reason for you to go into a whole phase. There's no reason for you to become an alcoholic. There's no reason for you to start doing drugs and all kinds of reckless behavior. Like, stop doing this, like doing too much. Turn your heart over to God. You try to do it one way, God said, no, I don't want this. And sometimes when God loves you, I don't care how much you love a person. If God knows this ain't gonna work, the plan I have for you, the destiny I have in store for you, the life I have in store for you, yeah, he had the one. The Lord's not gonna let it go. God will make this relationship fall apart. And the more you try to hold on to it, it's gonna be even more catastrophic the way you two are gonna break up because God don't want it. Right? So you don't have a reason to have a whole phase or become an alcoholic or like act all kinds of deranged. If you have favor over your life, anything that does not fulfill God's purpose for your life, it's not going to last. I don't care how much you love this person. If it does not fulfill God's purpose for your life, you and this person are not going to stay together. I think sometimes God will try to tell you to leave, but if you're not trying to leave peacefully, then it's going to be violent because you're not listening, right? But it doesn't mean that because you're hurting, oh, let me go have sex in the freezer. Let me go have sex with a random person. Let me do this, that. No, if you have a broken heart, give your heart back to God, okay? And let the Lord nurture your heart. You'll be just fine. I promise you, there's something way better out there. But God forbid you sleep with a random person in a freezer or you sleep with a random man you met in Jamaica somewhere. What if you get pregnant? What if you have HIV? What if you get raped? What if you get beat? What if you get robbed? What if you get all of the above? Okay? What if all of the above happens to you? How exactly are you going to recover? Right? You got to have faith. No matter what. No matter how dark it gets, no matter how lonely it gets, right? There's always sunrise, okay? There's always a rainbow somewhere, okay? There's always sunlight somewhere, right? There's always a brand new morning that's coming your way. You don't have to throw your life away because right now you're hurting. Nobody hurts forever, okay? Eventually, your heart is going to recover, and you have to believe that, and you have to know that. Okay, I don't know who this message is for, okay? But if you're watching me and you are currently engaging in reckless behavior, can you please stop? Okay? I kindly ask you to stop. But it's not like me to be, like gentle and stuff, but I'm actually really trying here. But I'm saying if you're currently watching this video and you are engaging in reckless behavior like this, I need you to stop. You to stop. And every time you want to start doing foolishness, or anytime the devil wants to inspire you to do some foolishness, I need you to remind yourself that you are not alone. You are never alone. Your angels are looking at you. God is looking at you. The Holy Spirit is looking at you. And you don't know who right there, right now, is looking at you and what you're about to do, because you are never alone. We are never, ever, ever alone. So conduct yourself as if you are always in the presence of God. Okay. And if the devil is inspiring you to behave in a way that does not honor God, don't do it. It's a trap. It's a trap. Okay. You get older and you get more mature in your walk with God, and you start to recognize that anytime the devil is tempting you with awful behavior, is because there's a great blessing coming your way. Because there's a great blessing coming your way. And usually before you have a huge blessing coming your way, before you have a prayer, something that you prayed for that is about to be answered, the devil has to trigger some kind of sadness. He has to trigger some kind of confusion, which eventually is going to lead you to want to commit some type of sin, right? But that right there should be like, it should ring the alarm, like, why now? Right? Why all of this? Why is all of this happening now? Why is he behaving like this now? Why is he breaking up with me now? Like, why is he breaking up? Why is he breaking up with me this way? Why do I have the urge of doing this when that's not even who I am? Because there's a great blessing coming your way. There's a great blessing coming your way. And the devil knows if you commit a sin right before the blessing hits, God's going to have to withhold this blessing from you. And you've worked too hard to come this far, to let the devil trick you into a life of sin. Get all your blessings. Okay? When people you love or you think you love are starting to act crazy, acting a fool, usually there is a blessing coming right around the corner. Don't do it. You worked too hard. You've prayed, like you worked too hard. You have cried way too many times. You prayed way too many times for you now to miss out on this blessing because, oh my gosh, I'm so hurt. I have to go do something foolish. No, you don't. The more it hurts, the more you need to sit still. Okay? The more it hurts, the more you need to sit still because there's something good coming your way. And this is why the devil's like creating all this foolishness right now. Okay? Gotta be very careful. But there's something good coming your way. And you have to believe that. You will not be going through all of this if something good was not coming your way. There's something good. There's something better. There's something bigger. There's something more fulfilling that is coming your way. Let this person go. Okay? And I promise you, years from now, you will look back at this and say, you know what? Thank you. You did me a favor. You did what I was not brave enough to do. Okay? You did for me what I was not courageous enough to do. You walked away. I probably should have been the one to walk away first, but I didn't have the courage to do it. Right? One day, you will look back at this and say, you know what? Thank you. Thank you for walking away from me. Because I needed that. Right? And you made me stronger because of it. And I'm going to end by saying this. In this life, one thing I have learned is that your best teachers are people who treat you horribly. People who are mean to you, people who don't appreciate you, people who are not kind to you, people who are not loving to you, people who don't practice gratitude towards you. People who treat you horribly are the best teachers you could ever have. Because when that happens, you can either become bitter or you can become better. And hopefully you'll choose to be better. I want you to be better than your ex. All these sisters up there, I pray for their souls. But if you're currently in their situation, I pray that you choose to be better. Be so much better. Be so much better. Be so much more gracious. Like anytime somebody does you wrong, right? I feel like anytime somebody does you wrong, this is the opportunity that you have to embrace being better. You're not going to make me bitter. You're going to make me better. I refuse to be bitter. I am going to be better. I refuse to be scorned. I I refuse to be angry. Like the man said, don't let anger control you. There's no need for that. Because you must be sure of one thing. Nobody, whether they come into your life, stay or leave, right, has a say-so over your destiny. By the grace of God, everything God has in store for you will come to pass in your lifetime. So therefore, you have no reason to be so consumed, hey, Nikki, by a person leaving you that now you want to self-destruct. That has nothing to do with what God has in store for you. So as long as God's promises over your life are still standing, why will you engage with like all this kind of recklessness? Like for what purpose? For what purpose? Forge ahead, look ahead to a better life, to better relationships, to more meaningful friendships, right? Because now that you've been treated this way, now you know what you don't want. That's a good thing, right? So you see, this person, even though they probably could have left you in a better way, in a more amicable way, in a more respectful way, could have been done better, but it wasn't. It's okay, right? But all of that is a learning experience. Don't get bitter, right? Don't even be mad at the person. I know it's hard, but don't even be mad at the person because they're lost. Just like you used to be lost, they lost too. So people who don't really know God don't know how to treat other people. I've come to realize this. When you don't really know God like that, you don't know how to treat other people. Because can you truly love a person? Can you truly love someone and know how to care for someone and know how to be gentle with somebody's soul? Like if you yourself do not have an intimate relationship with God, right? But I'm like, once you know God, and you know how much every person means to God, I think then you can be more careful and more mindful how you treat another person. Like, you know what? That's a child of God. So who am I to treat her this way? Or who am I to treat him this way? Because you're like, yo, that's a child of God. But when you yourself, right? When you yourself are not even aware of where you stand with God, when you're not aware of how much God loves you, when you're not aware of like your God's plan for your life, yeah, you're going to be violent towards other people. You're going to be mean, cruel, unkind, all kinds of crazy things towards other people. Why? Because you don't know what love is. And you know what God's love is for his children. So you can't give that to another person. Right? And I'm like, and I would encourage anybody to see it that way. The world will say, oh, he broke up with you, cuss him out, break his phone, slash his tires, no. I encourage you to look at things from a child of God's perspective. Like, you know what? Maybe it had to happen, right? And maybe God wanted this to happen the way it did so that I could attach myself to God and focus on what God has in store for me. But I trust and I do believe that God's promises over my life, they still stand. So as long as God's promises for your life are still standing, you have nothing to worry about. You're going to be okay. You're going to be more than okay. Right? And that's why even I've learned that you don't always have to clap back or do this and that, because it's a waste of time. Because nobody can destroy what they didn't build. If you were built by God, nobody can destroy you unless you self-destruct. Then at that point, you're giving permission to the devil to attack you because you're also outside of the law. So when you're outside of the law, then it makes it easier for the devil to come in and attack you. Right? But when you are under the law, when you are following God's law, the devil's not going to be able to attack you. So you don't have to clap back at people, right? You don't have to be scared. You don't have to, oh my gosh, like this person did this or this person said this. No, you don't have to worry about anything because people can't destroy what they haven't built. This man who broke up with you and this man who walked out on you, like, okay, but he didn't make you. He didn't build you, right? So he can go. And you will rebuild better. You're going to rebuild better, stronger, more beautiful, wiser, right? Because now you know. Because everything out here is a learning experience, but it's not an excuse to start a whole self-destruction journey. Like that's crazy to me, right? No, because the less people you sleep with, the less issues you're going to have. Anytime you add one more body, one more peen, one more this, you're adding more spiritual affliction. So you don't want to sleep with as many as people as possible. No. Anytime you open your legs, it has to be for something meaningful. Otherwise, don't do it. It's never that deep, right? Gotta think like that. Every time I'm adding a penis to my roster, I'm adding more spiritual affliction on myself. Don't do it. And any other woman who wants to encourage you to sleep with more people, once again, misery loves company. She's not a good person. Because your mental health has to triumph all of that. The more and more people you sleep with, the more and more your mental health gonna go down the shits. Like, you don't want your mental health in the trash can. Like, you just don't want that. So you have to limit the number of people that you sleep with. Right? You don't have to sleep with everybody. And I think I'm gonna say this. I think a lot more men, I know a lot more men also will have way more respect for you when they realize how hard it is to sleep with you. Like, damn, like, she's different. Heck yeah, I'm different. The fuck? Okay? Right? While some people are in a hurry to just spread their legs for everybody, be the exception. Be rare. Be the exception. And conduct yourself like a daughter of God. Like, conduct yourself like a daughter of the Most High. Like, conduct yourself like a child of God. Do not engage in reckless behavior. It is not your brand. Okay? It is not your brand. It is not your brand. Okay? Reckless behavior, that belongs to the kingdom of darkness. You're a child of God. You belong to the kingdom of light. Act accordingly. Okay? Act accordingly. There's always better. God has better in store for you. The Bible says, God said, I will restore to you all the years that the locust has stolen. However long this relationship was, and however this man decided to break up with you, God is going to restore all the years that were stolen by this relationship. You have no reason to self-destruct. Hold your head high. Hold your head high. Have a lot of pride about yourself. Hold your head high. Clean up your face. Wipe your face. Put yourself together. Go about your business. You're going to be incredibly successful, right? And him and his new woman, whatever, they will never, ever, 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 ever look at you and have any reason to laugh about you. Never. I'm like, damn, that's her. Like, oh, damn, that's your ex. Yes, okay. Never give these people any reason to laugh at your account. No. It's a no. It's a no. And you must remember, the ops are always watching you. So act like that. Act with grace. Act with class. Be gracious. Be classy. Be a child of God. And believe that there's something better, bigger in store for you. Like, this is small shit. Like, this is small shit. Okay? Oh my gosh, this is small shit. You're about to discover things you had never seen before. Okay? About to see things you had never seen before. You're about to discover love that you had never had before. Like, damn, I didn't even know this was out there. Exactly. Because God has better things in store. You tried it your way. Now wait until God shows you how he does what he does. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Yes, you have no reason to start drinking, being promiscuous. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Do not fall for this. Do not fall for this. So all the sisters here, I pray for y'all, but do not fall for this. Do not fall for this. Don't fall for this, okay? So my ladies, I've been here for almost 10 hours, okay? So I hope you enjoyed this live. I hope you learned a lot of things, right? Hope you did, okay? Hope you did. But never, ever, 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 okay, allow anybody to break your spirit. No. 2025, don't allow anybody to break your spirit. Because the promises of God over your life, unless you decide to go crazy, but I'm like, the promises of God over your life, they stand. So don't mess it up. Don't fuck it up, okay? Don't give God a reason to take back his blessings away from you. Nobody is worth that. Nobody is worth that. Nobody is worth you doing things that is going to make God, take back the blessings from you. Oh, no. Okay. So I love you much. Hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. If I'm not back outside tomorrow, I don't know. I'll be back later. But Merry Christmas to y'all. I hope you all enjoyed your holiday. I hope you had some pretty gifts. I hope you enjoyed the gifts. Okay. If you didn't have any gifts, well, you have a gift for me. my love, okay? Bunch of kisses. And hopefully by God's grace, I will see y'all tomorrow. Okay? Gotta go now. A little tired, okay? Love y'all. Oh, you think so, chill? Oh, thank you, Libra. Thank you, Libra. Thank you so much. I try. I really do try. Okay? But I don't ever want you guys to be seduced by the lies of the enemy, because there are so many lies in the culture today. So many lies. Okay, hey Lib, but nobody, like, there's so many lies, way too many lies. And you can't fall for the lies. A man broke up with me, so I'm gonna start drinking for what? Unless I'm drinking water. Why would I ever become a drunkard? Like, for what? Who is he? It's never that deep, right? Never. F him. What? Just let this man go. Okay? God knows best. God knows best. And sometimes, like I said, if you're not going to leave, God's going to make the person leave you. Point blank, period. But I'm like, one day you'll look back and be like, damn, I see why you had to leave. Like, I told you. Don't fight for anything. Let it go. Okay. Let it go. I'm like, but something better is coming. I think sometimes, and I ain't gonna lie, but sometimes also people, if people knew, even I, Marlene, if I knew, because hindsight is 20/20, but if I knew back then what I know now, sometimes when certain people left my life, y'all, I would have just busted out in a dance, like a praise, like just okay, like, you know what? God did me a big old favor. Thank God you left. And I promise you, they're gonna miss you. I promise you. I promise you, he's sleeping. Okay, I promise you, they're gonna miss you. And when they look back, because they always looking, the ops are always looking, child. The ops is looking, okay? You don't want these people to see you drunk. You don't want these people to see you like, you know, my life is over. I'm so depressed. Because that's how you give them power. Like, oh, you see, I got power over her. You see, I made her depressed. You see, she can't live without me. You see, she can't eat without me. Like, whoo, the lies you tell yourself. Okay? No. When they trolling you, when they spying on you, when they looking at your stuff, your Instagram stories, your videos, they need you. They need to see you thrive. You're like, damn, she don't miss me? No. That's how you get your power back. It's not through sex. You work on yourself internally, right? Whether it's journaling, whether it's changing your diet, whether it's losing weight, going back to the gym, getting a better job. You know what I mean? You gotta do things the right way. A healthy way. Don't self-destruct for no one. Because they want you to self-destruct. People out here want you to lose your mind and end up like in a mental institution. You can't let that happen. Okay? You can't let that happen. You cannot let that happen. Every time they check on you, they got to hear good news. Oh, she's doing this now. Oh, she's doing this now. Oh, da. I'm like, oh, what? Yes. She's flourishing. Okay? The girls need to be flourishing. Okay? You have to flourish. Don't self-destruct. Okay? Nobody is that important. No one is that important. No one. I promise you this. Especially somebody's not even your husband. Nobody is that important. He came, he left. Oh, well. Bye. Okay? They're like, what? You don't miss me? No. The freak. Why would I miss you, though? You're crazy. You work on yourself. Drink more water. Journal. Sleep more. Organize your room. Make your bed. Do your laundry. Fold your... Like, do positive things that are going to make your life better. Right? Drinking is not going to make your life better. Doing drugs, not going to make your life better. Staying up all night, eating all kinds of crazy food, it's not going to make your life better. Not exercising, not walking outside, it's not going to make you better. People leave your life and they want you to they want you to live like in squalor, like, oh my gosh, look, she's losing all control because I'm not there, because they want to feel as though without me you can't make it. You're not God. Okay? No. Without you, I'm going to actually thrive. I'm going to be incredibly successful. I'm going to be incredibly happy. I'm going to have joy in my life. I'm going to make new friends. I'm going to have new experiences. Oh, no, it's okay. It was nice knowing you. And it's no hard feelings. Okay? I don't hold nothing against you because you're not even worth it. You're not even worth me being, like, you're not even worth me holding negative feelings about you. Like, I don't have time for that. I don't have the space for that. In my mind, in my heart, I don't have the space for that because there's just too many good things happening to me. I don't have time for that. Be the type of person where you don't have any space in your heart, in your life. You have no space, no room for negative emotions towards anybody. I don't have time for this. I don't have time for that. I don't even have the space for this. I don't have an inch. I don't a meter, a centimeter. I have no space to give to anything negative that relates to you. No. No. I wish you all the best. I really do. And I promise you, those people will never, ever, ever forget about you. They're like, wow. She moved on. Yes. And she moved on graciously. Yes. Or she got a better job. Yes. Oh, she got a bigger apartment. Yes. She got a brand new this. Yes. Oh, you mean to tell me she didn't go crazy and she didn't cry for me? No. Oh, wow. Fuck around and find out. And see how much you're not going to be missed. Don't nobody care. Okay? No one cares. You are free to go. Like Shawnee told that girl, thank you for your services. Okay? You're free to go. That's it. Live your best life. Okay? So love y'all. Bisous. And hopefully I will see y'all tomorrow before Maverick starts screaming. This boy, oh Lord, having a baby. Okay? I'm a little too old for this, but whatever. He's already here. All right? Love y'all. Joyeux Noël. Merry Christmas. Feliz Navidad. Okay? See y'all tomorrow. I love y'all. Be outside later because I am tired. Oh, Lord.